Thank you for all your interaction with your trainer cards and your debates and all the amazing stuff. I don't want you to go anywhere because we have EU tomorrow. In fact, I want you to freeze in place and stay there until the broadcast starts. You know what? We'll do the same thing.
"16 hours later."
Whoa. Do we hold that pose for like 16 hours?
Yeah, I smell like an old shoe dipped in yogurt.
I'm really glad I trained myself to sleep standing up.
The cleaning crew came and took my wallet and my keys while I was standing here. I could not stop them. I don't know how I'm getting home.
I saw that. That was weird. Hey, guys, we got to get ready for this. It's EU time, baby.
That's right, EU top 8.
Whew, I can barely feel my legs.
Pokemon Unite!
Whoa! Stairs.
That goes in your world champion! The best team in the world! Let's go! And the points are going to rain in as they dive in and pick up some more KOs. That's a full team wide. That goes in. Oh, shot. They take it in commanding fashion. The favorites for the World Championship title have just been knocked out of the tournament.
Game, set, match!
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are. It is day 2 of our broadcast. We are going to find who our EU champions will be today. All 3 teams heading to Worlds from EU will be decided today, and there are so many exciting ways that can happen. Hello, everybody. I'm Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw! I'm joined by the one and only Doob Snacks. Hello, Doob Snacks.
I can't wait to see what EU can deliver on. We've got a lot of unique scenarios, some teams in striking distance. Can't wait.
Zoix, what is up?
I'm feeling pretty good, being called the Power Rankings Guru. Very confident in that title that I have been earned, so thank you so much. Wonder Chef, how you been?
I am a Cramorant enthusiast, so that it does work. Enthusiast not capitalized, though it's not my title, it's just a description. But, I still can't find my wallet and keys, but it's okay. I don't want to leave. I do want to find who's going to be going to Worlds. I'm super pumped.
Yeah, I mean, we just have so many crazy ways this can happen and early matches that mean so much today here in EU. Let's take a look at our broadcast schedule. Right now, you are watching our regional finals. Every team that's heading to Worlds is going to be decided very, very soon. However, for North America, they are going to have to wait until the live regional finals at NAIC, June 7th and 8th. Of course, we also have the final stretch there, a crazy tournament where a team that we maybe have never heard of before or hasn't had a shot to win this whole thing could make it to Worlds. Let's take a look at our finals format. Chef, why don't you break this down?
That's right. Even if you didn't get a chance to watch it yesterday, this group went through this as well. We just already passed it. Of course, it's a single round robin. There was a day one for both EU and NA, where the top 16 teams played in groups of 4 to advance to today's bracket stage, where we're going to have 8 teams, 4 in winners, 4 in losers, be competing in best of 3 matches up until grand finals, where it'll be best of 5 to see which 3 teams will qualify for Honolulu.
Of course, the road to Worlds, as we've said before, the easiest way to get there, start talking about Pokemon Unite, learn to cast. That's the only way I'll get there, Doob Snacks. But for the rest of these teams, how do they make it?
Well, of course, monthly cups earn the most CP in a region. You punch your ticket that way. That's why EU has so much on the line. That's why we're going to know all 3 teams today, because the other way you qualify is winning the entire region itself. Of course, at EUIC, we had the AOS Cup. The winner there, Fusion, already has their spot at Worlds secured. And the other way, at NEIC, the final stretch is going to be offering another single slot for Honolulu, Hawaii.
Now, you were talking about championship points, and they're extremely important, especially here in EU. This is the breakdown of what it's going to look like today. First place, 2,500 points, but I'll tell you what, it doesn't really matter because they just locked their spot in. In fact, I'm going to take that off the board right now. That should just say you're going to Worlds. I don't know why we're getting these 2,500 points, but the rest of this has some crazy implications, Zoinks.
Absolutely. Because it scales so high as far as you go up, yes, one being 2,500, but that 2,000 points is very important for a few teams. Talla, Bobo, and Vamos in this region are right on the precipice of qualifying via championship points, but they're also right there to be earning this huge prize pool, $50,000 in totality, with the first place taking home 20 grand.
That's right. I mean, even if you feel like you're already heading to Worlds, you're still playing for quite a bit of do-re-mi here. $20,000 for that first place team. A huge event, so much on the line, and we'll continue to break down what's going on here with championship points. Zoinks, we were just talking about it here, but we're going to look at our leaderboard here in EU, and as the day goes on, I know we'll continue to update all of you. I'm sure these teams want to keep in the know. Nouns, Yala, Talla, Bobo, all at the top here, but there are some crazy upsets that could happen.
Yeah, if Nouns doesn't win this tournament, it gets really dicey and where these championship points end up. But even if they do, Talla, Bobo being so close to Yala Bingo, the first round losers matchup, by the way, is going to be very, very interesting to see how that works out. But Vamos is also within striking distance if Yala Bingo or Nouns wins, taking them out of the championship point race, and then Vamos could overtake Talla, Bobo if given the opportunity. There's a lot of cards falling. We'll know everything at the end of the day, but it is a very exciting thing to be looking forward to.
Yeah, and then again, of course, any team can win this thing. The regional finals, any team that's been going through, they don't have enough championship points. You get them here today if you win the whole thing at regionals. It's going to be a wild event. I can't wait to see what it's going to shake up to be. Now, I'm going to, full disclosure, I know I have to throw to something and I have no idea what it is. We have an interview with Pump. I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. I'm just like, please let them throw to it. Here we go. We have Pump with us right now.
You can never make fun of me for missing transitions.
No, I will. We have Pump with us right now, who's going to break down some of what's been going on here in EU. Pump, thank you for joining us, buddy.
Yes, thank you, Spry Girls. I was excited to see you. Maybe the excitement isn't the same for you, but you forgot me. But it's fine.
I don't know exactly what that means. I'm happy to have you here for this interview. Tell me, Pump, what has been happening so far in EU? Break down how we got to this bracket.
Oh, lots of surprises yesterday in that round robin stage. Lots of predictions shattered, especially mine, I'll be honest. But yeah, if I tell you that the number 2 team in the championship points classification and the number 3 team are going to face each other in round 1 and in the brackets, that is how we were surprised yesterday when we saw that a team like Connoisseurs just beat Talla, Bobo 2-1. Connoisseurs is a team with very experienced players like Keck, like Klaus, players that got experience to Worlds, so we knew they were a great team, but to the point they were able to beat Talla, Bobo. It was the first big surprise of the bracket. Second big surprise is Anlaa Esports. They got first seed in the Group B, and for me, I thought they were going to be last of the group. So yeah, I got mistaken because especially, no, don't make fun of me, because on Friday, no, I'll tell you, on Friday, there was a tournament where Neocentry Red faced Anla Esports, and Neocentry Red won against Anla Esports, 2-0, perfect stuff. So I was like, yeah, Anla Esports, not the best shape for them, I think. They're not going to perform very well. They just beat Yala Bingo, got first seed, Yala Bingo second seed, and the two other French teams in the group are out. So I was a bit sad, but you know, it's esports, and it shows like we have lots of surprisings coming today, as you said, Fraggles.
All right, Pump, two things. Number one, great T-shirt on under the Pokemon jacket. Big respect, Hundo Burger time, always. Second thing, of the top three teams, of course, we're all familiar with them. We just talked about them. You mentioned them as well. What's a team we should keep our eye on that maybe isn't on somebody's radar? It sounds like it might be Lahari Esports right now, but maybe you have another option to give us.
Obviously, yeah, you were talking about the three big teams, Nouns Esports, Yala Bingo, Talla Bobo Unleashed. Two of them are in the loser bracket, so our eyes are in the three other teams in the winner. And between Vamos and La Esports and Connoisseurs, I think we should look at the Spanish guys from Vamos, because you knew this team under the name A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, etc., etc. They always got that fourth seed, you know, the fourth place. Maybe sometimes they were third, especially in the April finals. This is a team that already beats teams like Nouns, like Talla Bobo when they were 4th. So this is really a team that, for me, can go really far in this tournament. Maybe all the way, I don't know. They are facing Nouns Esports in the first round. For me, the big favorites. I don't know for you guys, but if I have prediction to make, maybe we should look out for Vamos. But since my predictions are always bad, yeah, I don't know. If you should.
You might curse the team. Yeah, that's true. You got to be careful, Pump.
Yeah, I'm cursing.
Okay, well, of course, that is a huge matchup on the winner's side, but we got a gigantic one on the loser side as well. Yala Bingo versus Talla Bobo. Who do you have in that matchup? Because such huge implications for the World's Championship point race there.
Yeah, as you said, the team losing between Yala Bingo and Talla Bobo Unleashed will lose a big amount of championship points. And if a team like Vamos, which is currently 4th in the championship points classification, goes all the way to the grand final, we'll do the math later, but it could shatter everything. Yeah, Yala Bingo, Talla Bobo Unleashed. I had the chance to watch the games from Yala Bingo yesterday. They told me against Anla Esports when they lost that Anla Esports just did have better draft than them. They found the counterpicks to the Yala Bingo choices. So this is really a game where Anla A made the difference on the draft phase, the draft selection, which is very important in competitive Pokémon Unite.
Yeah.
So now, today, they are confident. They know what they did wrong in these drafts. So they are confident. Talla Bobo Unleashed, on the April tournament, they got 4th seed for the first tournament together. They weren't that confident. Today, they're in losers bracket. I just hope they get their mind ready for what's to come, because this is going to be a tough match for them. I want to see Talla Bobo Unleashed win, I'll be honest, but maybe Yala Bingo is looking stronger today.
Amazing stuff. Thank you so much for joining us, Pump. Before I let you go, which team from EU can win Worlds? You got to pick one.
Nouns Esports, obviously, because there is the run from the first year, and I can't forget that. It was awesome, you know. I was in the crowd shouting, and that win against T2, but this is an old story. Today is a new one.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us. Pump, everybody. Incredible stuff. We're going to talk to you a little bit now about what teams we think could win this whole thing. Thank you very much, Pump, for being here. All right. Obviously, as we talked about, so many implications, so many crazy spoiler opportunities. But if I were to make a prediction here today about who's going to win this, they're in the winner's bracket. They're the team that needs to do it. Someone needs to pull ahead in EU and prove they are the best of the best, and that would be Nouns Esports. If it's any time, it's right now. And if it's not, this is a crazy moment for that group and organization. What was originally looked at as a super team, now reformed to be another super team. Nouns has to make it happen today.
Yeah, so I'm in the same boat for a lot of the same reasons. Nouns Esports, I'm not selecting them because I have all the confidence in the world that they can take this down. What I'm saying is, this is the time Nouns Esports. They have the golden road paved in front of them. Can they walk that straight line and get to their destination? There goes my gigantic pen. But really for Nouns Esports, if they don't win this regional finals with everything that this region has gone through, everything Nouns has done, what are we doing here? Like, they're like, what is this region then? So Nouns, get it done for yourself, get it done for your region, put a crown on your head, and holy smokes, look good for once.
All right, well.
They won last month. By the way.
Yeah, they're current champions, actually. My vote is going to be towards the Talla Bobo Unleashed. Maybe they drop the Believers from their name and from Season 2 to Season 3, but I never stopped. This team is going to make a loser's run. They're going to take out Yala. They're going to take out anybody else who steps in front of them. Talla Bobo to the moon.
That was a lot of confidence. I gotta say, that was very different from everybody else's answer. They're like, well, they could do well, and you're like, yeah, they're gonna beat everybody.
But two says that they're going to lose even if they win.
Yeah, that's true. We've got a lot of different opinions going on over here. But mine has to be Connoisseurs, which is, of course, the team that we just heard a little bit about from Pump, where we don't really know too much about them. They're kind of a team that kind of got together for this, which we saw do really well in North America. A lot of teams like that. And, of course, this one did defeat Talla Bobo at the moment. Sorry, just have to say it. So being the top seed out of their group, they've got great players like Gek and Klaus. So definitely some players that have done extremely well in the past before. They're already in the winner's bracket. Everything seems pretty good for them. And we could have another like Nihao from N8 on our hands. It's possible, but we could also not. We'll see.
I like that.
Absolutely. I mean, we have so many cool options. We're going to take a look right now at, of course, the biggest moment of our broadcast. We're not going to hold it any longer. Everyone in the chat is freaking out. They're saying, give me Zoink's power rankings. Zoinks, this is the big moment, buddy.
My final one. It's a crazy weekend to make one of these, by the way. So many regions completing their tournament. But I gotta say, I'm feeling okay about this one. APAC rising through the ranks. In fact, a bunch of new teams on there. So MYS and Shinrin-Rude. Shinrin-Rude with a big up. I've moved Japan up into the 2 and 3 spot. Right now, it feels like that region is kind of setting the pace in a few ways. Obviously, I have Fusion ranked first, biggest tournament, all things like that. However, this looks like the most competitive that Japan has ever been with each other as well. They just finished up their final preliminary. So many incredible teams, and they're going to be choosing their Worlds qualifiers in June as well, same as North America. So very, very exciting stuff for Worlds implications.
Yeah, I mean, this is such an exciting time for Pokemon Unite, and of course, all of these teams are amazing. You have to wonder what's going to happen when these regions get together. We saw a little bit of that at EOS, which is why so much weight is being put on Japan, who looked insanely good, and then, of course, Fusion, who won the entire thing. Right. I love it. Now, of course, it's time for my power rankings. Obviously,
my favorite segment.
Zoink's power rankings, and we have my power rankings. However, I thought it wouldn't be right to do a new power rankings because I actually nailed it last time. So I just want to kind of look back at some of the great power rankings I've done throughout the season.
It's a memorial?
Yeah. This is an in memoriam, essentially, from my power rankings. I know this is disappointing for everyone, but when you nail it, you stop right there. And last month, I nailed it. Wow, remember this one?
I don't know if I should be sad or happy.
It's a bit of both, you know?
Okay,
it's like it's like you're graduating high school and friends are going to different colleges. You're excited for what the world's going to be. You ended that chapter of your life on a high note, and it's all in front of you. Wow. My power rankings really were incredible. Let's talk about match number 1, because holy moly. I mean, Chef, this is like a crazy game.
It is. It's kind of one of the highlight games that we're going to have throughout the entire time. And again, there's so much talk about both these teams, whether it be in championship points or just Nouns having to really make it happen today.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Nouns, we've got Vamos. So we've talked about how Vamos here is a possible spoiler team, right? This is a team that could stop Talla Bobo. This is a team that could stop Yala Bingo from making it to Worlds. And they're that good that they could win the entire thing. And then, of course, you and I, Dupesnecks, we have our eyes on Nouns Esports. I think just about everyone in the world right now has their eyes on Nouns Esports. This is the team that can win. They're the team that made it to the grand finals year 1. And then they're the team and part of a region that flamed out a little bit at Worlds, right? I mean, it was just complete destruction. Nouns didn't make it. Talla Bobo didn't make it. It's time for EU to pull together. This could be the team to do it.
Nouns needs to find consistency. That's kind of my big thing here. That's why I want, like, the region hasn't had any yet because of teams like Vamos that have stepped up, played some big matches, taken down these big teams, and they're a team that has their destiny in their hands. If they make it, all the way up to the finals here, they're really putting the squeeze on like Talla Bobo for championship points. And of course, if they win, then as Zoinks mentioned, everything just turns to absolute calamity. So. And Pump called them out as the team that can kind of just shake this thing up. So that's why we're kicking off with this match, because it is going to be a smash fest.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. So many good games today. Again, we're going to find out a champion. Make sure you're following the official channels, liking, commenting, subscribing there. It just helps the algo, baby. You got to juice that algorithm.
Get that algo, baby.
Get that algo going, all right? Obviously, we have this, and then, of course, we have Talla Bobo.
Yes.
Yala, I mean... These games are just going to be crazy. We're not going to hold it any longer. We're going to get this thing kicked off. Zoinks, Wonder Chef, take it away for our first match of the day.
Boom! Thank you so much. Yeah, we have been setting the stage quite a bit here at Wonder Chef. It is one of our most impactful matches upcoming, literally starting the day with one of the most exciting matches. For Vamos, the magic numbers, I'll give them 2, are 1 or 2. That is where they can make it into Worlds, right? You win, of course, you get first place, you're in. If you get second, there's still implications where you could catch up in championship points. But we're already jumping into draft, Wonder Chef, and that's a respect Absol ban towards Wrecker on the other side.
I would say this is a lot of respect bans in general. We've seen a lot of power picks banned out through a lot of the other regions, but this seems very targeted. Basically everything but maybe Umbreon on both sides.
Yeah, it's so funny. We've talked about so much about storylines and Worlds implications and championship points. We haven't gotten to talk too much about the actual game and the meta game that Europe is going to be bringing to the table. So I'm very excited to see what these EU teams have to bring, because so far Leafeon feels very classic. The Blissi Mew selections on the side of Vamos are really, really cool. Bordy, an incredible Mew player, also has a dynamite Gardevoir, but very cool to see them on just such a fantastic early game and late game power pick of Mew.
Yeah, I will say though, Mew and Blissi as your first 2 picks, when you're giving away these 3 power picks, the other team are a little bit scary, but you definitely can be cooking with that. Of course, Blissi extremely highly valuable if you're looking for specific things. And now we've got the Slowbro, which I'm assuming is going to be a pretty, and the Blastoise. Again, 2 great power picks that could very well deal with this Leafeon.
Yeah, Oscar, an incredible top path player. Really well known for their Buzzwole in the early moments of the season, where Buzzwole was just such a power pick. Now that that's changed, though, they've definitely had to widen the options they can bring into the top path. Grabbing Blastoise does make it an interesting conversation of what Gatlu's going to be selecting, but with these final 2 picks, it looks like it will be a Leafeon headed into the top side of the map.
Ooh, I mean, hey, that's always going to be something I've talked about a lot, so I do really like that. But another interesting final pick with the Mimikyu. You know, we've seen a lot of Mimikyu starting to do pretty well. Of course, yesterday we got a chance to see the Compe Sweet Kiss Mimikyu, which is probably never going to repeat on the UCS broadcast again, but it won.
Let them cook. I mean, I am very excited about the Mimikyu, though. One of my personal favorite Pokemon to play. And into this enemy team composition, I think it feels fantastic. The one thing that Mimikyu does not want to see is a lot of tanks on the other side of the map that can block the Shadow Sneak. A very good defender player will always have their eye on where the Mimikyu is playing from so that they can body block any Shadow Sneak. The cooldown resets of that move just has too high a potential. You got to make sure that you're blocking it for your more squishier targets like the Sylveon, like the Venusaur, like the Leafeon.
Yeah, one interesting thing to notice as we were just seeing the items picked, Toonslim on that Venusaur looked like they may be going for the Pedal Dance build.
Okay.
I did see some items just barely for a split second.
At the very least, Giga Drain, right? When you're playing up against the Mimikyu, it just feels like a fantastic option to be equipping. Also, Gatlu had the Resonant Guard on the Sylveon. So just a lot of tankiness and bulk created by this Nouns esports squad in the item build selection, which is really, really cool. I think that is going to be just a direct push against the Mimikyu to try to stem the tide of the damage output.
Yeah, I feel like there's a good chance that we are going to be seeing that Mystical Fire tanky build if you are going to see something like that.
That makes sense.
We will have to see, of course. We got to see a lot of the meta yesterday for North America and basically all the other tournaments that happened overnight. But it's time to see what EU is going to bring to the table. Game number 1, Nouns Esports versus Vamos. And of course, this is going to be a winner's bracket match, but a very important one, as we've already talked about. Basically, too much.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, you can never set the stage too much. Wei Wanzhou is going to be taking that blue buff, and I believe it'll be the Mew on the top side earning the red. So a big split by Vamos to try to shut down this Leafeon early, which they will not be able to do. Attacker Leafeon top path Venusaur. Very interesting. from Nouns Esports.
Yeah, that is, well, I suppose if we are going to be seeing like the pedal dance Giga Drain, which again, not for sure, but that could be kind of an option to kind of brawl up top. You can get ahead of this Blastoise, which could be a scary thing. And plus it's got the type advantage, which doesn't mean anything in Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, true. It would be fun though. Quick mode would be great.
Yeah.
Fun little tech by Gatlu on the Sylveon. Reads that the clear was so incredibly fast from Vamos, able to top and bottom side. Knows that those initial Baltoys will still be there in the enemy central area, so they rotate in, steal those, and immediately recall back to base. I think 40 just a little bit late to try to shut them down. Great level pace for Toon on that Venusaur, already hitting level 5, where Oscatar and Ayame are still struggling to find their Evos.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit tough, and I mean, especially when you don't really have range and you've got to fight against this path that has a comp that is just so, I mean, even just this middle range of this Solar Blade is enough to really zone out what basically both of these Pokemon have, especially having this Blissey that just needs to find this evolution.
Yeah, Soraya getting really aggressive, but they can. There's not a lot of damage that Vamos can do. You don't want to underrate the slowing effect of the Squirtle, but Wei Wanzhou uses all their moves, but can't quite get the KO into Soraya. Has the play rough, but does not have the Shadow Sneak yet.
Yeah, we are going to finally see the evolution up here, so things not going as badly as they could be. We are going to see a little bit of like a retreat from the side of Vamos. They're not going to continue after that little bit of aggression, that little attempt to kind of sneak up to that top path, and they're going to give up all of the center EXP, the 8-minute center EXP for free to Nouns.
Yeah, Nouns going to be very happy with that exchange, and because they are hitting the level 7 on the Venusaur, they now evolve and have access. We did see Solar Beam from the Venusaur. I have to imagine it's a Beam Giga Drain build coming out of Toon Slim, but they are now situated on both sides of the map. 3 players from Nouns on the top side to match that of Vamos. We have 2 on the bottom side. Gatlu, Draining Kiss, Mystical Fire, just a really tough Pokemon to earn a KO.
Yeah, that seemed like the guess after just seeing the items, but very, very tough to KO. We've seen that a lot over the weekend. We've actually seen both builds of Sylveon over the weekend so far, and both extremely good, so you can't really go all that wrong. Honestly, Hyper Voice would have been good against this comp as well. Pretty good. I mean, Double Defender, that's always going to be relatively strong, but that's not what we're seeing right now. We are going to see the first objectives spawn, and it's time to see where everybody's going to be prioritizing. We're actually going to see the Sylveon stay up top to kind of 1v1 as everybody else heads down bottom. We are going to see just perfectly that level 9 Venusaur evolution, or it's not evolution, the level up to get the Unite more specifically.
And I apologize before. I think the Solar Beam I saw was from the Mew. So yes, it is the Pedal Drain Venusaur build. Bro, just missing that Woodhammer on board. He can't collect. You don't get the second instance of the stun, and now Bro's going to be taking a lot of damage the other way. Big Ori Leech though, and that gets on the HP restoration. In effect, enough time to get a KO out of the Mimikyu. Everybody's trying to take turns absorbing those Mew boosted autos. As Nouns Esports wins the first exchange of the game. 4 players dedicated to knocking out this Regirock as Gatlu on a secret mission into the enemy central area to pick up some buffs while the rest of their team gets the objective.
Looking pretty good for Nouns. They're going to be trying to push down this bottom tier 1. Always going to be hard to push down anything against the Mew. Very good at defending. We are going to see the Mimikyu come in. It looked like the Shadow Sneak hit, maybe. I actually couldn't quite see, but regardless, I don't think they're going to really attempt too much of a defense here. They're getting run over with this kind of group, especially, I mean, the Venusaur with the Trevenant together. It's just so hard to stop that when they're just holding forward at you, basically, and they're this, I would say, over-leveled as opposed to the competition.
They don't have a lot of shred damage either. Oscatar is going with the Muscle Band and Rapid Fire Scarf, which normally we would see a spin build, but they are going with Surf, having some amount of displacement, and Bulk, I guess, is going to be the choice of Vamos, but it does feel like their team is lacking enough damage to carve through the incredible bulk that Nouns Esports has. Really, the only squishy target being Leafeon, and that Pokemon might be made of paper, but still, everybody else can just take so many hits.
Big Hydro Typhoon going to connect on 2, kind of connected on 3, but it's not really going to matter. Again, there's just not enough follow-up. The damage from the Mew is the only thing that was going to be there, and it's not even, well, just about to hit level 9, which means it was 3 levels behind most of the members of Nouns Esports in that push. So you can only do the best that you can, especially now that Beam isn't necessarily the main damage of Mew. You're not going to be able to get all that much from that range, and so this is going to be another really great push, being able to break down that tier 1 gold zone and then take the Regieleki afterwards, always going to be such a nice boon.
Yeah, Nouns Esports doing so well right now in terms of score tempo. It's hitting at 231. Gatlu does get fully attacked by the Mimikyu. Unite move utilized as well, and Gatlu will not have time to use their Unite. Slow beam onto the Venusaur, but there is just so much healing onto Toonslim. Play Rough not able to get the KO. They are back going to KO Oscar. Wei Wanzhou will not make it away, despite having the Bliss Assistance buff as the Solar Blade for Sarayu and the Venusaur deal enough damage. And now we are throwing even more points into this Tier 2. It will be an even break, but for Nouns Esports, that's just fine. The Tier 1 and 2 on the top and bottom side were incredibly large overducks.
I mean, look at this. Almost 400 points going into the 4-minute mark. Gigantic lead. I know earlier today we were talking, and just with everybody's frequency saying, like, 200 points is like a lead that's like not even almost that big sometimes in Pokemon Unite. And this is not that. This is considerably further than that. And I don't know how you easily come back from this. I mean, it has to be a team fight. We've got some big team fight Unites. I mean, Bliss Assistance, Hydro Typhoon, Slow Beam, literally all some of the best Unites in the game. You just got to find the right targets.
Yeah, it does feel like Vamos is struggling because of what happened before the 10 minutes even began, right? This draft was incredibly favored for Nouns Esports. At least that's my personal opinion. I'm sure you share it, Wonder Chef. But yeah, they are looking like the Pokemon they selected were the correct decisions across the board. 358 to 50. Vamos looking for any kind of objective and pressure they can put on these goal zones, but the defense from Nouns has been stalwart. In fact, they are poised to try to score on that Tier 2. It will be a recall from Sarayu, knowing that Krinzi's hanging out on that jump pad, making sure that no one can score on that Tier 2.
Trying to check this tall grass. They not quite hitting the correct one there. And oh, that's really scary. And there's the jump. The surf is going to be knocking Adesu all the way up the double surf, making sure that they're going to be able to get the first pick of that fight. Great opportunity for Vamos to start to come back. No more support for the remainder of this Regieleki fight, but we are going to lose the Blastoise just as quickly. Maybe they don't need support. They're the ones that's going to be getting all the KOs. Maybe he's going to have to use the Unite to try and get out of there. A little bit more damage, but they're still remaining extremely low. That's going to be 3 KOs all in a row for Nouns Esports. The Regieleki as well is just going to help them with a little bit of extra damage on that Slowbro that they need. Getting a return, they're not going to be pushing it all the way to that main goal zone, but it's going to build so much space, perfectly delayed to 15 seconds before the final stretch.
Yeah, Regieleki in these later moments honestly works as an incredible camera. At this point in time, it's going to give you vision of where everybody from Vamos is playing and gives Nouns Esports the easiest opportunity to get out of positioning for this Rayquaza. 358 to 50. They are going to start hitting the Rayquaza. At this point in time, even if they lose it, they still are given an advantage towards winning it. But the bait has worked. Vamos pushes into that corridor. Hydro Typhoon to respond, but they are barely tickled by that water damage. Leafeon does the Emerald 2-step to KO the Mimikyu, and now it's just dominoes falling. Toonslim chasing Ayame, the rest of the squad chasing the remainder of Vamos on the bottom side. One by one, now Esports taking out Vamos.
This is looking like it may be a done deal. Just a funny little chase, you know, just to end things off. I think this is a little bit of trolling maybe at this point. Could have got the KO. Just, well, actually, I mean, honestly, delaying. This is actually kind of a big deal. Ideally, if you were really trying to play this optimally, although I do think Nouns has this in the bag, being able to KO somebody later on so that they get an even later respawn timer, the stagger, is a pretty big deal. And they are going to eventually get that KO. And now you can see we're not going to have that Blissey back until 45 seconds into the game when an earliest KO there they would have already been back.
Exactly. And Nouns isn't messing around right now. They may have dominated in this game, but they're also not getting sloppy in these final moments either. Sarayu's Solar Blades have been so on point. One of the only real secure options that Nouns Esports has in the tank, honestly, the only secure option really, out of their entire roster, and Sarayu was just simply not missing. 2 Reggies to their name throughout the game. No Rayquaza, but that's all right. I think they also got both Regieleki, so 4 objectives in total for Nouns Esports, and you can see here 688 to 50. Vamos is going to have to go back to the drawing board in game number 2 because what they brought could not contend with Nouns.
I agree. Not only that, not only was, well, I mean, I mentioned it in the draft, right? But the first, oh, well, we might see Rayquaza go down. 15 seconds left, get one more little buff, but no, they're actually going to fight. But yeah, not only were the first 3 picks on Nouns' side so incredibly powerful, with Sylveon, Leafeon, and Trevenant being some of the most banned Pokemon in the entire game right now, but then they were able to kind of pull the cool switch up, right? Where we got to see the Venusaur where we didn't expect it. We got to see the Leafeon that we already got picked where we didn't quite expect it.
Yeah.
So they managed to take a meta build that they already had, basically, and just continue to make it even more confusing.
Yeah, it was really cool to see the initial roll, like you were mentioning, too, in Slim with 122,000 damage on that Venusaur. We're starting the day hot for Nouns Esports, absolutely taking down Vamos in game number 1. The set is not over, though. Vamos having a chance to bring this set around. They also have their choice of side when it comes to draft. I would have to recommend we switch things up a little bit, but well, we saw the fun fact, the trivia that came out throughout that matchup, right? Absol being banned against this team feels like it works. A very detrimental plan for Vamos to have to deal with.
It does. I've got a request for the stats team. I would like to know, speaking of stats we got, not in this game, but yesterday, we got to see we got a chance to see that over the course of the season, the player one side, the orange side, or sorry, the purple side, opposite colors, the purple side had a slightly higher win percentage over the course of the season. I would like to know what the win percentage of sides is over the course of just this set of tournaments, just the regionals, because I feel like we've seen a lot of teams pick second over time. But of course, didn't really help Vamos too much right now. I'm just curious, just very absolutely curious. I think we talked about it a lot. The draft just did not end up very well for them, and we heard Sprangles and Doomsack say they really feel like Nouns has to do really well today.
Yeah.
I think this is the best way they could have possibly started off.
Oh yeah, with a creative draft, with a really interesting early game in terms of their pathing, and then of course with just a dominant win the entire time. Felt like they had the hard read on Vamos. Feels like they had done their homework on this team. They really understand the carries that Vamos likes to lean into, whether it be the Mew, whether it be the Mimikyu, or of course the Absol. So I think they had answers across the board. One of the most notable players in that matchup though was Soreyu's Leafeon, running that Charging Charm, one of my favorite options, running Solar Blade Aerial Ace. You don't always see that option. Oftentimes we see the Leaf Blade Solar Blade, the double blade composition, but Aerial Ace still a fantastic option.
You can run literally whatever you want with this Pokemon.
Yeah,
Soreyu, though, of course, has been, honestly, has been my favorite EU player to watch over the course of this season.
Yeah.
Playing so many different Pokemon, so many different builds on those Pokemon, and now on 2 different teams, you know, being on for free and then on Nouns, being such an MVP in both of them for playing their role. It's been great to see. But now I've got to ask you, game 1's over for Nouns. What is the noun of that game?
Oh, Crown? I'll give it for Crown.
What? Crown? Why is Crown the noun? I'm just curious.
I didn't know there had to be a reason.
There's a connection. There needs to be a connection with the game. You could have said draft because the draft was the difference.
Okay.
Crown.
I'll get better at the game.
Not of the game.
I'll get better at Hey, we have an interview with Ender. Thank goodness. Ender, we would love to get your opinion. Ooh, go with the red
wait.
today.
Okay. Ender.
Okay.
What was the noun of that game?
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Zoink's Crown. That sounded good.
No, whatever. Okay, continue. Drain Crown? No.
That would be awesome. Ender, obviously that situation was Nouns Esports winning from the beginning of the draft screen all the way to the final 10 minutes. In a situation like that, you obviously have so much pro player experience, a lot of championships underneath your belt. A team like Vamos is incredibly strong. What do you do to bounce back in a situation like this? It's starting in draft potentially. Where would you go for Vamos in the draft screen against Nouns?
I like their idea of taking out the Zoroark. Seryu's a phenomenal Zoroark player. If they don't think they can handle it at this stage, go for it.
Sure.
This Leafeon Pokemon, though, we've seen it banned out across the regions, in EU especially, and that's where the game really got started for Nouns. Seryu able to develop a really large experience lead that got Toonslim further ahead. He was level 9 at the first Reggie fight, and then from there the game has just snowballed. So they need to develop a balanced comp that doesn't lose in the early game, but still has answers to whatever Nouns is going to bring in the late game.
Okay, well, we'll have to see if they can put that together. Ender, it sounds like the draft is already ready for the next game, so we're going to say goodbye to you. But as we always say, there'll be a lot of interviews throughout the day here in Europe because, well, we got to have one of our best friends around for the tournament. So thank you so much, Ender. And here we go. Game number 2 between Nouns Esports and Vamos. Vamos electing for that orange side. So you're killing it with the predictions here, Chef.
I'm not saying it's better. I'm saying I want to see if it's actually proven to be better. I'm just saying that's the fad over the course of today and yesterday.
Is fad a noun? I just need to know if I can use that
absolutely
later.
Absolutely a noun. Yeah,
all right, perfect.
I don't know how English works, actually. I don't think anybody does. But we are going to see the exact same bans going on from both sides. And, yeah, that's the problem. Exactly like Ender said, you've got to control Soreyu. But how do you control Soreyu? Literally within the first 2 months of this UCS tournament, we saw like 9 different Pokemon from it.
Yeah, repeat bans. We will be taking the Trevenant, though, for Vamos. So in this position before, we had the Blissey, and I believe we grabbed the... No, not the Blastoise in that position, but still, taking the Trevenant away from Bruv. So now Nouns Esports is going to have a new look on their side for the defender selection. Of course, we saw this Leafeon move around between a few players last time. Nouns Esports going to be locking into the Sylveon for 2 games in a row, and this time, Bruv's going to be taking the Crustle.
I think this is a great option. I mean, could have potentially gone for something like Blastoise right there, but Crustle is still just an incredibly powerful defender, and Bruv, we know, can actually play it extremely well. This would be interesting. This is a strategy that was chosen at EUIC, right, by Metallic to control a speedster player, just because you basically have your own little mini slow beam, basically, as Serena.
Yeah, they had it last time, too, with the Mimikyu, but I don't think it worked out, and they had the slow beam as well, so having both those options, they still weren't able to come up with it, but that's all right. Oscatar taking a Pokemon that they believe they have a lot of individual domination on sometimes, or just a lot of experience and expertise with, which when a team is in a tough situation, sometimes that's what you need to lean on. So they're confident in their draft strategy. They're definitely changing the look. Ender really recommended having some better early game options. Espeon is certainly that. Zarina and Gardevoir, not necessarily, but if Gardevoir can take the full suite of the central area, their level 5 is pretty dang strong.
And interesting potential to get run over very quickly again, which is not necessarily going to happen, but it is there, right? There is a little bit of like a dead zone for Vamos' team, or a little bit early on, like pre-level 5. Once they start hitting level 5, they're going to hit that nice power spike. But basically, Nouns got the exact same comp. The only difference is not Trevenant. Instead, they're getting the Crustle, which is I would argue like very, very close as far as like how good of a comp this is going to be. But the biggest thing to me, I think, is getting that Trevenant to help control a lot of the options, whether it be the Leafeon or whether it be Toon Slim on that Venusaur. Like, just be able to control where they physically are feels like it's going to be very strong.
One of my biggest surprises that Vamos is not doing into such a tanky composition on the other side is way more cursed items. We are seeing very few cursed item options throughout their team with that. And you kind of would imagine if there's so much HP and restoration that potentially the anti-healing or the healing stoppage would be a decent answer, but we're not going to be seeing that this time. However, the item changes have also fluctuated on Nouns side. No Resonant Guard for the Sylveon this time around. Instead, Gatlu is equipping the Cursed Incense themselves.
Interesting. I wonder if that means we're going to end up seeing the Hyper Voice.
Could be.
I mean, that would be, again, great against a comp like this very potentially. And you can do, again, whatever you want with that Pokemon. So we'll have to end up seeing what they go, or if we're going to see any changes as far as the pathing goes. Because Nouns did pick, again, the same comp that had a very flexible option as far as their paths.
Yeah, and Sorayu just had such an incredible start in that last game. And I think that has to be Vamos' priority #1. Yes, getting the Serena Online is great. Same with the Gardevoir, but honestly, just slowing down the Leafeon might be the biggest priority they have if they want some success in this game #2. Because obviously it is so important for them to have an advantage and get closer to that #1 or #2 spot in the region.
Big question is, how do you even slow down a Leafeon? In the optimal situations, how do you slow down a Leafeon? But not only that, they're the ones who have the Sylveon. Espeon is probably their best bet. We'll see if that ends up working out for them. Of course, that is exactly what they have chosen. But that's a nice little way to fight things off. A big invasion here. How do you slow down an invading Leafeon against, which different build, by the way, as far as moves. No, I'm sorry, it was a counter invade. That was an invade.
It was an invade. It was an invade by the Ralts. They were charging all the way into Nouns Esports side, and then the counter invade from, honestly, 3 members of Nouns Esports to ensure that KO happens.
I thought it was backwards the other way, because I did not expect the Ralts to be invading. I expected the Leafeon to be invading, and so immediately I was discombobulated. So, interesting strategy right there. That is a way to level up your Ralts, hit that level 5 power spike if it works.
Well, feast or famine, because now we have a level 6 Leafeon and Bordy's eject buttoning just to make it back to that tier 1 gold zone. It's Nouns Esports taking a page out of Vamos' book with an early invade as well. This red buff going to be very tough for Aoba to try to steal away, especially with no ranged options on the Chansey. You don't get Egg Bomb until you're Blissey, so having no option to steal it away, that will be a buff straight to Gatlu.
I actually think maybe that was intended to go to Adesu, but they were like walking away and got the KO. I'm not actually sure how exactly they got it, but it doesn't matter. Just taking it away in whichever way you manage to take it away is going to be really strong. It's just, of course, Eldegoss tends to be a an annoyance with
Yeah.
red buff.
Absolutely. Jeez, Gatlu is just uncontested in this bottom side. Sword Power Espeon, though, can deal some incredible amount of hurt. They do a lot of damage to Gatlu, but still able to escape, but has to respect this Espeon wherever it's roaming. We've seen it play to the top path and early move through the central. Now we're seeing it end up in the bottom path. Oscatar is going with the Stomp build of Zarina, a little more popular in history before. We have seen a bit of fluctuation. Eos Cup was definitely a lot of different looks for the Zarina.
Yeah, we also saw Serena in the Japanese qualifiers last night in the grand finals. We'll see if it works out, though. They're going to see the Emerald two-step in the follow-up. That's going to get Espeon out of there very, very quickly. One more to get out. Nice repositioning before pulling back that Leaf Blade. Now only a sad Blissey alone with nobody to, I mean, they don't have Bliss assist yet, but nobody to assist as Blissey. This Tier 1 goal zone is going to be going very low. Only 3 members. They could break it. They could get a okay overdunk. It looks like they're not going to, though. Maybe trying to deny that EXP is Oscar sitting there waiting.
That, and of course, get some more stacks into the Aletheon. Attack weight, one of the best items. Honestly, feels like you can't even run anything else on that Pokemon. It is so mandatory. Waywanjo lining up a Psy Shock. They're able to do a ton of damage to Brauf, who is getting rather low. Egg Bomb going to take credit for the knockout, and finally, Vamos gets one on the board. Waywanjo with a Fairy Singularity. That's enough damage to Gatlu, and they do get the KO. Vamos with a great showing, but they are so low on HP. Ayame working on overtime to try to get this squad healed up so they can contend around this Regirock. Toonslam waiting in the wings, but that's Krinsky's job to try to shut down, but they cannot Woodhammer stun in time. Solar Beam animation comes off, and they get the Regirock capture.
This is a scary spot to be cornered in if you were a few of those members of Vamos, but wow, great. Woodhammer is going to connect on 3. Not enough damage to follow it up, though, as only the Blissey was there. Again, the final one up in these fights, and unfortunately, if you're the final one there, you're not going to have even that much way to escape. And so we're going to take down another Tier 1 goal zone to very, very low HP, but it looks like, again, they're choosing potentially not to break it if they had that option. I didn't see if anybody is down there with a lot of points, but they are going to finally break that Tier 1 goal zone up top.
Vamos finally getting to the point of time where they can team fight with this Serena. They hit level 9. They have access to that Unite move, kind of the on-paper counter to this Leafeon. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a very early attempt at it, but they actually just let it go as they had to fight on 2 fronts. Bordy is able to knock out Gatlu despite the Cotton Cloud crash from Edesu happening just a little too late to save that evolution.
That's going to force them to back up. There is a Regieleki that has spawned, so that's going to be their big opportunity to try to fight back. I mean, Vamos really need some points. They are only at 6 points scored, 182 already for Nouns. I have to see if they have any stacking, and it's not looking super good for them. We're going to see just a one single hit Unite from that Espeon that's immediately countered, and now this is going to be a scary spot. Vamos has to defend this. Nouns could push it down. We did see them try to really push down a Tier 2 goal zone Regieleki before, but an initiation from that Serena is going to work out pretty well. Bliss is going to go down in exchange. It seems like that was all that they had in their pockets. The big problem is there just hasn't been a lot of follow-up damage, I feel, to a lot of these initiations.
Yeah, it's tough when Gardevoir and Espeon have to play so far away, and Blissey has to abandon the backline to work with Serena. It allows Sorayu and Gatlu just to cause so much static and interference in the backline of Vamos, and it's really been splitting the team up incredibly well. Krinsky's been doing a great job of covering their backline when they have it available, but the Trevenant's been kind of stuck in the bottom path defending this goal zone for quite some time.
We see Serena up top kind of by themselves for this fight, although Sylveon once again has kind of rotated back up top to just kind of do its own thing. So we are going to have a 4v4 down here on bottom. Level advantage gigantic to Nouns Esports. They've got some level 13s, and there's still 4 minutes left in this game. Got to be careful, but the security can be potentially very strong on both sides, and a lot of the damage can be strong on both sides. We're already going to be seeing Krinsky get very, very low. They are going to be healed up, but that's a great way to initiate for Sorayu. Going to be hit by the Phantom Force, though. They're going to turn that around very quickly, dropping a whole chunk of Eos energy on the ground. Krinsky getting a little bit low, but not much damage. This is just kind of an aggressive duo of a support and a defender trying to space out, but they just don't have the damage to burn down the Registeel, so the initiation is going to come back in from Serena. The beam not able to close out either of these two very low HP Pokemon, finally getting a second opportunity, and going to get at least 1 KO here.
Yeah, when he comes down, it's like it's so Hilaire knocked out mid-air as the Espeon goes down, and Venusaur takes another one for the credit. Oscar finally joining the fight on this bottom side. It's allowed Gatlu to score a ton of points in that top goal zone, but at least Vamos has a fighting chance around this edge of steel, but with Toon Slim's level 14 Solar Beam, I suppose not. Another objective goes in Nouns Esports' favor. His goal zone's left at only 4, but Vamos does have a great defensive setup with that Gardevoir and Espeon and Trevenant. It's just too tough to push in. The Nouns Esports takes what they can get and moves around the map.
This Nouns lead is just so gigantic as far as levels. It looks like they might have the opportunity to once again take an extremely late Regieleki as well. This is just exactly almost a repeat of last game. I mean, the score lead is huge, the level lead is huge, the almost exact same timing for the Regieleki, 2 seconds earlier or so.
Right.
But regardless, the timing is very amazing. There are a lot of points going in the bottom goal zone, so we're going to at least get to 100, just past 100 for Vamos. Still, though, they're down by almost 150 points. And it feels like, they did let the Regieleki in, but they're going to really have to take down this Rayquaza to stand a chance.
Yeah, I actually like letting the Regieleki in here, especially when you have the Zarita. It's a great bait. If you find a target moving towards it, it's an immediate Unite move. You could probably win any 1v1 that's presented to you if you do have a 1v1 situation there. Great coverage by Bruv and Toon to protect that Rayquaza pit from any entry of Vamos, who is now playing from so far away. Yame, the closest target, and they're sitting on their goal zone. Oscar goes down. I just mentioned the 1v1 ability, but Sorayu, the one to come away with that win, and they didn't even have to use the Unite move either.
Yeah, we actually did see the Sylveon go up there, try to score, didn't actually work out. Then Sorayu went up to kind of support Gatlu, which did work out extremely well. We are finally seeing the rebuild on the Unite from the Gardevoir, which it didn't have for a little bit of time, so I'm sure that this is now where they want to fight. They don't have the Espeon Unite, though. That's going to be a huge issue. I mean, Sexlair is so incredibly strong, and this is just an even 5v5, but we've got 2 level 15s on the side of Nouns, and their poke seems to be strong.
Oh, sick eject by Bruv to stun 3 members with that Rubble Rouser. They're chasing out Krinsky from that maneuver. Rock's moving. They've now isolated effectively 4 targets in a row. Sorayu jumps on the Gardevoir and takes that hit, but they take 2 Unite moves in return. Vamos uses a lot of resources to take out Sorayu, but that's a high priority target. Oscar in the backline, great Unite move, bringing the Desu down extremely low, but that Solar Beam from Toon is such good coverage. A Desu able to escape. Oscar tries to get the chase down. Grassy Glide across the wall. That's 1 KO. Stomp does work out for them, but finally they are felled by Toon Slim's Venu. Still, the point lead in Nouns Esports' favor. An attempt at scoring, but great coverage by Gatlu. You can even see Bruv working their way to the top side to defend their goal zone as well. And eventually, Vamos just cannot get any goals. And with 10 seconds left in this match, it is Nouns Esports solidifying their victory 2-0 over Vamos.
A very solid defense at the end. I think they played around that Rayquaza fight very, very well.
Absolutely.
Where they just made sure that they did not give up the opportunity for any comeback. I mean, even when the last-ditch attempt was for a back cap, they were sure to have vision for every single place that they could have possibly been challenged in. And now I got to ask again, noun of the game.
Okay, did I get a hint? I feel like there's a correct answer.
There's not a correct answer. It just can't be something unrelated like
Pokemon.
Crown. All right, well, not unrelated, so we'll take it. Better than Crown.
Nouns Esports take it 2-0, sending Vamos to the losers bracket. Nouns Esports, I think it's very fair to say, the tournament favorites in this event today, and they are playing like it so far. What an incredible start. But I gotta hear what our 2 casters think, and I believe they're over at the stairs. Jake, Kirk, take it away.
Yeah, what an incredible game. Big time win for Nouns Esports. What we were hoping for out of the best team in the region, and what we were expecting to see the best team look like, obviously. You know, Dupe Snacks, we were kind of going over this a lot. If EU is going to make it as a region, they need a huge powerhouse team. Vamos, a possible upset squad. Nouns, making sure that's not happening, at least to start this broadcast. What a great start for them.
Great start, and exactly what I was hoping for, what we talked about. You know, when I was saying I want them, they've got the road paved in gold. You know, their 2 biggest contenders are in the losers bracket. They just dispatched very convincingly kind of what had the most upset potential in terms of a matchup for them. 2-0 this, 2-0 the next one, 3-0 grands, and just really solidify yourself. And this is why that the noun of game 1 is actually correct. Solidify yourself with that crown, put it on your head. That was a great noun. Zoinks. I'm with you.
Yeah, you know, I do love that there is clearly a correct answer that Wonder Chef wants. Zoinks is not providing it to him for the noun of the game.
There are so many nouns in the English language.
There's a lot.
And Chef wants one.
Yeah, Chef wants a singular noun, and he's looking for Zoinks to hit him with it. We got a proper one right here, a proper win and a proper noun for a proper noun. Nouns Esports. I love this Venusaur pick, and I love the pivot of it, too. So we had the two different varieties of Venusaur depending on what they threw at it. On Vamo's side, I actually do think the Zarina, while it's not a huge meta pick currently, I actually think the Zarina was a great choice here. You know, it has a Unite move that really isolates a couple of carries on the enemy team.
Right.
Isolate the Leafeon, it could isolate that Venusaur. I think that's the whole concept behind getting Zarina out there is if I can get that thing in the air, if we can get it away from a Bliss assistance, if I can somehow take it down before it hits a Giga Drain, and I can eliminate it from the fight, that would be a big win. Obviously, Nouns played an expert Rayquaza fight game 1 and game 2. Just really flawless stuff.
Yeah, the only thing that really gave him a shot was, of course, they got Sorayu down, and then the Sorayu Knight actually hits a Desu instead of Toon on the Venusaur. And I'm not saying that might have been enough, but it certainly was the step in the right direction that they needed to try and make some magic happen. Let's take a look at our bracket right now.
Let's see where we're at. Again, this is going to be a wild day here in EU. Nouns is moving forward to our winners finals, which means Vamos is heading down to our, I believe, losers semifinals. Where's it at down there? It's somewhere down there. Vamos heading down to the bottom bracket. We've got in our losers bracket coming up next, Yala Bingo, Tally Bobo. This is such an important game, a game that you could imagine possibly being in the grand finals, and they have to face each other in the losers bracket next. I can't believe it.
Yeah, everything kicks off for these two teams right after this break.
Yep.
We are not going to break.
Whoa, we're not going to break right now. We've got a little bit of an interview.
In my defense, I was told to throw to something, and I did that, unlike Spraggles, who forgot everything they had to do.
I want to point out that I don't think anyone's happy that Doopsnacks has this marker. I don't know. He's got it. He's not letting it go. He's gesturing a lot with it. He's making a lot of points with it. He's getting a lot of Kevin Spacey bumps with it. So I really think he's got a lot going on.
Kevin Spacey-like. He's not calling me Kevin Spacey for the record. I hope. That's not what you're doing.
No.
Of course. We don't need that out there. That's an awful look for me.
I love that when we were told to fill, this is where we've made it to somehow.
It's year 3. If they didn't think this is the type of stuff that'd be coming down the pike, I mean, they shouldn't be hiring
year
us anymore.
3?
Yes.
It is really?
Yes!
Oh my gosh. We have an interview right now with the winner from that game, Adesu, someone I'm always happy to talk to. Adesu, I mean, what a great start for Nouns. You guys are looking incredible. How do you feel after that first series?
Wow, that was really good, to be fair. Like, I got so carried by Toonslin. I don't know if you watched that, but I was a bit shaky, to be fair. But it felt amazing that the team carried you sometimes, so I'll take it, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, as a support player, I feel like, you know, you're pivoting from a carry role. I often feel like you play a support as a carry. I mean this as a compliment. I feel like you're playing it while trying to... Does that feel right to you?
Sometimes it does. When everything is like going well, right? Who doesn't want to be support, right? But when something's going wrong, I feel a bit impotent, to be fair. But anyway, I think I have a crack team, and I like to support these players because I really trust in them. Otherwise, I wouldn't be support, right?
Well, the team looked the exact opposite. Impotent. Looked incredibly potent in that particular game. In my mind, I want to see Nouns 2-0, 2-0, 3-0 grand finals march all the way to the finish line. Is that what Nouns is expecting for themselves today to make a big statement?
Hopefully. Like, oh my God, if that happens. After all these seasons we have, right? Like, we have like a lot of inconvenience, let's say, a lot of 5th places. This is the first time we reach a winner's final in this season. So 1-2-0, another 3-0, oh, that would be amazing. That's exactly the boost I'm looking for.
I'm curious, does this feel like the final form of Nouns that you needed to get to? The start of the season felt a little shaky, even though it just seemed like you had created the super team in EU. Does this feel like you're more at home? Does this feel like the Nouns that can win Worlds? And please don't say no, that would be odd.
I believe in my team. I think we still have to work on some things, but I think this team has potential to win wars. I really believe in this team at the moment. So,
awesome. Well, I can't wait to hopefully see you at Worlds. You're such an exciting player and an exciting team. You're off to an amazing start. Good luck with the rest of your day. Thank you very much for joining us, Desu. Yeah, what a start for Nouns Esports, man. I mean, they're doing great. This is what we were hoping to see from them.
I mean, the 2-0 that you and I both wanted to see out of them to really make a statement, of course, but now it is truly time to throw to a break. So peace, love, and hugs. We'll be right back. Yala Bingo, Talla Bobo on the horizon.
Yala Bingo.
Talla Bobo.
This is such an incredible match. These two teams meeting somehow in our losers bracket. It would seem impossible, but one of their journey to the World Championships could end right now.
It seems impossible, but in Pokemon Unite, anything is possible. And this is a matchup that has made itself a possibility through the impossible due to possible circumstances.
As you can see, we had an idea of where this is going, and then we said we'll figure it out from there. Let's take a look at these two teams. Yala Bingo right here. Obviously, what a squad. Potato, Lundaroo, Sixies, Marv, Internal. You know, we talked a lot, Dupe Snacks, about how you can pick apart some of these teams, and it feels like for Yala Bingo, if Potato is doing well, Yala Bingo is winning games.
Yeah, both of these teams this year have been exposed by targeted bans that really makes their teams struggle. Potato on Yala Bingo, and Zervis at AO's Cup. We saw them kind of get dismantled by Kabi-chans when you're taking all of their support picks out of the equation. So if these teams have done enough research and are willing to play that ball game, they're giving themselves a decent chance.
Yeah. Tally Bobo here, Zervis, Utah, Megu, Zante, Shelvin. Again, both of these teams with stacked rosters of powerful players. They've been through moments of huge highs, winning, multiple months, doing well at AOS in different moments, right? And then some lows where you can see these teams really falter. It's going to be very interesting to see which Yala Bingo shows up, which Tally Bobo shows up, and if these teams are ready to deal with these targeted bans against them.
Well, let's get right into this absolute barn burner matchup. Over to Chef and Zoinks, right over there.
Thank you so much, you two. Yeah, this is probably the most important match of the tournament when it comes to championship points and everything, at least so far. That's the situation we are in. Yala Bingo versus Tally Bobo. Feels like rivals of the region, always in that top 3 spot competing against each other. And now they're competing against each other to start our tournament.
Yeah, or even in the top 2 spots sometimes, depending on kind of how you consider with what for free's become. It's very confusing with all the roster switches, but without a doubt, I mean, this is big, right? I would say maybe Tally Bobo has a little bit more to lose here, right? Just very slightly.
Yeah, because Yala Bingo currently have the championship points lead, Tally Bobo need this a lot more than Yala Bingo. Actually, winning this game wouldn't even secure them the championship points threshold they need. They would need to get at least top 4. So essentially a win here and a win to follow as well, which is against Famos, a team that is coming into this tournament ranked seed 4, but did have a rough performance against Nouns Esports. So a very interesting route for either of these teams, but we're starting at the beginning. Tally Bobo versus Yala Bingo. This matchup is going to be wild. A lot of really interesting path matchups between these two. We have Potato versus Megu, which is going to be a really interesting one for me to watch. But take a look at these stats, Wonderchef.
Yeah, we can see overall, oh my goodness, 89% Rayquaza captures. We saw a lot of this stat yesterday.
Yeah.
Nobody was even close to 89%. That is actually ridiculous. But aside from that, I mean, the average score, Yala Bingo is just kind of across the board higher, except for the win-loss, which is currently they're exactly even.
Yeah, well, Tally Bobo are going to have to be very aware of those final 2 minutes and the strategies that might emerge for Yala Bingo, because if you're good at something, you got to watch out for it. Sixies with their pocket pick of the Inteleon. They played it a lot near the start of the season. Have played a lot of Espeon as well. It just felt like it's kind of defined this region as a whole. I think the wildest stat for 60s in this lineup is a 92,000 average damage rate. that is absurd. 60's shooting straight on that Inteleon.
That could be like a peak damage rate, but it's average. That means that there's some game where it was like 1-3, you know, and like another one. Yeah, like that is certainly saying like, yeah, you're doing plenty of damage. And we did see Inteleon as a pretty important kind of Pokemon picked yesterday. And across some other regions as well. Of course, if you don't know, there's a bunch of Pokemon Unite going on this entire weekend, and a lot of teams qualifying for Worlds.
Yeah, it feels like Inteleon maybe moving down the attacker totem pole a little bit, especially in EU, but it is Mew, Espeon, and Inteleon finding its way in there sometimes as well. Leafeon, sure, too. Nouns Esports definitely trying to find some creative solutions to the current metagame, but if Inteleon is going to emerge in any game, I feel like it is probably this matchup in our loser side of the bracket. 60s really does like that option.
It's, I mean, it's good for a very good reason. We saw it literally, basically the reason that we got to see some pretty big upsets yesterday. But, I mean, just as far as these teams actually go, we've seen, of course, some of these members of Tally Bobo up against Yala Bingo a lot this season. That was more when they were for free, but there's been a lot of kind of a back and forth story, right? We got to see one team win, another team win, a lot of grand final resets.
All right, well, we have Ender joining us for the draft. Ender, I'm excited to get your insight. Talk to me about what you think we're going to see from this matchup as this draft plays out.
I think we'll expect to see a lot of similar things. Trevin and Leafeon get banned out. My player to watch, though, is Potato. He's got a lot of different Pokemon in his wheelhouse. Dodrio being a targeted ban for him is sure here.
Yeah, already happens, right? That Leafeon Dodrio ban swinging in. First pick of the Mew, which we've seen so much of that from Lunder. Any insights on what Lunder has been able to do this season on that Pokemon?
He's one of the best, if not the best, Mew in EU. Zante also loves that Pokemon, so it's a two for one there. You deny it, and you also get it for yourself there.
Ooh, that's really big.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of, when these two teams have fought, a lot of the kind of fighting for that. Now, Gyarados, a Pokemon that we haven't seen so far yet today. Oh, well, never mind. It's not going to be the pick. I'm surprised it's not been the pick. Do you feel like Gyarados would have fit in here?
Gyarados could definitely be a Pokemon. I think Sylveon, kind of a soft counter to Mew. Also another one of Zante's big picks. So denying 2 Pokemon from him, forcing him onto that Espeon, which has been a little bit less popular. And there's finally the Gyarados for Talla Bobo.
Wow, Yala Bingo hovering this Buzzwole for their final pick, a Pokemon we don't see very much in the metagame these days, but still's got a pretty fantastic power level. I love it into Gyarados. I think it's actually a really nice option. However, that bounce unstoppable keyword can get a little wacky in the final moments. Inder, who do you got for the final pick for Talla Bobo here?
I'm thinking they need some backline access potentially from Utah. Utah's been back on the speedsters. Maybe a Blaziken, that helps as well. A little bit more bulkier, I like it.
Yeah, okay, so Talla Bobo going with the 2 all-rounders, Yala Bingo with the 2 attackers. If you gotta pick one, Inder, who do you think's winning the draft in Game 1 here?
Drafts look pretty similar, pretty even. I like Potato on that Buzzwole. That was his signature pick last year. It's gotten some nerfs now, but he's really good at the Mon. And I'm gonna give slight edge to Yala Bingo, but we're gonna see a great game.
Okay, yeah, I tend to agree. I think Snorlax, Eldegoss, the Buzzwole, it's going to be a very cool trio. Thank you so much, Inder, for joining us for the draft. We'll be talking to you very, very soon. We are going to be jumping into this first game between Yala Bingo and Talla Bobo momentarily. An unbelievably important match. We cannot say that enough. Both these teams need this win to have the best chance at qualifying for Worlds. They're right there, right on that pedestal to making it to Honolulu to represent this region. And now they're only standing in the way of each other.
Yeah, this is gigantic. And in the losers bracket, I mean, that is such a strange thing to end up happening.
I know.
But I mean, again, just look at these comps. There's a lot to talk about in these because this was actually a really interesting draft. I'm glad that we got some insight from Inder.
Yes,
but we didn't even get a chance to talk too much about the Buzzwole, which of course we got a chance to see very rarely picked recently amongst a lot of different regions. But when it does get picked, a lot of the time it does do quite well, and especially it does well against a lot of top paths that are not particularly strong, which we are going to be seeing here, I would assume, potentially from this Gyarados.
Yeah, once it hits that level 5, I don't think anybody can really question its power level. It's in the late game team fight that I think it gets a little suspect compared to other options. However, Blaziken kind of faces that same criticism, right? A Pokemon that doesn't have a traditional Unite move in its sense. You don't have a huge random maneuver that you can pull off that dominates the competition. You do have Overheat, which is a great secure, and then a ton of other team fighting options, but when it comes to Buzzwole, you got a full combo. It's going to be a very interesting matchup in the final moments of the game.
It will, but we are going to have already 3 vs 3 up top. A lot of focus on, oh, well, I was going to say it's Magikarp lane, but there's no Magikarp here at all. So we are going to have done our job. If you're Yala Bingo, you're going to be pretty happy about that. I mean, this combo we've seen a lot, right? The Hyper Voice plus the Buzzwole. Because you start the Hyper Voice, you dunk them like horizontally, and it just makes sure that you get so many hits of it. It's really great at getting those early KOs. And if you've got something like a Magikarp you want to shut down early, it's a good way to do it.
And Hypervoice, of course, has a vertical hitbox too, so while a target is flying even with Smackdown, Hypervoice will still be doing damage to the target while midair. 4 players from Yala Bingo to the top side. Potato has hit level 5, superpower is unlocked. Talla Bobo having a bit more breathing room on the bottom side. Great foul play by Shelvin to try to buy some space for Utah. 14 points stacking in front of a Snorlax is no easy task, but Shelvin manages 20 on the Umbreon.
Yeah, it looks like they just did not care. They're like, okay, you can take your 20. I'm just going to make sure that no stacks are going in, which does make a lot of sense. Sometimes just the little points don't really mean all that much, especially when these towers get kind of, the gold zones get like crashed on, and you got to deal with it.
Exactly. Lunter on a Masquerade thieving route with this Mew, able to take the blue buff. Double stunned by Zervis with that Phantom Force. Makes the escape a little bit more difficult, but Utah cannot chase, especially with that well-placed light screen from the Mew, having no option to get that Pokemon. Sheldon with a big foul play. However, 60's also able to push out of this exchange. Talla Bobo just coming up a little shy in so many of these moments.
That is a ridiculous ridiculous fun fact. Yala Bingo has never let the other team get Rayquaza in the entire event, and yet they are in the losers bracket, which is pretty surprising.
Yeah, that is incredible. Yala Bingo having a fantastic Rayquaza secure rate. I think it was 89%. I don't know if there is a team that can really contend with that, at least one that has made it this far in our event. Smarv, Lunder, Shelvin, Utah, everybody's getting some great cardio as they wait for the second spawns of the burst. Big engage by Megu. Huge bounce, however, Potato gets that full combo. Superpower plus Smackdown, and when you've already used your bounce to engage, you can't use your bounce to escape or defend against those pulls and pushes that Potato's able to pull off. So, a bit of a risk-reward situation that totally rewards Yala Bingo.
Yeah, it's one of those things kind of like fly. Get away! Get out of here! I'm gonna score. Good job
I thought
doing
you were supposed to swat mosquitoes, not have the mosquito swat.
Yeah. This is the mosquito that flips the script and also flips you.
Yeah.
The Regice is getting flipped right now, and it looks like the final hit is going to go to Mew. That Electro Ball, really good option for that secure, and it's going to give Yala Bingo a great opportunity to push down on this Tier 1 goal zone. This is a pretty strong defense. I mean, the wall is going to be able to build a little bit of space, but they're only going to get a few goals in. They could try to break this right here, and they actually will. I'm surprised we saw such a backup from Talla Bobo. They were very healthy. There wasn't a lot of damage. They could have potentially stopped that, but I mean, it wasn't that big of an overnight, so it could be the worst.
Yeah, I suppose so. They want a little bit more experience on that Blaziken, I imagine, who, by the way, got out-secured by the Mew. Overheat Blaziken is just so well regarded for its last hit potential, and for it to not really find that in that first moment, maybe a bit troubling for Talla Bobo to think about. The next objective of the battlefield is here, though. Regieleki on this top side. Now it's getting the full attention of Talla Bobo.
The very full attention. Although, once again, who needs any other secure? This Mew picking up absolutely everything. I mean, there's a reason why that was picked up quite so quickly. When we heard potentially best Mew in EU, that's what Inder said, right?
Exactly. I mean, I think Lunder's earned that title and then some, right? I mean, Zante in their own right is a fantastic Mew player, but I feel like Lunder has just been so well known for this pick in particular for so long. Zervis able to secure the red buff and not have it stolen away by that Solar Beam. That is one of the things that happened to Mew in one of the balance patches a long time ago at this point.
Yeah.
Solar Beam getting nerfed. It's definitely not your best damaging option, but it does have the range. It is potent still. But great secure by Zervis to make sure they keep that red buff on their own side.
Right now, Talla Bobo is just, they're all retreating all the way back to the side, trying to kill everything on the map. There's not, well, okay, there's one single wild Pokemon on the map. No, two of them. I'm sorry, there's that one ball toy, and then the other one's gone. So we have completely cleared this map. It's a sign, I'd say, of two great teams when they're sure that there's just nothing left for them to farm. And there is going to be a Reggie spawning in the basement. They could be starting to fight for that, although we'll see if it's just another Mew secure. Lunder might just be the key to everything.
Yeah, at this point, why even contend, I suppose? Marv going to be in the face of Shelvin, but an unstoppable onto the Umbreon will allow them to not get knocked sky high. Very slow rotation from both these teams. Yala Bingo spending some time to get the central experience available. Talla Bobo, their own path experience thanks to those goal zones being broken. But of a bright side, knowing that the Hooba won't be able to teleport them, but at least you can get that experience. Big engage by Marv, trying to prevent any target. Eject button by the power nap. We also have the Slick Solaire, but no one is getting KO'd from it. Huge Gyarados Unite move from Megu. It's doing a ton of damage with the Snorlax, but that shield they gain from block is so incredible now. They chase Shelvin to try to protect their Mew player, and this is all Yala Bingo. Meanwhile, I see this. Potato puts together a KO streak, a 3 in the back line, and Yala Bingo really finding the momentum now. They had a great start to this matchup, but that felt like one of the most definitive wins we've seen in our set so far.
Yeah, it was funny, too, because that huge fight happened, and Regirock went completely undamaged, basically.
Right.
Everybody just turned and targeted everybody else. We are now 3 for 3, by the way, on the secures. Not that it really matters that time around, right? But we just got to continue up with the math. Now go get that Regieleki Lunder. It's your job now. You just got to get every single one in one game.
You saw that race stat. I have to imagine it's got drip down effects, right, towards the Reggies as well. So I think Yala Bingo has a game plan, and they have been executing it almost flawlessly, at least in this match so far. Regieleki about down to half HP, but it actually does leash, not super far away. 60 with a huge Hyperforce hitting multiple targets, and everybody has to retreat back to that portal. No real crowd control options. The portal's glowing, so you know a target is emerging again. It's Utah, confident in the Blaze kick to give them enough room to work, and it's great. They do KO Potato. Megu and Zante now pushing forward. Unite move from the Gyarados just for good measure. That's a few targets down. Marv going to try to heavy slam and defend their goal zone, but Zante going to score on one side, Zervis on another, and they still can't find these scores. Marv just with an amazing defensive effort.
Yeah, Zante pushing back in there with that Psychic Slayer was huge. Gave him a lot of turnaround experience, but Regilucky once again, can we get another Lunder secure? No, this time it's going to go to Zante. It's going to be all the special attackers, and that's pretty big for them. There's not a lot of points scored, or 0 points scored, I'm sorry. That was a completely perfect defense there. I thought somebody got something in, but this is going to be a good opportunity for them to start evening things up. They're down by about 225 points. They're getting damaged a lot, though, from that backline. They did manage to take down a Potato, but not too much else, as we're just going to actually see a retreat for positioning, saying, okay, well, let's just give up the tier 1. We do not want to be out of position for this final fight.
Utah with a big flank, but they're going to get caught by that heavy slam and eject button forced out of that Pokemon, and Utah now has to run away from that fight and reset. They're too far away from Zervis to catch an easy portal. Zervis playing within that little speed tornado zone with a Phantom Force on the other side for maximum options of mobility and vision. Shelvin playing here on the top side, and both Talla Bobo players on the carries guarding either the top or bottom goal zone, as now they converge towards the Rayquaza pit.
This is a very similar positioning from both teams, just slightly forward more from Yala Bingo. Now they're actually going to back up a little bit. We are going to see Chelvin get caught out just a tiny bit, maybe going to try to make it back for the reset. No, they weren't there in time. We are going to see the reset for Utah, though, in that Hoopa portal. So they're going to be all very healthy, all very happy. And actually, look behind there. We've got the Gyarados jumping in. Probably going to use a Unite suit to try and double up. We are going to see Hoopa Unbound come out. The Umbreon Unite coming out stealing, I don't think almost anything at all. Very unfortunate, but 2 members down from Yala Bingo. Only 3 left. This might end up kind of with a flip. They're going to be at least trading 2 more. So low numbers for both sides. Gyarados the only damage deal up left on Talla Bobo, and then Rayquaza is down to half.
Talla Bobo taking a lot of skirmishes across that battlefield, but just uncontested Lunder Mew on the backside with a KO streak of 460 sweeping in to prevent the Penta. But Yala Bingo playing that team fight exceptionally well. Talla Bobo had some moments. You're right, the Umbreon Unite move did steal away a few of the Snorlax shields, but actually KO'd the Snorlax before they could even use Power Nap. I think maybe the most impactful moment there. Despite that, though, it is the Mew going on an absolute tear. Wonderful. A great fight in that Rayquaza pit.
Almost a 100% success rate on securing objectives. That was so close. I feel like Zante should have just let him have it. You know, that would be a great stat to have. But we can also increase the stat now of how many times Yellow Bingo has taken Rayquaza, and continue with the stat that they have not let any other team take Rayquaza, which is actually incredible.
Yes, get that up to 90%, Yellow Bingo, and what a start for them. I may have predicted Talla Bobo to win this entire event, but Yala Bingo making me sweat in that game number 1, and I can only imagine what it feels like to be in Talla Bobo's shoes, is now they are in their backs against the wall kind of situation. If they lose this next game, they are out of the tournament.
They are out of the tournament, and then once they're out of the tournament, I mean, there's certainly ways that they could, I would say even like the probability is that they do end up still qualifying, but it's not guaranteed and it's not in their hands, which is the scariest thing in the world to say.
Exactly.
Literally, the rest of our season is out of our hands. All we can do is watch. They're not there yet. No, not quite.
Exactly.
They still have a chance. I mean, that was just game 1, and like I've said before, between a lot of these players versus players that we're seeing on these teams, we've seen a lot of back and forth, a lot of resets, a lot of final games in sets. So it's just going to come down to again how well these teams know each other, which is pretty well.
Like you just mentioned, the control of their destiny is within their own hands, but that is starting to feel like it's slipping away. Yala Bingo with just a dominant win. It felt like it took Megu so long to get to that power level of the Gyarados, and Potato did not really miss a step on this Buzzwole. Of course, I think the real story of that matchup was Lunder's Mew, but still, the early game kind of felt like it was defined by Potato's amazing aggressive play.
Potato being able to, I mean, we've seen it now multiple times over the course of the weekend, use that Buzzwole to really shut down other Pokemon. More than just how strong it is late in the game, the fact that you can stop the opponent from getting their maximum levels late in the game by being strong early game is just such a strong boon. And I mean, that was the player to watch, right? From Inder was Potato, so always great to see. But yeah, especially in the final fight, exactly like you said, I think it was Lunder was just magical, just doing so much damage. There were a lot of situations there where it looked like Talla Bobo might have started to win this fight, but they just slowly took more and more and more and more damage, and they just slowly melted.
Yeah, you take a look at this final fight, right? There's great moments. We have Gyarados having some good engages, Blaziken doing well, but the fights are so scattered, and eventually I think Rayquaza became a main force of attention for Talla Bobo, but Yala Bingo just preys on that fact. They just play outside of the Rayquaza pit, and free farm damage towards the center of every single attack they have is going to be hitting, because Talla Bobo is concentrated in one area, and the Mew is just uncontested this whole time on the bottom side. It will be our Player of the Game award going to Potato Uwu, though, on this Buzzwole. A score of 225, 42,000 damage, having those attack weight stacks in record time.
And we could see in that final fight as well a really important factor. It was like a duo, right? There was a lot of just these like slams and dunks coming out from Buzzwole, and then Mew damage coming in from literally off screen. You're like, where is the damage even coming from? While you're focusing on the giant mosquito trying to attack you. So it was just a really nice combination. They were the final ones kind of up in that fight, and for very good reason.
Yeah, they looked fantastic. They also, playing kind of an unselfish approach to that final fight, was hanging out and defending that Tier 2 goal zone for what felt like an eternity, only joining the team fight when they truly felt it was necessary to abandon that goal zone. When the points are so close in contention into that final fight, because of that Hundo Burger right at the 2-minute mark that Megu was able to score, you gotta be careful about losing the game on a back cap. They won the team fight, and they got the Rayquaza, so really everything going their favor in the end, but still, good coverage, good macro decisions by Yala Bingo.
Yeah, I will say, allowing the Regieleki to go in for the big Hundo Burger, including an overdunk, was pretty risky, but it was a very smart choice. Exactly like you said, they were getting ready to make sure that they were not in a position where they were also going to immediately lose Rayquaza. They were able to kind of take that fight the way that they wanted to take that fight, which was, use that positioning, take their time, wait until they had to go in, make sure that there was no more other back caps coming in, and it was exactly what they needed.
Yeah, they got to play an amazing Marv Snorlax game too, which we'll talk more about. But first up, Wonder Chef, it's you versus me in a brand new debate prompt. We asked everybody out there on X to send in some very fun argumentative debates that we wanted to bring up. So we have the next one, I believe. We'll bring that up on screen. What's better, flipping Rayquaza at 2 minutes or side scoring at 2 minutes? Interesting. Back cap or the flip? Which side do you want to debate?
I want to know why we're letting Pump ask a question after he was already on broadcast. That doesn't seem like it's quite fair. I don't even think we need to bring Pump back in to answer this himself. But flip at 2 or side scoring at 2?
Or back cap, yeah.
I would say from the overall experience that I've had with my solo queue teammates, it's farming in DDs at 2 minutes.
Okay, got you. So, all right, well then I will choose this side of the back cap. Which is kind of what farming the DDs are, so maybe I'll switch over to the flip the Ray.
No, they're not scoring. They're just farming for experience and then leaving.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you should get the Rayquaza. It's very powerful. It gives you a shield and it accelerates your scoring. It's also uncontested amounts of points that can enter into the goal zones. And if you're like Yala Bingo, you actually use it to win incredible games. Thank goodness draft is ready. Here we go. Game 2. Talla Bobo, Yala Bingo. This time Talla Bobo choosing to be in that first pick position after losing game 1 to Yala Bingo. Very curious where we are going to go in with the bans. Last time it was Talla Bobo banning away the Dodrio and the Leafeon. Very potato-focused bans, but well, we're going to see very similar ones here. Umbreon, Dodrio, Leafeon, final selection for Yala Bingo, hovering the Mew, and they lock it in. They know that Talla Bobo would love to get that pick into Zonte's hands.
Yeah, that's definitely like, okay, well, we use something well, and then we're now banning it is a very intentional choice, saying, yeah, like, we know exactly what you want, and that you can use this as well as we can. Trevenant first pick, I think it's always going to be good for this entire current meta.
Especially when you're banning Umbreon, right?
Yes.
A very defender-focused draft. I like that a lot.
defender on the other side as well. Going to be picking off the Blastoise very, very quickly, which makes a lot of sense. And then, honestly, sometimes the Sylveon, depending on how you build it, kind of feels like a defender sometimes.
It does, yeah. A very tanky Pokemon. No Potion Sylveon this time around, but maybe we'll see some item changes a little bit later in this draft phase. Bobo picked up the Hoopa yet again for Zervis. Felt like that was a really good option for them in that last game. However, the early goal zone breaks by Yala Bingo really kind of took the rug out from underneath Zervis in that last one. Yala Bingo get the Crustle and the Eldegoss. Internal loves that LD.
And this is going to be interesting. We may be seeing a top path Trevenant switch. It looks like that's, well, again, one of the biggest strengths of Trevenant is that you can be like, oh, just kidding, we're going to take this. Or we could see, honestly, any number of things from this comp now.
Flail-Lax top?
Flail-Lax top, let's do it. Or we could have Hoopa top. We'll play Trick Hoopa carry, which the LG full support team was not allowed.
Yeah, clever drafting decisions by their opponents, of course. All right, final selection will be Sixies on the Venusaur, building a composition extremely similar, if not almost identical to what Nouns Esports was doing in the first set of the day. Extremely tanky, focused on a lot of HP gain and bulk. Potato on that Blastoise, though, is going to be dealing both the damage and having the high defense of Blastoise really does get the best of both worlds. And with the player swap on Talla Bobo, we do in fact see the item build of Megu, indicating a top path Trevenant.
I think that's going to be really important because, quite honestly, I feel like the damage from Talla Bobo is pretty low considering how tanky the side of Yala Bingo is. It's going to be very hard, I think, for them to burn down a lot of these Pokemon, but the Trevenant, we do know, can do quite a bit of damage within itself, so not to say that, you know, it won't be like the Espeon doing the most damage, but it's very hard to do that alone, especially when you have something like Snorlax. Unless it's Flail-Lax, it's not going to be doing a whole lot of damage.
Even then. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage.
Not that much
but at least we have Talla Bobo getting creative with their item builds and running two different cursed items. We have the cursed Bangle on the Trevenant, and there was a cursed Incense equipped to one of the players. We'll have to see who has it in game. It's honestly, I'm forgetting at this point in time. But having two anti-heal options, especially into a Venusaur, one of my favorite decisions that a team can make. Talla Bobo, with their backs against the wall, their destiny being controlled by them is what is at risk right now. Yala Bingo wanting to solidify their position as a representative for PU with a win here and a continuation in this tournament. Shelvin joining Utah in the initial pathing into the Central.
Making sure there's a little bit of safety there, which does make a lot of sense. There's a lot of potential for shutdown. And, I mean, Yala Bingo did a good job of trying to shut down last game. I mean, not even trying, kind of doing, although not in this exact way.
All right, Zervis not able to take away the Escavalier. Sixies with a great secure, even on the Eevee. Sylveon having one of the worst Eevee secure options in terms of their Swift. Megu going to retreat with that branch poke, but they do lose their passive and potentially their focus band as well. A lot of early damage from Internal and Potato, making it difficult to try to steal the enemy wild Pokemon.
We do off the bat see that this is going to be Hyper Voice, and I feel like that's a really strong choice against this comp. I mean, we talked about how tanky and bulky Yala Bingo's comp is. It is also as well on the side of Talla Bobo. They're going to have a lot of really good potential with those resets from the Hoopa as well. So being able to do a lot of damage to a lot of these kind of melee range Pokemon, they're going to have to chase you. Hyper Voice is going to be great for that.
I imagine we're going to be seeing a Solar Beam Venusaur as well, at least with the item build that we saw. So having a special defense shred with Blastoise and Venusaur is just going to pay dividends when you have these big moments where you combine abilities, making sure that the damage numbers are as large as they can possibly be. Potato getting that KO. But the least picked, who do you think is the least picked Pokemon in Europe, Wonder Chef?
Tyranitar.
All right, that's a pretty good guess.
Sorry.
Nope, I mean, it hurts, but I think it's true. I'm going to throw my pick out to Gengar.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not Gengar. If there's anything, we're going to see more Gengar in EU than we would in NA. That's my bet, although I'm not sure we can get the full stats on that.
Yeah, not sure what that's based on, but here we go. Sixty's going to take out Swablu.
My heart.
And, yeah,
my beliefs.
Pretty confident in your heart. All right, Swablu Altaria now in the middle of the map with an immediate deletion of the Sylveon. Zervis with a great KO, having the Blaziken fully evolved, plus the Espeon. It's just so much burst damage that it doesn't matter how tanky Yala Bingo is. They can't even contend with that. But wow, Duraludon and Greedent both have one pick so far this year. That is wild with players like Gatlu in this region.
Yeah, Greedent's a surprise there. Duraludon actually not surprising at all.
Yeah.
Kind of feel like I made the wrong choice there completely, but
We both did.
Yeah, we did, and we'll just have to hold that. But right now, of course, there's a very important game going on. As much as we love these stats, the levels are staying a lot more even this time around. There was certainly a little bit more of a run over last time, but we are going to have to really kind of see how these first fights go. There's still a little bit of a rotation. I would say the split from Talla Bobo is a little bit interesting. There's a little bit of a farm going on from Espeon to top to bottom. Of course, they have the Hoopa, so it's not a guarantee where they will end up being. And it does look like more priority will be going down to this Reggie Ice, but this thing's going to burn down very quickly. And the range advantage here is certainly going to Yala Bingo.
First Reggie of the game is so important when you got big team fight Unite moves like the Venusaur, potentially even the Blastoise, right? You want to get to that level advantage and have that big momentum push where the enemy team can't respond in kind with their own. You're nice. Zante and Utah just hitting another level. It feels like we're looking at a brand new Talla Bobo. Maybe the scoreline not reflecting it yet, but it feels like every single KO is sliding their way. Big comeback moment for this team. This goal zone left at 7. An attempt at breaking, but an incredible rock tomb by Marv, getting up in the face of multiple targets, preventing any chance at a back cap, and that Espeon will go down.
I will say that fight was, I kind of want to say maybe a little uncoordinated from Yala Bingo. They were very split up, and like certain members were being chased by multiple members, while others were chasing members of the other side. I just felt like they didn't have a focus as to who they were targeting. They will, in the end, though, get the Reggie Ice, which feels like a big surprise to me after that pretty solid win. I would say a dominant win in that team fight from Talla Bobo. They just left.
Yeah, I mean, they get trapped by Marv, they lose one, the Espeon goes down, they just don't have the firepower to really contend, and they gotta pay way more respect to that Venusaur on the other side. Regieleki, though, is a chance for Talla Bobo to turn things around in terms of the objective race. Regieleki will heal a little bit of his HP as it returns to its spawn point, and now it's Potato fighting on the top side. 60s does Fairy Frolic and land on the Trevenant, but it's not enough damage to get the KO, and Potato isolates any target from entering in towards that Regieleki. It might seem on paper that hitting one target's a bit suboptimal, but when you knock everybody up, that's great. Huge Rock Tomb tees up a fantastic Venusaur Unite move, and Yala Bingo just take the momentum right back.
I love that. It looked like a complete whiff, which is really funny, but I really did love that kind of spacing Hydro Typhoon. More so than anything, just to protect the space from anybody trying to steal that Regieleki, which was a really big Regieleki, right? They already took the first objective on bottom. They were behind by a little bit. Getting that Regieleki, being able to tie up the score with it, as well as take down that Tier 1 gold zone, means that Yala Bingo, in their own way, is pretty much taken, I would say, taken the lead very slightly this game. It's extremely even, but they were behind. So where they're at now, they've got to be very happy about it.
Yeah, it's a big shift. Talla Bobo defined the early game, and now that we've head into the middle of the matchup, Yala Bingo are taking objectives, they're winning team fights, and they are ahead on score. I mean, honestly, 9 points kind of not important between these two teams, but still, it's nice to know you're in a winning position. Utah does have eyes on 60s, considering a jump onto that Pokemon in particular, but instead going to join the dynamic duo of Megu and Utah, countered by a big Surf from Potato. Interesting to see so many Surf choices here in EU. They really prioritize that big crowd control push.
Yeah, I find that pretty interesting as well. I mean, we did see a decent amount of that in NA as well. I feel like we haven't seen very many spin choices at all, just in general, regardless of where they are in the actual pathing. But it's been working well. Blastoise, again, one of those Pokemon that can kind of do anything it wants, and it will be very successful. Regirock already starting to get burned down as Utah is going to move in. The big Unite coming out, but that's 3 members of Talla Bobo all getting crowd controlled, all underneath that portal, which means that anybody else coming out is going to get hit as well. That's going to be immediately at least Blaziken going down. We're going to have to retreat. Zervis still at full HP, but going to have to at least play defense as long as possible on this goal zone.
Yeah, some interesting priority from Yala Bingo there to have 60's back cap 40 points. They do get that success, but it will be Talla Bobo walking away with their Reggie. Internal goes sky high to try to restore some members' HP, as Potato is just doing their best to protect their backline. Hydro Typhoon does hit 3 this time, making sure that their numbers are a little bit higher there, but in the end, they will get KO'd. Going the credit to Megu's Trevenant, as that curse has done so well for them. I also was surprised they weren't the ones to get credit for that basement Reggie as they charged in with that curse damage, but Zante from range with this Espeon has done very well for them.
The curse on the Trevenant, like I said, that's going to be such a huge, I think, factor for these team fights are going to go. They really need that damage, and they really need that damage against a lot of these frontliners that are going to be somewhat sticking together. So, I mean, it's a great way to do it. There's a reason why Trevenant is kind of #1 pick right now. This is going uncontested. It seems like most things have, most of these objectives have been pretty contested, but that one, they're not really caring, which is a pretty big deal because they already have the tier 1 goal zone down. It's going to build a little bit more space as we're heading into the final stretch.
They got 15 seconds to knock out this Regieleki. Sometimes we see teams just let it land, but I think if you have the time, you may as well try to rip this objective off the map. Blaziken going to do a great job of removing it. Megu taking that deal in stride. Yala Bingo with the point lead and a little bit of a positional advantage. Marv and Chelvin just kind of staring at each other from across the way. The classic defender look that we see from a lot of these teams in these final fights.
Yeah, it's the you just gotta psych out the opponent. You know, it's the mental battle before the actual battle. Calm before the storm. Getting one more little blue buff. That's going to be very, very important, of course, heading into the potential take on Ray, which Yala Bingo, as we've seen, is quite good at. It's a priority for them, let's just say. Although maybe they'll finally get their first. Rayquaza lost this game. Right now, they're going to be defending a little bit more than actually trying to take Ray. And the big thing here is not that they've won every Ray, it's that they haven't lost any Rays.
Exactly. Yeah, the game can conclude without the Rayquaza being knocked out. The potential is there. Megu hunting around that top side. They currently do not have eyes on Potato, which is a very dangerous Pokemon to be flanking. That's so it's going to be a problem. Chelvin with a big engage. They do yawn onto the Sylveon, but 60 has enough room to try to unite and move back out. The Eldegoss is the first one to go down before they get caught in Cloud Crash. That is so important. Chelvin's going to try to escape. There are 2 members down for the side of Tally Bobo. That is the Trevenant and the Blaziken. Super important members. Triple stun by Service. Great coverage by Chelvin. The double yawn, and they're going to try to escape back towards the goal zone. Chelvin and Service cheating the knockout there as they were able to escape.
What? Did you see in the little picture-in-picture that beam missed by, I don't even know how tiny that was, a millimeter. I mean, it must have missed. It looked like it hit to me, but that was as close as it gets. And so that back cap ended up going in from the Espeon, and now Yala Bingo behind. They're the ones who are going to have to burn down this Rayquaza with 15 seconds left. They do have some points in pocket, but this is going to come down to a flip. Yala Bingo, if they can take this in time, will do well, but it looks like it might not even be there. They do have Crustle down on the bottom path, but they're not going to be the ones to take it. They will get the points in. I don't know if that's enough.
That's 44 points. I believe the Espeon scored a lot more than that, but it was a lead for Yala Bingo. So let's take a look at that final scoreline between these two teams. Is Tally Bobo going home early? No, they are not. They just barely hold on to that lead. Zante dodging the solar beam of doom to be able to hold on to this match and tie it up 1-1.
Okay, I need to see that beam at 10% speed. 1% speed would be a nightmare. That was unbelievable how that missed. It looked like there was like a score shield on or something. That's how much it looked like. It looked completely like it was a hit to me. But that was the millimeter that changed the match. And honestly, regardless, good job from Yala Bingo to try to bring that back. In fact, they're within like 5 points of winning, or 7 points, whatever that is.
Exactly. Yeah, Marv almost making it happen. It was unbelievable. I mean, yes, the solar beam missing the score stop is obviously monumental, and the reason this game is resulting like it is. But let's make sure we give credit to Chelvin and Service for that phenomenal goal zone defense when they were both at almost 0 HP. The perfect yawn from Chelvin into 2 targets, and the patience for those 2 players to not hit the A button while they ran back to the goal zone. I mean, that's some good energy. And Tally Bobo counting their lucky stars as now this series is tied up 1-1. And now that we are back to an even footing between these teams, there'll be one more game, 10 minutes at Unite to decide which team is moving on in our bracket.
Ooh, and what a way for that one to go. I mean, that's a big momentum changer. I feel like in a lot of sets, you'll see like, okay, it really looks like one team's doing well, and then it's continuing to look like they're doing well, and then one little thing will happen. And sometimes you'll be like, I think the team that's losing maybe just won the entire set. And that could be one of those moments. We can look back at the highlights. I'm not sure we're going to get the 10% speed. That's a hard ask, but it was a sneaky little thing. And honestly, this match was going a lot more even just in general. Obviously, than the first game. There's a reason why it did end up as close as it was. And so already Tally Bobo, I mean, doing a great job of finding their way back in.
Yeah, I feel like the first few minutes, Tally Bobo was looking awesome, and then kind of the rest of the match was just all Yala Bingo. A few moments, though, from Tally Bobo were able to make things even. Great support Unite by Internal to really keep that team fight ongoing. This is where Potato is able to keep this fight up with that Unite move, but they do got to escape. Can't take that fight against Trevenant. You got to try to find another escape route, but still going down.
Yeah, and Trevenant's damage did end up being quite important. But boy, this match, every single thing that happened in the final minute of it was so incredibly important. I mean, this team fight was huge. There's just a lot of AoE damage these teams had, and especially with the fact that they were both so bulky, it took a long time for a lot of these KOs to come out. And yeah, you can see right there. I mean, this was huge that they were both able to stay up right there. There we can see the beam. Looking in the top right, it's tiny. I cannot believe that did not connect.
Yeah, that is wild. They're both going to make it through the portal. We have Zervis auto attack into one. 60's actually just backs off there, by the way, too. I wonder if 60's holds that scoring button instead of manually leaving that little engagement if this is a different match. Huge Trevenant Unite there, by the way. Fantastic play from Megu all game long. I really like this Cursed Trevenant in the top path. Feels like one of the most powerful options that we have in the metagame right now. But here we go. Player of the game going to be Zante on that Espeon. The hero score that reset this game to 1-1.
When your like hero back cap is from an Espeon, you know something weird things happened within that game, but it was a great call and the timing was apparently exactly perfect. So great job. And of course, the special attackers, I feel like in both these teams also really define the pacing of the match. Obviously, we saw Lunder doing a really a perfect job, let's just say, of controlling, especially the last team fight in the first game, and then Zante being able to, even though being kind of targeted by a lot of the bans, being a very key member of this game was a really big deal. So I wonder who exactly is going to get targeted ban in game number 3.
Yeah, this attacker duel has been really fun, right, between Zante and Lunder in these game-to-game, but you're right, there could be some draft direction towards either one of those picks. We've seen Dodrio and Umbreon kind of catch bans in this game so far. It'll be really interesting to see if we see something like Mew or Espeon fall into that slot. There is, of course, the potential for something like that.
I mean, well, the Mew has oh, look at this. This is really good. This is as close as it should be, right? We can see the poll results down there. Yala Bingo ahead by 3% altogether. Well, I guess technically it's 6%, but the spread difference is 3%. So that's pretty much the closest I think chat has been as far as their decision over the course of the weekend. We've had a lot of wrong choices from chat. I'm just going to point that out there. I'm not calling you all out, but you've voted a lot of teams that have gone 0-2 like 80% so far this weekend.
Well, this time we are chat divided, unfortunately, but I think how could you have a clear favorite in a matchup like this? They have been competing all year long and just in lockstep with each other. Of course, Nouns Esports kind of the holy trinity of EU right now, at least in terms of championship points and results throughout these tournaments. And now this is the one tournament that is truly going to define who the best team is within this region. And we're starting off with two of the strongest squads already. Like we mentioned before, one more game separates these two teams from making it all the way, or not all the way in the bracket, but to the next game in this bracket. But with the situation they're in championship points, it feels like it's the most important.
Yeah, this could be the end of a run or the start of a qualification with Travel Award to Worlds. It's one of those things. And now we can start to see the bans with Blastoise coming out very early.
Yeah, Blastoise ban going to be immediate. When Megu first picked up this top path position, that was by far their most popular option. They liked to lean on. It'll be the Mew ban as well. I'm curious if we see something like a Trevenant ban here. Yeah,
that was good.
Yeah, so I mean, we're isolating the top path, right? With Yala Bingo, we're going to take out Blastoise and Trevenant. Potato plays a lot of very, I would say, off the beaten path kind of picks on the top. So we're going to really try to shut down what Megu likes to play. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Blaziken extremely early in this draft, but with things like Leafeon, yeah, still available, we're going to grab that Pokemon.
Right, which we've also seen today can be played up in the top path. Are we going to see the Gengar and let my stat be true that you picks it more? No, definitely not. And I'm glad that they're not first picking Gengar. Let me be clear on that. Zante very quickly getting the Sylveon. And Hoopa as a very first pick. There are a lot of power picks still left in play. We got to see two of them highlighted right there. But like you mentioned, getting something very particularly strong for the top path could be important. I'm actually surprised that we ended up going to the Eldegoss quite so quickly. I feel like picking up something like the Gyarados or the Blaziken right now, or even maybe a Buzzwole if you want to. I mean, obviously we've seen that work before. Could be a really good call, but they're going to hold on a little bit before they show their hand.
Yeah, all of those options have more clear on-paper counters, right? Blaziken and Gyarados in particular have like meta threats that are really difficult for them to play into. So I do understand picking the Eldegoss just to play it a bit more safe and know the landscape that you're going to be going into a little earlier before picking that final selection. It's Gyarados and Crustle. Currently, Potato hovering an interesting myriad of Pokemon. Mimikyu, Metagross, now we're throwing Zarina in the mix. Really a mixed bag when it comes to Potato, with a final selection is going to be Metagross. A debut for that, no, maybe not. Actually, I think we saw it in NA last night. But we're going to see the Metagross for the first time today in the EU broadcast.
Although I do have to point this out before we get this last pick, I love the pick from Lunder. The Delphox has been so strong recently in a lot of regions, and there's a lot of great targets here. I mean, the Sylveon's going to have a lot of self-sustain. There's going to be a lot of frontliners, and by a lot of frontliners, I mean basically everybody else on the team, and it's just going to be able to help a lot with a lot of that self-sustain and controlling a lot of the space, as the Mimikyu is a final pick.
Yeah, it's a really interesting, be a central area Mimikyu from Utah. And with the way EU plays the early game of the central, I mean, we kind of 3 central area Pokemon most of the time. A lot of split clears there, but it'll be interesting to see where U2 goes with their initial pathing. I think one of the coolest things about Potato's selection of the Metagross is just that the farthest range that Talla Bobo has is a Hyper Voice Sylveon, potentially, right? Every other option wants to brawl, and that's exactly where Metagross wants their foes, is right in front of them. The more targets you hit with that Gyro Ball, the bigger the shield you can create. Of course, your Unite move extremely powerful. We often see the Metagross paired with something a little more recovery heavy, like the Blissey, but the Eldegoss does have decent options there. We might see the double down into healing from internal with the Pollen Puff and the Cotton Guard, where sometimes we see the Spore. However, Mimikyu and Gyarados are great threats to try to Cotton Spore as well when the targets come and you want to knock them up. So, an interesting decision for internal's Eldegoss upcoming in this game number 3.
Yeah, you're going to have to deal with, essentially, I mean, dive, right? This is a lot of melee Pokemon.
Yeah.
You're going to have to defend that back line. And Delphox, if you can control it, is going to be doing a lot of work. A lot of work, who can also help control a lot of that dive, potentially, depending on if we see the Fire Spin or not. So, again, I really like that pick. I feel like Gardevoir could have been really cool in this situation, too. But I've just recently been a huge fan of Delphox. And I got to ask again, I wonder if we're going to see Flame Charge to kind of counter that Rock Tomb.
Ooh, yeah. Lunder, definitely a artist on this Pokemon. They can play really any of the move selections. I mean, just such an amazing special attacker player. But with their signature Mew being banned away, we get to see some new looks from this player currently on this Delphox, which, yeah, you said already, is one of your favorites. They are going to hit that level 4. Unfortunately, not the best power spike from this Pokemon, even when they get their mid-stage evolution. It takes a little bit before Delphox becomes a conceivable threat.
Well, to be clear, it's one of my favorites to watch good players play. Not one of my favorites. I'm terrible with that Pokemon. But realistically, I think this is what we're going to have to watch, right? The Metagross and seeing how it does. Now, the Metagross can take a little bit more time, I would say, to pop off than some others. But if you can successfully shut down, I think, the early game, a little bit of Talla Bobo by not giving them a whole lot for the Gyarados to pop off on, you can build yourself a lot of time for this game. Time for your breaks to become Delphox, time for eventually become a Metagross, which is a little bit further off. But you have potentially time. And I like the fact that we are seeing Yala Bingo as well not get overly aggressive, not give the opponents the chance to kind of pop off before then.
Yeah, a very patient game from both sides, right? We're not allowing any easy KOs either direction. Potato would love that to really knock down Megu and make sure that Gyarados takes a lot longer to hit. But with the way we are tracking on this Gyarados, Megu most likely will be evolving with this last hit onto the wild Pokemon. We'll be getting it well before that 8-minute mark.
That was extremely fast. Honestly, for not a lot of KOs, that was a really well-managed, uncontested Gyarados. So now there's going to be a scary situation. We did manage to basically wait until we hit everybody's level 5, which is pretty interesting. That was a very even set of leveling, even compared to normal games. So we're not going to be really knocking anybody's kind of at least mid-range power spike. We get to see the Leafeon actually surprisingly not get a lot of early KOs. In fact, it's going to be the one that get KO'd very early.
Nice shot by Utah. Max range Shadow Sneak, the increased range when it's aiming through walls is so fantastic. And you see top level players really showcasing what this Pokemon can do. And they get that early KO, but now they might be getting punished for it. Potato dealing out a ton of damage. No glowing circle on the ground, so you know those Pokemon are not going to be returning.
Ooh, and it looks like Anlaha Esports is now gone. One of the big question marks, but looks like we're not going to be able, unfortunately, to see them on broadcast. We'll talk about that more later, as this match right now is in its final match, and like we said, one of the most important ones. Once again, Leafeon just getting hunted down. I mean, they do not want to let that Pokemon do what it does, which makes a lot of sense. That Pokemon gets banned most of the time.
Yeah, Dragon Breath deals just an enormous amount of damage, even just from using the move, despite the auto attack kind of boosted speed you get from it. U-Town not able to get that score because of great coverage by 60. Solar Blade is just relentlessly chasing down this poor U-Town. Is now they're going to retreat through the portal, and they have a bit more room to breathe.
And one thing that I will say is if that Gyarados was stacking, I didn't actually get a chance to see exactly what its build was, but it didn't have a great chance to get too many stacks so far. Right now, the Registeel being challenged very much by Talla Bobo. The range a lot higher on Yala Bingo's side. They do barely get that Unite, though, from the breaks and to help control that space. We're going to see Sylveon pop back in, and it's going to be the Leaf Blade. Finally, the one doing the KOs is going to be Leafeon, rather than just being kind of on the receiving end of all that damage. Great way to control that space, though. That Fanciful Fireworks going to be one of the best options at that in the game.
Oh my word, yeah, it's so strong at doing that. It's a huge, like, get out of here kind of area, but it also that anti-heal effect that it has. Very unique in the game, only held items really having that option. Ooh, love that counter to the Emerald two-step from U-Town. Uses the Play With Me Unite move. Potato waiting right on top of that goal zone is going to try to Metagross Unite the Mimikyu, and it's good enough for the KO. No walls, no problem. Potato gonna take out that target.
Yeah, doing a pretty good job of this Metagross so far. Like I said, this is really the Pokemon that we got to see exactly how well it does. I feel like we haven't seen too many pop-off games with Metagross competitively. Yeah. It's not like it's not won some, but we haven't seen it be like, oh yeah, that's why they picked it. But I do like it against this comp. We haven't seen too many fully coordinated full team fights yet, though.
Yeah, not quite yet. This could be the start of one, as Megu's currently trying to 2v4, but now Zante swings in from the bottom side. Marv has to Unite move just to mostly make it out of that fight. Will be a resource they don't have for the next major objective team fight, but when you already got Registeel buff working in your favor, I think it's totally fine to just pop that move.
Just getting the blue buff here. There's not a whole lot. This is kind of that awkward moment in the game where it's just like, okay, we'll just farm whatever we can. There is the potential to try and push something down. Both of these, well, every goal zone in the entire game is still up, of course. And the score, very low. There were a few more points in altogether from Talla Bobo. Not sure, again, if this Gyarados is stacking, and it looks like it maybe had the opportunity to get a few more if that was the case. But now that it's got 40 points, that would be pretty tough. And the prioritization is going to have to happen here as to what exactly you want to do. If you're going to try to leave someone up here to get some more levels, it looks like right now they're actually just going to be trying to catch Potato out.
Yeah, Potato actually misses the Pollen Pump, and you have a moment to try to Unite move. Server's going to Unite for the invincibility frames and put a portal down. Great coverage by Shelvin with the X's to make sure that nobody can chase down that Hoops Unbound while it's going back through the portal. Incredible work between these two players. We saw it in game number 2, and now we're seeing it in game number 3. I love the coordination they've built up. Honestly, years of playing together on the same team. I think we're on year 3 of the Shelvin service tree duo.
There are a lot of duos in this is duos on both sides here. But we are going to have this Regieleki getting burned down very, very quickly. And instead, we're going to see Talla Bobo actually trying to push in, maybe try to get a little bit of a flank. Gyarados still at full HP plus shields, kind of alongside that Crustle. Looks like we're going to get the KO on the Delphox, trading for the Mimikyu. And the last hit, I actually did not see what took the Regieleki, but Delphox did.
Yeah, I'm honestly not sure where that happened, but now 60s does get the chase down. Emerald two-step, followed up with the Solar Blade, gets that KO. Megu takes a ton of damage from it as well. And with the Regieleki buff being applied to the goal zone, those are some very, very quick scores. U-Town now has an interesting decision. Do we take out these targets one by one, or do we go all in and towards the back line? U-Town being very comfortable with what they could earn, takes out one. But now a big X-Scissor is going to hold Potato in place. This is going to allow these two members to try to earn this fight. Delphox has joined the defense as well, though. Potato goes down. Perfect X-Scissor from Shelvin that removed them away from the defense of that goal zone.
Potato got melted right there. That was like full HP to no HP in like 2 seconds. And that was a good time to do it, of course, because now that we see the Delphox come back in, that was starting to be a scary situation. But realistically, the story now is that we're going to be rotating down towards the basement Reggie. Want objective taken. Time for number 2. They're going to be competing for a little bit more EXP before that ends up happening. Utah going to be the first one in to try and at least kind of see who's going to respond.
First one to 13 as well, right? Like, this is honestly Utah looking the best they have in this series so far, but very comfortable on this Mimikyu pick in particular. Zante the one to start this fight, potentially trying to bait out a mean look from Marv. That will be on to Chelvin, very comfortable with that negative debuff being applied to them. A Fire Blast in an attempt to steal, but it's Yala Bingo's only chance as all 5 members from Tally Bobo rip the Reg Ice to shreds. One objective and one buff with the HP recovery in their favor headed into the final stretch. They are extremely far behind on points though. Tally Bobo, the ones in the driver's seat, they have to make a decision if they want to try to steal this lead away.
I do like the fact that Yala Bingo decided not to take that last fight. They realized it was a little bit too risky. They also realized that they were in the ones that were in the lead. They're not in the lead by levels. Right now, it's going to be a pretty solid 1-level lead, at least from Tally Bobo. Having multiple level 13s is going to be a pretty big deal. But Yala Bingo saying, you know, the score lead is a gigantic factor going into these final fights. We're the ones who can play defensively. And right now, they're just kind of spread out, trying to stop some back caps and not really threatening the Rayquaza themselves.
I'm honestly surprised that Marv isn't playing closer to their Delphox at any time. Now, finally, it seems like Lunder is walking up beside them, but you got to be so aware of the ever-present Mimikyu threat. Shelvin trapped in the mean look, plus the fire spin. Maker tries to dive on the backline, but that's great coverage by Marv to prevent anybody from moving in towards their more susceptible targets. They will eventually come back through that Hoopa portal as Utah's taken a ton of damage, and they're immediately deleted. Metagross gets that KO. That is a huge problem. Megu does Unite move. It sends a couple of targets into the air, but now they don't have the damage to follow up any longer. 50 seconds remain in this match, and Tally Bobo is still trailing. 1 KO traded out either way. Potato has put up the walls and has kind of started the Coliseum. Zante down, Shelvin returns, but they have no option to get these KOs yet with their lack of damage.
Yeah, they didn't even have the damage when they had everybody up. Okay, this is going to be the first big attempt here. Delphox going down, 30 seconds left on the clock. As they're getting these KOs, they need to find an actual win condition, but we're going to see Yala Bingo actually rotate down to defend this bottom tier 1 goal zone, which is exactly where the side of Tally Bobo is going. They're going to be leaving the Rayquaza alone. They're trying to get the goals in here. 1 Hundo Burger is not going to be enough. They've got to score a lot more. The defense on the goal zone is great. Potato is going to help take down that first member. It's going to be just Zervis left. They've got too many points to be able to sneak in, and even trying to get a back cap down in the bottom goal zone. It looks like maybe it didn't quite go in, but I don't think it's going to matter.
Yala Bingo knocking out Tally Bobo Unleashed from the EU tournament. These two teams with the most worlds implications potentially of the entire bracket, and Yala Bingo take down Tally Bobo in our first round of losers.
Which is the bigger deal. Like we said, Tally Bobo had more to lose in this than Yala Bingo did. They are the ones in the 3rd place on the championship points leaderboard. Of course, we can talk about that match, but this is such a big deal now because Tally Bobo is going to have to sit here and watch. And they've got to hope that Nouns wins this tournament. They've got to hope that Vamos does not do extremely well in this tournament. There's just so many different factors now that are out of their control.
Yeah, it is going to be a very nerve-wracking day for Tally Bobo. However, Yala Bingo gotta have the biggest smiles on their faces after this win to start the day. So an incredible work from them. We gotta hear what the desk has to say. Sprague, Deuce next. Talk to us about that match.
Yeah, I mean, that series was incredible. Yala Bingo taking a huge win, and you're right. Now Tally Bobo has to sit here and wait and pray that things fall in their way. Vamos can't do too well. It depends, like, if a team that we don't know about yet is going to win this whole thing. A team that we don't expect, I should say, is going to win this whole thing. It changes everything. It's a tough place to be in, as you just have to hope everything falls in your way. Yala Bingo feeling pretty great right now.
Yeah, they had, a great set. Even that second game that Yala Bingo did lose was really like on hero plays all over the map from Tally Bobo to kind of eke that one out. But you mentioned it. There is no bigger fan of Yala Bingo or Nouns on the planet than Tally Bobo Unleashed right now. Yeah. Because, again, their future rests in the performance of those two teams' hands. Fortunately for them, Yala Bingo and Nouns are not resting on their laurels, and they want to be crowned regional champion. So they've got two good contenders to fight on their behalf.
I think this is just such a great series. I loved seeing both of these teams playing at such a high level. You know, Talla Bobo, I was worried how they were going to play if they did not get that Eldegoss, and Zervis was absolutely cooking, burning down the kitchen with this Hoopa. You know, on the other side, we just had so many amazing moments from Potato, another player that we've seen sort of get locked down and then the things start to fall apart. Didn't happen here. Potato played amazing with really any option. I loved seeing the Metagross. I think a super slept on Pokemon. Really solid, especially in some of these fights. You know, he's hitting that gyro ball on multiple enemies, and he's just setting up really difficult situations for Talla Bobo to try to break through. This game, you know, they had this score lead. They held it throughout this fight. They just continued to take good engagement after good engagement. Yala moving forward. This is the kind of Yala that can win this entire thing, and we've seen them do it before. When they are hot, they are so hot.
Player of the game, Potato. You mentioned them, Metagross. It's nice to see the Metagross on this screen as well, something that I haven't seen. And it shows that there's growth, right? They're thinking differently about the game. They're trying to throw new looks. They're considering they're going deeper in the well. They're going deeper in the tank. They're trying to figure out a way to win in their region. Yala Bingo is going to be moving on through losers. And remember, the one time that Yala Bingo did win an event, it was from this position, from going through losers bracket.
And I got to say, you know, when you see a player like Potato bring Metagross into a match and win on it, now all of a sudden you can't really target ban this player anymore.
Correct.
You're not going to be able to target ban enough Pokemon. You're not going to be able to steal enough things away from him. And that puts them in even a more powerful position because now all of a sudden they might get some of their first picks. Now that they know you can win on Metagross, they have to look for other options to try to shut down. I do want to take a look at something here, Doob Snacks. I'm going to bring everybody over to our Tellus. You're coming with me? Come on over, buddy. To our Telestrator.
No, we're not going.
We're not going?
We're going, okay.
Oh, we can go.
We did it.
Okay. Well, here we are.
Ignore the fact that I just like ran into the camera like this.
The trick is when we've got the camera moving one direction, if we're not supposed to go there, Doob Snacks will run straight at it. He'll just make sure we can't get there.
It's a great fight or flight approach, I think, in my defense.
I wanted to talk about this game number 2 between Talla Bobo and Yala. This moment was just so legendary right here. So let me just make sure I can write. I couldn't write like, there we go. All right, now I just need to know how to clear that off the screen. Top left.
Bottom left.
Bottom left. We did it! All right, let's start rolling this clip right here. This is Zervis. He is Hoopa right here. He gets this massive stun, and we talked about this. We can pause right there. I mean, these players are paused right there. Sixies and Potato with that insane heavy slam on. Zervis living on almost nothing right here. Let's continue to roll as Zervis has to get away in this moment. He barely does, and now we have this goal zone defense. We have the Hydro Typhoon, and we have two players who are going to look to score in this moment. They reset. They have to run back. Stop right here. Stop. Can we, I want to go super slow. I don't know how slow we can go. I'm so curious to see if Sixies possibly could have scored. Man, it is so close between this heavy slam coming down. Let's take a look at it. Shelvin is going to jump here. Sixies makes this is a huge call that Sixies has to make. He decides that he's not able to make the score happen. He's going to peel back, immediately hyper voice, and try to take down Zervis right here. Again, if Zervis can go down in this moment, it would be massive. We've got the autos coming in, and somehow he is able to juke and pull away. Now, there's still another option for Yala Bingo to win this. They're going to try to rip this Rayquaza. The entire time, right over here, where did I get that? The entire time, right over here, Crustle is looking to score. Crustle does not have enough points to win this game. However, Rayquaza goes down right there. That gives him enough points in his pocket. He can score fast enough to make it happen. He can't, unfortunately. Talla Bobo ties it up. But those last 45 seconds of game number 2 were just so incredible. I had to watch them back. Oh, no, we're not allowed to go back. We're not. Oh, we are. We actually are allowed to go back.
The difference is I had stuff in my ear at the time. But another thing, I know there's so many moments in those final moments to talk about. We didn't get to touch on the pixels that separated the solar beam from the Hundo Burger back cap in the top path. And that was just like And they couldn't have been any later on the solar beam, right? So they couldn't take that extra step to fire it because then they would have been late anyways. But the fact that it was just the smallest margin too, I mean, it was just difference makers all over the map. That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, let's take a look at our bracket right here, Dupes. Next, why don't you break it down for us?
Well, of course, moving forward here, winners finals is going to be Nouns, Esports, Connoisseurs. So the chef's pick, our pick, squaring off in the winners finals. Los Caducados are finding themselves in the losers semis, and we're still waiting between Vamos, and Yala Bingo, which is a big matchup specifically for who? Ironically, Talla Bobo, because they want Yala Bingo to remove the Yamos team from the equation and really put all their eggs in the Bingo or Nouns baskets.
Yeah, it's just such a weird moment where the team that you just went up against, you have to now root that they really start doing well, even better in this next game, right? It's a huge moment. If Vamos is able to take this game off Yala Bingo, it's going to start to get real crazy and real scary of some of these teams here in EU. Obviously, we have a crazy day of games still lined up, and it's anyone's guess who could win this whole thing. We're going to find out very, very soon. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back. In fact, we will be right here. You know what? You will be right here. I don't even consider this a break. Technically, it's a break.
Technically, it is a break.
Welcome back to the regional championships for the European region of Pokemon UNITE Championship Series, Wonder Chef, and we have two incredible teams staged up for our next match.
We do. I mean, honestly, everybody that's left in this tournament, everybody that started the day in the tournament was amazing, but everybody that's left in this tournament now has some really important points effects as far as championship points go for the rest of today. But of course, we can immediately move forward to see Vamos versus Yala Bingo, which is a very direct, just like the last game, effect on who qualifies and who doesn't.
Yeah, I think Doopsnax was mentioning right before we threw to break, Tally Bobo. I think the biggest Yala Bingo fans in the world right now, Vamos being one of the teams that could knock them out of contention for the world slot via championship points if Vamos goes on a run here.
This is basically the only way that this happens now, just because of how the losers bracket is kind of played out. Of course, we've seen these teams before, so we're going to talk about the championship points. The only way now, so originally one of the ways that we saw Vamos qualify was via Yala Bingo winning and then Talla Bobo not going in. So now it has to be Nouns winning, which is looking pretty likely, I'd say. Maybe not, obviously not 100%, but they're looking really good. And now for them basically to go all the way up through to second.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, but of course, these teams can't really concern themselves with all that right now.
Yeah.
They just have to focus on this matchup ahead of them. Yala Bingo, we got to see them in that last match. 11-3 so far in our regional tournament, and you can see their CP standing of second place. They've had an incredible season, honestly. Tournament win and just great performances across the board. It feels like it is just, this whole roster is very involved in just the game-winning plays. It's hard to call out an individual player that can take out and just win you games, because all 5 of them really can. I mean, Internal has saved matches on their support play.
Oh, yes, many times. Then on the other side here, Vamos, they're kind of in the opposite boat as far as what they're, kind of coming off of. Obviously, they just had a little bit of a tough loss to Nouns, who's looking incredibly good. On the other side, Yala Bingo coming off a pretty strong win, but we know they're a very strong team as well. And I gotta say, we're very lucky, both in NA and EU. The teams with the names that were hardest for us as casters have changed. A through L, of course, formerly, now Vamos, much easier to say. And then, of course, I'm also referencing Orange Team becoming Orange Juicers, but that is for a month from now.
That's a good point. Now, we are talking about these two squads, obviously, and one thing that we talked about a lot when we got to see Vamos earlier on broadcast was the targeted Absol ban against that team. Sad Wrecker has been an incredible Absol all season long, so much so that it has basically elicited a perma Absol ban. I'm curious if Yala Bingo is going to follow suit. They don't have to, and especially because Vamos will be in first pick position because of the way the seeding of this tournament will go. They will have the option to be on orange side. That's a pretty risky ban to put on that orange side of the draft.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of target drafts today, or I should say target bans, I'm sorry. Target drafts as well, actually, in that last one, especially with special attackers being stolen from each other. But a lot of targeted bans throughout the entirety of today. And the EU seems like they're very comfortable doing that. But that does mean that we've seen a lot of power picks just going free, which a lot of the other regions are not allowing. And I'll be interested to see whether or not that happens once again.
Well, we don't have to wait too long to see it, because I believe the match is ready. So Spraggles, Doopsnax, please bring us into this next game.
That's right. We got a very exciting one for you here, Doopsnax. Vamos, Yala Bingo, and I guess the big question is, can Vamos move forward in this bracket? Terrifying Tally Bobo at the implications of that. Is Yala Bingo going to do well? They're just coming off a win. Vamos is coming off a loss. Does it matter if you're hot or you're cold? Katy Perry might know, but we don't.
We do not. Well, draft is ready, but we also have Ender to help us break this thing down, walk us through it. So let's bring on Ender as well, and let's start chatting.
Hey, Ender, welcome.
Thank you, guys. I think we're going to see a lot of speedster target bans. Obviously, the Absol being mentioned. I'm curious to see if Vamos will also take out Potato's Dodrio. I just looked this up. Potatoes played 8 games of Dodrio this morning in solo queue before this event. So he's warm on that Pokemon.
A crazy mind game. They don't want to deal with Metagross and Buzzwole, apparently. Moving over to Yala Bingo here for their first pick. We're going to have to see if it's the 3-headed bird with the new correct Hollowware or not. There's so many good picks for Yala here, though.
What is the direction you think Yala Bingo could take? Well, I guess now we'll pivot. Vamos could take, knowing that Marv has locked in the tree first for Yala Bingo.
Leafeon being up is really important Pokemon. We'll see if they deny the Mew. Maybe it's a Sylveon. Special attackers have been like the name of the game in the last set as well. So interesting to see this draft is following suit. Pretty standard so far.
Yeah, we got Mew over here for Yala Bingo, which has just proven to be so incredible in the hands of their squad. Vamos now looking for their next 2 picks, possibly picking up the defender, possibly getting that Blissey here. You know, it's nice when you don't have an Umbreon on the other side, Crustal Shield, Bliss Assistance, all these things are much nicer options.
6Es, of course, pivoting through internal, going to Eldegoss. No surprises there. Let's start focusing in on Oscatar. What can be that last pick for Vamos to really combat what Yala Bingo, as you said, was kind of a more traditional draft that they've put together?
They can go in any direction. They've got a melee Pokemon in the Leaf, their tank support's out, they've got a ranged. They could add in a longer range like Artillery Mage with a Venusaur. Venusaur could flex to either build. We could see them maybe go down a Speedster route. Might be a little bit tough given there's a double defender. I'm expecting we probably see some kind of Mage, and it's going to be the Venusaur.
It's going to be that Venusaur. You know, we've been seeing a little Petal Dance today. We've seen a little Solar Beam. Venusaur does have that ability to kind of flex depending on what your opponents have. They have some strong range on the side of Yala Bingo, but they're also going to be in their face a little bit. Which do you think they're going to play for this one, Ender?
Judging by the items so far, it looks like a Petal Dance game. They might be swapping that around. It is really scary to be Petal Dance into things like Woodhammer and Surf, those abilities to reposition you. It can be really annoying. But he looks like he's got the Assault Vest on, protecting himself from some of that special attack damage. I think if there's a Venusaur game, this is a tough one. But with the Blissey behind him, this might be a really, really big raid boss Venusaur we'll see.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Ender, for being here with us for this draft. We'll talk to you very soon as we get ready for this first game here. And again, Doob Snacks, so much on the line for these teams. We're hanging out in the losers bracket right now, so it's win or go home.
It really is. And something I want to draw just everyone's attention to very quickly to kind of cut down on some confusion. You're seeing Sad Wrecker here in game, Weiwanjo. That's who you're going to be looking at. That is the same person, same player. That's why you're still seeing the Absol target bans, but despite when you're going into the draft screen, you're seeing Weiwanjo, not Sad Wrecker. They are the same person. That is why that's happening.
Players love to change their names.
It's awesome. Thank you.
We love it. I just love going like, hey, who's that? That's this other person. Oh, why? Nobody knows. Let's go. Yala Bingo. Vamos. Game number 1 between these two squads. Yala Bingo trying to claw their way through this thing and make sure they secure their spot heading to Worlds here. Vamos, I mean, they're a scary squad to move forward. They were talked about a little earlier in our broadcast as a possible huge spoiler team. Well, we're going to see if they can do that here.
Nice little move here. Vamos taking a page out of Nouns' book. Going to send Bulbasaur top, and of course they're going to have that rotation into the middle once these EVs get online. It looks like they are. Weiwanjo, Sad Wrecker jumping right in, putting some good damage on 6Es quickly as Ayame is looking to target down Potato. Potato taking a ton of damage, but just makes it out.
Yeah, everyone barely makes it out of that. I felt like it really could have gone either way with just a little more damage on either side as they're going to try to get these Pokemon leveled up and ready to go here in the top path. Bottom path, you can see Leafeon, you can see Mew down there. So an interesting situation, splitting that central area between these two EVs, a very popular choice when you have Pokemon that evolve so quickly and get so good, as we now have Bordy running to this top path for this fight.
Yeah, I think Yala Bingo may have a little bit of a drop on Bordy being here, because that Solar Blade goes straight to the back. With the iframes of Evo, gets Potato an extra second, but it's not quite enough for them to get out. They are War Turtle, but they do go down. Internal sitting on pad 4v2 here, as they're going to score immediately, get some stacks and just get some points in and get some experience by scoring.
You know, these evolutions actually pretty strong. Big time Solar Beam out of nowhere. I didn't see it coming. I wasn't looking at the mini map. There it goes. Goodbye. Leafeon goes down. Really nice play there from Lunder.
I don't know how Yala Bingo and Lunder keep getting this Mew. It's staggering to me.
It's so incredibly good. I mean, it's so good. In the hands of a great Mew player, it feels like a Zoroark, right? You know, there are just some players that take these high-skill Pokemon and they absolutely show off.
Nice little reposition with the eject button to make sure that Solar Beam lands true on the Blissey. And now they're just taking this wild farm. Bordy comes in, steps in, and takes a couple for themselves to keep pace on these levels.
Yeah, Leafeon going down there, you know, it's still getting a ton of experience. It's level 6 right now, right along along with this Mew. Nice secure there for the side of Yala Bingo. They now have Trevenant on their side as well. Obviously, Trevenant, you know, it takes another level to evolve instead of Crustle there being able to evolve before. So you want to make sure that you can get that little pop, that little secure, so you can get that Evo.
Vamos doing good. 2 level 7s on their side. Meanwhile, on Yala Bingo, just Lunder leading the pack on this Mew. So, take a deep breath. Vamos got an opportunity to put some pressure on because now they've got a player advantage in the face of these two, and they're going straight to the back line. Oscatar's eyeing down Potato, and they're chasing it down. Tons of damage going in, and they close the door on them with the help of Bordy. Bordy goes straight for a score. Sixties is here for some support. They're putting all the store power on top of Weiwanjo. Weiwanjo kicking back, trying to use their own Mystical Fire Draining Kiss combo to keep themselves standing.
Yeah, it's really interesting seeing this Venusaur here. We have Petal Dance, we have Giga Drain. It feels like every month or so, every couple months, all of a sudden everyone remembers that Venusaur is still a thing, and it makes its way back into the meta. Whether you're playing, you know, the Solar Beam or you're playing Petal Dance, Giga Drain, there are just a lot of strong options for this Pokemon. Inder talked about it earlier. Might be a little scary to play into this composition here from Yala Bingo, but it also has incredible sustain, chases pretty well, and it's got some big targets to hit those Giga Drains.
Krinsky down here in the face of 4 to see if they can put pressure on this Regice and give just a moment or two for maybe Weiwanjo to step into the mix. No, the Regice is going to be secured. Krinsky simply getting vision.
Yeah, Krinsky just seeing if there's anything they can do. You know, there's a possible Rock Tomb out of nowhere, but it's really unlikely right here as they're going to try to defend this goal zone. 4 versus 2. We've got the Espeon Unite move. X's are not able to push them all the way. Because of that, they pick up a KO. We see Wrecker trying to push them back here. Now that Venusaur is here, Yala Bingo decides to peel away from this goal. Top goal zone, however, goes down for the side of Yala Bingo. Vamos now up on the scoreboard.
Yeah, a great job. You know, Vamos essentially giving up Krinsky and insulating the goal zone while meanwhile taking one for themselves. Nice little score lead, and they're doing great on levels too, Sprinkles.
I'd be interested to find out from our stats team. I'm not sure if Vamos is supposed to have 1 S, 2 S's. I'm pretty sure it's not 3. I would like to know the percentage of extra S's on their name. This team, they love playing around with letters. They're very fun in that way.
Very letter-oriented squad is Vamos, formerly A through L, a.k.a. Alphabet Soup. At Vamos, again, Leafy on level 10. Bordy trying to keep pace with Lunder, who is just finding value all around the map.
Yeah, Leafeon is just, you know, so incredibly mobile. The last, you know, hit securing that it has with this build. The other builds, well, I mean, really any way you build this Pokemon, it is incredible. It puts so much pressure everywhere. It's kind of the definition of a perfect speedster. It's doing exactly what you would expect a speedster to do all over the map, and it's very powerful, extremely powerful early. We see that a lot. That's why it was banned out so much. As we see, Sylveon's in a ton of trouble right there. Beautiful combination from Yala Bingo.
Great engagement by Marv. Now they're into the back line. Bordy gets taken out as soon as they get engaged on. Now Marv is pushing forward, can't horn leech everybody. They're actually just pivoting out, getting trapped in the Rock Tomb, X-Scissor Bomb, tons of damage going in. Marv actually peeling forward now, going straight for that action, and they poach Krinsky. Can they at least get a KO on Krinsky before they get out of here? Forcing out the Hydro Typhoon, a bunch of kicked up. Trevor Unite as well. Marv is keeping the pressure on. Krinsky is still standing. Finally goes down to who else but Lunder. Why not? And Vamos has to sit on pad for a second.
Yeah, Vamos going to have to decide how they want to play this. Possibly just look for a steal right here. Great play from the Trevin. You saw Marv just push that Leafeon back, so they were able to get a really nice secure. Up in the top path, however, we do have Sylveon going 1v1 with this Regieleki, and it looks like they are going to be able to take it down. Honestly, I'm getting a little scared there for a second.
Yeah, it was getting a little low. Yala Bingo and Vamos actually scrapping a little bit in the bottom path, but keeping just enough distance so nobody gets taken down yet. Marv playing in the front line, of course, the rest of the team peeling back behind them.
Yeah, there's so much experience on the map, and there is also something that Yala Bingo has to deal with. They sent Blastoise to the top path to deal with this Regieleki, and everyone else just needs to find their experience, get their levels, play a little Stardew Valley, do some farming right now. If they can have one member of Yala Bingo do something, they'll be able to make it happen here. But now we see 3 members of Vamos in this top path.
Bordy catching the Bliss Assistance, getting right on pad for a backdoor engagement. However, good adjustment by Yala Bingo. They actually moved the Regieleki with the Surf Hydro Pump as well to just get massive displacement, but also use that as an opportunity to defend. Meanwhile, Krinsky's scoring bottom, and Vamos is going to get out without losing a player, but tip the cap to Yala Bingo because they had their resources stressed and were able to kind of make chicken salad out of chicken scratch. Vamos, on the other hand, taking advantage of the positioning, closing out a goal zone downstairs.
Yeah, I think, you know, if we want to tip our cats to Yala Bingo here a little bit for what they were able to do, Venusaur in a lot of trouble right here. Wow, barely able to make it through that for a moment there as Yala Bingo is going to make this push happen here. Vamos made a very, amazing pivot to score in this bottom path. They're way up on the scoreboard right now, and now they're defending this tier 1 goal zone. 48 to 195. So whether their top path push worked or not, they got points in the bottom path, and they're in a commanding position here heading into 30 seconds before Rayquaza.
Yeah, I'm just impressed by the response Yala Bingo had on the backdoor boardy engagement with the long-range Bliss assistance that really put Marv and company, especially Potato, on the back foot. That's why the Blastoise actually had to surf the Regieleki out of path, try and catch some players, because they couldn't let the Regieleki hit, because that would make matters way worse.
Yeah, it was one of those great plays set up by Vamos. Really incredible answer from Yala, and then another great play from Vamos being able to score. Vamos way up right now. No one able to take these Regis as we are getting ready for Rayquaza right here. We can see the positioning of the Venusaur, the Blissey. We're looking down here as 4 members of Yala Bingo are near this tier 1 goal zone. Blastoise kind of all alone, a little higher up towards their tier 2, as Vamos is looking to score again, putting more points into the tier 2 here, up by almost 200.
Yeah, a bunch of stuff happening around Ray. It's already 50%. Missed that somehow, as now we're in the back line. We're popping Unite moves. Cotton Cloud Crash does come down, but we have the 2-step in the back. Does catch a player here, and now it's 1 player down for each side. Marv is on the front line, low HP. They're trying to Horn Leech Krinsky back to give them an opportunity to get out. They do. Electro Ball rains through. Nice coverage, nice pollen puff by Internal to keep Marv standing. Now, both teams have 1 player down, but we've got more back caps. Can Internal or Lundo get there? Just a crash landing by Marv sorts them out. Wei Wanjo, solo. Can they get the KO? They do.
Now this is tough here. We're going to have to find out if that back cap was worth it or not. Even if the points go in, they might have been much better off to have this Pokemon available for this fight. They're pushing forward right now. Dupstacks, Rayquaza already at half as they're surfing them out. Here comes the Venusaur Unite move. Obviously, Balmo's looking for the fight. There's the Bliss Assistance into the Hydro Typhoon. We've got 2 going down. No, the Crystal Stands finally going down. 5 members of Yala Bingo are here. We've got only Leafeon around this Rayquaza.
And now Rayquaza's at half. Bordy has an opportunity. Sylveon is back in. Wei Wanjo making the race to get in the middle. Bortle is putting their goofy shoes on, but it's too low. Rayquaza is low, but right in the middle with Sylveon sealed up by Internal. Yala Bingo just needs to get those points in. Burger time.
Here we go. They are cooking right here.
So
they are putting the points in. Yala Bingo going to be taking that one down. Vamos, I think that play on the Sylveon, you love to see the aggression, right? You love to see an opportunity to continue to extend their lead. At the same time right here, Sylveon being down was probably the difference maker, or at least could have been a huge factor in that final fight. They weren't able to fight as well as they could have. I think that was the game-losing play for Vamos.
Yeah, it certainly ended up being the difference, and Yala Bingo was able to take a very quality fight after that. I want to give credit real quick to Marv's play and Internal's play, especially in that very tight corridor where Marv was operating on a very slim margin of HP. You actually saw the whole team pivot to get Marv out of danger, and Turtle put a puff down so they could Horn Leech back into it, and stepping into the way was Potato and actually Lunder as well, who both had full HP, to make sure that Marv could make it out and that they could keep their defense going, pick up, and guess what happened? Marv reset, crash landed from the pad, stopped the score.
Yeah, we're taking a look at some of the big moments of that match. You know, Vamos had a lot of incredible plays, putting a lot of pressure on Yala Bingo. Yala Bingo, it felt like through a lot of this match, was fighting to stay in the game, you know, have a consistent level to the opposing team, while unfortunately being considerably behind on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, they're finding ways to stay in the game, as you mentioned. So you also get experience from scoring, and they were stressing the map in a very positive way, forcing Yala Bingo to make a lot of adjustments. Fortunately for Yala Bingo, they pivoted and adjusted well, so they kind of mitigated that. But however, going to Ray, they still found themselves behind.
Yeah, they were definitely behind heading into Ray score-wise, right? However, they were happy to try to take a few of these fights. Vamos not as excited for them to take these fights. We have a fight here. Venusaur going down right, you know, at about a minute away from Rayquaza, as they're just trying to get any points. This is the big moment right here. With this score not going in, you know what? Even if this score does go in, I just think this is like, this is the back cap that broke the camel's back. It just, you don't even need it. You're up by hundreds and hundreds of points, and now you're going to be so behind in this fight. It's it feels like a huge mistake from Vamos, and it might have cost them the game.
Yeah, again, pivoting back to Yala Bingo, great final fight here. 60s getting the tip of the cap, 69 nice K damage, 32 points scored, but that's not what we're concerned about because 60s was everywhere, catching multiple targets with that Espeon Unite move. And this is a Pokemon that 60s has been working into their repertoire all year long and is one of the reasons that Espeon is so popular in EU because when 60s plays it, it looks good.
Yeah, you know, this is an interesting match because walking away from it, I didn't have an immediate, oh, that's who would be the MVP from Yala Bingo.
Sure.
It just felt like as a team, they played well, they kept their cool, they waited for their moment, and once they found it, they pounced.
Yeah, no crazy pop-off moments where you have like the Lunder KO streak of 4, that type of thing. They were all just doing their job well, and when somebody was stumbling, somebody was right there to pick them back up, so it didn't feel like they were actually missing a beat. And Yala Bingo, this is kind of the cleanest I've seen them look in a minute.
I think Yala Bingo's looking incredible right now. We're finding out from our chat who they think will win. Overwhelmingly, 75% basically are saying Yala Bingo, only 26% on the other side, Vamos, saying they think Vamos is going to win this. Yala, you know, they have won in their region before. They're looking great today. And as I said earlier, when this team is on, it does feel like they're a little unstoppable. They've been mentally shaken in some of their matchups throughout this region, and then other times they are looking like the best team out there. It's pretty interesting to see them in losers so early, but they're making a great run so far.
Yeah, they actually feel like a team that prefers to fight from behind. The 1 month they did win was from the losers bracket. We mentioned that before. But keep in mind, we keep talking about Nouns. You and I have talked a lot about Nouns, but Yala Bingo has been in the finals of every single month. Think about that. Second, first, second.
Yeah, Yala Bingo, I think if Yala Bingo didn't have their moments of inconsistency throughout the season, just moments where it seems like they're doing so well and then have, you know, obviously have moments where it just all falls apart for them, I think they would be looked at as the best team in the region. There's definitely an argument to be made that they could be the best in EU.
I kind of get some Nemesis vibes, you know, NA's Nemesis, super consistent, you know, a bucket load of championship points, but for some reason, just in the back of your mind, like, is this the #1 team? Like, you know what, but they're always in the consideration, right?
Absolutely.
We're talking about Nouns having to prove themselves as the #1 team that we all think they are, but like, Yala Bingo's has better runs than Nouns this year than Nouns has.
Yeah.
So
Yala Bingo has been doing really well. They're doing really well here today, and I've got to imagine Talla Bobo is very happy seeing that game won, right? They need Vamos eliminated from this competition, and then they need either Nouns or Yala to win this thing.
I agree. Let's talk about Vamos and what they can do here in Game 2, because I didn't see a lot of holes that they could have punched in the Yala Bingo strategy from Game 1 to Game 2, but maybe you have some insight you could share.
I just think watching what happened with Vamos, I don't know what would have happened in the final fight had Sylveon been there. Obviously, that's we'll never know what that would have looked like. It still could have went the way of Yala Bingo, but I've got to say, they had a great lead. They had a ton of pressure on their opponents. They were forcing them to make a play. I do think if they play that final moment differently, we would be looking at a victory for them. I don't think they need to change much, except they just need to change how they approach the end when their lead is so massive already.
That's a great point. Let's take a look at some trainer cards, some trainer community cards, some community trainer cards. It's in there somewhere. Put them on.
Hey, beautiful. We're seeing people's top 4 Pokemon. Look at this legend right here. Sylveon, Zoroark, Glaceon, Scizor. Big time win rate, 63%, 62, 65, 68. Hey, they're sharing their trainer card. Very nice, Dynasteel.
Let's see the next one here. Lights love seeing a Dragonite on the board. Love seeing Goodra too. You know what? I like all 4 of these Pokemon. You know, let's get down. Let's get off of this top meta stuff and let's start building with different blocks from our home. And you know what? Credit to even Eevee.
Yeah, I like this too. I like seeing a wide variety in what they're, happy to play. We've got the defenders, we've got the speedsters, we've got an attacker main right here. Look at this. It's Leaf, the Duraludon. I wouldn't consider it a one-trick, but it's got 5,000 Duraludon games. To break that down, if you were to take 1,000, you'd have to multiply it over 4 times to hit that number.
Holy, okay, 70%. That's a good win rate, as it turns out to. Also, a 72% win rate on Dragapult, also incredibly impressive. Almost 1,500 games there. And on down, solid player.
Yeah, amazing player. Someone check on Leaf's A button because I think it's in the hospital.
Yeah, just a pro controller every month for this player, without a doubt.
Moving through it.
No supports shown, which is criminal. So maybe let's diversify the types of players that we showcase here. Let's get some support, and let's just get more supporters out there. Just more support. I know. If we were in an interview right now, Inder would agree.
We're bringing in Inder right now because obviously we have to find out whether he agrees or not that there should be more supports. I'd like to think a Duraludon could support the team by KOing everyone, but Inder, I'd love to hear your take.
If you ask for supports, you might see some Sableyes and Mr. Mimes, which I don't know how much of a support that really feels.
All right, it looks like we actually have our draft ready to go.
Not the same I was looking for.
Bring you up and then immediately send you away, but we've got our draft ready to go. Thank you, Inder. We'll be talking to you more throughout the day. As always, broadcast is not complete without plenty of interviews.
The speed at which production brought Inder to dumpster me specifically was jarring, to be quite honest. So now that I know that that's a button that they just have back there to smash on, maybe I'll go ahead and peel back my commentary a little bit.
Yeah, whenever Doomsnacks and I don't fully agree, can we just bring Inder on real quick to agree with me and then have him go? I'd love that. I think that's a perfect way.
That sounds awesome for me.
Here we go, game number 2. Yala Bingo looking to move forward in this bracket. Obviously, Vamos still has their eyes on the prize. They can secure their way to Worlds not only by winning regionals, but through championship points. If they're able to make it deep enough, they're going to need to take down one of the best in the region, Yala Bingo, who first picks the Leafeon.
We've seen that a couple times already today, and it's looked good. Because it has, both movesets to be able to pivot to, it gives you a little bit of malleability on how you want to play it. Great picks on the other side, though. Sylveon and Krinsky locking in the tree.
Yeah, now we're going to have to see what Potato wants to play here. It looks like when he's forced off some of his top picks, he's been moving over to Blastoise. No Dodrio seen so far, but there are some things that are just so tough to play Dodrio into. It's no fun playing it into a Mystical Fire Sylveon that can just kind of dodge your moves, continue to put damage on you. Draining Kiss has a slowing effect that ruins your sprint gauge, so Potato deciding to use something bulkier here with the Blastoise.
Yeah, I think the Blastoise can also be pivoted to True Tank as well if Marv wanted to go a different direction.
True.
And pick that up, or maybe go for the Dodrio anyways. Who knows? The floor is still open. Marv hovering Crustle tells me Potato will be on the Blastoise, of course. Internal, don't switch up what you don't want. And a little bit of Shades of the East here if we lock in that Mamoswine, and that's where we're going.
Let's go. Getting to see a Mamoswine from Yala Bingo. Absolutely love it. Now we have our last pick over to Vamos. This has gone, to Wrecker, basically, most games. But we're going to see what they want to bring out here. He could already have his pick. So we're going to see, we've got ourselves a Mimikyu. Some regions, especially against some teams, this thing is banned out aggressively.
It really is because of the resets with the Shadow Sneak, with the damage it does. If you have a good support core behind it, kind of like we saw yesterday out of a team like Exile, man, it can really take over games. So if you're only sacrificing your last pick to make big money moves, Vamos, this is the time.
Yeah, I think when you have a pick like this, you almost have to take it last, so the enemy team doesn't have a lot of time to kind of decide how they want to counter something like this. You've got some tanky options on the side of Yala Bingo, but Mimikyu actually deals with some of these tanky Pokemon really well, especially with Shadow Claw, just able to rip through them here. We also have Play Rough. Against something like Mew, Play Rough can be very interesting because you're going to be completely invulnerable for a moment when this move hits. And Mew has a lot of things that like to just burst you down with damage. It's boosted attack, Electro Ball, things like that. So we're going to have to see how exactly Wrecker wants to play this here. Obviously, it's all on the line right now for Vamos.
I was trying to see, I couldn't see from this angle the items on the Venusaur. I don't know if you caught them. Do you kind of get an idea of which direction we might be going with that?
I think I saw some red, so we could have that Assault Vest, we could have that Rapid Fire Scarf, but I honestly didn't clock it either. If you clocked it at home, let us know in the chat. A chat that unfortunately we can't see.
Let us know what time it is for this Venusaur, of course. Yala Bingo, one game away, trying to make it happen. Vamos back against the wall. If they don't win this, you're out of here.
That's right. Yala Bingo versus Vamos. Vamos needs this very badly. Talla Bobo needs this very badly. And Yala Bingo is looking to move forward here, secure their spot to Worlds, secure that big chunk of the $50,000 prize pool by winning Grands. They got a little ways to go still. We've got Mimikyu heading towards this central area, taking this blue buff. They're going to hand the other one over to their Evolution, who's heading to the top path. Sylveon already moving up there. And look at the pressure here. Mamoswine, an absolute lane bully.
Just Lunder stepping up level 3 with that level of confidence, just deal damage is amazing. 60s tons of damage themselves back the other way, of course, with that Solar Blade. And Yala Bingo putting pressure early.
Yeah, Yala Bingo, obviously, you grab Leafeon for this very reason, right? You know that if you have Leafeon, your secure is unbelievable, and the pressure you're able to put on your opponents at the start of the game is just truly gross. It's why we saw so many bans from this early. Teams were having so much trouble dealing with this. When you're playing at this level, getting behind early can be the entire game.
Yeah, really the only thing on Yala Bingo that needs to scale is this Mamoswine. So if they can buy enough time for Marv and keep pace, then they're going to be in great shape. Now, just putting the pressure on, forcing all of Vamos to get out of here. What's that stat right there?
This is a Yala Tactics stat. Obviously, we talked about having a lot more Yala Tactics on the broadcast here today. Yala Bingo, on average, wait until the last 30 seconds to score points this event, just like all my solo queue teammates.
Boom. Why not?
You know what? They
That's a
actually
great time to score.
2 minutes, 8 seconds. They run away from Rayquaza. They got plans. They're going to score points right there. That's what the goal getter's for on Zero Aura.
Of course. Nice little light screen to bubble out Krinsky. Krinsky trying to get to Barry. Gets outpaced by Marv on that little tackle bolt through. Krinsky popped up half HP. They're getting dumpstered all over the map. Bordy's finally rolling in with this Sylveon, enough to make Marv retreat.
Look at this. Wrecker now taking this, but it looks like they're going to be going down. Wow! The fancy footwork, but still not able to make it out right there. Obviously, if you're able to steal some things away from your opponents like that, it can give you a huge advantage, but taking a KO, I think it's probably not worth it at such a high level.
Marv just getting an eye on Bordy. Nice little tackle through to get into the back line. Bordy taking a ton of damage. Now that 60's here, this is an opportunity for a quick knockout as they're putting the pressure on. Bordy's just leashing them around, but ultimately, the winner is 60's.
Yeah, 60's doing really well here, and this is going to be very fun to watch. We've got this Ice Fang, and they can set up some big moments with it. Of course, an Ice Fang, you know exactly where the Pokemon is going to land, which can set up beautiful solar beams, beautiful solar blades, really anything with solar. Maybe solar panels?
Solar panels, other words with solar in it.
Thank you for hopping on and really yes-anding me there. Appreciate it.
I feel like I kind of
This is why we're paired together, okay? We wouldn't have gotten to the same words I already said if I didn't have you.
It's tough out here. It's tough out here. Potato 4v1 as Regieleki is being focus fired down, but here's Wanjo. Regi's taken in the bottom. Really wish we saw what happened up top. Regieleki is secured by the tree, and now, I mean, all of Vamos is here. Let's see if they make some moves.
Vamos needs to right now because so far Yala Bingo's just taking control of this game, Dupsnacks, and you love to see it with a Mamoswine just setting up play after play. It doesn't look like anyone from Vamos is going to be able to push here, so they're actually moving into the central area right now of Yala Bingo, picking up a KO on the Leafeon, and now having to pull out of this fight. Nice Unite move to make sure they don't go down right into a Shadow Sneak, and it is the play rough, getting a Unite move out of the Mew now.
Well, I mean, Lunder much rather expend that Unite move than get knocked out by something slightly smaller than them and giving that experience over. Now that they're both sitting on level 8, that's not necessarily a bad look. But look at the pressure still happening up top.
Yeah, the pressure's still on up top right here. We had the Venusaur top, and even if it wasn't able to put points on the board, you can see that it's moving around. It's able to get a lot of experience. Marv now able to move back down. Look at that eject button into the Earthquake, into the Unite move. Again, they're just able to set things up with this Mamoswine. It's very fun to watch.
It really is, and they're just picking up isolating targets, going one after another after another. Krinsky going for the displacement here. Woodhammer just chips in Turtle, but Krinsky finds themselves with half HP. We're jumping for the Earthquake, and we can't get it, but 60 certainly does as we are draining, kissing onto 60s. They're taking a ton of damage. Internal going for the coverage, but can they finally get a quality KO? Marv is still frontlining like a monster with this Pillow-Swine, and can you believe Marv just looking at the other team saying, I haven't even hit my final form.
Yeah, it's really amazing to see this here. And it's one of those things, sometimes a pick that might not be as powerful in the meta can throw your opponents off so much because they're just not used to dealing with it. And I think that's a little bit of what we're seeing right here with this Earthquake Ice Fang Mamoswine, setting up play after play after play.
I haven't seen Trevenant get dismantled this quickly in a long time. I mean, as soon as Krinsky is trying to do the best they can to sustain on their pad, they're plucked off of it and absolutely dumpster. Vamos finding an opportunity. Cotton Cloud Crash comes down, and we're trying to put some more. Hydro Typhoon kicks up a couple after the goal zone is gone. We'll see if they can get some quality KOs. Bliss is inside of the Venusaur right to the Verdant Anger, and Potato gets sorted out quickly. Marv is still in the mix. 4 players there. Shadow Sneak on top of them. They're knocked out. And now Vamos is picking up a little steam. Internal at half HP, another Shadow Sneak reset, and they are going to be gone. Trevenant Unite is popped, and Krinsky doing some work, getting a little bit of revenge for themselves. His 60s, this isn't a cut, but 60s have taken a ton of damage, and they're forced to retreat.
Yeah, I mean, really nice fight there for Vamos. Kind of the first signs of life that we've seen from them in this game. Amazing play at that tier 1 goal zone to make sure they could score, kind of shutting down that Blastoise Unite move, not able to let it land until after the points had already rained in. 136-80 here. Vamos back in this game, and you saw the play from Yala. They have their Mamo play. They set it up really well, but Vamos immediately into the Bliss assistance. Just a lot of answers for this combination now that they have their Unite moves online.
Each team clearly prioritizing different Regis on this map, which has made them very uncontested so far. Now, Vamos, the way they were able to kind of stick it to Yala Bingo in game 1 was on the scoreboard, and it looks like they're reapplying that strategy on repeat.
Yeah, we've got Regieleki walking towards his top path. Potato just going to have to deal with it here. You know, unfortunately for Potato, he's only level 11 here at about the 3-minute mark. You really want them to tick over to level 13. Nice little Earthquake there. The full heal stops the Ice Fang from being able to grab the Venusaurs. They're looking to put some points in. Earthquake lands, but unfortunately a little too late. Picking up Sylveon, slamming him down. Meanwhile, in the top path, we have a fight going on. Yala Bingo cleaning it up after this Regieleki lands. Now, all while that was happening in the bottom path, now Vamos is up 166 to 136. We have points continuing to rain in. Now 216. However, there's a fight on the tier 1 goal zone of Vamos.
What's important here is now that there's that, the Zapdos win condition that you keep calling it. That Regieleki can be sent way downtown and create an open home goal zone opportunity. We are raging on now. Yala Bingo needs to get points for themselves, they say. Wei Wanzhou gets caught out. They are taking everything in the book that Yala Bingo can read to them, as now literary experts Yala Bingo are going to get some points in and put themselves in the lead.
Look at that, 232-216. What an insanely close game. Tier 1 goal zone opened for Yala Bingo here, and the home goal zone, which can make some really crazy plays. Sometimes it's really difficult to have someone positioned so wide for this team. Obviously, the one big advantage is they don't have to deal with that tier 2 goal zone in the top path. Vamos behind, though. They're going to need to make a play. Yala knows this, so Yala's going to have to watch that bottom goal zone here. 1 minute 45 seconds right now. This could be the last minute and 45 seconds here for Vamos in this tournament. They need a big fight, a big win, or they at least need to open an opportunity for them to score. Taking a ton of damage right here. Trevenant having to pull out of this situation. The soft-boiled keeping them alive. Rayquaza looking good, while Sylveon does put the points in the bottom path. This puts them up right here. If Vamos is just able to hold this situation, they win this game.
Yeah, and can they get the knockout? They can. Sylveon gets out and gets able to regroup with the team as we take a deep breath. We're going to need a fight here.
Yeah, we're going to need a fight. I don't know if Yala knows how far behind they are, but it's very, very close. They can always have 60s peel off if he can get enough points in his pocket. The unfortunate thing is Yala still has that tier 1 up, so a counter score can happen at any moment. It's a close battle right now. Neither of these teams know who's up, but I know who is down. Mimikyu and Yala Bingo turning on Rayquaza.
Yala Bingo seeing an opportunity. Nice surf onto the Sylveon. Here comes Oscatar. They're going to need to find a prime target. Petal Dance, Venusaur is in the mix with the Bliss assistance right on top. Trevenant Unite has highlighted a bunch of players. Ice Fang down as Oscatar. Nice Giga Drain to give themselves tons of HP, but they still get knocked out by 60s. Hydro Typhoon doesn't catch anybody, but it buys time and space. 3 players down for Vamos. Yala Bingo looking at Ray. 40's on the backside looking for their way in. Potato might have to pivot to try and take care of them. Rayquaza's low. Can they sort this thing out? They've got 60s in their Solar Blade, and it under anyways. Doesn't matter. They sort that out. Yala Bingo scrambles to score. They got a couple seconds to do it, and a great opportunity to win.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be able to take this down right here as the points do go in. 10 seconds left, but there's nothing Vamos can do in this moment. Beautiful beautiful Rayquaza fight from Yala Bingo. It just feels like in both of these final moments, game 1 and 2, Yala Bingo keeping their cool, setting up moments where they can win and taking great fights, taking Vamos out and giving Talla Bobo, I mean, a huge sigh of relief on the sidelines.
When we were talking to with Ender about game 2 in that draft, or game 1 in that draft, we saw, like, yeah, I mean, Pedal Dance, Giga Train, Venusaur is tough into all these effects, the displacement effects that Yala Bingo brought. And, man, that Ice Fang can start displace you, and it did that. As soon as it picked up the Bliss Resistance, Venusaur got picked up and put down in a violent way.
Yeah, it's really cool to see a strategy like that work, obviously. It's exciting to see teams have these sneaky picks. You know, Yala Bingo's throwing some heat today. They've got the Metagross, they got the Mamoswine. It's been really interesting to see these picks that are always sort of on the cusp of being quite meta used extremely well in these games.
Well, they did use them extremely well. They find themselves 2-0. Talla Bobo breathes a sigh of relief as their chance continues. But let's talk to Chef and Zoinks about what we just watched.
Take it away, boys!
Gladly, we will. Thank you so much, you two. Incredible cast, and congratulations to Yala Bingo, not just for taking out Vamos, but for also officially being qualified for the World Championship Series. They will be headed to Honolulu. I think they had it even before this game, but they're making a run in this tournament right now.
And very well deserved. I mean, we got to hear a lot about how consistent this team has been over the course of the season. So it's great to see that. Unfortunately, Vamos now, I believe that is the end of their run. I think they had to make second place, but still a great showing from them this season. Very consistent as well, just slightly outside of where they needed to be.
Yeah, finishing the season here in the 6th place position within our tournament, but still, I think you got to give them a lot of credit for an incredible season, picking some really interesting options. I liked Oscatar's take on the Venusaur with a very bulky health regen option, but Yala Bingo had their own creative options too. This Mamoswine was a nightmare for Vamos to deal with.
I have obviously been a Mamoswine fan for a very long time, and I was kind of curious when we got into that draft. I was like, what is the reason for this Mamoswine? Especially when there were a lot of good options available. I mean, that was kind of an early-ish pick. I mean, there's just so much free. Obviously, stuff like Trevenant went to the other side, but yeah, the Mamoswine really did pull its own weight, and the weight of whatever other Pokemon it was carrying along with it.
Exactly, and this final fight, great defensive positioning by Yala Bingo, always being aggressively on the enemy side, making sure that no one had easy access to the Rayquaza pit. There's a Bliss Assistance Venusaur, and just the onslaught of damage from Yala Bingo is just too much to deal with. Our player of the game is going to go to 60s on that Leafeon. 95,000 damage. One of those players that their average damage was through the roof for Yala Bingo. So I think they are going to be keeping that average up quite well in this one.
I think that was like almost exactly the average damage that we saw on their stats earlier. Very, very close. But especially getting that high with Solar Blade, which does not tend to be as high of a damaging moveset, right? It kind of goes in for those final hits, goes in for the, whether it be enemy Pokemon or objectives. But hey, it actually ended up working. And hey, speaking of 60s, it looks like we're actually going to have a chance to talk with them and see how they feel now that it's going to be our first chance to talk with anybody from Yala Bingo. How you doing, 60s?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. How you doing, 60s?
Hey, technology, let's go.
Let's go.
I'm doing great.
Good, good. I mean, obviously you just came off a great win against Vamos. You also had an incredible set against Talla Bobo earlier today. But the biggest news, I think, for your team's got to be you're now locked in for Honolulu. How good does that feel for Yala Bingo?
I mean, bro, it feels amazing, man. What can I say? Trip to Hawaii. It's gonna be unforgettable experience for sure.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, you've done so well across the course of the season, but there definitely have been a few like moments of not quite going all the way. Do you feel like you have a strategy, like whether it be within the rest of this tournament, and of course you don't have to share any sort of strategies, but do you feel like you've kind of put anything together for the rest of this tournament, or of course now going into Honolulu, to kind of find the way to clutch out more of these final moment wins?
I think we're a team that definitely strives off of having a good mental, which is like I think probably any team, but like I mean, we've like for us, it's like right now we have a really good mood. So I don't think I have a specific strat to win it all, but I will say that we're confident right now. Like just the sheer confidence that we have could be enough to just bring us forward. I mean. Yeah, that's a hard question, honestly. That's
yeah, I know. Sorry, it's definitely like, oh yeah, just easy, you know, in any competition. How do you just win? You know, what do you do to just win?
Hey, so far if the strat is to just win, you're actually proving it to be true very, very well. You have a few opponents left in front of you now, 60s, if you want to take home the regional champion title of the region. Of course, your next matchup is going to be Los Colocados, I believe, and then we have Nouns Esports potentially on the top side of the bracket, and the opponent that took them down too as well. It was matched up against them. But basically, there's 3 other teams left in the top 8. Any opponent that you particularly want to face?
I mean, shout out Klaus, man. Klaus is the homie, what can I say? Grim Reaper of the scene, taking down every top team with a new roster every time. Shout out him, man. Shout out him.
That is true. That'd be a sick matchup.
I mean, honestly, like facing either Nouns or Connoisseurs, I think both are fine. Like, I have friends on both teams, so for me, yeah, I mean, it is what it is, man. If we end up facing either one or the other, it doesn't really matter for me.
Awesome. Well, great to hear from you, 60s. Thank you so much for jumping on an interview with us. Good luck in the rest of the tournament, and I hope the momentum that you guys have or in those last 2 games carries you forward, because Wonder Chef, they've honestly looked unstoppable so far. So very good looks from Yala Bingo, maybe the best form we've seen them in so far. Congratulations on Honolulu, 60s.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys, for the interview.
No problem. And good luck for the rest of the tournament, just like you said. Far from over, right? That felt like a victory moment, but yeah, the entire bracket is far from over. We can actually take a look at it and see how much more they actually have to fight through amongst this current tournament. Like you said, Los Colocados is going to be their next opponent, which is an interesting little run through the losers bracket, beating both Patati Stack and Anlaha Esports, which was in their own way a kind of dark horse of this tournament. So we're just getting a lot of really interesting stuff that we're going to have to see kind of firsthand.
Yeah, their biggest test, of course, is going to be this next matchup with Yala Bingo, who, like I said, just has so much momentum behind them right now. Winner's side, though, of course, is the Connoisseurs versus Nouns Esports. It's going to be a very interesting matchup coming up a little bit later today. But, of course, we have so much amazing competitive Unite for you today. And it's all going to be right after this break. So don't go anywhere. More Unite Championship Series right after this. Welcome back. Welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. The regionals for Europe, and it has been an awesome day so far. We're lounging because we're having a great time, Wondership.
We are. You know, we're sitting down because we're in for the ride with Yala Bingo, right? This has basically been the story of us just following them along their path. And so we're strapped into what is potentially a roller coaster. So far, it's been on the way up, right? Yeah. We're waiting for the drop, which may never actually happen. Yala Bingo may have made the drop a little bit early, but they're going to be moving up against their next opponent, which is going to be Los Caducados, and they are a team that I am considerably less knowledgeable about, let's say.
Yeah, they're the biggest question mark of this top 8 for sure, and they've made it all the way to top 4. So a huge congratulations to this team already. However, it feels very worrisome to be talking about this team because they have to go up against Yala Bingo, now a Worlds qualified team, and they have looked unbelievably strong so far. Doesn't mean they are eliminated from this tournament, though. They are a question mark for a reason. We don't really know too much about what this team can bring to the table, but if they've been able to take out so many opponents so far, maybe Yala Bingo is next. Let's send it over to Spraggles and Doob Snacks to bring us in a game.
All right, here we go. Doob Snacks again. Yeah, following that story of Yala Bingo as they are moving through our losers bracket here. Of course, there's so much on the line still for Yala Bingo. They've secured their spot to Worlds, but they would love to have that paid-for trip to Worlds by winning regionals right here. As we take a look, you know, Los Caducados, this is a team, as we mentioned before, I don't know. I do not know this squad very well, and we have Yala Bingo, who we've come to know quite well. Anything can still happen, and a team that we have not been watching all year as closely could still win this whole thing.
Yeah, for those paying attention in UCS seasons past, we've had some of these names, of course, Yala Bingo, but, you know, to talk a little bit about Los Caducados, like Birdie Low, Rops, Leo, these are all players in that area that have either through in-houses, scrims, subbing in on teams, playing with these players in stacks, whatever, that we've come across, and clearly they're solid players, and they are cooking something special between this team, because they're in the top 4, and they're like, hey, win and we go. Otherwise, let's just make a big chunk of change for ourselves. Let's get some cash this weekend.
And here they are in our top 4, only taking Rayquaza 44% of the time. So to me, this says this is the kind of team that likes to get a little bit of a lead, and they like to stall you out very hard. And this is a tough thing to deal with for some squads, right? If you can't get your opponents to throw a punch, you can't really counter-punch them. And if Los Caducados can get themselves ahead, they might put Yala in a really tough position around Rayquaza.
That's without a doubt. I mean, you take a look at what we can literally consider our Cinderella run through this tournament in Los Caducados, right? Because, again, for them, to stress this, for them it's win to go to Hawaii.
Yes.
Right? And after that, it's let's destroy some dreams and make some money. You know, let's leave our mark at EU if we don't go to Worlds in a different way. And they have that opportunity to start with Yala Bingo sitting in their path.
Yeah, so, I mean, the real question here is what can Los Caducados do to Yala Bingo? And now that Yala Bingo is more secure in their spot moving forward, heading to Worlds, do they get to play more free, or do they get a little too loose and they might get smacked around by Los Caducados because of that? It's going to be interesting to see. Rayquaza captures for Yala Bingo 89%. We see a very different look from these two squads right here, just a completely different strategy.
Yeah, going into just the player v player here, Jose Ozimog here. Zoroark, of course, their go-to, as it says on the screen here, but you can't stop but shudder at the fact that 60's average damage throughout these regionals has been 92k. That is banana lands.
Yeah, 60's just is a bit of a monster in some of these games, right? It feels like they are always outputting a ton of damage, always, you know, racking up massive KOs for the squad. Definitely a player to watch without question. Interesting to see, you know, the Zoroark on the other side. Zoroark and Teleon too. I was talking to you about this off broadcast. I was saying I'm surprised we're not seeing any Inteleon here in EU. No one's picking it up. See a lot more in NA yesterday, but really no Inteleon. Mew obviously extremely popular, but when they don't get it, it feels like Inteleon is a solid choice.
It really is. The skill gap on those Pokemon, though, is incredibly high. There's some Pokemon that's easier to transition between. Zoroark, you know, Snipe Shot and Teleon, Mew. Like, the transition between those is pretty radical from any other Pokemon in the game. So having at least one dialed-in player that can pick up one of those Pokemon because they are so strong is invaluable. And that's something we've seen across all of the successful teams in these regions, is the teams that are doing well have players that can pick those up when the opportunity presents itself and play very well.
Yeah, it feels like having insanely powerful and mechanically intensive Pokemon that you're really good on, amazing, right? Of course, a lot of times it can get banned away from you if players know that you're unbelievable Mew or something like that. And then you can pivot to things that are a little easier, that don't take as much time, don't take as much expertise, right? I think that would be the best way you can set yourself up as a player, because there are 60 plus Pokemon in the game. There's only so much time for you to learn every single Pokemon. So have your specialist and then have, 3 or 4 that are also inside your role. They're a little easier to deal with.
Perfect example of that. Lunder on Mew sometimes pivots to Icicle Spear Glaceon.
Yeah.
So
a little easier than Mew.
Just a bit more Fisher-Price out there.
It's a
just a little bit like playing with Duplo blocks versus Legos. Here we go. Let's take a look at LATAM South, their final bracket that concluded earlier, to see how that shook out. And holy...
For everyone at home, the bracket is very far away from where Doomstax and I are. Fusion, of course, we talked about this. Fusion, of course, dominating AOS Cup, winning here. They actually took it to a bracket reset almost the entire way, right? 4 games in that first grand finals, 5 games in the grand finals reset. But Fusion were able to secure that win. They were already qualified, so now we have our second team qualified.
Yeah, I was actually messaging back and forth with the coach of 3 Digitos earlier today, and they were like, we feel like we're the only team that Fusion is even a little bit afraid of in our region, and that's given us a lot of confidence. This team, if I'm understanding correctly, has only formed a month ago.
I was also messaging with the coach, and we message all the time, so he was like, just talking to me.
Yeah, man. That's super cool, dude.
No, he absolutely was. So,
sure.
Yeah, I was messaging with Marv earlier, too. So, I was just like, I know these people, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, there's a question you're probably asking at home, and it's, why are we like this?
I don't know if they are.
I think people ask that of us quite a bit.
All right, we've got an interview right now, and the question that was posed from our production, Inder, they want to know, why are we like this? They want to see if you can maybe break that down for us.
Yeah, sorry, I actually just got off the phone with Fusion's coach, and he says he doesn't know either of you.
Oh, wow, that's so weird, because I was just talking to him. So, did you say Jake or Spraggles? Because we're on kind of like a Jake basis.
Okay, yeah, he did mention something about a cowboy, but it might be a little bit different over there.
Honestly, if he did say that, I think you would have to assume that might be me. There aren't an insane amount of cowboys in the Unite space.
My favorite part of this interview is not only are we not figuring out why are we like this, I think we are just driving that question deeper into people's brains.
Inder, I've got to hear from you. Do you know much about this Los Caricados team? As we were talking a little earlier on broadcast, we're not insanely familiar with this squad. We haven't seen them a ton throughout this season, so I'm curious if you have some thoughts.
Yeah, so they are a bit of a dark horse when it comes to Europe, but what's exciting about this team is that they don't shy away from the big moments. I was looking through some of their drafts, and the game that they just played to advance to the bracket had a rollout Wiggly with Potion. Yesterday against the Nouns, they brought in an Azumarill. I see these guys picking up Scyther. They're down to play any Pokemon. So when it comes to the draft, I don't think even Yala Bingo knows what to expect. But if there's some fans of some different Pokemon out there, Wigglytuff, Azumarill, it's a team for you to watch.
I mean, I think that's amazing. I love it. We just saw, Earthquake, Ice Fang, Mamoswine put on an absolute show in that last match. I was talking a little bit about how sometimes those picks, while maybe not as meta, they do throw your opponents for a bit of a loop, right? They're just not used to facing them. They're not exactly sure how they're going to play around them inside these matches. I'm curious, how much of an advantage do you think a team can have with an off-meta pick like that?
I think the meta itself has been fairly stable for so long that whenever you add in new Pokemon, it really shakes things up for the other team. So I think there's a lot of undiscovered picks even to this moment. Wigglytuff could be a Pokemon we could see get played. It was a part of the meta for an entire year earlier in the history of Pokemon Unite, and it's not that much of a different Pokemon from back then, right? Whether it's Mamoswine, Wiggly, I think the meta has so much more to offer, and it's just going to be a matter of time until these teams unlock the true potential of it.
Amazing, Andrew. Well, thank you so much. We are going to let you go for a second. I know you have a lot of coaches to call just to kind of clear things up as we head into our draft between Yala Bingo and Los Caducados, the bands Zoroark, Trevenant, Mew, and Leafeon.
I'm going to give the tip of the cap to Los Caducados here for finally being a team that bans the Mew. So Lunder can't dominate the game with that. And we're off to a start here. Oh, boy, please. Are we going Cinder Wiggly off rip?
I mean, no, right? There's no way. I would love to see it. I mean, I'll be a huge Los Caducados fan if they're bringing out some wild stuff like that. But here we go. We've got Slowbro. We've got Umbreon. So it looks like we're not going to be seeing a Wigglytuff on the side of Los Caducados, but they do pick up some powerful Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, Slowbro is just a great catch-all. We mentioned it yesterday. You know, mentioning it again now because of its big Unite move, that Slow Beam. 60's locking in Sylveon. Again, an Inteleon player whose other pick is Sylveon. You know, exactly kind of the proof in the pudding that we are trying to get to earlier. Internal, I mean, if Eldegoss is there, it pretty much seems that's what we're locking in.
And here we go, Los Caducados with their next picks. Again, a lot of mystery for us here. We talked about Inteleon earlier. Azumarill is possibly their top path choice, and it looks like they're moving over to Espeon here and possibly locking in that Azu. They do.
They've got the final counter pick, so what is Yala Bingo going to go with? And it might just be some tried and true power picks for Yala Bingo from bell to bell. I mean, these, at least their first three picks have just kind of been demons all weekend long, and now it's just which flavor of just pure power do you want to go with, and they say Venusaur and Crustle.
Venusaur, Crustle right here. Got some big-time shields on the side of Yala Bingo. That's going to look mighty tasty for that Umbreon on the other side. They can steal those away. Final pick over here to Los Caducados. We're going to see what they want to bring out in this last slot here, and it is going to be the Blaziken. Blaziken is interesting because when teams recognize that the other side has a great one, they're often banning it out. The outplay potential from this thing is pretty dang amazing, and its secure is one of the hardest things to counter in the game.
What I like about Yala Bingo's draft is despite the Slow Beam being on the other side, there's not a lot of prime Slow Beam targets. You think of Lunder, you know, when you have Giga Drain, Petal Dance, maybe that's a good Slow Beam target, but Lunder's going to be playing from way back. They're going to be lobbing pot shots, and especially going to be outranging everything that Los Caducados is bringing to Thea Sky Ruins right now.
I'm really interested, Dupes, next to see what kind of Azumarill comes into this game. Obviously, we just recently had some Whirlpool buffs, play rough a little bit before that. Azu is one of those Pokemon that, especially in solo queue, I mean, really strong early. It can snowball pretty well against single targets. It does a lot of damage. We're going to see what it wants to bring out in this game. With its item set, you honestly could see it go either way. I'm guessing we see an Aqua Tail Azumarill, but we'll see.
One last thing that you mentioned that we want to elaborate on a little bit too is Umbreon Unite move, shield stealing ability, and Crustle Rubble Rouser gives a big shield to the Crustle. So I'm hoping that maybe the thought process for Yala Bingo is we'll still get that big stun, right? We saw like Bruv earlier do a big eject button stun on 4 players by popping that Unite move. So maybe that's facilitating because of the shorter range that Los Caducados is going to have to be playing at. That might be the way to leverage the Unite move in a positive fashion.
And here we go. Game number 1. Yala Bingo sitting pretty as they've got their spot secured here for Worlds. But Los Caducados only has one shot, one opportunity to get everything they ever wanted. Will they capture it or will they let it slip?
Mom Spaghetti, I'm pretty sure that's in there somewhere. Mom Spaghetti, vomit everywhere. Here we go, Yala Bingo, top path. They're quickly going, and Leo going to the middle to hit this level 4 and be able to evolve and get into the mix is good. Potato taking a ton of damage earlier, has to actually burn the eject button. 60s with the cover fire. Leo goes in, can't quite collapse far enough, so they have to peel back. Ninty in a lot of trouble, taking a ton of damage, but going to be able to chase their way back to Pat.
It was pretty cool to see Azumarill used in the same fashion as the Eevee Evolutions that we've seen throughout a lot of these games, right? I mean, they send it to center, they take one buff, they send the other buff off to the bottom path for that Espeon. You get the power spike, you get the level 4. It's a very similar strategy with something that I feel like I do not see a lot of teams even try.
Birdie Low and Rops there. Rops going to have to hit that level 4. Surf Bro seems like it might be interesting here. Maybe even Scald. Great options on that Pokemon as well. Marv just desperately trying to hit level 4. They do. Now they're a big Crustle looking to game.
Yeah. We got the Crustle, we've got the Slowbro. Azumarill, Los Caricados has a 1-3 win-loss with Azumarill this event. Will it pay off? That is the question I think that is on everyone's mind with such an unusual pick.
Yeah, if you're committing in this moment to go there, there's obviously a comfort factor there. Playing with that is going to give them a little bit of boost, but they're taking a nice Hyper Voice. Internal still willing to put the pressure on. But one thing that Azumarill can do is scrap very well 1v1, so these Yala Bingo players are going to want to be stacked up. K opener going to Yala Bingo, and they're going to keep the pressure on. Internal's getting low, Ninty is there, Birdie low, and now Internal essentially peeling away so that the Sylveon can get out to give themselves up for a KO.
Yeah, I mean, something that you just pointed out there, Dupesnax, is an excellent call-out, is that Azumarill brawls so much better when it's against one Pokemon, so it's able to get those crits. You saw how expertly Yala Bingo was able to continue that fight, both of them taking damage, but making sure that they were not getting those critical hits from the Azumarill.
Quick scores there as, oh, nice poach by the Blaziken to try and set something up, but Jose actually able to make it out because of that play. Marv is on the chase. This Rock Tomb is going to be able to get a target. They actually eject button to get the KO with the Rock Tomb, but now we're scrapping. X-Ezra into the wall. That deals a ton of damage. Leo is trying to sustain themselves up as they're just chucking their tail around, and Leo on a sliver of HP gets sorted by Internal. An Ninty, excuse me. Maybe an Inti there, but Ninty is actually what goes down.
Yeah, nice scores here in this top path, leaving this goal at 5. They could keep Potato up here, give it an opportunity to farm, and then get a big overcap in this top path. As we head to the bottom path, Los Caducados in position to start this bottom Reggie. Well, we have 4 members of Yala Bingo on the hunt. They're running down here, and they've got a lot better rip than the side of Los Caducados.
Nice foul play on Marv by Ninty, but no real follow-up. Birdie Low playing at a good, safe distance here. Regice is getting low. It's going to be on Lunder to secure. It's a little early. We've actually seen them being early on that Solar Beam a few times already, has Lunder. Rops takes a ton of damage. They're sorted out. Ninty just hanging out there. They're done. And now Lunder picking up some steam.
Yeah, nice stuff from Yala Bingo. The secure was early, but with that beautiful positioning there from Marv, keeping the Espeon away, it was, you know, a pretty safe moment for them. But you're right, just slightly early on some of these Solar Beam secures. That one was right on time.
That one was right on time. Espeon Unite to try and clear off this goal pad and see if they can actually get a KO on some of these members of Yala Bingo. Surf back through, but Marv pushes forward. Sixies is hyper voicing right on top of Ninty. Ninty does foul play on top of Lunder, but it's Sixies that gets the KO streak of 2.
Yeah, really amazing stuff there. You know, Sixies using Hyper Voice will shred the special defense of their opponents. And the problem with Solar Beam is it never does enough damage. So when you are hitting them with that Hyper Voice on top of a move that's already a bit of a delete button, you just see how easy it is for Los Caducados to get ripped apart in some of these fights. And the level disparity is looking pretty stark now.
Yeah, Sixies, you know, having a lot of confidence moving forward. They've already leveled 10, which is Banana Lands. Ninty is trying to make some nice foul play setup. Solar Beam puts them down very quickly. Hydro Typhoon kicks up 2. Blaziken gets knocked out before their feet actually touch the ground. And now Birdie Low is there. Jose has to peel back. They have to sit on their tier 2 goal zone as this Regieleki is going to go to Yala Bingo.
Yeah, they're kind of crushing it right now, obviously, on the side of Yala Bingo. I do wonder why we didn't just wait a half second there for that score. It probably won't be the difference maker, but you never know. I mean, that was an easy moment for Blastoise. There really wasn't anything Los Caducados was going to do right there. But a small mistake in a match that's gone extremely well so far for Yala Bingo.
Another KO for Internal. I think that's their 3rd or 4th one. Another eject button, Rubble Rouser for the stun. Hyper Voice is right there, followed by Bird and Anger. Kicking everybody up is Birdie Low, and that does get 2 KOs. And now that's a lot of experience that Los Caducados are going to be able to pick up. Leo just trying to roll back to their pad, but no, they get sorted out. But still, 3 knockouts on the side of Yala Bingo. Los Caducados just got a ton of experience.
Yeah, Los Caducados had an amazing fight right there. I love the play from Yala Bingo to move in with the Crustle Unite move. Knowing that Umbreon was down, they just had that great opportunity, right? They know it can't get stolen away in that moment. They can move in, they can fight with it. Unfortunately for Yala Bingo, Los Caducados just had a great defense, and now things are evening up. Highest level on the map is on the side of Los Caducados. Catocatos.
Yeah, and it's because they got two huge KOs on the Venusaur, on the Blastoise. Okay, Rops is in the mix. They're in the back line, and so is Ninty. Kajota kind of do a little foul supply support, and Rops has the opportunity to try to surf on through, but they're caught in a Hyper Voice and across a Rock Doom. Internal with another knockout, but Registeel taken by Los Catocatos. They're going to have that buff, but are they going to lose it in short order? Ninty certainly does.
Yeah, Ninty goes down right here, but those defenders, I mean, they were sent forward. They were the sacrifice for that really great play from Los Catocatos. Ripped through the objective, had two amazing secure opportunities. Internal right now, walking face first into an overheat, having to run back.
Yeah, but the fact that Internal is already level 10 is a pretty good sign for them to be able to sustain at least one of those things, something it normally couldn't. Nice slow beam into the middle. They're going to see if they can follow up. They're all over them. HP is low, surf through, sorted out by Blaziken. Blaziken gets X-scissored a little bit. Now Marv actually has the eject button. Potato comes in, pulls up for the smoke, put a little water on that fire, but Leo tries the same. Water types peel back, leave each other alone, and the fire type, Blaziken, leaving itself shrugging its shoulders. I thought we were about to do something.
Yeah, I thought we were about to have a big fight, but they do take down that Sylveon. Very high-level member of Yala Bingo right there does go down. 3 minutes on the clock. Yala way up on the scoreboard right here. They definitely don't need this Regieleki, but they would love to put more pressure on Los Catocatos as they are moving in for a possible fight here. Azumarill tough, stuck into the Rock Tomb, takes the Solar Beam. Even though they get the Water Pulse out, it is not enough. They did hit their level 12, which means they have Water Pulse Plus. Some people at home might know that I love Water Pulse Plus. I named my son after it. His name is Water Pulse Plus.
That is a name that you gave your son without a doubt.
He's my son, Water Pulse Plus, and I love him.
Nice back cap action and the bottom path by Los Catocatos as they were able to draw the attention of Yala Bingo into the top, and now the score lead has shrunk to under 100.
Yeah, a lot closer right now, and it's that amazing score lead, right? Yala's in a good position, but for Los Catocatos, they're not out of this. One Pokemon peeling away with full pockets changes this game completely. If you're going to be behind, you want it to be by less than 100, because these are these big plays that you can make here at the end of the game. We see Yala positioned pretty aggressive right here to figure out where Los Catocatos is going to try to engage from.
Coming back through Solar Beam actually hits Ninty and Z-Mog Jose in the backline with a ton of damage. Marv going for an X-Scissor, can't quite find it. Rock Tomb's going to trap two, but they're not throwing everything into that pit yet.
Yeah, and we can see the Umbreon just taking their time, making sure that they can use Wish, heal themselves up. Los Catocatos is going to need to make a play here, but they're giving themselves time to do it. They're not panicking in this moment. They're looking for their opportunity. They do have a Slowbro with a Slow Beam right now, however. Umbreon's in a lot of trouble.
Nice Rebel Rouser pops up, Espeon Unite only to try and get Marv. Not everybody's collapsing on Marv on the backside. Internal looking for an opportunity. They already used their Cotton Cloud Crash. They do pick up Leo, the Azumarill, very quickly. Birdie Low is low in the back line, but Potato's on the chase for Ninty. They want to take out the defender on the other side with the Wish. Tops them off by just a little bit. Meanwhile, Jose is in the middle, was trying to deal some damage to Rayquaza. We have more players falling on the side of Los Catocatos. Ninty is still leashing Potato around. Jose's going to have to reset, but Rayquaza's getting low. Lunder's in the pocket. We're throwing a little Hydro type to the Solar Blade. Solar Blade, Solar Beam, secure, doesn't matter. Solar panels, throw it all at the kitchen sink. Rayquaza is down.
Yala Bingo taking a great fight right there. Just so scary the entire time for the side of Los Catocatos, living on very little HP throughout that fight. I thought Umbreon was going to reset, they didn't. I thought Blaziken might reset, they didn't. Because of that, both of those Pokemon went down. Well, Blaziken just in a position where they couldn't even get into the Rayquaza pit, didn't actually end up going down in that exchange. But a great fight from Yala Bingo. Once again, Yala Bingo is playing Rayquaza fights so well. In the most important moment in the match, Yala Bingo is playing better than ever.
You know, it's tough to draw attention to it because it was off screen, because it didn't need our attention, is the fact that Lunder is never really feeling pressured in any of these games, and when your job and your role on the team is to secure the objective without ever having any sort of pressure applied to you, it makes your job a lot easier. I mean, we trapped Ninty in the Rock Tomb, and you immediately saw the eject button to the middle of 4 players using the Rubble Rouser, and then all of a sudden, all of Yala Bingo scream go through all their moves into there and just force Los Catocatos to just scramble all over the map.
Yeah, I love the, response from Los Catocatos. As soon as that Crustle Unite move happened, Umbreon went right up into the air, stole all of that shield. It was so close to just ripping Crustle apart right there. But yeah, the aggressiveness from Yala Bingo, like you were saying, it did put them into a position where Venusaur was never in trouble. They were just able to hang back and fire this artillery round over and over again in that solar beam, doing insane amounts of damage. Meanwhile, you have Sixies being incredibly aggressive with that hyper voice, moving in and out, just ripping them apart.
Yeah, when Lunder's on Mew, they feel almost like they're always in the mix, trying to be a playmaker and like just straight showtime. But here with this Venusaur, yeah, I'll take a break game, right? Just sit in the back, press my solar beam, rock and fire.
And here we go, this moment where Yala Bingo's pushing forward towards Los Caducados right here. We have the Azumarill, which, you know, I love to see it, but unfortunately didn't look like a difference maker here in game number 1, getting pushed back and getting KO'd in the top path.
I love this. As soon as that, do you see all the moves that just went straight into that rock tomb? And Marv actually baiting the players of Los Caducados to stay there because otherwise they were just going to score, right? So intuitively, you stop and you start pressing to stop the Crustle from scoring. That set up that rock tomb, and then everybody again went all in at the same time, and 2 players deleted.
Yeah, Rock Tomb just feels like one of my favorite catches in the game, right? When someone gets caught there, you know it's a lot of trouble for them. This was that moment where we had the Crustle Unite move. They're going to try to push towards this tier 2 goal zone. Thought it was a really smart time to use it too. Again, Umbreon wasn't there, not able to steal the shields away with their own Unite. The push, however, didn't work for Yala Bingo. That was a big moment for Los Caducados. Yeah,
tons of comeback experience here. And again, right into the middle, caught Rubble Rouse after the eject button, forced out the Umbreon, but now the Umbreon is alone and actually forced out the Espeon Unite as well, Spraggles, and that is a great Unite move that was used on a Crustle.
Yeah, and you can see we caught that, we caught Sixies, that Sylveon with the slow beam. Los Caducados did, but they just had nothing to follow it up because of how destructive Crustle was in that moment, completely separating the team. Player of the game, Sixies on the Sylveon, 10 KOs, 89,000 damage, and I don't think that could be their held item build for that one, given that it was Hyper Voice, but yeah, in fact, you know what? I'm going to sound positive.
I appreciate your confidence and commitment, and I agree. So we can be wrong together. But Sixies, of course, that we just had the interview with Sixies. They're in a groove right now.
Yeah, they are absolutely in a groove. Their team is cooking, and again, a lot of these end game moments, so much is decided near the end of a match in Pokemon Unite. In Pokemon Unite, I got it in there, everybody. Obviously, every other point of the game matters. The team that's ahead most often wins at Rayquaza. And Yala Bingo, even though it doesn't feel like they're completely dominant in every single match that they're in, they are playing these Ray fights so well.
They really are. It almost feels to me like the communication across the team has just hit a new level. Like it just has hit a different gear. I mean, you know, you're talking about the Rock Tomb follow-up engagements. We saw that multiple times of Marv setting up just great plays for multiple knockouts. We were talking about earlier in the game against Vamos where they kind of had a moment where Vamos kind of, you know, went for the back half score. It wasn't necessarily what we would think is the best play. But because Yala Bingo stepped up, covered for Marv, and they're back, they were actually there to just springboard. Otherwise, those points do go in and maybe make things a little bit scarier regardless. So, I mean, they're just moving as a unit.
Yeah, I gotta say, Marv has just been such a superstar setting up plays for Yala Bingo. It's interesting because in some of these games, and Los Caducados is banning for this, it feels like Potato has kind of been muted a little bit, right? But when that's been happening before, it feels like Yala Bingo has a lot of trouble. Right now, even though Potato has maybe some games where it feels like he's kind of shut down a little bit, you still have the rest of the team absolutely running the match.
Yeah, everybody is doing their job, doing it well, and giving other players the opportunity to have that show-out game. Like, not every game needs to be the Potato Show, and we've seen Sixie step up. We've seen Lunder step up, and then you just mentioned Marvin and Eternal, who are just kind of the core of that team, moving so well and facilitating these players.
Yeah, they've been playing so well. I mean, every time I see Marv, I just feel like they're setting up so many amazing plays. We're heading here into our draft for game number 2. Yala Bingo on an absolute tear, just burning through this losers bracket. One more win, they take down Los Caducados, and then Los Caducados' opportunity to head to Worlds is dashed.
dashed indeed. Still on the line for them. They can play the spoil sport. They can make some money. And of course, if they win 2 on the hop, they keep their world's dreams alive.
That's right. We see the bans here. Yala Bingo not wanting to deal with this Zoroark. They actually have a Blastoise ban from Yala Bingo. Los Caducados, however, we've got the Leafeon and we've got the Mew. First pick over to the Trevenant.
Great flex pick to start off with, right? That can either go into the hands of Potato if you actually want to take it top. And Marv, great defender player. Let's put it in his hand spot.
Yeah, it is one of those amazing picks, right? Blastoise sits in this position as well where you can take it early and you can flex it to multiple roles. You don't have this with a lot of Pokemon. You don't have this with Gardevoir. You have a very good idea of what that Pokemon is going to be doing inside of a match. As we head over to Yala Bingo's side, looking to get Umbreon and possibly this Eldegoss here.
Okay, so now I'm almost positive that Potato's going to be taking that tree, and Marv will be strapped up with the Umbreon, because now, I mean, internal, I don't know why they'd switch off Eldegoss at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a great pick for them. I don't think Los Caducados is going to take it at all, right? As they're looking to lock in their next Pokemon here. We've got the Glaceon, a very powerful pick. And we've got possibly the Slowbro again. Obviously, Slow Beam is a game-changing Unite move. We didn't get to see it change the game last match, though, because of the amazing plays from Marvin Eternal.
Yeah, Lunder going to lock in Delphox Fire Spin, just a nuisance out there. I mean, it's just so tough to operate around. It's going to be giving Leo fits on this Buzzwole. You know, it can get to the Glaceon in the back as well. Just a torturous move. And Yala Bingo, the way they're playing, they'll be able to take advantage of that. Anything that gets spun.
Final pick for Los Caducados. Could be their final pick of this tournament, or could be what turns everything around. It looks like we're locking in a Scyther here. Now, we have seen Scissor a little bit. It's a much rarer sight on Eos Island, right? But we've seen it a little from OC. There are teams that have done very well with it. I don't feel like we've seen really anyone in NA or EU give it a real shot.
Yeah, is this going to be the moment? No, I don't necessarily think so. I think we're going to see Scyther. Ender mentioned that Los Caducados does like to go in the Scyther direction from time to time. And, you know, Jose, from the last game to this game, it feels like a more natural transition to go to the Scyther.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But one can dream, right? We would love to see a Scissor, and one can dream. I don't want you to stop dreaming out there. I don't want you to give up hope. I don't want you to stop believing. In fact, I'd argue that you don't stop believing.
Every life is a journey. And if you stop believing, you won't be able to achieve your dreams.
That's right.
That's just a fact.
It's a journey. Any way you want it, that's the way you need it. Yala Bingo, Los Caducados. Yala Bingo doesn't need this win. They're already secured for Worlds, but with $20,000 for that first place, with a paid-for trip with that first place, I think they want to continue through this bracket. Again, Los Caducados, this is their last shot. They've got to win here.
Yeah, and pride on the line for the region, right? Yala Bingo has, like you said, had like these mental missteps when being in the winners' finals. This is a great way to turn that narrative around.
Yeah, absolutely. And if they continue to play their Rayquaza fights like this, they could be your EU champions, and they would absolutely deserve it because they're playing so well right now. We see Lunder heading down to this bottom path. This is a play that we've been seeing a lot from Yala Bingo, this split central area, handing over some experience to their bottom lane attacker as well as their Eevee heading top path.
Yeah, just doing an efficient split of their central, essentially giving up that kind of middle Bunnelby to the other team. They can have that one. We're going to stick safely to our game plan, not necessarily worry about stacking or do anything like that in the bottom path.
We have Glaceon making a mad dash to the top path right now, while at the same time Yala Bingo is putting some pressure onto the side of Los Caducados. We have once again that hyper voice Sylveon just putting out insane amounts of damage and also shredding that special defense. Going to be pretty mean to be caught in a hyper voice and possibly a fire spin if that's the way Delphox decides to play it.
Yeah, tons of damage. Really keep your target in space in one spot so that Hyper Voice deals as much damage as humanly possible.
And we talked about the possibility of a Scissor here, but that is a Scyther. There is the dual Wing Beat. They're looking for some KOs, and they pick one up. That's an amazing execute move there from the Scyther.
Yeah, immediately going for scores as all 4 players are sitting there. Couldn't throw enough at them to stop those from going in, and now they have a 57-12 lead very quickly, and Ninty gets everybody out of dodge.
Yeah, gets everybody out. Really beautiful Astonish right there, too, to make sure that they couldn't reposition that Hyper Voice. Los Catocados wins 89% of the time when they get the first Reggie, so I guess a lot is going to be decided in about a minute here, Noobsnacks.
First Reggie, I'm presuming bottom. Bottom Reggie.
They didn't say.
Did not say. So if they get a Reggie, they win almost 90% of the time.
If they get a Reggie before the other team, they win 90% of the time. That's a pretty good number. 90 is about as close to as 100 as you can get until you start getting into the other 90s. There's 91, 92. I won't go any further because I'm not sure how it shakes out. 97 gets a little confusing, then all the way to 100.
All the way to 100. Again, slightly better than 90. Stats team, let us know.
Yeah, stats team, I'm still trying to figure out if Los Vamos had the right amount of S's in their name. As we head toward this bottom path, we do have level 6 here on this Glaceon, which is the huge power spike for it. Opportunity for this Scyther to pick up a KO, and they do. Update, bottom Reggie.
Okay, so if they take the first bottom Reggie, they have a win rate of 90%. I'll tell you what, they're putting themselves in a pretty good position to get this first one right now. Birdie-Lo way too far forward, spun and done, as now Yala Bingo's roaring back, and I think Rops is getting caught out. Now Ninty's going to have the eject button to get out, and Jose can't even make a play. So what just looked like great positioning from Los Catocados just kind of slipped through their fingers.
Yeah, I mean, Los Catocados had a great push right there, but Yala Bingo was able to come back, able to push forward there. Big fire spin, just going to keep them out. Fire blast, Hyper Voice for the secure in the bottom path. Now, does that mean they don't win?
They only have an 11% chance of winning this game?
Well, it doesn't mean that, but it does mean that they lost their 90 for sure. Reggie Rock secured by Yala Bingo.
Again, more pressure being put on. Jose kind of getting split. Lunder with a good path to try and get there. Popping the Scyther Unite. Can they follow up and get KOs? No, they're actually falling on the other side, on the side of Los Catocados. Birdie-Lo does sort out 60s. Internal taking every Icicle Spear under the sun after the Glacial stage, looking to get spun for 1 to make them 1 and done, but no, they get out.
What a mean team composition from Yala Bingo. They have Mean Look, Umbreon, Fire Spin, Delphox. That's gross.
Potato on the tree taking a bunch of damage because there's 4 players. They're popping their Unite move. Portal is down just for damage, but Potato still stands with after a nice Mean Look by Marv.
Yeah, I mean, that Mean Look is going to set up so many amazing plays. The biggest one being if Scyther moves in to fight, they can pull back slightly and just keep it in this area where it's easily able to be KO'd. So they're going to have to try to bait out the Mean Look before Scyther moves in, which is not easy to do.
It is not. Quickly popping through the Phantom Force is Ninty. We're going to take a deep breath on this Reggie Alecki here, as Yala Bingo still has 2 players bottom. They haven't committed this much to a bottom defense today, actually.
Yeah, it looks like they're possibly still looking for, some extra experience right now. They're way up on the side of Yala Bingo. We can see a level 11 here. Scyther moving in, trying to make something happen, and no, they do go down due to the pain split on the Trevenant.
My thing that I'm seeing out of this Scyther right now as this fight rages on is that Scyther Unite, the last 2 we've seen have been defensive Unites. They haven't been to engage and aggress. They've been, I'm really low, I'm trying to get a little bit of shield so I can retreat and maybe stay standing. That is not how you want to be playing Scyther.
No, these unfortunate moments, right? You want a big level lead with Scyther. You want to be jumping in towards those squishy Pokemon and just ripping them apart. It's great if it can get next to that Delphox, right? I mean, that would be excellent for Los Catocados. But you have incredible support and defender play here from Yala Bingo, setting up another nice KO. This Fire Spin is just on an insanely low cooldown, and it just sets up, look at this, huge play after huge play. Going down, Reggie Alecki walks. Yala Bingo just doing amazing work here as they're waiting for a massive overcap.
304 to 109. The fact that Los Catocados has put over 100 points in themselves is pretty impressive. Rings are unbound. Marv, again, has just been on this solo defensive mission in the bottom path, only usually looking down at the defender on the other side. Now, Ninty playing forward, going for stuns. Meanwhile, the Reggie Alecki is ripped apart, taken by the Slowbro. Rob's looking to put pressure. We have another Unite, Scyther Unite coming out. Can they actually put some damage on, get some KOs? No, fire spun and put down again. Leo in the back line goes for a little slam, pops the Buzzwell Unite on Eldegoss. They're deleted, and put down. Slow beam on the tree. That's not the target you want. Meanwhile, the rest of the team's pushing forward. Yala Bingo about that action.
Yala Bingo fighting well there, but I do like, even though this match has really gone the way of Yala Bingo so far, it does feel like Los Caducados is doing everything they can to keep themselves in it, find good moments for big-time KOs, and they have pulled out a couple nice fights against Yala Bingo. Yala Bingo, though, is putting on a show.
Yeah, three level 12s on each side here. So Los Caducados is down on the scoreboard, doesn't look great in fights, but are finding ways to keep pace, keeping themselves in this game.
Here we go. Yala Bingo positioned well for this, obviously. They want this. Los Caducados really doesn't want to deal with this Regieleki. In their minds, they either want to stop Yala Bingo from getting it, secure it themselves, or at least get it off the map as quickly as possible so it's not walking towards their home base during Rayquaza. And that's what they're doing right now. They would love to secure this here. They will sacrifice any of their players to do it. As long as it's not walking towards their base, that crisis is now averted. They have not unlocked Zapdos on the side of Yala Bingo. Still way up, but a win condition was shut down by Los Caducados.
Rops gets chased down by Sixies and knocked out. The Slowbro will be back in plenty of time, and Yala Bingo just getting some positioning. But they have 2 Tier 1 goal zones to defend now, Spraggles.
Yeah, they're going to have to defend those, and they're behind by, 200 points, a little over 200 points, right? So even if they're able to put a full 50 in top and bottom, they're still slightly behind. This is a great position for Yala Bingo. It's not surprising if you've been watching this entire match right here. Yala Bingo is playing out of their minds right now. 2 minutes on the clock. Los Caducados could be looking at the last Rayquaza of their tournament season. Everything is on the line for them as they are trying to run from Potatoes and Sixies right here. Now they're going to have to reposition themselves and look for a much better fight. But they're dealing with this unbelievable amount of, crowd control, stuns, fire spins, mean looks on the side of Yala Bingo. Buzzwole looking for an opportunity right there. Missing, moving down with the Hoopa Unite move, repositioning with the team. And now they're pushing forward. Little stun on Sixies right here. Slowbro is caught, not able to use their Unite move, and Hoopa's in trouble.
Glacial Sage is down. Hyper Voice on top of Ninty. Ninty taking a ton of damage. They get spun. They are done. Ninty goes down. Moving forward. Nice Buzzwole Unite on Potato. Knocks them up. They catch a beautiful reset and come right back through. 2 players down. 1 player down for Yala Bingo. They are putting the pressure on. They are after this Leo player. Fire Blast puts them down. Ventilo. Every Icicle Spear under the sun is just hitting Potato in the forehead, and they keep moving forward. Now, we've got a Fire Spin on Rops. They actually hit Amnesia to tick through and not actually get spun. Yala Bingo takes a deep breath and says, we are on the horizon of moving forward in this one. Tree sorts out Slowbro, and Tree walking towards Birdie Low yet again. Another spin on Ninty, and this is looking bleak.
Yeah, that Slowbro KO right there, I actually think was the game-winning KO. It once again could not secure anything with its Unite move. It pushed itself too far forward. It could have let the rest of Los Caducados come back. It didn't look like Yala Bingo was going for the rip right there. And now, unfortunately, there's just not enough time on the clock for Los Caducados to get anything done. They're running towards the center right here. It's going to be a mad dash to try to rip Ray off the map. They have to. There's nothing else they can do. They're looking for Ray. They're putting some damage on it right now. Slowbro with a slow beam that we probably could have used 2 Rayquaza fights ago. 10 seconds left in the last 10 seconds for Los Caducados. Yala Bingo moving forward as they've been doing all day.
Man, Yala Bingo bringing the Saw comp like everything was just a death trap, a KO trap for this Los Caducados squad. What a composition, what a fun match, and what a statement by Yala Bingo as they roll on.
Yeah, Yala Bingo is playing so well today. Obviously, that match was extremely strong for them start to finish, right? But even still, they had a beautiful Rayquaza fight. Los Caducados just could not get anything done. They weren't able to set up their slow beam. Their Slowbro just getting ripped apart before they could set the team up for any kind of big play. Scyther completely shut down. Yala Bingo moving forward. It's the last we're going to see of Los Caducados this season.
Tip of the cap to Los Caducados. Great run for them. Really putting the screws to a lot of top teams. They are eliminated now in top 4. Well done on behalf of them. Yala Bingo rolls on, which means Talla Bobo still has a chance. Their fingers are forever crossed at this point, Sprangles.
That's right. We're going to send it back on over to Zoinks and Wonder Chef to break this whole thing down. Gentlemen, take it away.
Yala Bingo forge ahead, Wonder Chef. Yet another team falls to them as we see that brilliant windscreen, by the way, on the LED. Yet again, I feel like that screen's getting kind of tired putting Yala Bingo on that win side.
I know. Can we actually just like copy and paste with replay like exactly what we said the last time we were up here? Because it's just going to keep happening. I mean, we are going to finally eventually take a break from Yala Bingo, but not for very long because they're still in this. They're still winning. Yeah. But I got to say, the big thing to me, they're looking better, I think, every single time that we're seeing them play. I mean, the further that we're getting in here, obviously the very first game was the shakiest that we've seen, but it's just looking better and better and better. We heard it straight from Sixies. They are a momentum, emotional-based team, and they've just got to be feeling better and better as time goes on.
There's been so many aspects I've loved of Yala Bingo, but today, for me, it has been Marv's tank gameplay. I think this is the best Marv has ever looked, and I know we talk a lot about Bruv and how brilliant he is as a defender in EU. I don't think we are talking about Marv nearly enough for what he's been able to pull off. We've of course seen Mammal Swine from him, but Marv has played in terms of meta defenders so far today. A brilliant Snorlax, Umbreon, Slowbro, Trevenant, Crustle. Like, we are seeing so much from that player and how they are able to flex into so many different ways because of it. There's great aspects of Yala Bingo across the board, but for today, it's Marv stealing the show from me. And well, maybe Lunder and Sixies duo is kind of brilliant off at times as well. But in particular, I have just been loving what Marv has been able to pull off today.
Yeah, I actually want to take that sentiment and spread it to the entire team. I think one of the big things that we've seen from Yala Bingo over the course of this season is that they had some real true kind of Pokemon specialties, and it was a little bit harder for them when they were kind of being targeted either by bans or like counter picks. But we've seen almost every single player on Yala Bingo flex to a bunch of different Pokemon throughout the day. I mean, specifically, Lunder has been targeted in so many different bans, and every single one of their Pokemon is looking amazing. Like you said, it really does kind of just spread throughout the entire team.
Yeah, I felt like the start of the day was all the bans focused on Potato, and now it is going to be on Lunder and Sixies, seeing that Leafeon band away quite a bit. But Sixies still putting up incredible performances, 84,000 damage in that game, somehow under their average damage, by the way, because it's such a unbelievable number, but still putting up a fantastic performance game after game. This Sylveon has looked so good. In that game, I believe it was game 1 in this matchup, it was every single time that Sixies had a perfect Hyper Voice lineup, there was a Solar Beam to follow. It was so perfect coordination between Sixies and Lunder. Those Solar Beams doing tremendously more damage if the target has been debuffed by that Hyper Voice damage. So amazing to see the coordination, amazing to see all of the gameplay we've seen so far from Yala Bingo.
Oh, yeah, and of course we can take a look at the bracket to see how much further they have to go. I feel like we've seen a decent amount of Yala Bingo. We've seen every single one of their matches so far, and look at that, all along the bottom path, defeating Talla Bobo, defeating Vamos, which already, by the way, is 2 of the highest seeds that we have, Los Caracados, and now it's a big TBD because our next matchup is going to be our winners finals, another ridiculous match that finally to see a little bit of a different story. Not that I don't love watching Yala Bingo, just continue to get better and better as time goes on, but I'm very excited for this next one.
Oh, I'm pumped. I'm so excited to see Connoisseurs for the first time on our broadcast. It's going to be a huge deal. I mean, it seems like every tournament, Klaus has got a new roster that he's absolutely popping off with, so we're going to see that yet again. And then, of course, Nouns Esports has been looking amazing. But we want to take a look at globally for a moment. We have a lot of teams competing to qualify for Worlds, and we're starting to fill in this list rather quick. Fusion obviously qualifying via the AOS Cup, so that opened up 2 slots in Latin America South. So both Imperio and 3 the Chiquitos qualifying in that way. And now Brazil is locked in. I believe their grand finals is currently ongoing, but because it is Legacy and DreamMax, they are both going to earn a spot to the World Championships.
And Ground Zero Gaming and Geek Sports, that one finished up up very early in the morning, and I may be tired from watching that one, but it was great to see that storyline. And we've also got, on top of this, some other teams from the Asian regions that have qualified. I mean, there's actually quite a few of them. I think, just to like name some off the top of my head, I know we saw Talon qualify, we saw Elevate qualify, MYS qualified,
Shinrode, Rise.
Yeah, it's actually so many. I'm not going to name it right now. We're just going to keep talking and just saying names as we go through this break.
Yeah, honestly, we're going to have to get some good detective work on that, but we are now within the top 3 of our European regional finals. We're going to finish this one off right after this.
Hey, welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are, the final day for EU. We're going to find our champion very, very soon, Doob Snacks.
I'm super excited. Nouns continues the quest that you and I have put them on. But Yala Bingo, I think, took that personally because they are looking hot in this losers bracket. But we still have the winners finals to sort out, and that's where we're going next.
That's where we are going. That's right. Yala Bingo is the Michael Jordan of this. We talked to Nouns Esports, and they took that a little personally as we get ready for this huge match here in our winners finals. We have got Nouns, and we have got the Connoisseurs.
Connoisseurs. Of course, taking a look at the Connoisseurs, the names that you're probably most familiar with if you've been following the UCS is Gek, Okami, and Klaus. However, Nouns Esports on the other side, 5 players that you definitely should be familiar with at this point.
Yeah, if you've been following EU at all for the past few years, I just recently found out it's been 3. These are some huge players for the EU region. Connoisseurs, however, they're in the winners finals for a reason. These are some big names as well. Nouns Esports right here. Adesu, Toon Slim, Bruv, Soreyu, Gotlu. I appreciate that Bruv is in HD. Some players hang out in standard definition, but Bruv is in HD, and that's nice.
Bruv in HD, us, 4K, baby.
That's right. Take that, Bruv.
Take it, bruv.
There we go. And here are the Connoisseurs. Break it down, Noob Snacks.
We've got Gek, Galaxy, Klaus, Lukita, and Snow O. Win-loss record of 12-2, a team that cobbled together themselves for this event, and they are raking.
Yeah, you know, when it comes down to these huge tournaments, we see that a team like this can be put together and they can really upset things that are going on. As we talked about before, if a team like Connoisseurs wins, we still have Nouns, we still have Yala Bingo, but Talla Bobo, however, does not make it through. Connoisseurs would take that #1 slot, shifting everybody down.
Quick call to action. Who will be the winner of match number 5? Vote in the poll right now. Bang, it's there.
I have no hands! Wait. Guys, I do have hands. They were covered.
By the thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
they were covered. No, I'll let you take care of this. No, I thought I didn't have them.
This is such a fun experience for me. Connoisseurs, a
the
player.
thing at the bottom.
You're still going, eh?
Huh?
This is amazing. Let's go to casters because apparently we're not worth our salt. Take it away. We're miserable.
Thank you so much. It's too bad that there's a lot of misery going on over there, but I at least have the joy of the next matchup they're going to be watching, Wonder Chef. I hope you share the same sentiment as I do.
I do, and I'm also very glad, just like Sprinkles, that I have hands, because we get a chance to point out exactly what is being drafted here. Again, Connoisseur is a much less known entity than Nouns, who's the most known entity.
Of course, yeah. One Pokemon that we have not seen banned so far yet, it will be the Comfey, but the Zoroark we have seen banned in so many of our matches today, Wonder Chef, in EU, and that is Klaus's signature pick. It's also one of Soreyu's signature picks, so I kind of imagined that would be a contested option between these two teams. Honestly, quite surprised to see it slide past the banning phase. Nouns Esports have been sitting for a while, so have Connoisseurs, and Nouns Esports is going to lead with that Blastoise pick.
I mean, I do like the idea, if you want to get rid of the Zoroark, you get rid of the Comfey. A lot of times that is the combo. A lot of teams, even the Japanese team that qualified for their Worlds qualifier last night was using that a lot, saying it was one of their signatures. On the other side, Hoopa early is a little bit interesting. Sylveon, Leafeon, Crustle, all of these, nothing too surprising early on. But
if anything, it's just the leaving of the Leafeon,
yes,
right? So grabbing the Sylveon and the Hoopa while Leafeon is still available. Not very much respect being thrown in Nouns' direction, but oh my word, be still by beating hard. A Gecko Kami selection of the Snorlax. I mean, call it a throwback. We've been around the block for 3 years now in the UCS. This feels like it goes even back before the UCS.
Yeah, I'm glad that Snorlax is back in the meta. I love Snorlax, and it was definitely one of the defenders that really fell away. Speaking of interesting picks that have kind of fallen out of the meta, the Chandelure. It feels like every time recently that we do see it finally picked up again, it tends to get KO'd very easily, but it looks like there's a lot of confidence on the side of Nouns to pick that up off the bat.
Yeah, one of those Pokemon that can kind of compete at mid-range, and I talk about this a lot. When your Hoopa is the main healer on the other side, ooh, very interesting pick of the Dragonite. We'll talk about that in a moment. But the Hoopa resets being your main access of healing kind of forces your position in a couple different directions. One of the best ways to take out an enemy team is that burst damage. Chip damage is going to be almost useless against a team comp when they have Hoopa. So Leafeon and Chandelure, most likely the Flamethrower, will have so many great options just to burst down an enemy before they can even reset through that portal. Whether you try to stop the reset or not, just take them out with damage.
Just take them out with damage. Easy peasy. Of course, yeah, we do now get to talk about the fact that Dragonite is going to be on board. And I do like that, of course, when there is a Leafeon on the other side, you don't really know what they're going to pick as far as their moves, but the potential for having very strong Secure is there. And, you know, I want to say that there's probably the high chance that we're going to see Hyper Beam, but we did pretty outraged Dragonite win yesterday. There's a lot of interesting picks going on in Pokemon Unite competitive right now.
Yeah, Klaus saw that and said, okay, bet, I'm running it. That would be hysterical to see. However, with the scope lens and the muscle band, I really have to imagine we are going something with the Hyper Beam. I mean, you're going Dragon Dance either way, which is why you got the muscle band for more auto attacks. So you really could go either direction, but I think we are both leaning our predictions towards the big ol' beam. However, it's not the only beam they have access to. They have that Solar Beam comp that works alongside that Hyper Voice. Of course, Dragonite being a physical attacker won't benefit over the special defense being shredded with the Sylveon. However, the Solar Beam secure, alongside the Hyper Voice, having the backup of the Dragonite Hyper Beam secure, Connoisseurs are very, very ready for a final fight within the 2 minutes.
Yeah, this is our first opportunity once again to actually see how they play, but they are, like you said, they're going to be a very strong scaling team, and that's going to be a big deal. The later I feel we get the, well, I don't want to say it's necessarily going to be better for them, because it's going to be strong scaling on both sides, but and both have an evolution. It's all together just going to be, I feel, kind of like similar in pace, but the late game is going to be very different than the early game for both teams, is what I'll say.
Of course, yeah. I do think in that we have to establish the fact that Nouns Esports early game looks phenomenally better because Sarayu is on this Leafeon. An absolute menace in the match we got to see them with today, but honestly, their entire Pokemon Unite career. You put Sarayu on a Speedster, you just watch the profit sink in for your squad. Sarayu almost at level 5, and notably taking away that buff away from the Dratini.
Right now, of course, has free reign to kind of go wherever. I like that they kind of ran up to the top, went around, and then now down to the bottom. I don't know if they're going to kind of try to be sneaky here, stay out of vision, but you might think that they, thought just based on your last moment of vision on them that they weren't going to be there, but also prioritizing bottom, a very interesting thing to do that we're going to see on both sides. The chunk.
Wow, interesting. Okay, so Snow's Mew, another Mew expert in EU. This region just rampant with Mew players, 6-0 on that Pokemon in particular. So yes, Nouns Esports doing their homework. I mean, like that one, pretty easy answer. A Desu trying to help out Sarayu. Sarayu not needing the help to take the buff at the very least, and a Desu not too worried about giving a level 3 Pokemon's worth of experience, and they don't even have to be concerned about it. They're able to escape thanks to that Sarlacc Berry. Pretty sure that's right.
I don't know if that's true, but I believe you. All I know is the citrus bear. But we are already seeing a really interesting strategy from Nouns, very different from what we saw before. Not that they can't have this level of aggression, but it does kind of seem like when you have a team that you have a whole lot less knowledge of course some of the players you're going to have knowledge of, but you have a lot less footage of them. Maybe one of the best ways to stop them is to just stop them from the beginning, right? Be aggressive, shut them down early. Don't give them an opportunity to kind of show what's pulled them all the way into the top 4 here on the winner side.
Yeah, the best way to beat a game plan is beat it early. I definitely agree with that one, Rishabh. I think it's a great call out. Oof, Gecko Kami taking so much damage. Bro with a very intelligent Rock Tomb. Sarayu doing a ton of damage as well, but we talked about how their damage composition is focused on that burst. We are running that overheat, so more overall damage most likely. And now they're going to be charging towards this enemy gold zone. Toonslip going as far to enter the enemy flux zone to try to take down Klaus, and that will be an eject button from the Dragonair to escape the clutches of the Rock Tomb.
You know, the more I think about this comp, I really, really like the Chandelure. That looked like a self-attack. That was mean. That was so just rude. But yeah, the Chandelure, there's not a lot actually that can super hard target it on the other side. A lot of times it's really worried about getting dove on, but that's not an issue. Attempt on the steal, that was really close, but it is going to be Toonslim, aka Tonslim. Still love to call them their new tag name. That is going to be able to confirm that and get that extra KO. I do appreciate that attempt on the heavy slam steal, though.
Very big overdone for Nouns Esports. Obviously a donut on the side of Connoisseurs, but a very slow rip on this Regieleki. This has allowed Gatlu to actually get in position, who, by the way, is having a phenomenal early game. Already level 9 at the 7-minute mark. He's going to Hydro Typhoon. At this point in time, it's just buying time off the clock to allow their team to work at the bottom path and potentially join them up here eventually. I don't think Gatlu's too worried about the result of what goes down here, as long as the payoff is there on the bottom side, and it absolutely is. Connoisseurs, though, will take what they can get. Regieleki lands, leaves it at 30. Lukita definitely not wanting to throw their points in. Be very small break.
The delay helped, but in the end, there was just not enough members to be able to come up. I mean, they were, I think, very happy with that trade. They were able to get some stuff down in the bottom tier 2 glow zone, which is a lot better than what they're basically trading away for this. This is going to be a nice overdunk on this tier 1. Nice usage of the Unite from the Dragonite to just get away, just disappear, say, yeah, I'm just going to start this fight from where I want to start it. The Hyper Beam is going to come out, going to do a chunk of damage, and finally there is going to be a follow-up on Soryu, but there's still a majority KO victory for the side of Nouns. However, just that one KO on Soryu being the highest level in the game is going to be a lot of returning XP.
Yeah, I don't hate that play from Galaxy, right? They just see their opportunity. Yes, they will be trading themselves. They're 1v5ing in a situation like that, but the clear intent is to take out one Pokemon on the enemy side. You trade that one, and I'm so sorry, I said Galaxy. It actually is Snow on that Sylveon, but still a very, very good choice in that moment. So Connoisseurs finding these little moments to try to take back some agency in this game, because it has been Nouns Esports controlling this match so far. However, there are win conditions for Connoisseurs.
Oh, I love that little play there. Just the X-Scissor into the perfect Rock Tomb to wall them both off, and then Toonslim taking a really forward position in that fight so that if they try to back up, they're just going to be running a little bit close. They're kind of run past him, but that does leave Toonslim in a pretty scary spot as far as damage. Of course, the Hoopa Unite coming out to bring in everybody else as well, with Rub sitting behind. This is going to be hard to get this steal, but there is a good opportunity. It looks like it was the Venusaur in the end, but the Emerald 2-step going in to be able to at least get 1K on the Dragonite so far in this fight. This is not a big push moment for Connoisseurs. They look like they're like, okay, well, this is actually getting really scary. We'll just take our little win here and back off, which is, they're doing a great job of playing from behind, I think.
Yeah, such a hard team to push into as well. Chandelure and Blastoise and Crustle, very tough Pokemon to really push aggressively into. One part of the Connoisseurs composition we have not talked about, I think, at all, Wonderstep, is this is a trick Hoopa. So watch out for that. A little bit of extra move speed, a little bit of extra damage potentially sometimes, but you will see Pokemon have that extra button. They can teleport as well if Hoopa can time those Phantom Force trick combinations with each other. You just saw like Gek demonstrate it. Thank you so much. This is an instructional video.
There wasn't even a reason for them to do it there, except for the fact that
perfect. Honestly, shout out Gek.
Teleported them backwards for no reason. But now they are going to be attempting a push. Big X-Scissor to kind of push back that initiation. Gek really wants to try to be the first one in. Of course, they're not going to get that opportunity there. Now the first one in, but unfortunately not really anybody to follow it up. I'm going to have to assume that they're probably getting KO'd, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Following it up as well onto Snow. This is going to be 3, looking for maybe 4. 2 members left down here to defend. Or at least the Venusaur is going to be very good at defending. Both these Pokemon, honestly, Gek going to be respawning and coming back. No chance to score.
Yeah, we have the Venusaur going with the Pedal Drain build, which is a really interesting decision. I'm not sure that I love it, but the Unite move will start out this team fight with a ton of damage. Crustle will fall. Dragonite and Venusaur working in tandem to achieve that one. We have Gek charging all the way into the enemy side. Gatlu needs to eject button past the block with their Surf to provide as much room as they can for Nouns Esports. And Nouns Esports defends their goal zone yet again, is pushing Connoisseurs all the way back to their tier 2 with a basement Reggie spawning in this moment that will be clearly Nouns Esports. Connoisseurs has yet another push stifled.
And we are going to get this Regirock buff for the final stretch. That was the big loss right there. I mean, Connoisseurs, I think, really smart to kind of back up, realize that they were not going to be able to win that. And if they didn't want to take their final fight down there at that Regirock, they just don't seem like their comp is going to be ready for that. They do, I think, have a really high potential for being able to potentially win this last fight. Yes. They've got to get some really good initiations. Biggest thing right now is they've got to get some of their Unites back. We're at 2 minutes. There's only 3 little yellow dots. We are going to be missing the Eldegoss one on the side of Nouns, though, as far as the Unites go. So maybe not the immediate push. We are still going to be playing a little bit patient, trying to find out where everybody is. Multiple members defending, but there's an attempt at a back cap down on bottom, and it looks like that might be getting off unless we can get down there fast enough from Toonslim.
Yeah, Toonslim will be able to rotate, but Dragonite, one of the best options to back cap. They, of course, can take the Hoopa portal to join the rest of the team. Galaxy is taking so much damage. Sorayu's going to take out that Pokemon. Picture perfect timing. KO streak at 2. Klaus already down in this fight is spelling disaster. That was their 2 best secure tools for the Rayquaza. Now they're relying on the Sylveon, and that's not even an option as Toonslim takes down yet another target. Only the Hoopa and the Snorlax make that Gek Okami the last member of Connoisseurs to contest the Ray. No one left. Nouns Esports team wipe. get the Ray, and now they have a whole minute left to celebrate this Game 1 victory.
I have 1 minute and 1 second to talk about how these teams need to stop letting Sorayu have Leafeon. Please! It has looked undefeatable. There's a reason why this Pokemon is banned all the time. I mean, it wasn't a full streak, but so many of the KOs within that final fight were all Leafeon. The confirm was from Rayquaza was on Leafeon. This one, I would say, is pretty wrapped up in the bag. We are going to see one more attempt for Connoisseurs to push forward. 40 seconds. There's a tier 1 goal zone here, but they're going to have to score in a bunch of different goal zones all at once, and even the points in pocket not going to be enough. So I'm going to call this one a wrap at this point. Yeah, even this is a smart defense from Nouns, realizing you don't need to defend. You can kind of give up those first goal zones just in case they have enough. They've got somebody there with a lot more points that you can stop later on.
Yeah, they'll be back, Kappa, to ensure their score lead, and as the clock ticks down, what we already knew to be true will be seen into the game as well. Nouns Esports starting off this matchup 1-0. Connoisseurs coming into this game with some very interesting move choices, draft choices, but Nouns Esports just showcasing a whole nother level of mastery within this region. Nouns Esports, what a start.
I know. This is, I mean, it's really, again, it's what Sprinkles and Doom Snacks have been talking about, which is that we've seen Nouns win, and we've seen them do well, but we've never seen them look like the dominant team in the region. It's never looked like, for example, how Talla Bobo Believers looked last season, and that's kind of where they're at as far as who the players in their team are, but that's really what they're looking like today. All of the games that we've seen from them have been strong. It feels like they've been winning from minute 1 to minute 10, every single one of those.
Yeah, yet another 100,000 plus damage game from Toon. This Chandelure, it's one of my favorite picks to play in the bottom path, especially in partnership with that Imprison. It is so strong into coordinated teams, doing a great job there. We got to see some fun stuff from Connoisseurs. We got to see a little bit of that Trick Hoopa play alongside the Snorlax. So some heavy slam engages and then a portal out. We saw one in the final fight. We could take another look at it with our highlights of game number 1. But like we said, it didn't quite match up to where we needed Connoisseurs to be.
Yeah, so one interesting thing for me about a lot of what Connoisseurs picked was I think there's a lot of the kind of moveset picks that they chose, the interesting little shifts that I love, but I don't know if they necessarily all worked together. For example, I am a huge fan of Trick Hoopa right now, and we've seen it work really well if you're trying to specifically pocket one Pokemon. So I think one of the times that we saw a Comfey band, we ended up seeing a Trick Hoopa on top of a Zoroark, and it really does kind of give it that own little, we're dealing with one particular hard carry. Of course, especially once you get higher level, it really gives them back a ton of HP, it gives them the movement speed, everything about it can be very, very scary, and then on top of that, you can kind of get some extra CC with shooting both of the Shadow Balls at people, but I don't really know if there was a particular target here. Of course, that was kind of to combo maybe with that Venusaur, the Petal Dance Venusaur, which we've seen plenty of times today work, and over the course of the weekend, but it just didn't seem like maybe together it was as scary against a particular comp of Nouns. Do you feel like that's the case?
Yeah, I would totally agree with that, but honestly, if there's one particular pick that I didn't love in the composition that Connoisseurs brought, it was the build on the Venusaur. I would have loved to see the Solar Beam in this composition. I mean, Dragonite and Venusaur are two incredible Ray Secures, but you saw how well Bruv played the Crustle into the Venusaur. In that final fight, their only option was to get into the Rayquaza pit, and Crustle just blocked them out of it. But the player of the game will be Sorayu on this Leafeon. It feels like anytime this player has this Pokemon selection, they are going to be awarded this accolade because they are just phenomenal on this option.
Certainly the Overlord effect, but yeah, Sorayu this season has been unbelievable. I already said, probably my favorite player to watch. We've only seen the Leafeon because people have just let them keep having Leafeon, which is, right, like I said, I had a minute and a half to say it. I think it's a mistake. I want to see that taken away. Let the Zoroark happen. Leafeon is just so good at so many things. But you get another chance for redemption. Okay. Nouns wins again. Zoinks. No. What's the noun of the match?
Ooh, draft?
Yeah, that's a good one. That's actually a great one. Okay. When I ran through this entire bit into my head, draft was my answer. So I'm congratulations, you made it.
All right. This is the best day of my life. All right, here we go. Regional finals, team versus team. Some interesting statistics to take a look at here. Nouns Esports 12-1, Connoisseurs 12-2. One of my favorite things about seeing these win-losses is you can kind of look and see how many best of threes these teams have played. But because of how dominant both of their group stages were, all of those were 2-0. most. So in terms of their win-loss, the amount of matches played between these two teams extremely low. However, Connoisseurs, the glaring stat that jumps out to me is that 80% Rayquaza capture rate. Nouns Esports shutting that down in game number 1, but clearly this team does prefer an objective-based game.
Yeah, that's a really high amount, exactly what we're seeing with Yala Bingo as well, which is really interesting. We can also see some comparisons between players. Sareyu, it does say Blaziken on there, but of course he's played so many different Pokemon. It's like hard to choose what's been played the most. Obviously, it's going to end up being Blaziken in the end, but then me on the other side, Snow.
Yeah, I mean, this team wants this Mew so bad. 6-0 performance that our stats team was showing us while we were within that match, so clearly they would love to get that option in draft, but I mentioned it, Nouns Esports has done their homework. I don't know if they are going to allow that particular option to appear again. Feels like the Sylveon's still very good. We asked you at the beginning of the matchup to vote, or sorry, not a vote, I guess a poll on who would be winning, and in fact, Chad, you really love an underdog. You really do in these last few matches. Connoisseurs with 70%. Nouns Esports are going to be playing with a chip on their shoulder thanks to that chat poll.
Yeah, just for the record, you do vote in polls, so they were voting. But yeah, I'm telling you, over the course of the weekend, we've seen chat a lot. They're like, if somebody's not favored, let's give them 80% of our votes. And I appreciate that. It's a lot more fun. But right now, Nouns is certainly saying that they feel you all are very wrong. And that showing was certainly looking that way, too. Again, it's not the Connoisseurs played badly, but Nouns was ready from... You know, I've been saying minute 1 to minute 10, but it's before that. It's before that. It's really it's a minute. How long does draft take? What's the official time of draft take? Minute -5 or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or is it minute 1 to minute 15?
Oh, I actually have no idea.
Okay, me neither. That's fine. Let's just not talk about time.
It's tough to manage. I mean, sometimes you're in a draft and it feels like you're there for an eternity, but we have, of course, our guest analyst, Inder, joining us for this draft phase. Inder, we saw some very interesting picks and movesets in that last one. Are you expecting to see as much variety in this draft number 2?
I think they might want to kind of go back to their game plan where they were having a lot more success. If they can get that Mew on Snow, I think that's really the key to their victory here. And I like them going for first pick. Yesterday we saw a lot of teams opting for second pick after their loss, where you get that priority. But this first pick means that if Leafeon gets banned away, they have access to that Mew first pick if they want it.
Yeah, it's so clever. I love that. It's a great call out. Finally, we're seeing the Leafeon ban. It's from Nouns, but perfect call, Inder. It's the Mew. You want to try predicting the next 2? Oh, you already got the last one.
You keep going. Predict 3 and 4, or 4 and 5.
All right, so they don't necessarily need to take their support here. Sylveon's been a really popular pick. We could see a Sylveon or a Venusaur. Venusaur's been a really enjoyed pick in EU.
Yeah.
Completely wrong there. They're going to go with Crossline Elf. So the idea here is that you have the option to not take your support because the other team already has theirs. They're not going to take away Eldegoss. Or because the other team knows you're going to need a defender supporter, pick those, and now you can respond to what Nouns says. So Nouns goes for a Snorlax, Sylveon. They're hiding their cards, keeping their cards close to their chest here too. Connoisseurs now needs to commit to their comp. They're going to bring down Venusaur like I talked about. Now they need their top lane Pokemon. Buzzwole, I think that's a great pick. Nouns, they'll round out their pick with probably Sarayu's pick here, so they can go in any direction. Or Sarayu on the Sylveon, and Toon can pick something up, so we'll see. There it is.
I was just going to say, it feels like a speedster option for Sarayu's huge here. We're seeing a very, what I have to imagine is a very traditional double beam composition for Connoisseurs. We saw some little different things in the last game. But Inder, thank you so much for joining us and adding your insight to this draft. Honestly, very invaluable. But here we go, Chef. We are jumping into game number 2. Nouns Esports finally get their hands on the Zoroark. Feels like a bit of permaban for enemy teams against them all tournament long.
Yeah, the Zoroark's going to be really interesting, right? Zoroark with Hoopa, I would, actually exactly what I was saying before, I would really not mind a trick Hoopa, but the thing too is that poor Hoopa looks really good with this comp, you know, minus the Zoroark, so I feel like it could go either way. I just think that would be something that's really interesting. I'm also a little bit surprised we didn't end up seeing the Talonflame. A lot of times when they've had similar comps, I mean, more so maybe when they're on for free, Sareyu was going Talonflame in last pick situations like that. Also was going Talonflame a lot against a lot of the Venusaurs.
Yes.
Mew does not have the best job in the world of getting away from stuff like Fly, so that could have been an option, but it's great just to see the Zoroark, right? There's a reason why that's been banned so far a decent amount today when we've seen Soraya on board.
Oh, it's such a power pick, and there's so many players within this region that would consider themselves to be true experts of that Pokemon, and they can demonstrate that in every game that they get the chance to. So we're going to get to see if Soraya can live up to their reputation on that specific pick. I think the double beam answer on the other side is going to be really interesting. When we first saw Crustle really rise to its dominance in the metagame as a defender, it felt like it was on the back of this very composition. Two incredibly powerful long-range attacks that necessitate the enemy to sit in one area. Whether it's Mean Look Umbreon or Rock Tomb Crustle, whatever you can do to engage these solar beams from either Pokemon, it is a fantastic way to do so.
I will just say, every single time that we think we know what the Venusaur's build is going to be as far as moves, they end up tricking us. But I do feel like the Double Beam makes a lot of sense. I love Double Beam. I think it's always going to be strong, probably. And we see a lot of teams really not go for it as much and really take advantage of how much of a ranged advantage they can have. I mean, nobody's going to be able to equal up that range. The only fear there is, of course, if Zoroark gets into that Double Beam back line, you are in trouble.
Well, Desu with a very successful push into the enemy central area, walking away with a blue buff. So, as Selgor being KO'd by Nouns Esports on both sides of the map, their own and the enemies.
That's a great little boost to them. That is going to be one thing. The early game is going to be very, I think, important for Nouns, right? They've got the strength of early game Hoopa. They've got the strength of early game Zoroark, or at least relatively early game, the point that we're at right now. So they can really start to try and shut down some of what the offense could be up top, especially when you have another strong option early game as a level 5 Buzzwole. You can kind of abuse some of your strengths.
Wow, I mean, these evades are just not stopping, but yes, Nouns Esports has had Leafeon banned against them in 90% of their matches. So Soraya actually catching a decent amount of Leafeon bans. In this game, they banned it themselves, but it does, apparently it is showing up a little bit more off the broadcast.
So if it's 90% of their matches, I think that might literally be every off-broadcast
Every off-broadcast match.
That math is at least close to that. Like, there might have been one, which is pretty funny, so my complaints are not valid at all, but at least on broadcast, let's see if we can see that. The 8-minute spawns in the center. This could be an opportunity for some KOs, but Soraya getting really targeted here and not going to be able to get out. Looks like in the end it's going to be the, of course, hardest carry of the Eldegoss.
Wow, yeah, well done by Lukita to take that KO. Gecko Kami getting involved as well with this Crustle. Such a powerful pick. The Snorlax on the other side from Bruv obviously is formidable, but it just doesn't have the same meta game dominance it feels like. On the other hand, Soraya is going to be leaping in. Very early illusion, still has to soak up that Electro Ball. And Gek just making sure that their escape is completely cut off. X's are to where there nobody is, but you gotta know, if they were there, it would have been crazy.
It could have been crazy. Soraya, though, on their revenge tour, getting the immediate return KO. And we are going to see that it's not going to be Trick Hoopa, which, like I said, it would have been fun, but I feel like there's so much value going just normal Portal Hoopa when you've got such a tanky comp alongside it. Right now, Registeel is being fought for mostly by Connoisseurs. It looks like it's going to be a focus of the top path for Nouns Esports. Not even going to be trying to steal that Registeel. It's completely going to be trying to get some points in, which they did a decent amount. Took about down to about half.
Yeah, quite a few scores. Oof, Bruv catching that Solar Beam is going to get KO'd. A little too low of HP to get that close to the enemy zone. Toonslim has been on the Mystical Fire Sylveon this entire matchup. Again, we talk about just how versatile this Pokemon is. One of the main reasons we are seeing so much of it. I feel like in other regions in the last few months, we've seen so much Sylveon, but not as much in NA and EU. And finally, now that the regional finals are here, NA and EU has paid attention to this specific evolution. It's almost got to be 100% play rate. It's in every game.
It is Well, unless it's banned, but yeah, it's been really unbanned. We have seen it banned in a lot of other regions. By the way, Regieleki taken, going towards the Tier 2 goal zone. Nouns doing a great job of taking down the Tier 1 goal zone before they actually took that. Now they're going to use this for pressure as all 5 members are going to go down towards this Tier 1 goal zone and actually not be able to really fully push it down. We are going to see a Buzzwole up top defending alone. We're going to see a big reset. I'm not sure if anybody's going to come back through. It looks like just one member, a very scared Barry trying not to get KO'd, but bruv, oh, wow, they almost actually could have followed that up, I think, maybe not realizing that Rock 2 was going to be quite so good.
There was a few missed opportunities to follow up. I mean, Klaus used their Unite move in a really far off part of that basement Reggie spawn area, but just too much distance from them to the targets, and not many people were caught up in that damage, and obviously there was nobody there to follow up. Despite all that, though, Klaus is doing quite well in the level race, almost at level 11, just trailing behind Sorayu Zoroark, but with a early game of a Bulbasaur, you can't really blame them too much for falling behind.
And just as a side note, we are going to see the Giga Drain on that Venusaur just alongside the beam. I feel like that's got to be just a little bit of a safety net, probably against Sorayu in particular. But wow, look at that. That was sneaky. Everybody all at once. And then look at that. They're going to score in that goal zone. They're going to immediately go down. Another Registeel spawning. And they are going to be able to fight for it very, very well. Sorayu extremely low again, though, right off the bat. A nice Crustle Unite to keep them up. Registeel's getting low. Might get flipped in the end of this, but a nice Unite there from Bruv in the middle to stop, well, to try and stop the Mew getting secure, but they managed to get it anyway.
Yeah, we're starting to see why this Snow Mew has been so feared by so many teams, or at least it should be. A 6-0 win rate, and now they are putting on a performance here in game number 2. Immediate Hydro Typhoon from Gatlu is followed up by the eject button to give them a bit of extra range. The Mystical Mirage from the Mew to give them some room to breathe. Toon Slim takes a light screen, enhanced Solar Beam to the face, and then it's just too much damage, even for a Mystical Fire. Sylveon and Zoroark, the next one to fall. Connoisseurs composition may be slow to start, but now it is some high impact options.
Ooh, this is a tough defense ask, I would say. There's a lot of damage. Like, I mean, there's a lot of tanky Pokemon, but they're only on a tier 1. There's double beams. They're just going to get poked out for a very long time. It does look like we are going to be shifting away from that as a few more things are going to start spawning. Regieleki is up. The spawns happened in the center for a little bit more EXP, and it does look like Klaus is getting completely caught out there. But in return, there was a ton of damage on a lot of members of Nouns Esports. Luckily, they get to go through that Hoopa portal, stay a little bit more healthy, and Galaxy now getting surfed away. Just one more hit from KO, was able to trade at the very minimum, and there's still 3 members of Connoisseurs all just chilling together, going through the center area.
Yeah, a trade either direction. Unite moves used a little late, but I don't think anybody will have a concern of earning those back. Snow attempting to score 40, having a lot of Pokemon in their face, but Lukito will get the job done on the Eldegoss. Toon Slim's got to avoid the Solar Beam, but you avoid one, you land in the other. Mew boosted auto gonna take the knockout onto Toon Sylveon. And again, this Mew from Snow, just unbelievably powerful. Just a whole new look for this roster when that player is on that Pokemon.
And I do, I mean, we do know that if the Sylveon can reach Mew, it can be really, really good at dealing with Mew, but right now we've seen Toon Slim get KO'd a lot, just because they're never in a safe place. You gotta get close, and any attempts to get close from anybody on the side of Nouns has been met with just a bunch of beams. It was just, you're getting sunburned. It's gonna be a whole lot of sun, and actually they're just leaving. That's a little bit surprising. Yeah, everybody's just there. Yeah, nobody's deciding they want to fight for it. I thought somebody was going to stay. There was a little bit of extra time, but I do like this. They're playing safe. Now realizing this is a much closer game, even though they are ahead by about 140 points.
Playing that hard into a composition that's double beam is pretty risky already. You might just get that objective taken out right from under you. So a rotation instead to try to gain positioning. One of the toughest parts for Venusaur and Mew is earning space around this Rayquaza, but Genko Kami is able to just walk in for free. Nouns Esports actually electing for a long flank around the left-hand side. Sylveon and Blastoise there. We actually have Sorayu on the bottom side of the map as well. So Nouns Esports surrounding their competition right now. Hoopa and Snorlax on the right, Gatlu on the top, Toon on the left, Sorayu on the bottom. I mean, Connoisseurs has nowhere to go, but they're also in the best position they could ask for.
They are if they want Rayquaza. That's the big thing there, but it looks like immediately we're going to see an attempt to jump onto Klaus. They were not able to get the KO, but we've got scrambles everywhere. Fights happening all over the map. Right now, Toonslim trying to 1v2, going to be using the Unite just to try to make this happen. Going on to Klaus, the solo Unite onto Toonslim as a lot of other fights are happening. It looks like Buzzwall's going down. It looks like Toonslim eventually finally going down. Some resets happening on the side of Nouns just to get them back up. Unite coming out from the Snorlax to help heal up the entire team after everybody took damage in separate areas. And now we've got a lot of low HP members of Connoisseurs. 2 members down now, though, on Nouns as Soryu does get KO'd. All 5 up on Connoisseurs. A lot of them finally start to get back up to full HP, but a lot of them also very unhealthy. Gek extremely low life, finally gonna get KO'd.
Yeah, big block from Brub to try to push a few targets all together. He gets that value of the Hydro Typhoon up even higher, and a huge surf through. That's 2 members down, make it 3. The Mew goes down with the best secure options they have around the Rayquaza, and the next best is also KO'd. Venusaur down, Galaxy only able to hang for so long as Brub's gonna dunk a Hundo Burger, and Desu their closest attempt at 80, but the Rayquaza is actually gonna increase it to 50 points. So a Hundo Burger from the Hoopa as well. Nouns Esports in 2 games are going to dispatch Connoisseurs to the losers bracket.
I will say this one was looking a lot closer, but the way that Nouns closed that one out was amazing. And you know what? I am going to take this Noun of the game because the Noun of this game was Circle. The way that they managed to start off that fight at Rayquaza was so cool. I mean, we've certainly seen so many teams go set up themselves up for flank position before, but to fully encircle the other enemy team waiting for one opportunity to jump, I thought that was really cool.
And who was where, right? So Blastoise is the one on the top side. Usually you'd kind of expect the bigger brawler to be the one all the way on the left to push them towards your enemy team, but instead you want to surf them towards your Mystical Fire Sylveon so they can cut off any kind of retreat. So a fantastic macro setup by Nouns Esports. Very confident in their ability to out-rotate and defeat the enemy team, and it worked out. So we are going to be throwing this over to the desk to hear the expert breakdown from Spraggles and Dupes next.
Not even over to the desk, but over to our favorite Noun, the stairs, baby. What a big win for Nouns Esports. Beautiful stuff here. This is the Nouns we've been hoping to see all day, and I'm sure it's the Nouns that they want to be as they are getting ready to play in the grand finals here for that EU Championship.
What a systematic win by Nouns. They are just picking apart these teams strategically, efficiently, surgically. I mean, again, Nouns has looked dominant. Nouns has been dominant, but nothing compares to what we've seen out of them today, in my opinion. They seem unstoppable. They seem on point. They seem to know what their vision is for their team, and they're fulfilling that as we speak.
I gotta say, Connoisseurs looked great in these games, but there were just so many big plays made here by Nouns. I loved some of the Snorlax plays throughout this game. Just incredible stuff. Snorlax, I think, a little bit of a slept-on defender right now, especially with that block buff. You see some teams playing this, and it's been excellent.
Yeah, Bruv is, again, 3+ years on this Snorlax since release. They've gotten some minutes in on that Pokemon, so unsurprising that they're able to make big plays with that. And just the sustainability, you see it out of Sylveon right here. I mean, a Venusaur and an Eldegoss working their butts off to try and get this knockout on Toonslim, and they will not go down. Actually has to pull up with more firepower.
Yeah, it took a Mew. It takes a village, as they say, to take down that Sylveon right there. I like this play from Connoisseurs. They recognize they need to make a play here, and they kind of start moving towards Rayquaza, right? But Nouns just picking apart each Pokemon on the side of Connoisseurs, wiping them off the map. Great stuff here. Sylveon is back, and it's just ripping through them. That Mystical Fire Sylveon has been such a force.
It really, really has. Gatlu getting the tip of the cap here as player of the game on that Blastoise. Great displacement plays by Gatlu to set up knockouts or get space on characters so they don't go down. Specifically in that game, you know, Soryu on that Zoroark.
Yeah. Blastoise looking fantastic in the hands of Gatlu. Gatlu kind of bouncing around the region a little bit, back on Nouns Esports, and since he's been back, they've been playing really well, which is exciting for the team and, of course, exciting for Gatlu.
Yeah, the big question is, you know, when they go to Hawaii, is this the honeymoon phase going to be over, right? Are they riding the high of this new team? They're feeling themselves now. Obviously, they won last month. They're doing great today. Can they transition that into the later points of the season? But for us, for you and I specifically, the work is not done with these Nouns teams. We want to see them close the door on this thing, clean sweep all the way through.
Yeah, but the question is, are they going to be able to do it? Because they've got some tough competition ahead of them. Let's take a look at our bracket right here, Dupestack, so we can see where we are, where we've been, and where we're going.
Connoisseurs, Yala Bingo in the losers finals. That thing is set because we just watched Nouns Esports 2-0 the Connoisseurs. Yala Bingo on that revenge arc themselves. They heard what we've been saying, Spraggles. They want to get back to the grand finals, and they want to win the whole darn thing and become the EU regional champions. And as we've mentioned before, Nouns Esports not going to shake off that title too easily.
No, absolutely not. But Yala Bingo on an absolute run in that losers bracket. I mean, you got to assume when they run into the Connoisseurs right there, they can take them down and face off against Nouns. Of course, Connoisseurs against Nouns, again, would be a great series. We're just going to have to see how that goes. We've actually got an interview right now on the big screen with a former teammate of Ender. We have Toon Slim from Nouns. Hey, Toon. How are you doing, my friend?
Hi, yeah, I'm good. Feeling good, yeah.
He
feeling
does
good.
Feel good. It feels like you're euphoric. Calm down for a second here, okay? I have some questions that I want to ask you. So I'm wondering, now that Nouns is kind of like back together, it feels like you guys are really cooking. You know you're heading to Worlds. You don't know exactly in which position yet, but you know you're heading to Worlds. How do you think EU and specifically Nouns is going to fare on that world stage in Honolulu?
I mean, I'm confident. A lot of our best sets at AOS Cup didn't end up on stream, but we had a really good set against Fusion. Went 2-1, it was really close, and then we had the really dominant sets as well, so like, it wasn't the best result, and then we didn't look very strong against Cabbie-chans, but overall, I think we can do okay.
I mean, I love to hear that. I love to hear the confidence. The confidence shows today as you guys are just kind of running roughshod through this bracket. My big question is, you got a pretty thick mustache there. Is that part of the success rate of this Nouns squad? It has to be, right?
Yeah, I was thinking about what to do when I kept coming sick for the start of the season, and I decided facial hair was the answer.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. I feel like for a lot of my life decisions, when I come to a crossroads, I always decide that facial hair is indeed the answer. Looking forward as you head to Worlds, what regions are you maybe not most worried about, but what do you think is going to give you the most competition as we get ready for Worlds?
I mean, obviously, I think Fusion actually lost their grand finals yesterday in a reset, but Fusion's region, I'm sure they're very good. I'm worried about LATAM in general, just because they have so many practice partners, and same with Japan. Like, they just have so many people to play against that I feel like they can get a lot of really good practice in.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. Fusion actually did end up pulling it back in the grand finals reset, so your call of Fusion as being an incredibly strong team stands proven. Japan as well, but you still have a grand finals ahead of you. What would it mean for this Nouns team in terms of this year and the ups and downs you've gone through to get the clean sweep here, 3-0 in the grand finals?
I mean, 3-0 wins always nice. I don't know if it's going to be that easy, but, you know, you always aim for 3-0. It would mean a lot. Like, you know, we put a lot of work in, and, yeah, I'd be the first back-to-back EU regional champion. That's pretty cool.
That actually is pretty cool. That would be pretty amazing, Toon. Good luck to you, my friend. I hope you are able to pull it off. I know a lot of EU and a lot of the world is rooting for Nouns, but you got some tough competition ahead of you. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, Toon, thank you for that. We appreciate you. Good luck the rest of the ride. Me and you here in this moment. You heard it from Toon, first back-to-back EU regional champion. Not a bad look for the kid.
Not a bad look at all. When in doubt, make sure you grow some facial hair, and of course, follow the Pokemon UNITE channels. Like, comment, subscribe. If it's walking around, stay like 10 steps behind it, you know? Follow it. Okay, we'll be right back.
Yeah, do that. Break time.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. We are just a few short matches away from crowning our EU champion. Dupe Snacks, it's been an incredible day of competition. Yala Bingo now going up against Connoisseurs, but with the way it's been going, it feels like if Yala just moves through this, Yala versus Nouns would be a wild grand finals.
Both these teams are playing like that's what they want the grand finals to be. They're building up to the absolute collision course of just 2-0s, 2-0s, 2-0s. But standing in front of Yala Bingo to make that happen is Connoisseurs, who had some reasonably close games with Nouns.
Oh, absolutely. And you got to recognize that Connoisseurs, so much is on the line for them, right? Nouns and Yala have secured their spots to Worlds. Now, of course, they want that big prize pool, you know? They want that first place. They want the money that comes along with that. They want the prestige of being the EU champion. But Connoisseurs needs to push forward. They need to make it to the grand finals. They have to win.
You know, speaking of Connoisseurs, we've talked a lot about Yala Bingo. We've seen them multiple times. Connoisseurs specifically, I want to hone in on Klaus a little bit. Obviously, Connoisseurs needs to win this event to go to Hawaii. But Klaus and their kind of history through the EU region, I think they're also just happy destroying the dreams of any teams they can. So, like, they just want to lay waste to this region. They've had a pretty, like, tumultuous team switching past throughout UCS and seasons prior, and especially this season as well. So any amount of bodies that they can leave behind them on this quest to qualify for Worlds, I'm sure they're pretty happy with that too.
Well, you know, they got a tough team ahead of them, Yala Bingo. And as we said before, when Yala Bingo is on, they are very, very on. And they're on today. They just seem to win every single match. They have incredible Rayquaza fights. Feels like it's going to be tough to beat them. In front of them, Connoisseurs and, of course, Nouns.
Well, let's take a look at this tweet from Lunder, Mew Extraordinaire. Hawaii, we're going. That's pretty much what that says. I can't obviously read Japanese, which is what I assume that is at the top. But before that, we still have some way to go to the top. We want more. Again, Yala Bingo is playing for pride, and they had one of the most consistent finishes that you could argue in this region. But for some reason, we keep not talking about them as that best team. So what a statement it would make for Lunder and the rest of the Yala Bingo crew to win this regional finals.
Yeah, it would be incredible. You know, their team, I think their biggest hurdle has been, as they've talked about, kind of their mental and that consistency that's kind of keeping them from being named as the best in the region. To be fair, in EU, I don't think we've had a clear best all season. It's been really up and down.
Well, there's nothing that I like more than a debate prompt. Let's throw one up on the screen. Hopefully they're not about us, which makes it incredibly awkward to talk about. Here we go. Which Pokemon deserve a cowboy hat hollowware in the present roster? I know exactly where I'm going to go, and you won't battle in the front of that. I'm going to go with Sableye. Sableye needs a cowboy hat.
He would be a sweet little cowboy, but I am going to debate you here, and it's Phalanx, okay? You can
That is so many hats.
Phalanx, well, with one cowboy hat, and all the little guys are going to look like little bandits that he's capturing, okay? If this hollowware comes to the game, I do expect to be paid handsomely.
Yeah, so what's great about Phalanx, of course, there's the leader, which is the donk, and then the 5 dinks that line behind it.
These are together, not canon terms.
So they come together to make a Phalanx. So if you have like a 10-gallon hat on the donk and then regular cowboy hats on the dinks, I think that's a great look too.
That could be very fun.
Wait, I'm doing this wrong.
You're arguing my point. You are not good at the debate prompts. You really aren't.
Oh, wow, don't I like them. But real quick, Sableye cowboy hat, right? But you also give them like a toy pony to run around on. That's the little look. Okay, let's take it over to the casters.
Well, no, we're going to hear more about this cowboy hat situation. I want a pitch from Zoinks. I want a pitch from Wonder Chef. What do you think, cowboy hat hollowware?
Ooh, I kind of like Dragapult. A bit of a quick shooter style Pokemon.
Ooh.
I think it'd be very cool. I would like it a lot with that Dragon type.
I think, I don't know if I have a true answer, but I think for Sableye, it would look better as a bandit. Because it is a bandit, right? I mean, it would work. You could put like a cowboy hat and like a little bandana on the face, and it would work out, right?
Sure.
Yeah, you're a little sneaky bandit.
As long as it has like the toy horse, you know, like the broomstick with the horse head that it just runs around on, I think that would like put it over the top.
All right, we're going to send it over to our casters after I absolutely crushed that debate so hard that Doomstack started arguing for me. Gentlemen, take it away.
Can't say I disagree with the man, I suppose, Wonder Chef. In that situation, I do feel like I've been convinced that Phalanx does need a cowboy hat, and the little guys could have the bandit.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that we're going to see the person that loves 3 hats trying to get 6 hats. But we've got a very important match here. As draft begins, I want to remind everybody that this is not only extremely important for Connoisseurs, there's one team that it's maybe even more important for.
Right, exactly. This match determines it all for Talla Bobo. If Yala Bingo wins this game, Talla Bobo Unleashed is qualified for the World Championship Series. Connoisseurs trying to play spoil.
Right, so this is maybe one of the most important matches of the entire day. The immediate Dragonite ban is a very interesting ban, not one that we really see all that often. Mew, I actually feel like Mew's going to start getting banned almost for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, we've seen it a decent, maybe 50-50 throughout a lot of our games, but both Yala Bingo and Connoisseurs having unbelievable Mew players. Sometimes I wish we were back in blind pick days. We could see Mew versus Mew, Lunder versus Snow, but maybe some kind of show match one day. Leafeon being the first Pokemon locked in for Yala Bingo, it does not come to much surprise. 60's taking that absolute power pick in their hands.
And Potato highlighting the Dodrio, which has somehow not come up, even though it's been available in a lot of different situations, but it looks like, well, maybe not going to happen here. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Despite the fact it's been banned so much, just never picked, although that is certainly an option for later. And I love when these teams are starting to choose their top path picks for later.
Yeah, okay, so Connoisseurs in the past have went with a Venusaur in a situation similar to this, but Galaxy, being the top path player, is now determining what option they want to have to line up against whatever Potato is going to pick. Currently, it is the Buzzwole. Not a lot, almost no Gyarados for this region so far today. Yala Bingo now having their option to pick it there, and it will be the double speedster composition for Yala Bingo.
I love this. A lot of the, well, I'm assuming we're going to be seeing Potato up in the top path.
Yeah.
Of course, there is always the chance that we see some changes, but near the end of the reign of terror of Buzzwole, we saw a lot of great teams start choosing Dodrio in that top path to kind of be the counter. And we haven't had a chance to see that quite as much after the nerfs to Buzzwole, where of course it's still very strong, but that feels like it's going to be a really, really good choice.
We got a really interesting matchup here, Wonder Chef, between these two rosters. We kind of have dive composition versus brawl composition. It is going to be really, really interesting to see how they match up against one another. Obviously, the burst damage that Dodrio and Leafeon have available is a scary sight for Sylveon or Buzzwole to have to deal with, but if you aim for the head and you miss, Buzzwole has the chance to grab any of those targets and basically immediately get the KO. So a very important dynamic in this matchup is going to be cooldown management. If you see them use their moves, you got to be able to time your moves in response well, because this feels like a match that once everybody presses their buttons, we're going to see the result of the fight. Fights will be very quick.
So one thing I will say, when we have seen a combination of Leafeon and Dodrio before, extremely rare, the ability to go, like, basically, I mean, anything you do with Leafeon, but specifically like Leaf Blade and Tri-Attack means that you can actually kind of fake out teams to think you're playing more of a dive comp than you are. Of course, you really have to hard commit with a lot of their Unites, but you can play more of a mid-range game with both of them, which nobody ever expects, and against a double speedster. So I feel like that could be quite strong in this comp. Those mid-range options against a lot of brawlers, I like it. I
think you might be onto something there, Wonder Chef, especially in the Dodrio category. This composition really leads me to believe that Potato will be locking in the Tri-Attack. At the very least, we can see that they have locked in one of the best holowares that has ever entered this game. I absolutely adore this Dodrio look, but well, actually the Buzzwole supervillain one's pretty good too.
It is. If it's a competition though, I still put the Dodrio above. Just slightly. Right now, just getting that one little dunk in, trying to get away, get out of there, and that is one reason why it feels like this has been a little bit more difficult for the Buzzwoles. Is it's really hard to catch Dodrios. You do not have a lot of extra mobility, and the strong Dodrio players make that Pokemon feel like it is 10 times faster than it actually is.
Yeah, exactly. You're especially not going to have much mobility within the first few moments of this game. Again, we talk about it so much, but Buzzwole having a tough time until that level 5, but once they are there, it is truly a devastating force to deal with. Klaus at level 5 themselves on the Combusken, but they are going to go down to the bottom path, have the Blaze Kick available to pull away the wild Pokemon to their side of the field. However, instead, they're actually going to choose to take a more aggressive approach. Gecko Kami rock tombing Lunder out of that situation, forcing an eject button. But in all of that chaos, Marv is able to take at least one of the wild Pokemon and find their Umbreon evolution. The Blaziken flank, looking a little lackluster.
It was, I mean, really well executed. I would say more on the opposite side. The fact they were able to find anything was really impressive. Right now, though, Connoisseurs trying to find this poor Eldegoss all alone internal, just trying to get out of there. Actually doing quite a bit of damage to that Combusken. It looks like one Solar Blade might be enough. Looks like it took one auto as well. So they are going to be trading, I would say, pretty favorably for Yala Bingo there, just as far as the Pokemon that you want KO'd. You don't really care about the Eldegoss that much, but, I mean, the center area Pokemon, ooh, that is juicy.
It's going to be another Trick Hoopa game from Lukita on this Hoopa as well, with two melee Pokemon that definitely have a lot of what am I trying to say here? A lot of reliance on their moves and having to utilize those and then wait on the cooldowns. A Trick Hoopa can immediately take out one of their teammates after joining that fight, so it could be a nice lineup between those two squads. Gek chasing down Marv, X-Scissor to hold them in place, but Snow caught in that mean look, and three members of Yala Bingo on a wild flank take that KO.
Actually stuck in the mean look, and then also their own teammates rocked to him. They had nowhere really to go. That was kind of a scary situation. Literally like stuck between a rock and a hard place, and they took the only out they could, which is back home.
Lunder almost at level 7, now getting access to that Fire Spin alongside of the Fire Blast they've already selected for themselves. Buzzwole does get the KO, so Galaxy able to knock out Potato. It's a chance for them to stack, but 30 points is really tough to find. SmackDown will give them the room to do so. So important to get these attack weight stacks on this Buzzwole, and when you're holding a pocket full of 30, very, very difficult task. Blaziken from Klaus will knock out that Regice, and that's the first objective of the game, going in Connoisseurs' favor.
It's looking pretty good for them, though, now that everything's online. We are going to see the first big initiation, though, and it looks like Russell's going to be the first one to go down. A lot of members extremely low, as 60's sitting in the back, just solar blading everybody, looking for even one more, getting a total of, I believe, 3 KOs within that fight. And the nice push from Connoisseurs turned into a very nice push from Yala Bingo. Very much turn-around situation, and now they're actually going to be taking advantage of it. We saw how strong 60's can be on this Pokemon. They're just going to continue to show that off, getting as much damage as they can, trying to steal as much EXP as they can. They're going to take all that center EXP as well, and they're going to have a pretty significant score lead.
Yeah, you can see Lunder actually giving up a lot of the wild Pokemon to try to get Leafy on their Unite move again. If you can repeat that with the Energy Amplifier again and again, you're in a great spot. Magical Fireworks going to apply a debuff to a lot of targets, but that's not enough to secure the Regieleki. Klaus will find that one, but now they're caught in a really awkward position. They Blaze Kick away, trying to take this 1v1 fight versus the Dodrio, but with no hyperspace hold to get them out, they're relying on that move speed buff from the Trick.
Yeah, that is a pretty nice move speed buff, though. Much better than nothing. And once again, Potato going down on that Dodrio. They're putting a lot of focus on that Pokemon. A really heavy chase from Connoisseurs into the center area of Yala Bingo. They are currently just trying to chase down Marv, but a counter initiation. 60's going in with the Emerald 2-step and the triple trample. So the double speedster dive option definitely happens when you use both of their Unites at once. And that is going to at least get them 1 KO altogether, but more importantly, it's going to scare off a whole lot of members there.
Yeah, tough look for Potato to get that KO, but they don't find the Buzzwole in that scenario. Galaxy is going to try to chase them down. Great maneuver from the Dodrio to avoid the clutches of that Buzzwole, but they are still brought down. Great shot from Lukita's Hoopa to get that KO, and what a perfect time to do so. Now this Registeel is spawning in, and Yala Bingo is currently missing their Dodrio. Connoisseurs missing their 2 all-rounders as well, though, as they are sending them 1 to the enemy central and 1 to their own. Marv taking a ton of space, really beating Gek out in the mid-battle, and now it's the Registeel, the focus of Yala Bingo.
Well, now everybody can come back in. Klaus going through that portal has been able to secure every single Reggie so far that they've attempted to, and also Galaxy going to be coming back in. I'm not sure exactly, yeah, it was the Hoopa this time with that giant beam from the Hoopa Unbound. Great way to secure things, but will they be able to push? 2 members extremely low. They've got to wait for that reset. It doesn't look like Klaus went back through that portal off screen, but Yala Bingo's got a lot of potential damage here for the turnaround. Again, the energy amp coming into play, but also, again, Potato going down, getting KO'd so many times in this game. Klaus staying up for a very long time. The trick really showing off as 60's getting KO'd as well. Marv extremely low. They don't even want to KO Marv. They just want to get these points in this tier 1 goal zone.
Ooh, Lunder rallies back. They got to be so careful here. If this goal zone breaks, they're going to have an easy access since that flux zone will disappear. But Klaus is going to retreat. Lukita doing the same. Klaus actually getting extremely low. That fire spin will be enough to take them out. Internal getting credit for that knockout. Delphox down next. You can't play this close to the enemy goal zone when Buzzwolves around. Snow is still brawling, by the way. Finally, 60s gets that knockout with the Leafeon, but boy, was it close. Registeel buff doing Connoisseurs a lot of favors in that team fight. Having that extra damage just makes them so much more threatening, and they're able to KO Delphox even from great range.
So now I want to talk about the fact, as this Regieleki is kind of getting collapsed upon, the fact that we are seeing the Drill Peck come out. Drill Peck, for a few reasons, really scary here. I mean, obviously a Rock Tomb, which you can just actually run into, but also, like you were mentioning earlier, that puts you into a very scary situation where you can just immediately get dunked by the Buzzwole, which we've seen happen over and over, with Potato getting KO'd at something like 6 times already, and that's been a tough situation. They are going to be going in pretty effectively this time. He's going to be the first one to go down, and finally an advantage for this fight for Yala Bingo.
When it works, it works. Perfect initiation by the entire squad of Yala Bingo. First, like, feels like one of their first full 5 team fights, but Klaus is still very healthy and always an ever-present threat when they are on the map. A check button will dodge that fire blast, and that is picture perfect. Regieleki still on the door of this goal zone, and it's going to be Yala Bingo running as far away as they can. Oh, rallying back. Potato actually trying to aim towards 2 targets. Drill Peck through 2 of them. Lunder closes the gap. Klaus is down. Regieleki still up, but it seems like Yala Bingo is more interested in finding the KOs. Great jump kick over the wall to give themselves enough space, and they are going to get the great escape.
And with only 7 seconds left to this final stretch, everybody should be back up pretty soon. I mean, unless they decide to burn it immediately, which I don't think Yala Bingo is going to do. They don't really have that much of that burn opportunity. They've got some great secure, but the fire spin is already going to kind of start things off, as we're going to see Connoisseurs start to jump in immediately, seeing that Marv was a little bit vulnerable, but they've got to be careful. Buzzwole coming in for the dunk and immediately getting punished, getting KO'd off the bat by 60s. We're going to see the Unite come in from Sylveon, trying to go into that back line, trying to do as much as they can, but this fight has kind of split up into 2 separate angles, with Yala Bingo kind of sitting in the middle of multiple members of Connoisseurs. However, they do not have their full team, so it doesn't look like they fully want to come in, especially now they're down to 3.
Yeah, a far fight favors Connoisseurs so much with that brawl. They are very okay taking the fight all the way towards the enemy team. Amazing Rock Tomb from Gek, going to hold 2 targets in place. No one else really to follow up on the damage. Some shielding for the Resonant Guard going to help out, but the fanciful fireworks will eventually find that KO. Klaus needs to escape. Level 13 on this Blaze skin. Marv will grab them with the mean look, but the Hoops Unbound is bringing the whole squad into the middle of the Ray Pit. Lukita trying to get as many stuns as they can, but Marv's doing the same the other direction. Great Snarl, great mean look, and Potato and Marv work together to take out Klaus. Galaxy, though, can still fight. Super Swole Slam chases down the Umbreon. That's all 5 members of Yala Bingo fallen. Connoisseurs with a brand new look in this Losers Finals.
Finally, especially being able to chase down Lunder was a really big deal. I think that might have been one of the first KOs that Lunder suffered the entire game. They've been such good positioning, but this is going to be probably sealing the deal. Nobody's going to really back in time to take down their Rayquaza, and that's basically what they would have to do on the side of Yala Bingo. Everybody's respawns a little bit too slow, maybe a little bit of dancing going on here in the center. Yep, we do see a little bit of a dance from 60s, but this is just going to be a fight for funsies, and as it looks like Connoisseurs is going to be taking game number 1 here.
Yeah, Yala Bingo, we talked about them so much, about the momentum they have had. If any team can really contend with them so far in our tournament, and the answer's been no. The first major response we've seen is Connoisseurs with that last game. Yeah, Yala Bingo really had the momentum for a while, but Connoisseurs always holding on to the score lead, and with just such aggressive team fighting position against Yala Bingo. One of the reasons they're allowed to do that is because of the Trick Hoopa, right? You are allowed to play so far forward because Lukita usually has got that back door to let you get out.
Yeah, I love Trick Hoopa as well with the brawlers that don't have that much extra mobility.
Yep.
So you can give them that speed boost. That's something that's going to be unique from kind of bringing Comfey, which obviously is going to bring a lot more healing, but it does bring its own unique kind of flavor to the match. But I gotta say, once again, I feel like, especially having the Drill Peck Dodrio really didn't come into play very much. It was getting KO'd a lot. It was putting itself into a lot of vulnerable situations. In the meantime, I mean, Lunder and 60s, they were doing so much damage from the back.
Yeah.
It looked like it was like 95k and 85k damage all together, which was just looking really good against the Brawl comp, but when you're playing a man down, it's tough.
Yeah, it's so difficult. This highlight was really good. I'm glad we got this one in the package. Was Lunder trying to hang out for as long as they could to defend against this goal zone, but against this composition, like we mentioned, very aggressive positioning from the final raid fight to moments like this, you're really not safe anywhere. Look how far Galaxy is chasing for these KOs. It's so difficult to contend with a team that is willing to push you to the limit like this. Connoisseurs, obviously, with so much to play for. Their only condition to become a representative of the World Championships for the European region is to take the title. And now they are one step closer to making that dream a reality.
A strong step as well. But yeah, once again, we get to see that Buzzwole really looking good. I feel like almost every single game that we've seen Buzzwole post-nerf, it's been pretty dominant.
Yeah.
I think it may have a 100% win rate on broadcast over the last 2 days, which is a pretty big deal. But, I mean, that was a gigantic reason why. Like you said, you're just never safe, especially with a Trick Hoopa trick on you. As a Buzzwole, it is very, very easy to kind of catch up to a lot of these backline, not super high mobility Pokemon.
Yeah, we saw the Potato Dodrio as well for maybe the first time on broadcast. I mean, it's been banned so many times, and even when it was been free, Yala Bingo has been electing for other selections. But we know this player specializes in this Pokemon in particular. It had its moments, but it felt like Galaxy's Buzzwole was just a little too strong for Potato to overcome. All of that being said, the Player of the Game award is going to go to Snow because of their unbelievable damage game. 122,000 damage with the Sylveon, running the Mystical Fire build.
Yeah, this build is so good right now. Not only, of course, able to be an extremely tanky defensive build, however, we don't really exactly see the items for that this time around, but they were able to just be in there doing a ton of damage all the time. It's actually funny, you know, 7 knockouts, it's pretty high in general, but for 122k damage, it's not that many knockouts. So it was a whole lot about doing that extra damage that a lot of stuff like the Buzzwole dunks could finish people off.
Yeah, it was impressive showing from Snow, who we saw is kind of the pocket pick power player on Mew, but now they have shown their excellence on Sylveon as well, which I think is really exciting for that team. You know, you're relying on your attacker a lot in the metagame these days, and at least we got more options to go to. Now, their win rate on Mew is now 6-1, thanks to Nouns Esports, delivering them their first loss of the day on it, but this Sylveon is looking like a key factor.
And we can take a look at the team versus team between Yala Bingo and Connoisseurs. Of course, kind of one of the most consistent teams in the region versus one of the newest teams in the region, at least playing together as a team. Not the name is actually on the team, but you can see just from their results today, Connoisseurs looking extremely strong. The Rayquaza captures stat from them has gone down over their course of their match with Nouns, but the Yala Bingo stat for Rayquaza captures is still unbelievably high, the highest I've ever seen, and maybe the highest we'll ever see in UCS, which is very, very impressive. But they've got a chance to lower that right now because they're in a tough spot.
They are in extremely difficult position, but it's up to players like 60s to turn that around. Average damage now sitting at about 72,000 damage. Unreal numbers from Snow, by the way. I mean, we just saw 122,000 damage. That's giving them a lot of favors when their average damage has increased all the way to 96,000 damage.
Right, especially now, where Mew does not tend to get the huge numbers that it did from just poking away at teams with Solar Beam. You really have to be good at landing, especially like finding your moments for Electro Balls. Same exact thing that we've been seeing when we are seeing all of these secures from all the Mews. Where now it's been like, okay, we're seeing more Mew Electro Ball secures than we're seeing like
Blaziken overheat secures.
Right. It does make sense, right? It is an incredibly fast-casting move. It does do splash damage, so even if it's on an accidental target on the left or right, it'll still land and do some damage to the Rayquaza or whatever objective we're looking at. But Ender, we wanted to bring you in to talk about that game number 1. Just really interesting between these two squads. It feels like Yala Bingo finally stopped in their tracks. What was Connoisseur doing that was so impressive to you, Ender?
So Connoisseurs and Yala Bingo, actually, both teams that game went with a double melee strategy. Dodrio Leafeon for one side, Buzzwole Blaziken on the other.
Yeah.
In the double melee versus double melee matchup, the most important thing going into Rayquaza is the team that has the point lead. Even if you're up by 21, 30 points, it forces the other team to make an engage on you, and it's a lot harder to make that positioning happen if you don't have those solar beams to be able to poke from long range or those snipe shots. You really have to commit with your Pokemon, right? And we saw that was really hard for that Leafeon and Dodrio to find a footing in those fights. So I think if these teams are going to go back to double melee, it's going to be all about the points and who can be higher in the point lead.
Okay. Yeah, we saw a really strong game, and you know, we can actually kind of ask this about the entire weekend now. We've seen a lot of really strong games from Buzzwoles across the board. How do you feel Buzzwole is? Because it does feel like even when it's available, it's being picked very rarely, but just from what we've seen only on broadcast, it has been pretty dominant every time it has been picked.
Yeah, I think Buzzwole is a great Pokemon, and the beauty of it is now that it's not like a first pick or a first ban type Pokemon, you can draft it in the situations where it's optimal. Enemy team has a couple melees, you've got a Hoopa to back it up in the top path. That's where Buzzwole really, really shines. And now that it can fall to that third or fourth pick, sometimes in even the 1-2, it can be much more comfortably drafted. And yeah, it's looking great. I love the Pokemon right now.
Awesome. Well, we're going to say goodbye to you in a second. I just want to hear a rapid fire Trick Hoopa. Did you like it?
Trick Hoopa is good. I think I'm going to see more of it today.
Awesome. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Ender. We are jumping into game number 2 now, Wonder Chef. Between these two squads, Yala Bingo finally being answered by a roster, and it's up to Connoisseurs. Immediate Dragonite ban, followed up by that Trevenant. Again, just that Pokemon seems to be defining the metagame that we are in. Blastoise, I think, could also be awarded that same title. But now the final ban for Connoisseurs currently is the Mew Hover. We're going to see it yet again.
Interesting to see Connoisseurs the ones banning Mew, but I mean, of course, realistically, once again, this is like the 4th time that we've had Mew Specialist versus Mew Specialist, but
right.
I mean, you just cannot give that early. But Leafeon has been like the most unbanned power pick throughout the entire day, and may I note as well, Yala Bingo losing and then choosing to go for the first pick once again. So I'm going to point out the opposite.
All right, and yes, it is the Sylveon first pick for Connoisseurs, and no surprises to me there. This would be really interesting, though, if Yala Bingo wanted to respond with Potato's top path option. We don't often see Potato pick early, especially on the Yala Bingo team. You see kind of differences team by team where they show priority of picks in terms of their players, but a very early top path selection for Yala Bingo as they lock in the Buzzwole, take that option away from Galaxy.
Yeah, I feel like in my eyes, that's almost less of a pick for themselves, even though obviously Potato is amazing with Buzzwole, and more of a, we don't want you to have this because it was working really well last time, so it's kind of a win for a win, and especially also having the Umbreon and the Leafeon together, I feel like is a really solid combo alongside the Buzzwole, but finally, Gyarados coming back out.
There we go. Yeah, I mean, Ender was talking about we could see that double melee re-emerge. That's still on the table. Klaus does favor this Blaziken when it is available in draft, and currently Yala Bingo not really showing any signs of wanting to steal that Pokemon away. Internal going to get this Eldegoss pick again. I don't think they've played a single other Pokemon in today's tournament. It feels like they're getting that option every single time. Now Klaus has their chance to answer the composition of Yala Bingo. The power of that orange side in draft is the final pick. Looks like Connoisseur is going to be running back a very similar composition to what they played last game.
I really do like that. I feel like they are going to be selecting the Blaziken. I feel like the Secure on their team is not super awesome, and it did look like they were thinking about maybe Dodrio, but that just really leaves you with very little Secure. And the Clouds of Secure in particular has been very, very strong so far today, so you really need something. There is going to be the opportunity for, it looks like potentially Lunder is locking in items for not not a Venusaur, right? I mean, just from what I'm seeing right there, it looks to me like it's going to be Petal Drain.
I actually don't hate that option when you are in a situation like this. You are leaning into the melee versus melee scenario. So what Inder was talking about with that points priority, that is going to be paramount in our game number 2 between these two squads. Venusaur having some options at range, of course, but with Muscle Band and Rapid Fire Scarf, we are almost assuredly seeing that, what I like to call the freight train of Venusaur, just the Pokemon that runs directly at you full speed ahead.
It definitely does that, and it just never stops until one of you two is back at your home base. So, yeah, really interesting choice there. I feel like it would have been cool to see them take advantage of their range advantage in this matchup, but they've got such a strong brawling team that I feel like it could work out very, very well, which we've seen, like you said, attempts from that before from kind of both teams. They're really just they're kind of committing, you know? It's just like they want to fight. They don't want to like try to play around each other. They just want to be the ones to win.
Let's commit to the brawl. I can't really discredit these teams for that at all. So let's jump into game number 2. Connoisseurs want to take this down so they have a chance at the run back versus Nouns Esports, which of course would be their chance to qualify for the World Championships. Yala Bingo playing not just for themselves, but also for Talla Bobo.
Oh yeah, they've got a lot on their back, and it's not even related to them. But we can see how things are spreading out off the bat. Of course, we are going to be seeing the Torchic go into that center area. I've really been liking Blaziken a lot more in the center area than when it was going top a lot. Big question here is how is this top path going to go? If this Magikarp can really get things going, it'll be great, but it's not going to be the easiest thing against an early Buzzwole and Leafeon. Sheesh.
Exactly. Yeah, great call, though, by the side of Connoisseurs. You know you can't show any kind of aggression into that enemy team composition. The risk of having your Magikarp KO'd or having Leafeon get an early knockout is just so devastating. You cannot deal with it, though. Connoisseurs having some success in the bottom path. Cloud's actually going to rotate all the way to the bottom side, proven very quickly, and wants to punish Marv for still being in this Eevee state. We saw this last time as well, trying to prevent the Umbreon evolution, and this time they won't even find it via the Swablu Altarius.
This is something that we've seen a decent amount, which is really interesting. A lot of times I feel like, oh my goodness, that is a very low Magikarp. Oh, no. I do not think it's going to escape. You do a ton of damage with Flare right there, but yeah, so a lot of times when you do see the Magikarp up top, I feel like we've been seeing a lot of like focus on aggression up there, but now a lot of these pro teams are putting a lot of focus on the bottom path once there's a Magikarp, because they kind of know that they don't have to deal with that top path.
Yeah, okay, I mean, we gotta talk about it. A very strange push from Potato, trying to get a little greedy for those attack weight stacks, punished by Connoisseurs, but the good thing, or the good news for the side of Yala Bingo, is that it wasn't the Magikarp getting that KO to get the evolution. We are at level 5, we're at 8 minutes, and we still don't have the Gyarados. That is a good pace for Yala Bingo to set.
Yeah, it's going to be probably happening pretty soon, but in the meantime, they're definitely chilling. They've hit most of their main big power spikes. They've hit basically all their big power spikes. They just have one left, basically, with the Venusaur only, but that should be very, very soon. So they've got to be pretty happy. We are going to see the Gyarados finally evolve. It's not the worst pacing in the world, but it's definitely enough that Yala Bingo has got to be at least happy.
One of my favorite things about Snow in this game is that they have switched it up on the Sylveon. It's now Calm Mind Hyper Voice. For a few different reasons, I think that's excellent. It feels like just the way the team fights are going to play out, you'll be at better range for damage. But that Calm Mind, to help defend against some of these Solar Blades, is going to be really nice. Watch out. Every time Sixties targets that player in particular, Snow is going to be saving that Calm Mind movement to try to reduce some of the damage as soon as they are hit.
I also feel like it's going to do a really good job, just as Hyper Voice in general, of fighting this Venusaur that they've kind of shown that they want to play as, again, not a Venusaur, but they are going to be moving in, and you can see immediately it's taking so much damage from that Hyper Voice. We're just still getting pretty low. Not a whole lot of resources for either of these teams to spend quite yet. The final hit's going to be coming from the Solar Blade, one of the best objective secures that they're going to have. It was most likely going to be between that and Klaus with the overheat, but they were just getting bullied, quite honestly. Few members of Connoisseurs still left in this fight. They are going to be able to get one more KO, and they're very, very low. I would be surprised if they continue to push this. There's not a whole lot of defense, but you never know when a random Leafeon can come up and get some KOs. Nice dodge.
Yeah, this trick Hoopa is actually kind of cooking. In last game and this one, it feels extremely strong. Gek actually being one of the main recipients of that speed boost being given kind of all constantly. And you see it there again. Crustle and being able to pull off plays like that are so impressive. Incredible Rock Tomb lined up perfectly for Snow to do a ton of damage. And that's one of the reasons we are seeing this player be one of your damage leaders all day long.
Ooh, looking at getting very low, but a nice save there. Marv looking like maybe they're going to be the one to go down. No, they're not going to fully commit to that. That little bit of a heal was enough to say, at least you're not getting the KO on us. Nice to be able to get through that Rock Tomb. This offense may kind of be stopped short from Connoisseurs. They're all very low. They really need some healing, but that is going to be the one problem with Trick. This would have been a great opportunity for a reset, but instead they are only able to kind of help one person at a time. One thing I will say, though, as we're going to still watch this 1v1, including the Unite up top. Oh, no! They did manage to dodge it, but that was just a whole lot of whiffing, I would say, from both sides. As Potato is getting chased down, it looks like they may survive, going to be hiding behind their teammates. But I will say Trick plus Hyper Voice Sylveon, by the way, awesome combination when you can use it offensively and not need the shield. That's constant speed up, very awesome.
A player that's already running X speed, right? So there's so much commitment to getting that move speed on lock for the Sylveon. Uncontested Regieleki going in the favor of Yala Bingo, but finally the contest is here. Connoisseurs have rallied and are now charging into the enemy squad. Blaziken does get one, but the trade out is immediate. Gyarados taking out the Buzzwole, so Yala Bingo scattered in this situation, but they still have 3 members to take this 3v3 fight, and they got Regieleki on their side. We can call that a 4v3. Rock Tomb does hold multiple targets. Amazing eject button combination from Gecko Kami. The Robo Rouser stunning multiple targets while channeling that maneuver. Absolutely phenomenal from Gecko Kami.
And Galaxy just running over everybody here. That's the scary thing, is that once Gyarados starts going, its passive really makes it just stronger and stronger and stronger. And there you go. You can see just them continuing to run over another member of Yala Bingo, another member of Yala Bingo. And right now, even just an attempt from 60s to try and get in and do some damage is not going to work out. They're going to have to back up. They don't need the resets from these Hoopa portals because there's just so much damage on the side of Connoisseurs that is just working out for them.
Yeah, not a huge overdone, but remember the interview, right? We need to make sure that Score Tempo is in charge of this matchup since we are playing so hard towards that brawl composition. You want to be the one who sets up the trap. You don't want to be the one who knocks. Traditionally, you really want to be the one who knocks. In this case, no knocking.
No knocking. You're going to want to try to sneak into that house and start that team fight yourself. But right now, the one knocking on the door is going to be Crustle using that Unite, but that's still so much damage on it. However, a lot of damage has been focused on it. They will get the KO, but everybody else collapsing and on that Registeel. It's going to be in the end. I think maybe just a straight hit right there from the Venusaur.
That of the Unite, right? It was either one of those.
I felt like the Unite was not quite there, but it very much could have been.
Yeah, either way, Venusaur amplifying their own damage once using the Unite move because of their item set, so having a bit better of an option for the secure. Big score from Yala Bingo, and now it feels like they are rallying back in this game number 2. Felt like Connoisseurs starting to run away with it up until that moment. Great team fight for Yala Bingo. Felt like it was a steal of the objective. Man, these overheats from Klaus have not been finding the targets they've wanted.
Yeah, which is strange because earlier in this set it was finding every single one. Once again, all right, well, just keep telling me what's about to happen. But 60s has been absolutely finding every single target that they wanted. I guess that one time it was taken by Venusaur instead of Leafeon. But basically, the Solar Blade has been the key secure option, which is working really well in Yala Bingo's favor. We can look towards the end of this match, and really levels are exactly even. Actually, we got one level of one support Pokemon lower on Yala Bingo, but this is going to be a very even fight. Like Ender said, the score matters a lot, but only a 21-point lead is not a huge difference for Yala Bingo.
It's score and it's positioning, right? But both these teams actually being very patient about how they approach the Rayquaza pit. Gecko Kami can play this aggressively. They know they have the trick exit button if they need it. Marv takes so much damage. Great patience by that player to not use the Unite move in a concerning spot. Lunder taking a ton of damage and they are going to go down before using their Unite, and Eternal just too little, too late on that Cotton Cloud crash.
Yeah, it actually doesn't connect on anybody in the back, though. Potato is going to try to take down the Gyarados, but Galaxy is instead just going to Unite away. A ton of shields on that team. 2 KOs for Cloud. So that's going to be 2 members left up for Yala Bingo. Not going to be enough to try and get the steal on that Rayquaza. All members of Connoisseurs up with a ton of AOS energies in their pockets, and there go the Hundo Burgers.
Yeah, 2 scores on the top side. We're going to see even more. Blaziken and Gyarados throwing in their Hundo Burgers, definitely getting them closer to the official victory. With a minute left on the clock, we're sitting at 332 to 637. This is such a tough score for them to come back from. Honestly, it feels almost impossible. Connoisseurs playing that final team fight so well. I mean, just shutting down Yala Bingo before they could even have a response.
Yeah, that was exactly how teams should be closing out games. They saw their opportunity, they took it, and now at this point, they are just saying, yeah, we know, we've got this one. Yala Bingo, though, even though they're not going to be able to pull this one back in any meaningful way, we know that they're already qualified, so they've got to be happy with their performance today. They made it very far. Getting into 3rd place is still quite a bit of money, but the true team stressing out about this is Talla Bobo, because they are not able to rest easily yet, with Connoisseurs taking this set 2-0, making their way back to Grand Finals, and now 3 teams' fate hangs in the balance of our next set.
Connoisseurs taking down Yala Bingo 2-0, a roster we formerly thought was potentially untouchable with the tournament run that they were making through losers bracket. It will conclude at 3rd place in the region. Obviously, their journey this season in competitive Pokemon Unite is not over, but in the regional play, Yala Bingo will finish at 3rd place overall.
Still an amazing losers bracket run, but Connoisseurs really got to show the strength of their team here.
Yeah.
And I feel like there are a lot of players in here that I was not as familiar with that after today, I mean, I am just so impressed with. Even against Nouns, it was great. Snow and Galaxy, to me, were both just incredible at their roles, and I was very impressed. Yeah, like I said, they didn't really get a chance to show it against Nouns earlier. They're going to have a chance to adapt, but against Yala Bingo, we got to see exactly how all of them play. And yeah, I think Snow got like over 100k damage every single game. Yeah,
exactly. That is happening quite frequently for these teams, but we got to send it over to Spraggles and Doob Snacks as they break down that fantastic losers finals.
Yeah, and what an incredible win it was for Connoisseurs. 2-0 against Yala Bingo, a team that's been on a run today. And if any team needed it, it is Connoisseurs. Connoisseurs has a shot to still head to Worlds. Obviously, Yala has their spot secured. Nouns has their spot secured, but this is huge for Connoisseurs.
Talla Bobo, Believers, and Connoisseurs road to Worlds hangs in the balance on this Grand Finals.
Yeah, and here we go. Just some big moments from this last game here. I felt like Connoisseurs set up so many incredible plays with Crustle. There were just huge catches onto Yala Bingo. I feel like Venusaur got caught multiple times. You know, around Rayquaza, there was a huge catch that really shifted the way that team fight was going to go.
We talked about it a little bit yesterday, but when you throw unique things at an opposing team and you've litmus tested them and the other team doesn't really know what it's capable of, you get some great surprise plays. And for me, it was that trick Hoopa, moving players around, getting surprise engagements, surprise exits from engagements, really trying to put Yala Bingo on the back foot, and it worked quite a bit.
Yeah, it did. And we saw some Gyarados. You know, a Pokemon that I feel like I was going to see a lot more of this weekend. Every time I see it, I feel like it's an absolute force in these games. I love the counter pick for Yala Bingo here to try to steal away the Buzzwole, which is difficult for them to deal with there in game number 1. And of course, you know, Potato's an amazing Buzz, but it was not able to stop Connoisseurs.
Yeah, I don't know if, you know, the eyes off the prize for Yala Bingo happened a little bit. You know, they kind of, you know, we saw Lunder's tweet. We can breathe easy because we're going to Worlds. The work's not done yet. But this didn't necessarily feel like the Yala Bingo we had been watching this, you know, these past few matches.
Yeah, it didn't. But then again, the question is, maybe, you know, is Connoisseurs that good? They're going to get a chance to go up against Nouns again. They've really been the only team to put up a real fight against them that we've seen today. Obviously, Nouns had an incredible run against them. Connoisseurs has a chance right now, and it means so much because it's their only chance to make it to Worlds. Talking about that player of the game, Zoinks and Wonder Chef were just singing their praises. Snow.
Yeah, 122k damage the previous game with 7 knockouts. Here, 107 damage, but 10 knockouts. And then going between both builds of the Sylveon as well.
Yeah, Sylveon is crazy good. The EVs are crazy good. It feels like not having one on a team is like an impossibility.
It's not the right choice.
It's not the right move. They're just so good early. They provide so much pressure for your team.
Yeah, and we've seen all of them today, and they've all done well. Sylveon, again, it almost feels like every tournament is like the new, what's the best new EV to be playing?
Yeah.
You know, Glaceon, Espeon, and now clearly Sylveon.
Yeah, Sylveon's just dominating so much in these matches, and you do more than any of the other evolutions. You see this a little bit with Leafeon and a little bit with Umbreon, but it feels like it's able to shift its priority of moveset just based on the enemy team composition. Sometimes you want to chase them down a little bit more and kind of outplay them with Mystical Fire. Other times you want to hit them with that Hyper Voice and shred some of those tankier Pokemon. It's been working so well. Let's take a look at our bracket here, Doob Snacks. See where we are, where we've been, where we're going, which is the Grand Finals.
Grand Finals time is on the horizon. Nouns Esports 2-0, sitting in the Grand Finals waiting to challenge Connoisseurs and 3-0 them to make this a perfect sweep and put the crown back on their heads as the best team in EU. Connoisseurs, the Cinderella story here. A team that has formed together for this event specifically, and they are knocking on the door of a Worlds invite by winning Grand Finals. However, that's a tough task. It's a tall order. It's a best of 5 that they need to win to reset the bracket and win another best of 5 to snatch this regional title away from Nouns.
Yeah, you're going to have to beat the best team in this tournament so far, and you're going to have to beat them a lot to make sure that you can secure your spot. But with so much on the line, they could rise to the occasion. Of course, that has more implications as well. A top team in the region, Talla Bobo Unleashed, would not be going to Worlds if Connoisseurs was able to pull this off.
Exactly, because Nouns would take the CP spot and Yala would get the other one. We're going to take a break, but we've got a special treat for you, a little bit of a draft battle while we are on break.
Enjoy.
Battle. The drafters, Chef, Zoinks, the judges, Spraggles, Trash Bag Spraggles, and we are ready for this action. Take it away, Chief.
All right, our first pick heads on over here to Zoinks with the first ban. Gonna ban out the Umbreon.
Umbreon, good buffs. I mean, it can slot into that support role now. Of course, it is the slowest of the EVs to get air quotes online, but incredibly solid ban here.
Leafeon, we are targeting these right. Oh, and Gyarados right away.
We are just rapid fire over here. Gyarados, incredibly strong, great top path Pokemon. And Leafeon, of course, maybe arguably the best speedster going.
Blastoise getting the ban, and Zoinks now has our first pick. He's going with the big tree.
I love the tree. I think it's the strongest defender going right now. Every kit it has is wildly popular and useful.
And we're going to have to see how Chef wants to play this right here. He might not need to pick a defender. I mean, Zoinks has taken one away, but of course you can play Trevenant in the top path as well. So we're going to see how Chef decides to play this. He's got a few options right here, and there's one I can tell what he's thinking right now. He's very excited about this pick.
Where are we going to go?
Crustle.
We're going to
bustle to take a defender, and he's got one more pick here, and he will get Glaceon.
I do really like Glaceon. I've been gassing up Glaceon for a minute now, but a great counter pick here by Zoinks in Mew, an incredibly strong Pokemon in the right player's hands.
One more pick for Zoinks as he's looking around the board, seeing who he can grab. Blaziken. All right, so we know where Tree's going. We know where Blaziken's going. 2 picks on over to Chef here.
Chef Boyardee.
Chef Boyardee, yeehaw. Be if Chef and I fuse together.
There you go.
Here we go. Chef, he's considering this here. I like this because if it's me, I'm just boom, boom, boom. I mean, I'm going quick. I'm not thinking too much about it. Buzzwole for the top path.
What I like about Chef's draft here, Spraggles, is it's not my draft from last time.
Yeah, I like that too. Blissey with the pick. All right, back on over to Zoinks here.
Great.
See how he wants to play this. No supporter yet. Grabbing the Eldegoss.
Eldegoss, okay. And Chef's going to have the big counter pick, so Zoinks has got to Choose something that's pretty malleable, that doesn't open them up to too many weaknesses.
Gotta see, we don't know exactly what Zoinks is putting in the center yet. He could throw Mew there, but a lot of teams would play that in the bottom path, and he picks up Meowscarada for the final pick. Right. On over to Chef.
We are short-range brawling on the side of Zoinks' team. We'll see how Chef responds. He does have the gutter pick, the last pick. How is he going to counter everything that Zoinks has done so far? Drum roll. Rim shot.
All right, he's deciding. He doesn't have an idea.
You know what? I sympathize with what's happening here because under the bright lights, your brain slows down. Yeah. Okay, mine turns to like hummus. It's just mush.
Oh, he's got a plan.
You don't want to be wrong. At least you didn't get 5 consecutive picks incorrect, like I which is the most you can be wrong, by the way. For those of you counting.
Oh, he's looking for that last pick. He's using his pinky. He's so unsure. No, and he pulls it back. Oh my gosh. Man.
Oh no. Zoinks, get your shoulder up.
It's going to go over to, it looks like Delphox. Go ahead and bop that one more time. All right. Dubsnacks, we're going to have to pick a winner here. Who do you think won this draft?
I am taking a look here. Delphox is like a fire spinning Delphox is kind of a nightmare.
It's kind of a sick pick, and he's got the Crustle.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to lean Chef's way. I'm gonna lean Chef's way.
Well, I mean, this is incredibly close. I was gonna lean with Zoinks right here, but so Zoinks loses, I will also pick Chef. There we go.
Let's make sure we ask chat what they think and just make sure we get a full roundabout.
That's right.
That has been another draft.
Champions, the best that we've ever known. Go for the goal, but everyone knows only one of us is gonna take it home. We share the same vision, we have the same mission, so let the games begin. Come on, travel from far to play, gonna give all it takes, 'cause we came to win. Let's go! Come on! We came to win, we came, here we go.
That's right. The next event we have upcoming after the regional finals, which are concluding today, will be the final stretch and the NA regional finals at NAIC June 7th and 8th. Honestly, these events are unforgettable. Experiencing Pokemon Unite at an in-person event is just, it's second to none. If you have plans, please make it out there. If you got plans, cancel them. And make sure you are either watching or attending, because that event is going to be spectacular.
If you have plans, cancel them. If you've got work, quit. But before we get to NAIC, we've got one more match to decide who's going to be going to Worlds, which we're looking at even after that here in our grand finals for Europe.
Yeah, we've seen this matchup once before. We're going to see it one more time. The grand finals, Nouns Esports versus Connoisseurs. Connoisseurs looking a little outclassed in that winners finals against Nouns the first time, but then a resurgence of a lifetime in that losers finals. Connoisseurs catching some serious momentum, but they're going to need a lot of it. Our grand finals format means that this is a best of 5 series that Connoisseurs will need to reset the bracket if they want to win it. A bracket reset means 2 best of 5 wins in a row.
And Nouns Esports, you can see right here, they were looking like the super team early in the season, failing to kind of meet even their own expectations, I think. After a few roster switches, they have looked better. better and better, winning last month's monthly cup, and finally here they are, winner's side. But it's not their own fate that they have on their shoulders. Of course, they do want the money, but they are so far ahead in so many avenues right now that they are the ones with Talla Bobo's future on their back.
Yeah, this grand finals is about to be absolute cinema, but for Talla Bobo, its genre is horror. They are waiting with bated breath. Connoisseurs, the team to spoil it all, and now they are in position, one match away from becoming the EU regional champions. What a story for some of the players on this roster. We talked a lot about Klaus, talk about potentially Gek Okami coming back to the game and almost getting there. But remember, everybody, we are having a poll right now in the Twitch chat so you can decide who you think is going to win the EU Grand Finals. Is it the Titans of Nouns Esports or these rowdy newcomers of Connoisseurs? I honestly don't know where I would go. I mean, Nouns Esports definitely got the advantage.
They do. Not even just like as far as like looking at how they've been playing, which they do have that advantage, but also just the fact that they've got to win they only got to win 1 3 out of 5 set, while we've got to see Connoisseurs win 2 of those sets.
All right, well, we're not going to wait any longer. It's grand finals time here in the EU Regionals. Spraggles, Dupes next. Take it away.
That's right, here we are, the grand finals for the EU region. We are going to find who is heading to Worlds very, very soon. Nouns Esports has already punched their ticket, but there's $10,000 more on the line for them if they win this thing. Connoisseurs, on the other hand, this is their only shot to make it to Worlds. Everything is on the line for them. It would also shake up EU because Talla Bobo would no longer be heading to Worlds. A crazy match, so many implications. Nouns Esports is looking to win this thing. Connoisseurs looking to take the upset.
Nouns looks great. Connoisseurs on that Cinderella run. However, across from them is Nouns Esports, who's looking to play the evil stepmother. They are looking to put you back in a basement and keep you sweeping, keep you down. Cinderella. Connoisseurs, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, that is the question. How is Connoisseurs going to deal with Nouns Esports, who have been playing amazing today? We've talked about needing them to be the top team in their region. Well, they are right now. Connoisseurs is going to have to take down the best of the best.
Yeah, let's take a look at our CP leaderboard here. Of course, no surprises, Nouns is sitting at that top spot. We know that Yala Bingo has locked up the second. But right there, Talla Bobo, their fate hangs in the balance. Connoisseurs, they're up there for their run today. They could have had 0, doesn't matter. They need to win it.
Yeah, they have to win right now. Nouns is locked in. Yala is locked in. Talla Bobo, very close, obviously. If Nouns wins this, the championship points would kind of swap down a little bit right there, and the 2 and 3 would qualify. Take a look at our pricing here. As we mentioned before, $50,000 on the line today.
Yeah, 20 racks sitting at the first spot there, and Nouns Esports wants all that money. They've got the paid invite already. They're going. Let's get a little bit of spending power. On the other side, Connoisseurs, they kind of want that too, and that's a lot of scratch to be fighting for.
Yeah, it's not only that World's invite, right? It's not only the expense-paid trip. Of course, that's amazing. It's $10,000 more for first place. The biggest tournament of the year outside of AOS Cup is happening right now. And then, of course, we've got NAIC live. We just saw the trailer for it, which looked pretty sick, I gotta be honest.
If that doesn't make you feel some kind of way, I don't know what will. That video package was sick. I'm super excited about NAIC as well. In live Unite events are unparalleled.
It was amazing last year. Obviously, you saw TTV hoisting the trophy there at NAIC. They went on an incredible run against Luminosity, one of my favorite sets that I've gotten to cast in this game. And this year, I mean, we're going to have not only the top 8 for North America playing their regional finals, we're also going to have the final stretch where, you know, a dark horse unknown team could possibly win their spot to Worlds.
Well, if there's anything but a transition that we could make here, it's why don't we debate more? That thing that I'm awesome at. So throw the prompt. Orange or purple team? I'm snapping purple. It's one of my favorite colors.
I'm going to pick orange team. Thank you, Flareons. I'm so happy that we're talking about orange team once again. You know, the thing about orange team is you get the 2 picks, right? I don't really care about the first pick. I'm looking to counter, baby. So give me those 2 picks right after. Whatever you're picking, I've got an answer for it.
Yeah, purple, the color of royalty, of course. That is one of the things. Purple, one of my favorite colors, why I'd lean. And if you're given the opportunity, grab that #1 spot. Why not? If the stats are right, purple team is better 50.8% of the time, leaving with Dubskis.
Look, purple may be the color of royalty, but orange is the color of oranges. Orange was such a good color, they were like, that thing is orange, name it an orange. Purple can't do that at all.
Yeah, but purple has a flavor, which is a fact.
Purple has a flavor?
Yeah, like purple. Like, what's the flavor of this? Purple.
Oh, yeah, you know what? I'm actually not going to argue that. You're totally right. We have Inder here to help decide this. Purple or orange, Inder?
Well, actually, fun fact that might be some misinformation that I'm spreading around as well, is the central area buffs are actually orange and purple buffs, not red and blue. So if you go by that, I think in the early game, the orange buff, aka the red buff, tends to be the one that people really fight over. So I'm going to have to go with orange.
Wow.
Okay, so we're bye, Ender. We're changing the color of stuff to just like side with Spraggles per usual, and another successful debate by me and Spraggles without a doubt.
Look, at some point being on my side, you're going to get cut, and that's what Doopsnex did right there. He said goodbye to Inder. One thing I loved, we have Inder on the broadcast right now, and then last year we got to watch Inder and his team hoist the trophy at NAIC. That was really cool to see. But right now, we've got a champion to crown in EU. Nouns Esports, your purple team. Connoisseurs, your orange team. Nouns obviously looking for that first pick right here. They're banning out this Umbreon as our draft is underway. Blastoise on the other side. And it looks like they're going to ban away Mew. Mew is a great targeted ban.
Yeah, it really is. Because obviously we've highlighted Snow multiple times, but now because of the other bans that we've seen, Eldegoss was what was locked in last. Sylveon seems to be at a premium because both of these teams have played a lot of Sylveon today.
We're going to see what they want to start with. Actually going with the Leafeon here, so we've got some options on the side of Connoisseurs. They would like to lock in that Trevenant, and they've been big on this Hoopa. Playing this Trick Hoopa, which is really cool. It did recently get a buff, and it has a lot of interactions that I think players are not super used to. You know, the Phantom Force interaction for the healing, and just the fact that it has a shield and move speed boost very often. It's a strong support pick.
And Yala just generally had an issue fighting around a Trick Hoopa, to be quite honest. Nouns Esports going to have to study the tape and see what they can cobble together. I love locking in Sylveon here. Take it off the map, see what else Snow has in the tank.
Look, Sylveon could end up being a first pick for some of these
really
teams.
could.
It's that good. Over to the side of Connoisseurs, we've got a Glaceon being hovered. We have a Gyarados. Again, as I've mentioned many times, shocked I didn't see more Gyarados. We're bringing out the Chandelure. Now, this is a Pokemon that I think it does bring a lot of value to certain team compositions, but boy, it's hit and miss.
Yeah, Nouns Esports going for the absolute home run. Soreyu locking in Zoroark, but this time with the Comfey Pocket, and they're going to look to absolutely eviscerate this squad. Connoisseurs has one option to rebuttal this, and they've got this Dragonite hovered. Will this be the Dragonite lock?
Yeah, it could be a Dragonite lock right here. I actually think this is a pretty solid choice to bring Dragonite. You know, Chandelure's in some trouble against Zoroark, obviously, but if I'm looking at the side of Connoisseurs, I'm not insanely worried about Zoroark. Of course, you always have to be. That thing gets a level lead, they throw the Comfey collar on it, and it is just running amok, right? But in general, I'm mostly worried about Zoroark when we're squishy Pokemon that take a long time to level. And what I'm looking at there, of course, is going to be that Chandelure,
and even, you know, until the Dragonite actually gets moving, Dratini can have its will imposed upon by a combination like Zoroark and Comfey. I mean, Nouns Esports, to me, this tells me we are the winner side team. We are going to make a statement, and we've seen some crazy Zoroark Comfey games this year already in every region, and what bigger statement to make by leaving with like 20 KOs, like 120,000 damage, and putting Connoisseur's nose in it.
I do have to say, you know, when you have Comfey as well, you can easily bounce off to Leafeon. It can easily bounce off to Sylveon. Sylveon already extremely difficult to take this Pokemon down, and now you're just adding another layer to that.
The real stress test for me on Nouns specifically is going to be Bruv. Like, Bruv has been playing S tier all day, all year really, has been the most consistent player in my opinion on Nouns, and they need to have an S+ game because they've got a couple squishy targets here that they're going to have to body block for, get in front of, and then facilitate engagements for.
Yeah, definitely. Well, a lot is on the line here, Doob Snacks, as we head into our grand finals. Nouns Esports, your purple team. Connoisseurs, your orange team. There is a $10,000 difference between first and second place here. Also, Connoisseurs need this to qualify for Worlds. Nouns Esports is sitting pretty. They're already going to Worlds, but I know they would like another 10 grand in the bank. I sure would. Anyone out there? I'd love $10,000 if anyone's interested.
Yeah, production, can you put our Venmo information up there just in case somebody wants to follow through on that? I will also take that money for what it's worth, just not to Spraggles. Maybe split it or just give it all to me. Gatlu picks up Comfy quickly. You mentioned that. That's a nice power spike. They're level 4. They're ready to go. They're getting on top of the Magikarp very quickly. The K opener here to Gatlu would feel phenomenal. They can't quite close the door, and now they have to pull back. Yeah, they do have to pull back right here because it would be very scary to go down and somehow have that assisted or even the KO picked up by this Magikarp. That's an immediate evolution, basically, into Gyarados. Into the top path, we see Sylveon running. We see Dragonair. We have Soreu in this bottom path, however, possibly looking to make a sneaky play, as we have Leafeon trying to make something happen here in the top path. A lot of Pokemon secures head over to the side of Nouns Esports. In the bottom path, we do have Zoroark pushing in for a KO, but they were not able to make it happen. Pushing back in right now and picking up one, possibly picking up another, just looking to score. Yeah, can't quite get the points. And so good defense by Gek and Klaus pulling up the two kind of heavy hitters on the Connoisseurs, if you will. You saw right there, Legacy winning their region. Yeah, Legacy, you know, obviously the team you would expect to win out of Brazil, but DreamHack has been playing extremely well too. I believe they are the two teams qualified from that region. Legacy, you know, famously Baby Mazo's team, an amazing player that we saw at Worlds last year. They actually made a pretty good run too. I think they got 5th or so. Yeah, I mean, and like DreamHack has really stepped up for themselves, putting themselves on the map. Finally, we're sorted out on the Magikarp. That effort gauge has still not reached, but we do get a KO back the other way on Sylveon. Snow goes down quickly. That's a prime target for them. Lukita is getting low. Slow Smoke is out. Engagement, and that's a double. We got 2 players down on the Connoisseurs, and Nouns Esports is starting to pick up some of that steam. Yeah, they definitely are, and they are punishing these Pokemon that are not yet evolved, right? They're looking for that Chandelure. They're looking for that Dragonair. They're looking for that Magikarp, who is now finally a Gyarados here. Look at the levels. We already have a level 8 for the Leafeon, meaning it has its Unite move, and I'm thinking it just used it in the top path, took down Gyarados, and took down Hoopa. Yeah, I mean, now we're watching Soreu go in, engaging quickly. Oh, look at those health bars. Absolutely gutted and dusted. Connoisseurs, you just got a big bag of no sir today as this goal zone is getting dunked on. Yeah, the points are raining in. They're going to see how many stacks they can get of that attack weight as they have perfect positioning. They're set up here for Reggie Rock, just being ripped a little bit by Toon. At the same time, top goal is down. Leafeon looking for that secure. They take it. Everything is coming up. Nouns Esports 189-0. The level lead is unbelievable. As long as they don't make any big mistakes, this match is so difficult for Connoisseurs to come back from. No, Soreu in the deep waters looking for Lukita in the back, so they can't pull up and support the Chandelure. However, more players are going down. The Gyarados goes on top. I mean, Nouns Esports is putting tons of pressure with just a few players there. Soreu's going to score. Or we got a Dragonite Unite right on top of Bruv HC, who peels back for a berry. We've got 3 players on them, and Brub's going to have to stand this defense alone. Here comes Gatlu to give them some support. Tons of damage goes in. Gek goes down quickly. And now we have Soreu picking up Desu, and they're going to try and eviscerate. Slow Smoke is down to gap out Snow. Hyper Beam misses. Comfy Unite pops. Lukita's dipping and diving, but they're on to that grime here as they are absolutely sussed out and arrested. Yeah, wow. I mean, 268-0 right now. Soreu looking for a possible another KO. I don't know if he wants to jump in on Trevenant just yet here. Things are going so well for Nouns. It's just, it's an absolute stomp so far. Yeah, we've watched a lot of fighting in the bottom path, but this has almost felt like a distraction as they're doing real score-based damage in the top. 268-0. Yeah, and they could be looking to break that top goal soon. The nice thing about keeping this bottom goal zone open, first off, they have the opportunity for a massive overcap. They also have all this experience between these 2 goal zones that they are able to farm and get stronger. We've got level 12 right now on Leafeon. It is level 12 at over 5 minutes. We're playing Grass Knot, Desu is on this Comfy, which is a great way to trap any of these targets along with the Rock Tomb to be able to get a KO. Tons of pressure being put on Soreu right now as they've got that burn on them for just a moment, but they're able to get out.
Zoroark are just a really difficult Pokemon to kind of get a beat on when it's running away from you. It has multiple dashes, it has illusion, and of course it has the Comfey, right? It's just so tough to lock down. 295 to 0. We do have Connoisseurs looking for a secure here in this top path to make sure this doesn't walk towards their side. They're able to get it. All the while, Gotlu is just making a mad dash towards their goal zone.
Yeah, to go score. They know they have a level lead. They got plays to make. Lakita pops their Unite move to try and help out on this fight and this flank. The Registeel is up, and it's starting to get worked on. Brub is still playing very far forward, sitting on top of Galaxy. Nice little X's. Here comes Sorayu. Hyper Beam hits Brub. Comfy Unite pops, so does the Trap Unite. Registeel's starting to leash, and Sorayu and Brub are both down. Adesu scrambles back, and he can't really contest in the face of this Registeel. It might fire in the grass, not trying to make a player play. No, Hyper Beam sorts it out.
Big play there for Connoisseurs. They were able to stop the Zoroark, not able to take down the Comfey. All the while, we have Gotlu, almost level 14 now, breaking that top goal zone, which means they'll have an opportunity to send a Regieleki towards that home base goal zone, opening up the Zapdos win condition from year one. Remote Stadium could be back right now for Connoisseurs, and they don't want to see it.
No, now Nouns Esports, I don't want to say to take a deep breath or relax, but they don't have to kind of make those brawly plays that they were making to facilitate that opportunity. The work's been done. Now you just got to make sure you can get that last Regieleki and put the real map-based pressure on Connoisseurs.
Yeah, that's right. And even if they don't get it, it's 357 to 82, right? If they don't let a lot of goals in here, they can even lose Rayquaza and possibly win this thing. Unite move for Unite move, both of them on a crazy low timer, so they're not too stressed out about that interaction. We have Zoroark looking for a possible KO right here. They've been spending a lot of time in the enemy central area this game, and that's what happens with a Leafeon and a Zoroark.
Right on top of Lukita is the engagement here. Another slow smoke and another player down on Connoisseurs. Gek is looking at 4 players right now, and their damage is going to be ridiculous. Woodhammer does catch 2, but on the backside they're scoring. Crash laying on top of them is the Dragonite. Can they actually line up a shot? All right, things are starting to get a little squirrely here, as Brub is just going to have to buy time for the rest of the squad to get out, but it's too late. It's 3 players down instantly, and Connoisseurs are getting XP.
That's right. Connoisseurs looking good right here, and things are looking a little green, a little squirrely here for Nouns Esports, a team, by the way, that was known for playing a little green. They got Gotlu there. Up in the top path, this Regieleki is not going the way of Nouns Esports unless they can get a sneaky steal. Doesn't look like it here because we've got the Hyper Beam coming in. There's the secure for Connoisseurs. Again, still down by a considerable amount, but they shut down the win condition that Nouns Esports created.
Yeah, up by about 280 points here is Nouns Esports, but you said, 280 is kind of a rough margin of victory, right? That can be overcome with a Ray Shield. Well, 300, it's a little bit more work, but you can, with a Ray, you can get that done.
Yeah, you can. 205 here. This is the first Rayquaza of our grand finals. Look at the levels. Level 14 on the Leafeon, and the Ray is just being ripped apart.
It's right on the Comfy Unite comes out. Hyper Beam comes through, still secures by Sorayu as 2 players are gutted instantly just with that engagement. Gotlu gets credit for 2 of them. They finally start fighting. They finally start getting knockouts. Just the Gyarados stands. They're peeling to go score a Hundo Burger on the backside, but who's eating right now? It's Nouns Esports.
Nouns Esports is just going to continue raining points in right here. The Hundo Burger's falling from the sky, 821 to 90, even with Gyarados putting 100 in. This match is too far gone for the Connoisseurs. I mean, it was a tough one. It was a tough one for them. They were behind. I love their attempt, right? The full Hail Mary play. Let's see what we can do in this moment. Can we rip this apart? Can we take something away from Nouns as they deal with this Regieleki? Nouns turns on it, able to get the secure. Even if they didn't, I think Nouns still had a great shot there.
Yeah, everybody on Nouns is breathing really heavy right now. That was a little bit more anxious than I think they were expecting that final, but they did a great job on the side of Connoisseurs. They baited with Gek to the bottom tier 1 goal pad. You actually saw Toon peel, but as soon as Ray hit, they actually used the Hoop Unite, pull Gek back through, and try and leverage the Dragonite Hyper Beam to get the knockout. However, Sorayu's so big, Gotlu's so big, they were just able to take all the bodies on the way out.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Nouns Esports that I think we expected to see at the start of the season, right? This is the level of dominance from this team when you have this many good players together, and after some roster shakeups, after AOS Cup, after a little bit of a reality check for a lot of the regions, Nouns is really getting it together here in our grand finals.
Just under 5 seconds left as we say this, and that was a heck of a performance by Nouns Esports. But again, Connoisseurs saw what their way to win was, and they pulled the trigger on it.
Yeah, they went for it, and that's extremely important, right? They went for their win condition. They didn't have a lot of options, and they gave it their best shot. Unfortunately, their best shot wasn't good enough, and if they keep playing like that, they're not heading to Honolulu.
No. And Nouns Esports, they, like we heard Toon said earlier, like, we want to win. 3-0 would be nice. We're keeping our eye on the prize. I want to be the first two-time regional EU regional champion. So you know that Nouns Esports is not resting on their laurels here. They want the money, they want the title, they want the trophy, and they want to be able to say that they finished this season strong and in the way that they always expected for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're putting on a show today. This is the best Nouns we have seen throughout this entire season. And if there's any time for you to start winning and winning big, it's here in the regional finals.
Yeah, unlike every other team that has made it to grand finals from the winner's side, they want to win. Because in the EU region, it always seems to be the team that's fighting from underneath is the one that takes the final prize. Nouns needs to flip that script.
Yeah, and it looks like they're here to do it. I mean, if we take a look at the highlights of this game, Dupe Snacks, it's going to be a lot of Zoroark. And, you know, a Pokemon that we also expected to do well, it's going to be a lot of Leafeon. That Leafeon got an early lead, and it absolutely dominated with it. It's the reason this Pokemon gets banned out so often, because it's maybe the fastest and strongest power spike in the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, Solar Blade or Razor Leaf, it doesn't quite matter. You're going in and you are going to be able to flex on the other teams if they haven't even kept close to what you're doing. And it's tough because of the speed at which Leafeon operates.
Yeah, Leafeon just does so incredibly well. We did have Connoisseurs make a few plays, right? They had their comeback moments, and I love it when a team continues to fight, continues to find their opportunities right here. If that combo lands, I don't know if Trevenant goes down, but it does make a difference here at this goal zone siege as they do get pushed off. A little defense there from the Connoisseurs. And then they make a great play here at the top, Regieleki. It was important for them to get it, and they immediately just turn onto Rayquaza. Not able to get the secure, taken down there by Zoroark. The Hyper Beam doesn't land yet, and there you go. Nouns Esports gets the win.
It's Gotlu, player of the game. Tons of points, of course, all of those coming after that Rayquaza. Almost eclipsing 90k damage, but 13 knockouts.
Yeah, it just felt like he was sitting in that top path, continuing to find knockouts, increasing that level lead. He had an early Unite move, getting a double KO against Gyarados and Hoopa in that top path, breaks top goal, pushes in Regieleki, steals the enemy farm, steals the show, player of the game.
Gotlu was there. I mean, everybody filled their role, and that's something that we're seeing out of Nouns Esports. You know, we kind of heard Overlord yesterday saying, like, hey, I'm trusting my teammates more for them to carry, you know, on the NA side. And Nouns Esports feels like they're spreading the love around. They're not putting all the pressure on one player to have big-time moments. Like Soreyu, yes, they went Comfy, Zoroark, and I kind of, in my mind, was like, they're trying to make a statement. But also, you know, they let Gotlu just take over.
Yeah.
When Gotlu's probably saying, like, I'm getting huge up here, just, like, let me get into this. And they did.
We're taking a look at our team versus team here, Dubesex, Nouns Esports versus Connoisseurs. Average score a little higher for the Connoisseurs, highest score a little higher for the Connoisseurs. Win-loss looking a little better for Nouns. And of course, Rayquaza actually going over to Connoisseurs. Now, they're a new team, so there isn't a ton of data on them, right? But the data we do have shows that they are a legitimate competitor for Nouns.
Look at the numbers on the side of Snow. Again, the fact that these are players that we haven't necessarily been on the radar all season long has got to give you a little sticker shock because, I mean, there's a bright future for this player. And probably a well-scouted individual for maybe UCS seasons moving forward.
Yeah, and a possibility of a Worlds contender if they are able to take down Nouns right now. Again, Nouns is feeling pretty good. They've already got their spot locked in. Connoisseurs, not so much.
Let's get a little Worlds update from around the globe. I almost said around the world, but I faded that, and then I corrected myself, and now you all know.
here you go. In the Brazil Regional Finals, we have Legacy taking home the big win against DreamMax Esports.
Yeah, DreamMax Esports actually 3-0ing in the grand finals to reset, coming from that loser side, and then Legacy taking that pretty personally and just 3-0ing back the other way after the grand finals reset. And it's really felt like this region has kept coming down to these two teams. And you see, Legacy qualified, DreamMax Esports via championship points.
Yeah, and I know for Legacy, it feels like DreamMax has actually been a difficult one for them. We're going to take a look at our qualified teams here. Of course, at AOS Cup, we had Fusion dominate the whole thing, secure that first spot to Worlds. OC in the wee hours for us last night. Ground Zero Gaming and Antic Esports were able to secure their spots.
And they're just going right through Imperio Esports 3, Digitos getting it done for themselves. Nouns and Yala Bingo, we know that just based on CP. Of course, Brazil Legacy DreamMax and E7 Giannis and Rework Respawn. Unsurprising to see those teams there. And of course, the last thing is the final stretch, but we won't know that till New Orleans.
That's right. In New Orleans, we're going to find out those 3 North America spots because it's extremely close and kind of crazy with all the roster mania there. And then, of course, anything can happen in the final stretch. Could we form a team and win the whole thing?
No.
No. But anything else could happen.
There's so many other options except for that option.
Except for that. We've been told that's impossible. And we said, surely it's possible. And they said, even if the other team set their phones down for a moment, kind of took a walk around the convention and came back, you still wouldn't win.
Would not
I said, well, that's extremely
that was disrespectful.
It felt disrespectful.
It was incredibly disrespectful.
It was hard to argue. I mean, these teams are good.
These two teams here, Nouns Esports Connoisseurs. Well, we're saying we're not good at the game, we couldn't qualify, but you can at home. With a little bit of faith, trust, and positive attitude.
That's right. Connoisseurs, they're looking to qualify right now. First Nouns Esports. If the games keep going this way, we are going to be looking at that 3-0 for Nouns, securing their spot with a period, with an exclamation point, with some other punctuation. They're saying we are the champions here in EU. Nouns is back.
It's hard to contest with that sentiment if they were to have that dominant of a performance in the grand finals. Not dropping a game in top 8 is definitely the statement that we've been asking them to make all day long, to really solidify themselves, like you said, not only the top team, but like build faith back up in the region, right? Because it's kind of felt like it's always been calamitous.
We've got a poll here, poll results. Nouns Esports versus Connoisseurs. Who do you think are going to win? We got 2/3 of you saying that Nouns is going to take this thing. I think they're looking great. They're in great position to do it right now. Connoisseurs needs this victory. For some teams, that could, really light the fire. For other teams, like in Nouns' position, actually having the pressure off could let them play the game in a way where they are having fun, they are loose, they are able to react to the things that are thrown at them in a better way. Sometimes players get really stiff when so much is on the line. Nouns is feeling great right now. Either championship points, champion of the region, whatever it is, they're good to go.
They didn't get tripped up by the trick hoopa. That's a good start because obviously Connoisseurs will keep leaning into that if it's proving to be good. Now, Connoisseurs, they have the option. They put themselves on the purple side this time around. So Nouns Esports going to have the reactionary draft this go.
Here we go. Nouns actually banning out this Leafy, and they're saying, we actually saw what we did with that last round, and we kind of don't want to deal with it here. Umbreon, Blastoise, Trevenant, the rest of the bands here. First pick over to the Mew.
Yep.
We know how good Snow is on this Pokemon.
Yeah, again, because Nouns is on the reactionary side here, they are going to have every opportunity they want. Grabbing Hoopa, I kind of love it, right?
I do too. I was wondering if they were going to make this play.
Well, I mean, it's so chaotic here. We just kind of blacked out for a second, brought it right back.
Just you, buddy. Everybody else could see it.
Boy, that's not good.
Yeah,
that is not good.
Watch out, my friend. We've got Eldegoss possibly being locked in. Hovering 2 supports right now. We've got Eldegoss and we've got Snorlax. Snorlax, as we've said before, first off, Gex Snorlax is amazing. I think Snorlax is great right now.
I agree completely, and Gek really going and leaning into their comfort pick with this Snorlax is like it just gives consistency for this team in these moments.
What? come on. We said things were getting squirrely. I guess Gotlu heard us. I don't know if the team agreed with that pick or this man has gone rogue, but we have a Greedent coming out here in our grand finals.
If you kind of look at it, though, Greedent can bully a Mew fairly successfully once it gets to level 5 and can start chasing it around if you're letting Gotlu run rampant and not actually play with the team.
I'm so excited to see what this is going to be. This is just incredible. Final pick over here.
Yeah, we are going Season 1. Season 1.
Is there something I don't understand?
Okay, Nouns is having fun. We're playing loose.
Toon is playing the attacker version of this hoop up as Adesu is taking the Blissey right here. Gotlu on the Greedent. They do know that if they lose $10,000, right?
Well, why not? You know what? They technically have games to give, Spraggles. So if this is a strategy that is somewhere in the deep playbook of Blaine, I guess they're going to give it a spin.
All right, okay, so Bruv has a scope lens on. He has dropped his EXP share. All right, let's go. I mean, let's freaking go. This is such an insane moment in the grand finals. I cannot wait to see what happens here. If Nouns wins this, what a legendary draft.
I mean, it kind of has shades of the Crustle way back in Season 1 when Yerman Burger Flippers brought the Crustle out. Do you remember that? And just had a crazy run through that tournament. You know what? Have some fun. It's the finals. I love it. I mean, would I be making these decisions? No, but we already said that we're not playing.
We're not playing. Okay. We can't lose because we didn't compete. Here we go. Game number 2 between Connoisseurs and Nouns Esports. Nouns Esports, your orange team. Connoisseurs, your purple team. Nouns Esports has got the Greedent. And I'm just wanting everyone to know right now, everyone in the booth, I want to see what this thing is up to a lot, okay? It's a bit of a monster. It's an insanely weird pick. You never get to see it. So, when it's doing weird stuff, please, all eyes on Greedent.
All eyes on Greedent. That's where we are set to watch. As Galaxy is saying, okay, I'll take Buzzwole into Greedent. I'm level 3. I'm a little bit ahead. But that's what I was saying. If Gotlu gets online and kind of runs roughshod throughout this opposing team, they've got a chance. Cloud's taking this a little disrespectful, the way that Nouns Esports just drafted, I think.
Yeah, I would say so. We're going to see what Nouns can do about this here in the top path. Nice secures over to the side of Connoisseurs. Greedent not able to get it done here. As we look to the bottom path, we've got this Crustle looking to get online to level 4. It does not have the EXP share. It does have the scope lens, so it's looking to do some damage.
Sorayu pulling up. We got a little 3v2 action. Let's see how much pressure they can put on Snow. Obviously, Snow is Mew is their go-to character, and a Pokemon that they've done 90,000 damage with this tournament so far.
Wow, what an amazing combination. I mean, Mew, if it did not have Surf right there selected, it would be in so much trouble. Might have changed its moves just so it could get away from that situation. Great fight here for Nouns.
Yeah, they get a quality KO. Klaus forced to rotate quickly, but now this might be a little bit too much firepower for them to deal with. Cross sorting out the Snorlax quickly as Toonslim is Trick. Of course they are.
Of course they are, and we take a look at the top path. I love that we got the picture-in-picture of the grid. They're like, I guess this guy wants to see this. Put in the picture-in-picture right there. Nice stuff from Connoisseurs, pushing forward. That Sylveon has been doing such incredible work for either of these teams. Bruv in a little bit of trouble.
Bruv, yeah, just trying to hold down this pad, and decent pressure and rotation by Connoisseurs to, put them to the test. 55-54, obviously the score line balancing on a razor-thin margin, and Toon now getting bullied a little bit.
We got a question. Who do you think has been banned the most here in EU? Now, if it's all season, it feels like it could definitely be that Buzzwole, but Leafeon is another big contender.
Yeah, whichever one you pick, I'll pick the other one of those.
All right, I'll go with Greedent.
I'll go Duraludon.
Okay, we'll see what happens. I think I might be more right. I don't know. And we see Gotlu causing some havoc here in this central area for Connoisseurs. And it looks like we're going to see a Bullet Seed Greedent. It's Leafeon.
All right, we did it. You identified a Bullet Seed Greedent. Okay, we're doing things out here, Sprague.
Heck yeah, we are. We got Bullet Seed Greedent. Duraludon's not getting banned. Things are looking good.
Here comes Gatlu with the bullet seed. Trying to line up a couple shots. Gecko Kami taking all the seeds to the face, stuck in their teeth, in fact. Get them a toothpick, but they make it back, and so does Nouns Esports.
Yeah, Nouns Esports pulling away from that fight. Bullet Seed recently received a buff. I didn't think it would be enough to make it competitive, but we're going to find out if Gatlu disagrees right now. The damage being put down on Reggie Rock, getting ready for the secure. Overheat, ready to go. And again, when that is charged up near an objective, it is hard to stop.
It is hard to stop, and yet somehow it was by the Bullet Seed Greedon.
Isn't that crazy? The mean Greedon gets it done again.
Why not at this point? Klaus moving through, chucking all the berries because we're spitting seeds at him.
Beautiful stuff right there. You spit a lot of seeds all over me, buddy. I didn't know you had so many sunflower seeds in your mouth.
That's all I have in my pockets at all times.
That makes sense. Here we go. We've got 4 members of Nouns looking to possibly push here. We've got Trick Hoopa onto a Bullet Seed Greedon, just riddling them with those seeds. Another goes down. That's a double KO for Zarayu. Nouns is pushing this goal zone. Blissey, by the way, just alone in the top half.
Yeah, and now just caught out as the Eldegoss as they closed the goal zone while they were fighting. Boosted Auto is going to hit Gatlu for just a fraction of HP. As Gatlu says, oh, you're Centralia? This is where I live now. I'm making camp here.
There's a lot of what Greedon does, right? They spend so much time annoying the enemy. Even if you're able to shut Greedon down, it's wasted so much of your time, taken so much of your experience, and just looked so dang good doing it.
Yeah, nice rotation here. Blaziken is here to battle with the Desu, forcing out the Unite move, but Bliss is right on top of Sarayu. They're looking for the back line. Half HP picked up and slammed down is the Blaziken. Now we're putting them on the side of Connoisseurs trying to get the knockout. Heavy slam comes through, but the War Rage is on. Toonslim gets solo. They get popped up, put down, and now Sarayu's getting chased. Buzzwole's got a KO streak of 2, but they want some more. Gatlu is ready to spit some seeds on anybody that's willing to step up. Connoisseur says, we'll let you off the hook this time.
Connoisseurs looking to get this Regieleki and kind of get a footing in this match, right? They're behind in a lot of ways, and they've had some weird situations. Wow, what a beautiful overheat. You really can't throw the damage onto that Regieleki when that's happening. I'm actually confused as to why they even threw that E-ball.
Well, look, Bruv popping the Rebel Rouser. Now they have a big shield, and they're fighting forward. 3 players down for Connoisseurs, and they escort this Regieleki in. Another big overcap opportunity, and Sarayu sitting with 40 in pocket.
Look at that right here. We got 4 left as Bruv is putting more points on the board here. He might not have his attack weight fully stacked up, but you know, when you've got that scope lens on Crustal, a fully stacked attack weight, an X-Scissor could be devastating.
This is another kind of statement that Nouns Esports is making, right? Before it was running roughshod and said, you know what, we can beat you with the meta picks, we can beat you with the slightly off meta picks, but let's beat you with the anti-meta picks. And Nouns Esports, that what another type of statement it makes if they win this game.
And here we go, another overheat ready to go and secured. Sarayu is so on point with this here today. Klaus in some trouble, getting hit by that X-Scissor right there, having to run back and grab these berries from the side of Nouns. Stuck into the rock tomb, they go down.
2 players down for Connoisseurs. I feel like I've said that 100 times already just this game. I mean, this team, if you kind of look at it, it's a unique composition. It's not something we see, but they're making it work. They're playing to outs. They're setting up Sarayu. They're taking objectives. They're being a menace with Gatlu, getting in the back line. I mean, they're throwing, again, a lot of unique looks, and just because you're a top team doesn't mean you can't surprise people.
Yeah, it's just amazing stuff. It's a chaotic match. It's so difficult for Connoisseurs to deal with, and it's one of the best matches that we've had throughout this entire weekend. Crazy picks, and they are working. I can't wait for people to find out that Greedon's being played. If someone in your house is not watching this match, tell them to get in here because we've got a Bullet Seed Greedon in the grand finals. Dad, we got a Bullet Seed Greedon in the grand finals.
Nice little power nap, but that opens up an X-Scissor for Bruv on 2 players, and they eject button up and over. They put a wall down, but all those players were on the other side of it. Adesu tops off Bruv with a little bit of breakfast, and now Toonslim, Gatlu in here. Everybody shows up for the scrap. We're trapping them in. You're saying stuck in here with me. We're putting them in the locker room here, and we're beating them down. Pushing back through, though, Klaus is in the middle of 4 players, forcing out their Unite move. Again, Mew forced to use their Unite move. Snow on the retreat. Solar Beam comes through. Bruv is still standing. Toonslim bipping and bopping around, and now they're just looking for bodies. Can they actually get a KO, or are we just going to fight forever on just the sliverest of HPs?
Look at the HP recovery on this Crustal that between Toon and Bruv just bouncing back and forth with Trick, getting insane amounts of HP recovery. Somehow Crustal never went down. It was targeted that entire fight.
Gek now, wishing they had a little bit more of that trick Hoopa to pull them out of danger. They throw up a block, but it doesn't matter what the boost was because the Rock Tomb traps them down and buries them real deep.
Reggie Alecki walking in the top path for Nouns Esports. 2 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. No one's going to bottom Reggie. Instead, Nouns is spending some time in the central area of Connoisseurs. Greedon being incredibly mean, almost ticking over to level 13 to get its second plus move. Rayquaza hits the map, and everyone is in Connoisseurs central area.
They're just looking to go. Toonslim bips back through. Bruv is in the front. Solar Beam doesn't quite hit Bruv, but they're looking at Gek. In the middle, though, Sorayu is just trying to bait them in by tapping Rayquaza. We finally have a power nap on top of everybody, charging up the overheat, hitting on top of Gek. Is that Blaziken? Finally, Bruv goes down. Is this the tide turning? Dasu uses their Unite move. We have the rings unbound. They're trying to throw fists. Sorayu catches all the eggs. Can they actually leverage them? We're trying to find bodies. Is somebody actually going to go down? Klaus and the Buzzwole both do. Sorayu keeps the train going. Lukita, are you the next one? No, they can't quite close the gap of flipping back the other way. Still 2 players down. KO streak of 3. Doesn't matter. Snow gets stuffed out by the Greedon. The Bullet Seek gets it done. Gek is on respawn looking to jump, but in the middle is 2 players from Nouns.
Sure. I mean, I don't know what's going on here. Rayquaza is getting very low. We have the Blaziken near for the secure. Here comes the Bullet Seed. Here comes the overheat. Here comes the secure. And here comes one of the most impressive victories that I've seen this season. Nouns Esports with a crazy draft, with such an impressive match right here. They're looking to show you why they could be the champions in EU. What a magnificent display.
Oh, I mean, the fact that Sorayu was like, okay, we need you to play a real character, all right? And they picked Blaziken last. Secured everything, by the way. Those, you mentioned the overheats. Those were not missing, and it allowed the rest of the team to go be goons, like just be absolute troglodytes all over on the side of Connoisseurs. And this is the biggest no, sir, I've seen in a long time. Yikes.
Yeah, this is amazing for Nouns. Connoisseurs, I mean, I got to be honest, a bit of a demoralizing loss when you're playing what I think a lot of people would look at as kind of a troll composition from the side of Nouns.
Well, if this is a troll composition, they just drug Connoisseurs under the bridge and say, welcome home. This is where we were.
Incredible stuff from Nouns. What a match. What a draft. What a game number 2. What is Connoisseurs going to do?
Well, at this point, I'd be like, if you had a playbook, you put it in the trash, you light it on fire. If you had a whiteboard with some plans on it, you wipe all those. Because whatever Nouns Esports just put together for that win, you don't draft around that. You can't pick around that. It's just straight nonsense. And maybe that's the strength of it. It's so goofy shoes that it's like, man, what is happening here? And they got completely caught out.
Yeah, they really did. The counter pick on that Hoopa, I thought was amazing, right? They stole that away from Connoisseurs, who have been playing Trick Hoopa today and doing an amazing job with it. They stole that away, and then, of course, they locked in Greedon, which is just a huge head-scratcher and a huge win for Nouns. Also, Blaziken, like you said, just dominating that game.
And it was their last pick in the draft. I really feel like the comms are, okay, we do need something real here. Sorayu, grab a secure Pokemon that you want to play, and we're going to put it on you to kind of sort out the real objective throughout the game.
Taking a look at some of our big moments here from game number 2, you know, we had Crustle obviously putting in some big work there with the scope lens, trying to get some extra KOs with their X Scissor, a move that can critically hit, even though this Pokemon has no natural critical hit. It has to have a scope lens on it to have that ability. Up here in the top path, we have this very confusing moment where Mew decides to throw the Electro Ball a little early, and it's able to get the secure there for the side of Nouns Esports. The overheat coming in clutch.
On every objective, quite literally. And Nouns Esports, again, they're battling well. Gatlu was always sandwiching them, was always behind the Connoisseur squad whenever they were grouped up. And like Bullet Seed, that damage, it's not like it's multiple instances of damage, but it's still like just getting peppered by that. It whittles away your HP, and when it's you have to focus forward, but you're getting blindsided. It's tough.
Yeah, it is a frustrating Pokemon to deal with. Absolutely. There was that beautiful X-Scissor Rock Tomb that we saw, and then here was the Rayquaza fight, which actually looked like it was going pretty well for Connoisseurs.
Yeah, until Sorayu was like, oh wait, I'm what level? 14, 15? Time to take over. Nice Bliss Assistance by Dasu just in time to give that opportunity to them. Big overheat right there, gets a KO streak of 2, and then just everyone is so low, Lukita included. They just go straight through, cut them down, make it 3.
Yeah, I mean, Sorayu, unbelievable, just absolutely popping off in this game. That was such a beautiful eject to pick up a double KO on that overheat. It was just, for those of you who don't know, you can charge up overheat, but if you redirect it with an eject button at the last moment, your overheat will redirect in the direction that you are ejecting, and we saw that right there. Soryu, player of the game, on the Blaziken, 102,000 damage, 14 knockouts.
A completely unsurprising choice here. I mean, they were the flashiest player in the game. They secured all the objectives. They were getting all the knockouts, tons of damage, of course. And it's easy to shine when everybody else is rolling around in the mud. And that's literally what felt like Nouns Esports was doing. 4 kind of goofy shoes picks, and then they literally just told Soryu, you got to play something real here.
Yeah, and he did.
He did.
Absolutely. We got to see Greedon here in the grand finals. Of course, it's not a top pick, right? You don't see Greedon a lot. I'm not saying something surprising to everyone at home, but it is a frustrating Pokemon to deal with. It's constant pressure. And you know, one thing that we saw a lot at EOS was how well the Japanese teams applied constant pressure all over the map. I feel like Kabi-chan's, a lot of teams talked about this. They didn't feel aggressive in the way they fought with enemy players. They felt aggressive with the way they sort of cut off the map and took a lot of experience from them. And Greedon's the kind of Pokemon that does that just naturally.
Yeah, Greedon falls into that camp. Sableye as well. They do it a little differently, right? Sableye is more like scoring and facilitating big engagements for the team, and Greedon is just a self-sustaining kind of monster that's just, you know, always just kind of poking you, or like hovering their finger over you saying, I'm not touching you, I'm not touching you. You're like, God, get away from me, please.
Yeah. Absolutely. We've got word from our control room, and all they said was cowboy hats. So I can't wait to find out which Pokemon deserves a cowboy hat. We talked about this a little earlier. Do we have Pokemon? Oh, with some cowboy hats. Beautiful stuff here. We do. I believe this is from Buzzer Bob, right? Yeah, Buzzer Bob TV on X, formerly Twitter. Currently.
I do want to say, I know this was the Pokemon you chose, but this is the layout that I said. You know, you have the donk with the bigger cowboy hat, and then the 5 dinks with smaller cowboy hats.
Yeah, I think this is a beautiful rendition of your idea, which is a honestly great silver medal for what it should be, which is, of course, the hat, and these guys all look like little bandits that he had to, you know, round up.
But if he's rounding up the bandits, why are they helping the donk fight? Like, why?
It's like a Halloween costume, you know. They're just having fun with it. They're not real bandits.
But Buzzer Bob made 2. Dragapult getting a cowboy hat as well. Thoughts?
My thoughts are the teeny tiny little cowboy hats.
I didn't even notice those.
The teeny tiny cowboy hats are actually pretty excellent. You could make them little bandits, but the teeny tiny hats are very cute.
Are you a cowboy or a bandit?
I mean,
you seem like a pretty big bandit enthusiast today.
What is a cowboy without a bandit? You know. What is the sun without the moon?
Does that make me the bandit?
I think you are. Yeah, the cowboy and the bandit.
We finally, 3 years took us to figure that out.
It took us a long time
but we got
to figure out what Dupes next was. I'm the content cowboy.
And I'm a criminal.
And you're the bandit.
And I'm just a criminal.
Thank you so much, Buzzer Bob. Amazing stuff. Getting to see how the community interacts with the really smart stuff that we say is important.
It's certainly validating for us.
Oh, yeah.
Without a doubt.
Yeah. There's someone out there that's like, I'm going to make this even though I don't think I should.
Let's hit him with some whiplash and get into our Game 3 of the grand finals of an entire region, by the way. Enough cowboy hat talk, enough bandit talk. Connoisseurs have putting themselves on the purple side yet again. Nouns Esports, I was going to say they're going to have a reactionary draft, but that was just off the reservation. They're just doing whatever they want.
Yeah, they are doing whatever they want, and it's working. Speaking of whiplash, you know, they could go right back into a more meta composition. They could throw something else at Connoisseurs. So we're going to see Trevenant, Crustle, Umbreon, big-time defenders banned out. Leafy on the final ban from Nouns, and we're going to see this first pick.
Snow going back to the Mew is obviously their comfort pick, but are we going with real options on this, air quotes, real options on the side of Nouns?
Looks like we've got something. I mean, Blastoise is pretty real if you ask me. and now we're looking for our second pick. I think stealing away Hoopa is extremely smart.
I agree completely. Even if they play it traditionally or with Trick, they obviously know how to use that move. We just watched it in spades last time. Lukita going to see what their pivot option is going to be. And Galaxy does have the opportunity to go Gyarados again if they'd like.
Yeah, we've got Gek looking to lock in that slow bro. I think it's a great call. They might be sussing out like, hey, maybe Nouns is bringing this Comfey situation back right now. Slow Beam, obviously an incredible counter. And then we have Blissey locked in. We've got Nouns Esports locking in possibly a couple more supports. It looks like we've got Inder here with us. Inder, how you doing, buddy?
Great. Those cowboy hats were looking good too.
Oh, thank you very much. I didn't design them, but I did sort of create the idea. What do you think about that last game? I mean, absolutely insane.
Well, we just saw a Cinder get picked, so that's really exciting. But with the Hoopa, the thing I really want to focus on, that Hoopa bot lane kind of pseudo attacker with Trick double support is something I've been begging the pros to start playing ever since Trick got buffed. I think it's something that we're going to see in the meta going forward. We don't see any balance changes. I expected to see it at World. So even though Nouns having a little bit of fun with it, I do think that the future of Pokemon Unite is going to have double support Hoopa in it. Right now, I'm excited to see this Cinderace.
I mean, of course. I mean, just more Pokemon that we don't often see. Yeah, Trick, it feels like it's a really solid moveset, especially after it was buffed. And then you just saw how long that Crustle was able to stay in the engagement through that Phantom Force healing. It was pretty incredible. Inder, we got an incredible game lined up right here. This might be Nouns taking down the Grand Finals. Thank you so much for popping in for this draft, and we'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, great point by Inder. Of course, those Hoopa Trick buffs were terrific. I think that was the least goofy part of what they were doing in that game, it felt like.
Absolutely. As we're taking a look at this game right here, we've got the Muscle Band on Gotlu, which leads me to believe we're probably looking at a Surf Blastoise, right? Surf Hydro Pump. Soreyu on Lucario. We've seen this player on this power pick before, obviously. Lucario kind of that Season 1, Year 1 monster. Still around. Still a very good pick, but it feels like just under a lot of what's in the meta. And then, of course, we have Cinderace, which, shockingly, we saw yesterday, too.
Yeah, Cinderace is where our eyes are going to be. Is it going to be Pyro Ball like we saw yesterday, or are we going to go just kind of in the more mobility-based kind of feint attack type action there? But also, what's exciting, Bruv on Mime, and that's always fun.
Yeah, Bruv on Mime is always incredible. We've got Toon on Cinderace. Yeah, is it going to be Blaze Kick? Will we see Pyro Ball? What version of Cinder do we see, and can Cinderace get a win? Hey, if Greedent can do it, I think Cinderace can do it.
If it doesn't, then we know what Pokemon reigns supreme.
And here we go. Connoisseurs, your purple team. Nouns Esports, your orange team here in the grand finals. Nouns, one game away from being $10,000 richer and the champions here in EU. Connoisseurs needs to win 3 in a row, reset this bracket, and kind of do it all over again if they want to win their spots to Worlds. We have a Desu in the central area of Connoisseurs, just invading and causing problems.
A Desu on the instant invade, just putting pressure on Klaus. Wasn't quite successful in getting the buff, but oftentimes the buff is just kind of the icing on the cake. Really what you want to do here is waste time.
Yeah, you're wasting time. You're annoying everyone. In fact, the buffs had to go over to Blissey because it had the secure. So Klaus doesn't even get to have the buffs that he really needs. He will be able to get level 5 here pretty soon, but Adesu's also taken some experience. So he's walking top, not yet level 5. We have Sylveon, not yet level 4. Cinderace is somehow already here, ready to go.
Cinderace is taking everything left, and it's already level 6. So a Cinderace ahead that can stay ahead is actually a pretty solid spot to be in.
Yes, it is. This experience goes over to the side of Connoisseurs. They needed some of that right there, and they get it. Nice big Blaze Kick looking for a KO on a Desu. Mystical Fire, not able to pick it up yet. They could jump back in, and they decide not to. That is a mean-looking Cinderace. It's already level 6, so it's a few levels ahead.
Yeah, and you can actually see they're mirroring each other's pathing down as Klaus is a Combuskin. They want to hit Blaziken quickly, at least for our eyes. Soreyu, power pick, they jump right in. No fear in the face of Slowbro and Mew.
Yeah, and, you know, Mime is just such an amazing pick for someone like Bruv. Bruv is just probably the best Mime to play Pokemon Unite, and you're going to get to see it here. Not a pick a lot of teams bring out, but when Bruv is on it, it looks incredible.
It really does. You know, Bruv, I think you make an argument for Tomato. They have a pretty sick mime as well. But now, usually you actually see the both defenders sticking in the bottom path, but now it's Sorayu babysitting the Slowbro as all of Nouns Esports collapses on that Swablu and Altaria.
Take a look at that Cinderace, already level 8, trying to get level 9 here before one of these objectives pop up. They had the access to that extremely powerful Unite move from Cinderace. Recently buffed a little while back, so now it's not cancelable anymore, which makes it really strong and incredible secure tool for KOs or for wild Pokemon and objectives.
Bruv burning their eject button there, trying to get on top of Snow. Sorayu actually cutting off that boosted auto from Snow so that Bruv doesn't get knocked out, or at least has the potential to get knocked out by that. But Toon is so close to hitting level 9. Just a couple of these will help them get sorted out, and bang, they have their Unite moves, Spraggles.
Yes, they do. It looks like we had a bit of a skirmish in the top path as we have the Blaziken running down here to this bottom path. Cinderace is ready for this, and if you have a Cinderace near an objective, as they're making it down here, it can just rip it apart. However, we have Klaus coming to the bottom path. We have a big-time secure on the side of Connoisseurs.
Sorayu jumping right in again, eating that Electro Ball, and a nice hyperspace hole for the reset. Klaus is there for when everybody rolls back through. Toon hanging out, they're going to put damage on. First player down is on Nouns Esports, but we're on the backside. Regice is getting low, Solar Beam comes through, Nouns Esports has to pivot and get away. Klaus has an opportunity to seal this thing up, though, and Nouns just decides to go somewhere else.
Yeah, Nouns pulls back. They were looking to see if they could get it with Cinderace. They could not. They were zoned out of that pretty well there by Connoisseurs, who takes the first objective of the game.
Electro Ball back through a little bit, chasing down Adesu as we have the Mew Unite is out, and they're kind of just really going after each other here in the bottom path.
Yes, they are. They're looking for a fight. No one wants to overextend too hard because you'll just be caught, you know, by all this crazy damage on both sides. Blissey in a lot of trouble right here. Cinderace moving in with the Blaze Kick to pick it up. Going after the Slowbro right now, and no one from Connoisseurs is down here yet. Mew moving down to see if they can stop any of this. The Electro Ball does stop a score as some points go in from Nouns. Bruv able to make a score happen. Toon having to run back.
Yeah, Toon really has to get out of there because those tracking abilities, if somebody isn't there to step in front of them, it can deal and buckle Toon Slim a Cinderace very quickly.
We can see in the top path, Blaziken made it top, was able to get a big time secure. We do have Hoopa sending the team top with that hyperspace hole. No longer a trick Hoopa here as they're getting ready to defend this Reggie Alecki push. And here comes the Blaziken and Bliss assistance.
Right into the middle, nice surf back to poach them and put them into the flux zone so Toon Slim can A-press them down. Blaziken does sort out Gatlu very quickly, and they take care of the goal zone. Now there's nobody standing in front of Toon Slim and the rest of the Connoisseurs, and they're able to lock down a big KO. Look at the levels.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here from Connoisseurs. They're really on top of this game right now. We had a strong start from Nouns, but you're seeing why we don't see as much Cinderace. We see a lot more Blaziken, as this Blaziken is taking over the game.
Yeah, take a deep breath, Nouns. You know, farm up a little bit. You do have wild Pokemon on your side of the map. They have a huge lead. Now it's 242 to 51, a complete swap from what we saw in the first game.
Yeah, it is. Desu actually able to make it out right here. The eject button not able to catch him. Klaus in a lot of trouble right here, eating a close combat. The focus band goes down. We had the power-up punch into the eject button, and they go down.
And Snow goes down somewhere in the bottom path here as well, as these teams are more than happy to scrap with each other because there's wild Pokemon everywhere for these teams to take, but they're electing to take the bodies.
Yeah, now we got Cinderace hitting level 11. Massive power spike for Blaze Kick at level 11. You've got this huge attack speed boost. It's like having X attack on a Blaze Kick, a move that already gives you repositioning, a move that already gives you a free critical hit on your opponents. Regirock going down the bottom path. Nouns wants nothing to do with it. They're making a siege on this top goal zone.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's secured by bottom. We saw the quick rotation, the quick up, and they're putting some points in. That goal zone is very low. Sorayu gets collapsed on by Galaxy. Gatlu there getting just Draining Kissed and Mystical fired in. Nice little egg bomb there. They're going to get the engagement. Sorayu darts through a wall, but they're going to get outflanked here as the rest of the team has to surf away, and Blaziken scoring bot.
Connoisseurs putting points in that bottom path here, 282 to 95. It seems like maybe some of these tricky plays from Nouns Esports have really run their course as Connoisseurs are right back in this thing. Massive Hydro Typhoon from the Blastoise catches 3. Cinderace goes down, though. This Sylveon is all over it.
Yeah, because they just be able to just close that gap and outrange it. Gatlu going to try and make a play for the team. They're waiting. Adesu as well puts a portal down, secured by Snow, and that's what a Mew does.
That's what a Mew does, what a Blaziken's been doing as well. Nouns Esports putting some points on 316-144, but they are definitely behind here. Cinderace powering up, but they have not been able to get much done in some of these fights, as this is going to start walking towards the home base of Nouns.
Yeah, exactly. Unlocking that goal zone can be a big deal here, especially because Connoisseurs already have the score lead.
Unfortunately for Connoisseurs, when you have a Cinderace right here, they're just able to rip this apart real quickly here. The secure on Cinderace, pretty dang solid with the Unite move, but ripping apart objectives, enemy teams. You know, if you just let this thing A-press you for a little while, you're going down.
Yeah, the fact that 3 goal zones are gone, though, on the side of Nouns Esports, and they're only down 150, like, this could be a lot worse for them in this particular moment.
Absolutely. They could come back with a couple KOs, a couple clutch scores. They're looking to make a play here. They are not moving towards Rayquaza. I think they assume Connoisseurs is not going to take it. To be fair, Connoisseurs tournament life is on the line. I don't know if they want to, you know, let that rest in the hands of just ripping Rayquaza as the points are raining in this top path. 2 minutes, 10 seconds. Klaus looking to catch him, and they catch one.
Oh, they
big
go
time
down.
Overheat.
Sylveon is down. Blaziken goes in. Blissicus is right in the middle. Gatlu is low. This nice surf through the wall. 2 players down now for the Connoisseurs. Solar Beam comes through the Hydro Typhoon, kicks up 2. Snow has to retreat. Gek is low on HP, but they're going for the collapse. A surf into the corner of the wall. There's 3 players down for the Connoisseurs. And where is Toonslim but ripping Rayquaza in the middle? Snow uses their Unite move. They take out Gatlu. They're moving around. They're rotating. Bruv is low. Electro Ball puts them on the Razor's edge of getting knocked out. Nice slow beam on top of Toon, but they're still standing. KO Streak at 3. The rings are unbound, and it's just Adesu standing in the way. Connoisseur's going to make a play. Is Adesu going to be a hero? No, it is Snow for the Connoisseurs.
Connoisseurs able to take that down after a fight that was actually starting to go the way of Nouns Esports. Will not anymore. Connoisseurs back in these grand finals, taking a win off of Nouns. Nouns just trying to stop them from scoring, but the points are raining in. 100 in this bottom path. A minute 15 left. Tons of shields on the side of Connoisseurs. It's going to be almost impossible for Nouns to come back as Cinderace gets KO'd once again. Lucario KO'd a second time. Or Lucario KO'd for the double KO from the Mew, and now they're looking to score on this main goal zone.
Yeah, this Cinderace truly looked like the weakest link out here. It couldn't quite sustain itself, you know, as some of the other Pokemon can. So that being said, I wouldn't have called of the 3 games we watched, the 3 drafts that Nouns put together, that this would have been the game they would have lost, however.
Yeah, it might have looked like the other game, right? But to be fair, you know, we have Lucario, not a common pick right now. We have Cinderace, nobody's picking it, and you're seeing why in some of these moments here. Also, it did have incredible rip there. If they didn't have a slow beam on the side of Connoisseurs, that really could have gone the other way.
I agree, and you know, Gek hitting the right target, right? Like making sure Toon is exactly what they have to lock down, and it's not necessary to get the knockout to keep them from taking Rayquaza out from under them. And then, you know, tip the cap to Snow, who secured every objective as you'd anticipate a Mew to do. You know, something we see Lunder do all day, something that we now know Snow is incredibly good and capable of. So Connoisseurs taking this one and get themselves an opportunity to press forward in this event.
Yeah, Connoisseurs now have a little light at the end of this tunnel, right? It was looking pretty dark for them for a while, but they were able to take down Nouns here in game number 3. The question is, did they take down Nouns, or did they take down Nouns just kind of having fun there for a moment? And when is Nouns going to stop playing with some of this more silly stuff and start getting real about the $10,000 difference of them not winning first?
That's a great call out, Spraggles. However, I don't think Nouns was going that particularly off the reservation with that draft specifically. There's a world where you can make a conscious argument for Cinderace. There's also much better arguments to be made about a lot of other choices they could have made in that moment. So, I want Nouns to focus up. I want to see what this match feels like.
I kind of want Nouns to not focus up entirely. I have to be honest. I'm just having fun watching a lot of their picks here, but they weren't able to take him down. Connoisseurs is a great team as we're looking at some of these big moments here.
Yeah, and this was really when you're like, oh, wow, this is why Blaziken is so good, right?
Yes.
It was able to just absolutely carry this fight. I believe there was a nice Bliss assistance there in the mix to help facilitate that. And now, you know, you can immediately see what happens to Cinderace with no one in front of it, right? When there's no spacing, it can't really save itself, and it got absolutely skinned.
Yeah, we have this moment here where Cinderace is trying to take down Hoopa. Nice little play there. We have the eject button, not able to make it happen. And then Nouns moves in for the KO. We have another eject with that power-up punch to secure.
This Connoisseurs team, they made it happen. Yeah, you got to give them credit. They were presented opportunity and they took it. You know, another kind of crazy fight up top. We have the Daisy Unite, Hydro Typhoon, but Gatlu couldn't really take care of any business with that. And now they're just getting systematically knocked out one by one. Connoisseur slow rolling a little bit, you know, probably waiting on Snow's call and saying, okay, we're good, let's get it.
Yeah, absolutely. That was their secure. They needed to get it low enough and try to make sure that Gatlu had to use some of its moves, get his HP pretty low right there. We have our Rayquaza fight coming up here. Got a big-time KO. I mean, that's when the Sylveon goes down and they go for it.
I mean, this is an absolute tunnel of just pure and raw damage. Everything is getting thrown in this small corridor here. Hydro Typhoon kicking up a bunch. Look at that Surf hitting 4 players. I mean, it's tough to fight through that, and Nouns getting put through that choke point really favored Connoisseurs to be able to bounce back despite the initial engagement.
Yeah, absolutely. And you saw the Mew right there, too, hitting the Solar Beam on every single member of Nouns that was up, right? Triple KO for the Mew and the big-time secure.
Well done by Connoisseurs. Well done by Connoisseurs. Our player of the game, Galaxy, 87k damage, 5 knockouts, and a ton of points.
Yeah, Galaxy Girl right here looking incredible. Those knockouts, by the way, those were targeted. They were running after that Cinderace every opportunity that they got. And it's one of the great things that a Pokemon like this can do. You can just continue to put pressure on enemy carries. They can't do a ton. They can't get away from it very easily. You have so many dashes with Mystical Fire. Draining Kiss applies a slow to your opponents. It's tough to deal with.
It really is. So at least Connoisseurs understanding what a Cinderace, what its upswings can be. And they did a good job making sure that they couldn't get any of those. And on the side of Nouns Esports, at least at the start of the game, they were grooving very well.
Yeah.
Bruv and Soreyu specifically were doing a great job keeping anything from getting to Toon. But once they started breaking up that core and having to send people all over the map, Toonslim just became easy fodder for this Connoisseur squad because of the pressure that Galaxy was putting on them.
Yeah, you know, we don't see many of the ADCs, the attack damage carry Pokemon too much lately, especially in the Championship Series, right? They have incredible Rip. They don't have the best secure, and it does feel like since Slick Spoon was introduced, special attackers are just kind of dominating a lot of these games. It was cool to see a Cinderace here, but we just haven't seen too many of them, and you kind of see why. It's harder to get value out of it.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at some top community Pokemon cards here.
Ooh, take a look at this. They got the Garchomp, the Greninja, the Aegislash, the Lucario, an all-rounder fan with the Ninja in there. Big-time win rates. Beautiful stuff from Meme Guy. Hey, Meme Guy.
Almost 4K games, almost a 70% win rate, 68. I mean, that is a Garchomp player.
Yeah.
That is a Garchomp player.
That is a Garchomp player. I can't argue with you. It's their top picked Pokemon.
Let's take a look at the next one here. Still no supports, because why would I ever get to be happy?
I don't know. Cinderace, Zacian is their number 2.
Yeah.
I'm not going in on anyone today. I'll let the chat do it. Tyranitar and Goodra. I mean, this is cool. They're taking the T-Tar in there. It's very fun to see a player put a lot of priority on this Pokemon. I'm sure they've been playing for a while, too. They kind of start with Cinderace, right? Zacian releases. I'm sure they waited until it was properly nerfed, and then they played 2,000 battles on it. And then, of course, Tyranitar. Taking a look here.
Hey-o.
Ooh, we got a Scissor.
Yeah, but I am looking specifically at Blissey. Thank you for picking up a support Pokemon for all of your other solo queue players out there.
And Umbreon, too, which is, a great defender, but also it does kind of fill that support role also. And another top pick for Tyranitar.
It is just a Pokemon community at large favorite Pokemon.
Yes.
And it objectively looks pretty cool, and the way it moves around the map and when it's doing its thing feels impressive.
Ooh, take a look at this. We got a top pick Zeraora, then Blasty Boy, Pikachu, Mr. Mime. They really focus on that Zera over 1,012, over almost 1,300 battles on Zera.
And again, this is kind of that pseudo support. Mr. Slime out here, Mr. Mime getting it done. 55% win rate, not bad on a Mr. Mime, because not a lot of players like playing around that thing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very frustrating to deal with. Also had Pikachu on there. Pikachu's a real fun one. You know, I think it's such a solid Pokemon, and you don't see it picked up too much. Hey, Nouns is throwing out some interesting stuff. We could see Pika.
Pikachu's not, yeah, like Pikachu is very serviceable in certain compositions. You know, Blush, like yesterday for NA, they play a lot of Pikachu. It has its value when the team is built to facilitate what it does.
Yeah, it plays the role of attacker in an interesting way because it's kind of a support attacker, you know. It stuns the enemy a lot, it shuts them down. Good on Pokemon that like to dive in and deal a lot of damage. However, sometimes, you know, they dive in like a Leafeon and they just hit you right away with the Unite move. So Pikachu has some value, but you also have to play it carefully.
Yeah, exactly, because you can get snuffed out by, I don't know, a Leafeon just grazing past you, trying to actually get a different target.
For sure.
Pikachu's HP pool, low.
Very low. As we get ready for our next game right here, I'm interested to see what Nouns wants to bring out. I couldn't have guessed any of these drafts except maybe the first one from Nouns. And now I'm wondering, are we going to go back to that, or do we have more stuff that we want to try?
Let's take a look at the OC bracket and how that shook out this past weekend here. Of course, Ground Zero winning in the bracket reset, and this thing almost went the full 10 games. Legends reappear from the losers bracket, able to reset it, but in the end, GZG.
Yeah, Legends reappear. They had quite a run last year, too, if I remember, in the regional finals. They come up through the losers bracket here to face off against Ground Zero. Take them to a bracket reset, but Ground Zero able to make it happen. And yes, that is a scissor on the side of Ground Zero.
Joe, a big scissor believer. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's working in their region. We're going to have to see what that looks like when they get to Worlds, but OC locking in their spots. Your regional champs here, Ground Zero.
I like the Confizork. We're seeing that crop up. You know, teams with that always has that combination available to them can really throw a wrench into your opponent's plans, because you don't ever normally see it chose first and second pick or something like that. It's always like your last two picks, and then you give the other team one pick to try and figure it out.
Right. You kind of want to hide it a little bit, obviously. You don't want them to have things that can easily counter it, right? You don't want them to have picked Slowbro. You kind of want to get it after they've already got their defenders out of the way, and then you can sort of sneaky pick something like that. It's really tough to deal with if you don't have a strong counter for it. We saw that in Game 1 between Nouns and Connoisseurs.
Yeah, and then we didn't see it Game 2. As it turns out, we were doing something completely different here. Let's take a look at a player versus player.
Yeah, let's see the two players compared. Adesu, Lukita are supports. Pokemon Eldegoss averaging 10 and 9 assists respectively. A ton of healing here. 10,000 higher for Adesu. Win-loss 11 and 4 versus 3 and 1. Lukita obviously playing a lot of Hoopa.
Yeah, Hoopa, and of course, when you could see how much synergy the team had when it was playing that Hoopa with Trick specifically. But Eldegoss, an EU favorite all year long, and it's unsurprising that our two teams in the finals have two players that are very proficient in Eldegoss.
And here we go. We've got our draft. Nouns is going to be our first pick right here, so we're going to see what they want to do against Connoisseurs. Obviously, they've been having some fun with them, maybe just kind of playing with their food a little bit. We're going to see if they're able to shut this thing down.
Well, I mean, a team backed in the corner can be pretty vicious. Our first bands here, Umbreon, Mew, Trevenant, and Connoisseurs are going to have the opportunity to, I believe they're going to close out on a Leafeon here.
Yeah, Leafeon banned out. First pick on over to Nouns, and we want to see if they're going to show their hand right away, or they're just going to pick something safe, and they do with Blastoise. Very safe first pick.
Yeah, keeps it open for Bruv to play Blastoise later, and unsurprisingly, Lukita going straight for the Hoopa, saying they've taken it from us so many times, I want to play it this game.
Obviously, Galaxy over here grabbing this Sylveon, which has been massive for them. Nouns with their next picks. It looks like they might be going back to this Lucario here. Let's see what they want to do. Bruv on the Crustle, Toonslim on the Espeon. This is a Pokemon that didn't get any changes, really. It just fell out of favor a little bit recently. I think it's because everyone's so excited about Sylveon.
Klaus feeling themselves after that game 3, wants to go back to the Blaziken strategy, and it looked good. Unsurprising, you know, they're going into things that they know, understand, and feel confident in. And Gek, I mean, nailing the right slow beam targets, what else could you ask for?
Yeah, I was wondering if, you know, they were going to take that just so they could make Soryu not play Zoroark, and we're going to see if that is what ended up happening. They do. They lock in the Chandelure. They lock in the Eldegoss. Final pick over to the Connoisseurs. We could be seeing a Venusaur.
Yeah, Venusaur is hovered. We've seen all flavors of Venusaur today, and it does its job well. However, Delphox, we saw like a great Mystical Fire Delphox game yesterday. We've seen plenty of Fire Spin, Fire Blast as well.
Yeah, I'm kind of seeing how they're going to play this here. Soryu with an odd item combination. I don't know if he's moving that around. He is, yeah. So Soryu is going to be the one taking the Espeon here. Toon is going to be sitting on the Chandelure. We've got Brub, who's going to be defending for Nouns Esports. Gotlu up in that top path. On the side of Connoisseurs, we do have that Delphox. We don't know what kind of Delphox it's going to be. You really could play either version of it and get some pretty good value out of it, but Fire Spin is just gross.
Yeah, Fire Spin is incredibly annoying if you have enough firepower to go in. Like, for example, like setting up a Fire Spin into a Hyper Voice.
Yes.
For the sake of an example here, can deal a ton of damage on some high HP targets that Nouns has. Of course, Blastoise and Crustle are my focus there. However, because Crustle is throwing walls all over the place, you know, being able to use the other kit, Mystical Fire, dodge around a little bit as the Delphox looks pretty good too.
It does. It looked really good in NA yesterday, so we'll see if that's something that they want to bring out. Klaus, once again, on the Blaziken, he is amazing on this Pokemon. It's a scary one for sure. That Sylveon, very, very scary. That Blaziken, very, very scary.
Yeah, and the fact that 2 key components that they had last game are back for them in this game, they've got to be feeling confident about that. And it's all about the bounce back. It's all about the bounce back.
It is. It is all about the bounce back for Connoisseurs. For Nouns, it's all about shutting this thing down right now. Nouns Esports, your purple team. Connoisseurs, your orange team, as we get ready for Game 4 of our Grand Finals.
Klaus quickly wrapping up, starting to clear, getting some support from Lukita because there was that invade just last game.
Yeah, there was an invade last game. We have Lukita doing a great job taking that red buff. A lot of teams opting for this play. Hoopa just so incredibly mean with his extra slow on its basic attacks here. As we do get to see Nouns moving up towards this top path, but they weren't able to make an aggressive enough push and get anything, even though, I mean, they had the Espeon there. They just weren't really in position to do anything.
Yeah, both Eevees online and just kind of staring at each other from across the way. Decent little look there. Now, down in the bottom path, we got to see what Toon can actually do in the face of Snow and Gek.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. You know, Chandelure and Delphox, they both take a little while to come online. We have Espeon making a sneaky play here, running down to the bottom path. They might not know it on the side of Connoisseurs, but they could be in some trouble. As we have the Flamethrower, we have a Rock Tomb, and we're looking to see if we can catch anything. Another Flamethrower. Every time they hit one of those, they get a reset on it, basically. Goes down to a 2-second cooldown. They're able to take a really good fight here, push them out completely, take all the experience.
That was really nice. Flamethrower at the pad, basic autos in the Swabluonis area. Flamethrower at the pad, basic. So they were just cutting it both ways and able to be incredibly efficient and zone out Connoisseurs.
And you know, with Rock Tomb right here, it's just so difficult to get away from this combination. And you can see it, Slowbro going down. Really nice play from Nouns as we head to our top path here.
Now we just need to get Gotlu to level 5, get him to War Turtle online evolved. Adesu hitting 4 is solid, so they've got their puffs ready to go. This Espeon is just always lurking.
Yeah, Espeon's doing some lurking while Klaus is doing some blaze kicking. They're looking to make something happen here. I gotta say, Trick Hoopa with Hyper Voice Sylveon, this is so incredibly mean. That thing is just gonna be able to chase anyone down. What a incredible combination on the side of Connoisseurs.
Yeah, and really, it's unconventional unless you're Ender, you know, and you kind of have the soul read on the situation. But we can see if Nouns can adjust. Was game 1 a fluke when they were going against the Trick Hoopa, or do they actually have it solved and they can mitigate what it facilitates?
Yeah, we're going to find out here very soon. Overheat looking for the secure. Looking to KO Gotlu here. Only level 6 as this Blaziken is looking to take over to level 8. Yeah, they're going to get everything they want right here. They get their experience. They take it all away from the side of Nouns.
Couldn't even contest. You saw kind of Gatlu step up and then immediately go, oh, wait, no. I can't do this. And they peel back. But how much value could have Nouns gotten in the basement? That's my question. Basement Reggie is about to hit. Trapped in the rock tomb. Flamethrower resets is there. We've got the Imprison out. And the Fire Spin is chasing Toon Slim. Adesu immediately puts a puff back on them, but we're trapped in the Delphox. They have to eject out. Snow throws just an absolute Fire Spin back together. We're going to the surf. Espion Unite pops. Red Ice is there, secured by Nouns. We're going back, and now we're putting pressure. They were able to get a quality KO. Not looking to push the pad yet.
Yeah, Nouns making a great play there. You know, Toon basically using his Unite move as an escape tool. You know, shrouding the enemy team in darkness. They don't exactly know how they're going to play this. And then using your Unite through the Reggie to not only rip through the objective, but deal damage to Connoisseurs. Great spacing there, too, from Nouns. Really nice stuff as they were able to get that bottom objective. Top, however, could be going the other way. Lukita in some trouble. Lukita goes down. Regieleki being ripped apart here by Connoisseurs. However, multiple players are being pushed out. We have Chandelure running to the top path, but it looks like they're going to be a little late for it. Here comes the overheat. No, they are not. They get it with the flamethrower.
Yeah, that was a nice little bait and switch by Sorayu, kind of looking at him to make the secure, but instead he pivots and focuses on Connoisseurs, lets the flamethrower rip through the Regieleki, and now that thing hits, and Nouns Esports can extend this lead.
Yeah, and we've got the opportunity to get a really nice score here. We've got some points on Blastoise that they can put into this goal, and it won't go down right away. Now that has changed, so they're going to have to use 40 into this goal zone right here, and they do. 152-0 for the side of Nouns.
Bruv, again, facing down 3 players in the bottom path, using their Rebel Rouser, and they kind of poach Klaus. They X-scissor them through. As can Nouns Esports pull up as the Rock Tomb has trapped them? Can they get another great X-scissor into the Surf combination? And Bruv takes care of the Boogeyman on the side of Connoisseurs.
Beautiful Unite move from Sorayu as well. Catches 3 as they push onto this goal zone right here. Nice Delphox Unite to stop these scores for a moment. We do have Reggie spawning in this bottom path. The X-Scissor immediately catching Sylveon as so much priority is put on taking that Pokemon down. Nouns is able to make it happen, but Klaus is back in this bottom path as we have a fight ready to break out over this bottom Reggie.
The back line Hydro Typhoon by Gatlu to give the time they needed to just absolutely fold Galaxy Girl was awesome. Now Regice is at half. Bruv is looking for an X-Scissor target, and that is Gek taking a ton of damage. But Klaus immediately engages the back line. Sorayu's in a lot of trouble. But we have another Shandy Unite that burns down the bird. I mean, you like hot chicken. Welcome to Nashville, because that's what Nouns Esports is doing.
That's right. Nouns Esports now looking for their secure. Not able to make it happen, however. Goes over to the side of Connoisseurs. The Hoopa turns that one around for him after a beautiful play from Nouns. Connoisseurs able to finally take that objective here. The Flamethrower just continuing to level damage onto the side of Connoisseurs, but not able to pick up any KOs.
Connoisseurs settling back out, seeing that there's another objective that has hit the map. Klaus taking every ounce of farm that they can on their way up. Meanwhile, though, Gatlu has been doing the same. Wasn't present in the bottom path, but now they're already level 11.
That's right. Gatlu really being the tortoise in this tortoise and hare situation. Slow and steady, just gaining its experience, even though it's not in some of these fights. Beautiful X-Scissor into the Flamethrower, into the Imprison, trying to make something happen here. But no, they end up backing out of this engagement. Sorayu top. We do have Sylveon versus Espeon in the top path right here. Unite move from the Espeon as they're both fighting over this Regieleki, but they have to peel away.
Oh, nice Hyper Voice, able to get the KO on Espeon here. Lukita presses forward. Gatlu is looking for this Galaxy E-Girl as the rip has kind of started with Klaus. They eject button, Surf, pin them against the wall. Hydro Typhoon kicks all 3 players up. And can they get the KO on Galaxy? They can with the Hydro Pump. Surf back through to disrupt the action here. Regieleki is there and another secure for Toon.
Big time stuff here for Nouns as this Regieleki is walking towards a tier 2. Left side team has a lead. Yeah, they do 192-0 right now in our grand finals. Nouns Esports looking to win this thing. Delphox looking to use a Unite move because they really have that Unite move every couple seconds right here.
Really
just trying to push them away. Sorayu in some trouble. Caught right there. Sorayu does go down. A little bit of a timer, but they will be back in time for Rayquaza as we have a Reggie spawning in the bottom path once more with this goal zone up.
Nice move by Toon to use actually the Swablu as a distraction onto the fire spin so they wouldn't get hit by it, using their environment to their advantage. Another Reggie has hit the map. It is a Regice. Klaus goes straight forward. We are fighting and we're scrapping. The Rock Tomb is up. Gek is forward surfing through a bunch. Regice is at half. Fire spin on Gatloop, but they surf out of the way so they don't get caught. Regice still getting low. Toon's going to try and line up a fire flamethrower, and it's secured by the overheat. Now we have 5 seconds till right, and these teams keep scrapping. Nice X-Scissor catches 3. Fire Blast through the middle. Rubble Rouser in the middle. We got a big stun because of the Rubble Rouser. We're trying to jump on top of the team, but look at Galaxy E-Girl. She's in the middle. They're going to fight down here, but can they get this? The rip on. Gatloop pivots to the center, and Blaziken's ripping through. Finally, Galaxy E-Girl peels back, and Connoisseurs is still going on top of Toon, forcing the Unite move, jumping that, surfing for the spacing. Espeon catches them. Their move is locked for them prisoner. They're knocked out. Klaus goes into the back line. They're trying to collapse on Toon, but they're gone. 2 players out for Connoisseurs as they're trying to get on top of Brub. Lukita pops their Unite move, but they are looking for a way to win.
They're looking for a way to get something done right here as Blastoise is respawning. 2 down on the side of Connoisseurs. The slow beam already used and it wasn't able to pick up the KO. They're behind 254-0. They have to make a play. It could be that Sylveon was trying to rip. It could be that they were trying to pull Nouns in. Either way, it hasn't worked yet, and they need something. They need a prayer right here, or they're not going to Worlds, and Nouns will be your champions. 1 minute left. Lukita caught. Huge surf, and Lukita could be going down.
They've used the Phantom Force. Hydro Typhoon doesn't catch anybody. Lukita comes back through, just gets snuffed out by Soreyu. Klaus getting X-Scissor pinned against the wall. Fire Spin is there to try and give cover fire, but they eject back the other way. Gekukami's in the front line. The defensive fireworks are out, but Gek finally gets on top of this bottom half of the Nouns Esports team. The Surfs are looking good. It's 3 players down now. Connoisseurs has an opportunity to get them damage in. They need to burn down this Rayquaza Spraggles. Klaus is there. Snow is there. We're scrambling for the back half. Hoopa's looking to cover. 25 seconds left. Ray's going to go down, and they have to get these points in.
Ray is going down. Connoisseurs has points. We have 50 points going into the top path as well. That's 100 in the bottom, 100 in the top. Here's another 100 looking to be scored right now, but Nouns has scored 354. We've got another 100 points right here. Massive X-Scissor. They're going to see if they can do anything. Hoopa Unite move. Delphox is able to score. Right now they're pushing forward. We have the Unite move from the Chandelure trying to stop them.
There's the 14 points that went in by Adesu, plus 34 there at the very last minute with a great use of the Unite move out of Lukita. Where do we end up? 376 to 368. We press on, my friend.
Connoisseurs tying it up here in the grand finals, just barely able to make it happen. It was the score of the Delphox, I believe the Sylveon as well, that pushed it right over the top. Great call using that Hoopa Unite, able to score there. Beautiful stuff from Connoisseurs as they keep their tournament dreams alive.
Wow, what a game out of Connoisseurs. Flipped on top of Ray right at the correct moment. Gave themselves just enough time to take it down and get those points in.
Yeah, and you can see the value of this Blaziken, right, for the side of Connoisseurs. It feels like they just set up many opportunities for this thing whenever it was around an objective. If they could rip it down, if they could zone out Nouns a little bit, they were able to get the secure. If I was Nouns, I'd be worried about Klaus on this Pokemon.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, look at that game. The Connoisseurs had literally no points until they secured Rayquaza.
Yeah, and now Nouns Esports has to be sweating a little bit. You know, one more game, Connoisseurs resets this bracket. They have an opportunity to not only take the championship from them, but take $10,000.
Yeah, it makes you wonder if that Cinderace game was worth it. We wonder that Goofy game was worth. I mean, they won the Goofy game, but like, just was that a mentality shift, Spraggles? That's what I'm thinking about. Did they like get back on their heels a little bit? How badly do they want to be the regional champions?
Yeah, I mean, I think they do want this victory, obviously. I think they also want to look good doing it. Now things are tied up. This was a great Ray fight from both teams also. Just back and forth the entire way. Near misses the whole time. We had some huge moments. Big time Rock Tomb. I remember Lukita being in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, this is actually where Nouns got a little split up. right? They kind of get trapped on the backside. Now Bruv goes straight towards Klaus, the fire spin surf combination, but they are separated from Adesu. Sorayu has to be put. Look at that fanciful fireworks on top of both damage characters on Nouns. Connoisseurs split them up and then took advantage.
It was a beautiful unite there from Delphox, and you saw Sylveon peeling around the top of the Rayquaza pit, looking for that opportunity, and then they just run in from behind there as they're trying to run away from the Delphox unite. They run right into a Hyper Voice.
What a play, what a game by these two teams. Connoisseurs taking it down to the wire and so incredibly close.
Yeah, and here we go. We got some more points raining in there. Player of the game, Gek on the slow bro.
A little bit of defensive love out here, taking a ton of damage in the front line. Using the surf, I mean, we saw multiple surfs hitting 3 targets at the end, 4 targets at the end, just jarring up the offensive pressure that Nouns was trying to employ, and it ended up really helping Galaxy Girl.
Yep.
Blah, 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 like Klaus, but Snow specifically, those 2 players.
Yeah. Surf, especially Surf Plus on Slowbro, once it hits that power spike, multiple knockups in a pretty wide area against the enemy team. Very solid. The Slow Beam really didn't find its mark, but they found a ton of moments to be impactful throughout that match. And now they're looking to reset this bracket here. Nouns Esports versus Connoisseurs. If you're just joining us, these are the grand finals. 1 game until a possible bracket reset, or 1 game until Nouns Esports takes this entire thing and becomes your EU champion.
Connoisseurs, like I said, trying to make this Cinderella run a reality for themselves, right? Finish the story. We kind of talked about it like TTV at Regionals last year, that big bracket reset, finishing the TTV story. Connoisseurs has an opportunity to etch their own right now. I mean, what a wild ride it would be for these teams if Connoisseurs wins the region after building themselves up for 1 event.
That's right. They would win the lion's share of the $50,000 prize pool. They would win their ticket to Worlds. They would knock out Talla Bobo as the 3rd team in the region that would be going to Worlds. Crazy, crazy stuff. We've got Inder here for an interview. I would love to hear your thoughts on that last match.
That was a crazy game. I don't know. I was fully expecting Connoisseurs to be ruled out. 20 seconds left. They get the Rayquaza. What was really nice to see is that the Hoopa didn't make it to the pad, and they had the ability to think about that, okay, I just need to get my Unite off. Because if you don't know, once you go into that Rings Unbound form, Hoopa can't actually score anymore. So they trusted their teammates would have those last bit of points to put in, and that was the difference maker in the end. So really nicely done by Lukita.
You know, something that seems to happen is just a team that's already been beaten comes through the losers bracket and it finds a way to win. We were just talking about NAIC last year. This is the story that happened to you, TTV. What is it about the team just not able to, for some reason, beat them again? They send teams down to the losers bracket and they come back and they beat them in a grand finals reset.
When you're the winning team, it's hard for you to want to take risks. In your mind, as the winning team, it's like, oh, we're winning, why change anything? We already beat them with this formula. But the losing team has the benefit that they can switch things up, they can go for a counterplay. And as the winning team in that situation, you don't have a lot of time to adjust to the adjustments. So that's why I think even if you're winning, whether it's winning within the game or the scope of a whole series, you have to take a little bit of risks. And I think Nouns is probably, you know, even though they have a full bracket reset behind them, I think they're ready to maybe bring out the full version of Nouns like we saw maybe in game number 1 of this set.
Yeah, we're going to have to see. Inder, thank you very much. The question is the full version of Nouns going to be a Cinderace? Is it going to be a Greedent? Or is it going to be that Zoroark, Comfey, or something we haven't seen yet? For sure, I think Connoisseurs wouldn't mind to see Cinder once more.
Yeah, for sure. They definitely don't want to see Greedent.
No, I don't think so.
And they certainly don't want to see, in a more serious tone here, they don't want to see Sorayu on Blaziken.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be the first pick option here. I think that might be where we're at because, like you said, Klaus is just a beast. just a mutant on that thing. And Soryu is a great Blaziken for themselves. Or ban it, I don't know.
This is going to be really interesting. So they have not banned out the Mew. They've continued an Umbreon ban here. We have Eldegoss getting banned. We could be looking at a possibility of bringing out Comfey. Obviously, one of the Pokemon you're really worried about if you're playing Zoroark, Comfey, or Comfey anything is that Slowbro, because Slow Beam essentially shuts down 2 Pokemon in the final fight. We're going to see what they want to do here. Obviously, Gek and Lukita. We've got the Mew. Unsurprising. Snow's Mew is incredible. And I don't think they want to lose this Hoopa either. They're going to go ahead and take it. Oh, no, they're not. They might switch it over to Blastoise.
Wow, okay. Gek going to lock in Blastoise, and if they're the ones that truly on it, obviously that's going to be a true defensive Blastoise here. So Nouns has an opportunity to shake it up, and Connoisseurs almost feel like, I kind of feel like they're playing a game now, like they're trying to set up Nouns to fail, putting them on the Sylveon and Crustle, and now they can get the Hoopa anyway, Spraggles.
They can get the Hoopa anyway, but they did lose one of their most powerful picks, and that is Sylveon. Sylveon has just been insane for Galaxy, so we're going to see what they are able to do without it. Blaziken, a great option. They can pick it here, but, you know, they've kind of already got the Pokemon taken on the side of Nouns. It's probably going to be Gotlu with that Leafeon. And here we have it. They've been setting it up. We possibly could see the Zoroark Comfey, and we do.
Back to Game 1 action. Soryu and Adesu. This is a moment where they're saying, Soryu, we are facilitating you to carry the game. You're going to draw all their attention all around the map, and Gotlu's got to just play a good Leafeon.
I want to see what Galaxy wants to get for their final pick right here. It is going to be Wigglytuff, so I have to wonder how they want to play this here, where they want to put it, and if they see this as more of a support or That's kind of what I thought was going to happen. So it's kind of filling that tank role, and then we've got the Blastoise kind of getting some damage here.
So, Connoisseurs, tournament life on the line for this game. We wanted something unique, and they go gutter pick Wigglytuff. Let's get to work.
Yeah, I mean, Wiggly could be a very strong pick, especially when you don't have an Umbreon on the other side, already banned out by Nouns Esports, so they have that massive team-wide shield and an immunity to any of the stuns that you could get from Bruv in that moment before that shield is broken. Could be huge for some of these big fights, especially this Rayquaza fight. And these have been extended brawls between these two teams at Rayquaza. A difference maker could be a team-wide shield. Take that advantage, pick up a couple of KOs, and take another Ray down.
And don't forget how obnoxious Cute Charm is.
Oh, it's so good. It's one of the meanest passives in the entire game, yes.
And especially if like Gotlu engages, goes in, maybe gets a knockout, but is low on HP, is ready to dart back out because of the great mobility that it has, that Leafeon has, and all of a sudden you get Cute Charmed back in, and it's just like, Wiggly
turn right around and get some damage done to you here. We'll see what Wiggly's able to do here in our final game of this series of our grand finals. Nouns Esports, your purple team. Connoisseurs, your orange team. Connoisseurs have a lot on the line right now. I mean, both of these teams do, but Nouns has an entire bracket reset to give. If Nouns wins this, they're your champion. Connoisseurs wins this, we have a bracket reset, something that EU is famous for, and Connoisseurs has the ability to become your EU champions by beating Nouns once more in a new best-of-5.
2 teams in the grand finals. 3 teams with their season on the line. Don't forget, Talla Bobo is completely eliminated if Connoisseurs wins this game and then a bracket reset. So there's a lot hanging in the balance, to your point.
Can you imagine being on Talla Bobo and watching Nouns Esports pick Greedent?
Cinder, you know, and then when they do have a more traditional straight-up draft, they lose.
Yeah.
I mean, they got to be sweating, for sure.
I think I would just look away. I would have someone text me when it was done. Let me know what they ended up doing. Don't tell me the picks. Just tell me how it worked out as we see the move in right here. Wiggly with the seeing. Gotlu in trouble. Gotlu goes down. Connoisseurs pushing forward. Bruv does pick a KO up on the Wiggly. However, Klaus KO right back. Points right in.
And then Klaus is going to be able to get 4 cheeky stacks right there for themselves, as Galaxy is just feeling good in the top.
Yeah, Galaxy's doing okay in this top path here. Sorayu looking to see if they can put some pressure on, steal some of these wild Pokemon for sure. Looking to get this secure. It looks like it might have went over to the side of Connoisseurs.
Now, we are seeing the Trick Hoopa yet again. So the mobility is going to be incredibly important. And one thing that Trick Hoopa really does mitigate is the value and efficacy of the Crustle walls.
Yeah, it definitely does. It also kind of shuts down the executes as easily on Zoroark, right? It just gives that extra buffer to make sure that it's not able to finish out and pick up a KO. We see Sorayu possibly looking for a score here in this top path. Going to try to take some wild Pokemon if they can, put some damage onto Galaxy and see if they can score. However, in the bottom path, Klaus looking to get something done. Big time overheat misses there. The Sing comes through. They're looking to see if they can get anything. One thing they're getting for sure is Nouns Esports pushed off of this goal.
Yeah, Galu actually getting hungry for a KO, but still can't secure it on Gek. Meanwhile, Snow certainly secures one on Galu. Sorayu there just in time to take out Klaus, and now Nouns Esports is starting to get some knockouts for themselves. Toonslim going in, but Sorayu is the real engagement tool here. Foul playing all over the place, and poor Hoopa goes down.
Poor Hoopa goes down. This goal zone goes down. Reggie getting ready to be started here by Nouns, 117 to 99. Blastoise has evolved in this top path. We have Gek looking to see if he can be a little bit of a spoiler here, run in with a Sing and a Dazzling Gleam and get a secure. He's looking for it, not able to make it happen.
Yeah, just a little too late there. I mean, the Rock Tomb was at least well timed by Bruv to make sure that delay was just long enough, so it couldn't even really be contested in true fashion. Meanwhile, Gatlu is just hanging out, goes through, uses the two-step, pulls the leaps back in, but they get just absolutely rinsed instantly between the Fire Chicken and the Water Turtle.
Sorayu in this top path looking to make something happen. The slow smoke doesn't seem to help him much. Just going to have to run the Comfey Unite move. We have Reggie Alecki knocking on the door of this tier 1 goal zone. Here comes Bruv, the Crustle with the Rock Tomb. Big time X Scissor. Nice combination here from Nouns, and they are able to stem the tide.
Adesu jumps on top of Gatlu instantly. Bruv is there to just space out, as now they want to deal with this Reggie Alecki that's just sitting on the doorstep.
Yeah, Reggie Alecki goes down. Great defense there from Nouns. Obviously, they don't want to get behind in score in this match. So many matches today have come down to Rayquaza not being taken. You know, teams just fighting well around Ray, so you want to have that score advantage. Wiggly moving in with a little Sing right there. A little bit of a surf, a ton of stuns on the side of Connoisseurs, but they're not able to pick up any KOs.
You can really see what Wigglytuff is bringing to this composition. They're just being able to chain CC on some of these mobile, high damage targets like Sorayu on this Zoroark and like Gatlu on Leafeon.
Yeah, it is frustrating to play into, for sure. We're going to have to see how much value it has as the game moves on. It has unlocked its Unite move, which could be huge. This might be a nice moment here for Nouns. It is big-time score right there, as they're able to put in 40 points, 20 on both the Zoroark and the Comfey.
A very efficient collapse there. Solar Beam takes a big chunk of damage out of Toon's HP bar, and now Bruv just flips around in X Scissors, and this is just a sacrificial move by Bruv to make sure that Toon can get out safely.
40 more points in the top path as Gatlu picks up a KO. Blastoise going down. Klaus ready to rip this thing apart. If they're around an objective, they've got overheat. They are looking for a secure, and that is what they are doing. Regice goes down to the side of Connoisseurs.
Yeah, Sorayu looking to jump into the backline and chain a bunch of these attacks in. Bruv can't close anybody off. Toonslim right on top of Klaus, who gets into the backline. We're Rebel Rousing, and we have a nice little slow smoke out. But the Wigglytuff is playing forward. They've popped their Unite move as well, and we're just trying to keep this battle going. Gatlu shows up with a Razor Leaf. Can they actually get a KO? Their HP bar is low. Their HP bar is gone. Meanwhile, Gek is trying to score. Sorayu's trying to prevent everything they can. Solar Beam out of Snow, who's in the safe range here. Bruv dusted. This goal zone is getting worked on. We actually use Toonslim, gets their Unite to get into the mix. They pick up Adesu, and now they're going to see if they can stem this tide. They can't.
Look at them. I mean, honestly, it feels like Wigglytuff has been proven to be an amazing counter for what Nouns is throwing. EU region out of 4 broadcast events in 2024. 3 have entered bracket resets so far. Will this be the 4th? Well, we can't find out from our stats team just yet because we got another 3.5 minutes or so before that's decided. But EU loves a bracket reset.
Supplementary to that, every team that has reset the bracket out of losers has won the event. So it's another thing to keep an eye on.
Hoopa with the Unite move, sending the team to the bottom path, and then basing so it can defend in the top path here, letting Connoisseurs put some points in now. They're up 268-216. Connoisseurs very much in this game. I love the plays they brought out. It does feel like Wiggly's been an incredible counter, and we see it once again.
What a great play by Keck to do the half, like the short hop into the middle to land right on top of Soreyu's head for another instance of CC stun. And of course, Soreyu is sent scrambling.
It's just really amazing to see Wiggly used as such a strong counter to this Zoroark Comfey strategy, a strategy that so many teams have had a difficult time dealing with. They said, you're going to take our slow bro, but we actually have another plan, something in our back pocket right here, and it's the toughest one of all, the Wiggly tough, as both teams get ready for this fight here in the bottom path. 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Klaus caught in a big way and goes down early.
Great catch by Bruv, X-scissoring Klaus back into the team. Toonslim takes a ton of damage and eventually goes down. We're singing on top of Bruv. They've got a couple music notes on their head. The register is getting worked on, and Gek is just the one sitting in the pocket. Secured by Adesu. X-scissored through is Gek. And now Connoisseurs has to get back.
Yeah, Connoisseurs has to pull back here, but they've been scoring all the while in the top path, putting more points in. They are now up 216-302. Nouns is going to need to make a play here. They are the team that is behind, but by less than 100. They have a Leafeon and Zoroark, honestly. Both great opportunities for him. Back up in this moment. Here comes the Hydro Typhoon, though.
Kicks up 3. Comfey Unite is out. Toonslim uses their Unite to engage their way into the back line. Everybody is sitting there on the Connoisseurs waiting for them. Now Gatlu's up ahead. They're trying to make a play. They two-step on top of Klaus, but they're still standing. They get put to sleep, and now Gatlu has to retreat. Rubble rousing, X-Scissor through, and now the Wigglytuff Unite is popped. The Starlight Recital. Back into the middle is Soreyu trying to make a play for the team. They pop their Unite move, and they do get one. Gek is down. Surf back through on the backside. Spacing is Egirl. Adesu is going to get caught in that BOGO deal. KO streak of 2 for Snow. Now Z-Sports is looking in the middle. Klaus is starting the rip. Bruv can't contest. Gatlu takes a ton of damage off the Electro Ball. Surfing straight at them is Galaxy. Popping Unite move is Lokita. Rayquaza is getting chipped and worked on now. Snow's looking for a next target. Light screen goes down to keep Toonslim from collapsing on them. Rayquaza's on the Razor's edge. Bruv HD is looking for a play in the middle. Here comes Gatlu, taken by Galaxy. Connoisseurs looking to reset.
Connoisseurs now looking to dash and score as much as they can. They are already up 216-302. The points continue to rain in. 316 now. Nouns has scored to 376. Can they break any more of these shields? What do they have on that Blastoise? We're going to find out very soon as Blastoise is looking to score 76 more points. 45 seconds left. And we could be seeing a bracket reset as this Blaziken is continuing to fight with Blastoise on this main goal zone of Nouns. Nouns is behind. They're running out of time. Connoisseurs is doing what EU does best, resetting a bracket in the grand finals. Connoisseurs, their tournament life, their chances at Worlds, still alive as we head into a reset.
Man, did they make that counter pick matter. Gek on a Season 2 cornerstone, Wigglytuff with the Sing, locking down CC chains, and it was well done between Galaxy and Gek. Let's go to another bracket, dog.
Yeah. Here we go. EU is known for this. What a huge, huge moment for Connoisseurs. An opportunity to actually become the EU champions. Nouns on the back foot right now. $10,000 possibly being stolen away. A spot at Worlds being taken away from Talla Bobo and handed over to the Connoisseurs. We're going to have to find out what happens with this bracket reset because we could have earlier just witnessed a $10,000 Cinderace pick.
Look, but I guess the argument could be the same, right? A $10,000 Wigglytuff pick.
Absolutely.
Not a pick you see too often, but in that last position, not overcommitting to it, because they picked Cinderace in the middle, I think, when Nouns did that. They took it, and they knew it was part of the anchor. Ender actually kind of spoiled this moment for us earlier when they were talking about Connoisseurs. We were asking Ender's opinion about that team, and they kind of went back through their Unite API and saw what they were playing, and Wigglytuff was on the radar, and a Pokemon that Ender specifically mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, it was an incredible choice. You don't see many things that are able to stop Zoroark Comfey when they jump in, but it's just so difficult to deal with between the cute charm, between Dazzling Gleam's damage, and of course, between Slow. They're just, between Sing, they're able to slow this Pokemon, then put them to sleep. and then KO them. Let's take a look at the highlights here of a game that are sending us to a bracket reset.
I mean, and Connoisseurs had a great start to this game as well. And I think the most common thread between all three of Connoisseurs' wins is honestly Klaus on Blaziken.
Yeah, Klaus's Blaziken has just been insane. I'm kind of surprised they haven't really done anything about it. I understand wanting to get rid of Mew. They also didn't do that here. They decided to play aggressive and take away picks that they didn't want to see on the other side to stop Zora or Comfey. But this Mew, insane. This Blaziken, one of the best I've seen. It always perfect on the secures. I mean, Klaus is playing it fantastically.
Absolutely, and it's a prize pick for Nouns too. Like, don't forget that. I mean, the reason in kind of the air quotes joke comp when Nouns Esports played it that they're able to win because Soraya was playing Blaziken and secured everything under the sun.
Yeah, and we asked the question mid-match, will we have a bracket reset? And of course we will. This is EU. We will always have a bracket reset. They're known for it. They seem to like it over there. Everyone wants to play 10 full games, and we want to see it here on broadcast. We want to see a possible champion go over to Connoisseurs. I mean, you got to understand how many people are rooting for an upset like this. It's just so exciting. It's their only shot to make it to Worlds, and it's within grasp.
It is, again, the Cinderella story. We've got a few more chapters written. Yes, the start of that story, the evil stepmother holds down Cinderella, but as we know, she goes to the ball and she completes that dream scenario for herself. Can the Connoisseurs follow footsteps? Can they give themselves the happy ending?
Yeah, that is the question. How is this going to turn out? A storybook ending for Connoisseurs? Or are we going to see Nouns rightfully claim their title as the best in EU? We're going to find out soon. The player of the game, we were just talking about it, Klaus on the Blaziken. So mean.
So mean, so good, engaging very well. The team's playing well around Klaus. And the other problem on this roster for Connoisseurs, for Nouns, I guess, from the perspective of Nouns, is Trick Hoopa. They are having a tough time.
Yeah.
That game one was not an indication of them having that sorted out, to be brutally honest with you. And again, Crustle is losing a lot of value because of it. So it might be time for Bruv to start considering other defender picks.
Well, they tried to kind of pivot to the Mime, right? I think they wanted to see how that would interact with everything. Clearly, Nouns has a deep pool of Pokemon that they can choose from. This has actually always been the case for Nouns. Nouns has just been known for having such a deep pool of Pokemon. But right now, it feels like Connoisseurs have an answer for just about everything they're throwing at them. We are going to have a bracket reset here in just a moment in our grand finals in EU. You're going to find out who your champion is very soon. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back with your EU finals.
Welcome back, everyone, to the European Regional Championships, where we are in the midst of the grand finals. And the bracket has just been reset by Connoisseurs, and this little fella, Wigglytuff, sending us to a reset.
Well, you know what I've got? I've got this. Because I've got nothing with how that last set went. There was so many different things. I feel like we can't even talk about one single one, but that does mean we've got a reset. I've got a visual representation of the reset, right?
Right.
So we had Connoisseurs. They were at 0. They had to win 1, 2, get on my way, 3 games. I'm just kidding. You're perfectly fine. And now they reset it, so they have to win another 3 games. So they're back down here where I'm at, down on the bottom. But now Nouns as well is down on the bottom. So only one of them can reach the top of the proverbial stairs, where Zoinks is. Zoinks is representative right now of the championship trophy.
Yes, the metaphorical and, of course, these very lovely physical stairs are both factors here in our grand finals reset that we are headed into. This honestly has been one of the most exciting grand finals we have had. Picks from Cinderace, that was maybe questionable, and then a Bullet Seed Greedent, which maybe you would think was questionable, but honestly, kind of slapped. So we have had some incredible games so far. Wonder Chef, I mean, if you had to pick right now, who do you think's taking home the trophy?
It's looking questionable. I do think Nouns probably can bounce back, but obviously there's no way to tell. I do think they are maybe playing a little too silly, but yeah, you really can't tell. It might have just happened that way, and they've given themselves away.
All right, well, we're only going to be crowning one champion after this, and to take us through that match, it's going to be Spraggles and Dupe Snack. So take it away, you two. Here's a Wigglytuff card.
Here we are once again in your grand finals. Now a bracket reset. Connoisseurs with their eyes on Worlds, with their eyes on that $20,000 first place as we take a look at our first draft of this reset. Nouns is on shaky ground. Now, of course, they feel safe. They have already secured their spot to Worlds here, but they're losing out on a big chunk of money, and also they're causing Talla Bobo to age 50 years as they're watching this series.
This is incredibly stressful, incredibly long. Like you said, imagine being Talla Bobo watching Nouns Esports lock in Cinderace. But they're going back to the same well over and over again. This is what Inder was talking about. When you have so many games to give, you get a little complacent in the risks you're taking. Meanwhile, Connoisseurs is going all over the place.
Yeah, we're going to see what they want to bring out here. They lock in this Blastoise early. They go with Blissey, and they go with Crustle. On the side of Connoisseurs, we could see some really interesting stuff. One thing for sure, Klaus on Blaziken is a recipe for disaster for Nouns. It's been so good.
Well, we'll see how Nouns wraps this up. I mean, I feel like this is Groundhog's Day again, as Nouns Esports is just kind of taking the same stuff in the face of what Connoisseurs clearly wants to do. I'm not convinced that being on the purple side for Nouns Esports right now is what they want to be doing.
We're going to find out as these picks are getting ready. Venusaur early. We saw this look from Nouns earlier, and the Venusaur looked incredible on Toon. Sareyu on Sylveon. This has just been a power Pokemon all day. And then finally, last pick here for Connoisseurs. Feels like the Delphox is a great choice, but we have seen some good play from Chandelure. I kind of like the Fire Spin a little better, but we're going to see what they want to do as they do lock in the Candle.
Okay, so, Connoisseurs having this gutter pick has been a way that they've gotten a lot of value. However, Connoisseurs has predictably taken this Hoopa in the first 2, so force them into a position to first pick something a little bit more stressful, I suppose, ask them different questions. Because Nouns right now is not developing their strategy. But that's what's fun about Bracket Reset Best of Fives, is now we're in like sub-game of a sub-game of how these teams are looking to play. Strategies internally just to this ecosystem are developing. And I think right now Connoisseurs is getting the edge.
Yeah, I want to point out a couple of cool item choices I see. We've got Buddy Barriers on Crustle and Blissey. Massive HP pools that they're going to try to give to their squishier Pokemon in some of these big fights. We also have a Curse item on this Venusaur, and I'm guessing with Curse item and a Rapid Fire Scarf, we're looking at Petal Dance. So they're looking to engage a lot with their opponents, hit them with a lot of Giga Drains, sustain themselves throughout these fights, and constantly apply that Curse to your opponents, decreasing their healing factor.
I actually think they're kind of eyeing up this Giga Drain Petal Dance because the Delphox was not selected. Because that is a lot tougher when you're dealing with fire spins through the middle and you're trying to hit multiple targets with a Giga Drain.
Here we go. Game 1 of our bracket reset here in our grand finals is starting. Nouns Esports, your purple team. Connoisseurs, your orange team. Their chances of going to Worlds just got a lot better because they reset the bracket against Nouns.
Gatlu into the middle again, this unique clear that Nouns Esports has been doing ad nauseum. It's been working for them, at least in the early stages of the game. Connoisseurs, however, doing the same thing. Their rinse and repeat central clear to make sure that they can get Klaus online.
Here we go up into the top path here. We have Toon level 4 right now as we see the Sylveon running up to put some pressure on. We're not sure what kind of Sylvie we have. It is the Mystical Fire. They're going to be looking to chase down the side of Connoisseurs. In the bottom path, we have Leafeon also for Nouns Esports.
Quickly going to try and make an impact is that Eevee. Gatlu Gatlu not on the Leafeon this time, though.
No, Gatlu not on the Leafeon, even though his Leafeon's been looking really clean. Sorayu, you know, the speedster connoisseur on the side of Nouns is picking up that Leafeon, and they've been amazing on it. Someone who's also been amazing, Klaus on Blaziken. Just incredibly good. Massive Blaze kick right there. Pulled Toon Slim through.
Got almost everything there, did Klaus. Now immediately catches the trick so they can scamper around just a little faster. And nobody on Connoisseurs goes down, despite Klaus taking a heavy bit of damage.
Yeah, Klaus took a good amount of damage. We had Toon take a good amount of damage on the side of Nouns as well. But everyone just playing so well in these fights. No one ends up going down right here. Slowbro in a little bit of trouble here. Sorayu is looking to move in. No, not able to make it happen. The eject button saved it.
But at least secured some wild Pokemon that resides on the side of Connoisseurs, getting a little bit more experience for themselves in that way. Another big Solar Blade, Bruv catching all the smoke from the Connoisseurs to make sure that Sorayu can make it out.
EU region, orange side only has a 39.1% win rate this year. They're all about that purple side. I guess you're right, Tombstones.
Well, we'll see, because Connoisseurs has been living on this orange side and they've been winning games.
In this bottom path now, we have this Chandelure, only level 5, shut down a little bit. You know, the component on the other side, the Leafeon, already level 7. Obviously, this thing takes a little while to get online. It's one of the tough things about Chandelure. Other Pokemon like it, Gardevoir, Delphox, they need a lot of experience to actually get online, unlike some of these Eevees.
Galaxy sitting there with Lukita. They take a trick, but we're going to be able to set up a nice little flank here. Lukita taking a bunch of damage as Gatlu decides to just switch focus and see what they can do. Toon Slim, though, online, level 7. They are Giga draining. They are pedal dancing.
That's right. They are heading to the pedal dance. They're not alone. They're bringing the rest of Nouns with them, as it looks like we're going to have Venusaur staying in this top path, maybe a lot more similar to my dances than I expected, as everyone's getting ready in the bottom path for Reggie. We don't yet have a Chandelure. We do have a lot of damage being put down on Registeel already, and here comes Blaziken.
Oh, nice Rock Tomb to space Klaus out to really delay what could have been a nice engagement. We're building the living room around this team, and now it's caught in the living room is nothing but Nouns Esports, secured quickly by Adesu, and they're leveraging that to take some knockouts. Klaus is on the backside, Klaus is on the backside and put down.
I gotta say, that was beautiful from Nouns. Just every piece of that there, the Rock Tomb, letting them in, the overheat when it was too early, peeling off the objective and fighting Connoisseurs instead. Amazing stuff from Nouns. This is the kind of play that gets them into the grand finals and the kind of play that could make them world champions. They need to shut down that Blaziken for sure.
Gek able to stare down a couple players, and yes, they did get points in, but the goal zone still stands. Now, Connoisseurs needs to pivot. This scoreline actually 30-30.
Yeah. The scoreline incredibly close here, so close that it is dead even. However, the objective going over to Nouns Esports, level-wise, things look slightly better for Nouns as well. They don't look too good for Toon right now, as it's going to need a Bliss assistance, but Sorayu coming on in with the Solar Blade.
Make it 2 Solar Blades, make it 2 knockouts, every single one securing someone, and now this score lead is definitely going to start changing. 40 banger goes in, and now Toon Slim's looking to close this thing out with a plus 22.
Top goal zone gone, which means they can send this Regieleki towards the side of Connoisseurs. They have unlocked some experience for Connoisseurs, but they've also put them behind on score, giving them a positional disadvantage on this map, and they are going to continue to move forward with it. Toon, with the pedal dance, looking for any experience he can find in this top path.
Klaus getting beat down by Bruv in the living room. The Poltergeist can't quite slow that Crustle down enough, and X-Scissor is just on top to sort out that Blaziken. Maybe the Blaziken being held down more this game than we've seen in the previous ones.
Nice slow beam in the top path, actually shutting down that Venusaur as we're watching this fight break out in the bottom path, and actually everyone's just going to peel away. There's a lot of experience on the side of Nouns. They would definitely like to pick that up. Regieleki just being fully pushed out here by Connoisseurs as they're looking to make a siege on this tier 1 goal zone, even things up a little bit.
Gatlu is there, quickly rotating his tune. Now the pedal dance gets to work here as the Poltergeist is in the middle, but they are seeing some prime targets. Hoopa Unbound brings everybody into the bottom path, so let's see if Nouns Esports, how they can react to this. Toon is on the chase. Regice is already low. Straight surfing in, going for the secure KO on the Blastoise, but it's still Klaus that secures in the face of all of the chaos that was developing on that Reggie. Finally, Toon goes down. They show up just to get absolutely sent home, and Bruv is KO'd as well. Now, trying to make it back is Sareyu. They're able to dart through this goal zone, but Klaus is on the chase. Adace has got their eyes on them. Bliss Assist is just in time. Snow, though, knows what their target is, and they get two-stepped, but is the candle actually gone? Of course they are. They're out of dodge because of the trick Hoopa. And, of course, Nouns Esports is wondering, we just had a great flank. What happened to our opportunity?
Yeah, Nouns, I mean, what a beautiful play from Connoisseurs. Obviously, they know that Hoopa has the Unite move. Nouns knows this as well, but with so much pressure being put on that tier 1 goal zone, they had to commit resources to it. Venusaur was up there, and they had to have multiple members of Nouns not at this bottom objective. Gave an easy secure over to Connoisseurs.
I mean, and through all of this, Toon still managing to be level 12 at 3 minutes, and, you know, matching Klaus on the other side. Galaxy Egro working through. They're going to Hydro Typhoon to get the space charged up overheat, and a beautiful secure. That is working together, my friend. Surfed into the wall, put down immediately is the Venusaur. Galaxy's playing forward, but it's Klaus that's putting all the damage in. Forced to grab a berry is Gatlu, but now they're trying to mystical fire a target, but they're saying, look at the real fire type. It's me, baby. It's Blaziken. And we're watching this Regieleki hit, and they're waiting to put an overcap in.
Yeah, they're waiting to put this score in right here. Obviously, this is going to provide a ton of experience for Connoisseurs, right? It's going to take them over to level 13. It's going to almost even this score line up. 2 tier 1 goal zones open for both teams. Connoisseur very much back in this game. Nice little KO there on the Slowbro. Unite move from the Chandelure in an interesting position, right? We're going to see what they can make happen because of it. Not going to have that for Rayquaza.
No. However, it did get the space that Connoisseurs need to really take the advantage of this Regice. Bruv is finding their way into the backline, actually looking at Snow. Regice is abandoned, though, because Rayquaza hits the map in 5.
Yeah, Rayquaza almost here. Our first Rayquaza of our reset. And if Klaus is around while that thing is low, it is going to be hard for Nouns to stop it. They just can't seem to shut down this Blaziken.
In the position of Connoisseurs, they're seeing exactly what they've got going on with a little bit of coverage on that tier 1 bot. However, the Sylveon Gatlu is getting collapsed on. We're watching the HP pool get chipped away at, but now that Connoisseurs is giving away where they are, is this the engagement that they want? We are going straight into the middle. The huge engagement, Bliss assistance, but Venusaur is down. The rings are unbound and the big stuns are happening. 2 players on Nouns are immediately eviscerated. We're trying to put some Solar Blades in, but Gekko Kami's too big. They get surfed back and X-Scissored by Bruv. 2 down on each side. Galaxy E-Girl is low as well, but now Bruv needs to pick a target, and they're X-Scissoring the Hoopa. KO Streak a 2 for Sareyu, 3 players down for Connoisseurs. Is this the scramble to score? Bruv is making it so. Gatlu is there for the coverage. Lukita is trying to suss out what they can do, but there's just too many angles to cover.
There's too many angles to cover, too many goal zones to cover. Points going top and bottom, 362 to 130. Nouns right now needs to protect their lead, and Gek is in so much trouble right here, eating a massive Unite move, eating some egg bombs from the Blissey as they're trying to take it down, but no, it does not go down. Trick able to pull it out there. Huge X-Scissor into a Rock Tomb as they're pushing them back here. Connoisseurs in a lot of trouble, eating a Solar Blade. Klaus doing everything they can to stay up. The Trick Hoopa trying to make that happen, but Nouns is in control.
Nouns is in control, and they're bullying out Connoisseurs. They're forcing resets out of Klaus, the Blaziken, and that's really a key tool they need to get in the middle quickly. But now there's less time. A knockout on Snow is not good. Nouns Esports just need to run down this clock.
Nouns is trying to run this clock down, and they're trying to score at the same time. Meanwhile, in the central area, we have Rayquaza being ripped apart here by Connoisseurs. There's only 10 seconds left on the clock, and it still hasn't gone down. There's not enough time. There's not enough points. Nouns stopped them here at Rayquaza. Nouns taking game number 1.
What a great team fight by Nouns. It was really tit for tat, right? 2 players down on each side, but it was Sorayu able to step up, find that crucial 3rd player, get that knockout. The Blastoise Galaxy went down as well, and it opened up the opportunity for them to split score.
Yeah. Really amazing stuff there from Nouns. You know, it got pretty scary for Nouns when that slow beam was on the Venusaur and they got hit with the overheat from both, the overheat from Chandelure and the overheat from Blaziken, and went down. That looked really, really dicey for Nouns. However, Sorayu on that Leafeon just absolutely crushing that fight.
We saw the exact reason why Trick Hoopa is really solid.
Yeah.
Did you see the sustain that Gek had between Amnesia and that Trick Hoopa reset through the Phantom Force?
Yeah.
Like it was like 3/4 of its health bar.
Yeah.
It was insane.
I can't believe Slowbro didn't go down, but it really wasn't enough. Nouns able to take that one. A scary match in a lot of ways for both these teams, you know, and I know that Nouns is feeling good having this advantage right here. Getting reset, I think that's a little scary. It could shake your team's mental. It's good that they get an early win here in this bracket.
Yeah, just to show that they've, this strategy is kind of what we can say there has been their tried and true strategy that they've defaulted to, has the ability and potential to win because Connoisseurs' core has looked just a little bit better, especially in these last 3 games. And I'll tell you what, this game, it looked solid too.
It really did. I think one of the most difficult things to deal with, and you see it in all of these highlights, is this Blaziken from Connoisseurs. Klaus is just unbelievable on this thing. And it feels like every time they have an opportunity to secure, they are able to make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, we've even seen some perfect tandem work here by the Galaxy Girl, Hydro Typhoon, right to tick the correct moment for overheat to secure. I mean, there's really nothing Nouns could do, no real chance. Great leverage of resources by Connoisseurs, and great communication as well to make sure that they're taking objectives.
Yeah. And they did. They took a lot of objectives here. But we saw some great moments from Nouns as well.
Of course.
Incredible defense. And then here was that play. Venusaur does end up going down. We have a Hydro Typhoon. They're moving forward with these Unite moves here. But we do have a huge moment. The Crustle, the Leafeon, the combination right there. And then the catch here on Blastoise. They knew exactly where it was. Boop, you're not going home.
Yeah. And that was again, which switched the tide, right? It was that 3rd player that they needed to knock out to be able to split score. And actually, Lukita was pretty damaged as well, so it couldn't actually rumble and put its life on line because it was still needed to give them this opportunity here. They couldn't quite rip it fast enough, but our player of the game, Gotlu, 88,000 damage.
Yeah, Sylveon has just been a force in all these games. An absolute force. It's so difficult to take down. It's really great at harassing and shutting down enemy carry Pokemon. And I guess this is only us in studio that can see this, but we had Kellosaurus pop up on the screen. I thought, does everyone see Kello? No, it's just us in studio.
Just us. We get derailed easily.
Well, look, something changes on a screen. I can't handle that.
We're like the reverse Ron Burgundy. Like if anything is on the screen that changes, we're just shut down. Or if you're me, you just scream and run at the camera.
You do. Something's happening. When lights change in the studio, you guys might not know this, but there are lights and things going on everywhere. And when they change, it can be distracting.
It can be distracting, and I'm proud that you and I, the 2 people that can't really handle all the distractions, are up here in this moment right now.
You know, you might be surprised to find this out. Surprise interview with Kellosaurus. We have Kello here, who has been watching everything go down in OC and a ton of other regions. Hi, Kello. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, it's good to see you folks. What an insane day we've had for EU. And you know what? This is very similar to what we saw in OC earlier on today. Well, yesterday for me.
I would love to hear more about it. Tell us what happened. I saw a bracket reset. I saw who obviously won that huge regional spot. But yeah, tell us about the story of those grand finals.
It was insane. I'd say it was very much a ping pong table, very backwards and forth. When you thought that ground zero we're going to have it. Legends just ended up coming back, taking that bracket reset. As I said, similar to EU. In terms of the meta as well, similar to EU, but Joe on that scissor in that final game ended up just running at him, as they usually do, and they ended up clutching it. But surprisingly, I think one of my favorite moments from the day, I mean, I don't know if it was a favorite moment for a lot of people, but there was a huge upset. Retirement Homes ended up taking down the top seed. The other team that actually ended up going to, well, gets to go to Hawaii with the top championship points. They lost to 4 defenders and a Venu.
Wow. I mean, so we're seeing Venusaur actually get a lot of play between these regions here. I got to know, what is this scissor doing that OC is not able to counter? It seems this is the only region I'm seeing it, and I'm just so curious because it's winning tournaments.
Oh, that is a great question. I guess it's just that bullet punch. It's the sustain that it provides, but then also when you pocket it with a Comfey, which is what we saw in the grand finals, was up on the Comfey. You also had the Zoroark, which we did see, but I think it was just, we thought it was going to be the Zoroark Comfey duo. It ended up being the Comfey Scizor duo.
Oh, that is pretty scary. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I get to talk too, man.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
Come on. Come on, this is crazy. This is crazy. Kella, let's be honest here. You just saw how OC has shaken out. You know what your 2 Worlds teams are going to be that are going to be competing in Honolulu, Hawaii. How is OC going to shake from what happened last year at Worlds to this year to really have a show-out performance?
That is a great question. A lot of training, for sure, especially looking at the comps that we are going up against in the EU region and the NA region. But I think that's just for everyone. It's just train as much as you can within these next few months before Hawaii. But also don't burn yourself out.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I can't wait to see how things shake out at Worlds. Thank you so much for being here, Kello. You gave us a little jump scare, but it was the right kind of jump scare. So thank you for being here.
Thanks, Kello.
Thank you so much. All the best to the teams today.
All right, so you can see what's happening in OC as we get ready for our next game here. Nouns taking game number 1 right there. Connoisseurs in a little bit of trouble, but, you know, I know Nouns must be worried about this reset.
Yeah, I would feel a little shaky. Like you said, getting that first game 1 win, okay, that helps calm the nerves. Like, okay, we know how to press these buttons. All right, let's focus up. We need 2 more. We did it against every other team today, is win 2 on the hop. We can do it again. Let's look at these band. Hoopa band. Okay, we're starting to develop into that sub game that I was talking about.
Yeah, this is really interesting because that Hoopa has been a real problem. Leafeon, of course, banned from the Connoisseurs. Another Pokemon that's been a real issue. As we're looking for an interesting first pick, it's going to be the Mew. This has been a power Pokemon for Snow.
Snow's just been a power player, to be honest. They've given Snow Delphox, Sylveon, Mew, and they've looked great every single game. However, this is the counter pick that I was expecting out of Nouns and why I like this orange side. Blast with Sylveon, cut some of that nonsense off.
Yeah, Sylveon's just so incredibly powerful. Gotlu's been playing a lot of Blastoise today, so a comfort pick for them, a great pick in the top path. Our next 2 picks for Connoisseurs. Looks like we're going with the slowest of Bro, and they don't have a Hoopa, so they're bringing out the Eldegoss.
Well, they can't get gutter countered Nouns if they wanted to go like Zora or Comfey. However, this is a very preventative measure here by going slow Bro this mid part of the draft. Brub electing to go for more walls straight into the Blissey.
Yeah, and here we have this Blissey that was actually extremely valuable for Nouns last game.
Yeah.
You know, the Bliss Assistance wasn't able to save Venusaur, but it did take so much damage for that Pokemon to finally end up going down. Our last picks here on the side of Connoisseurs. We're hovering Venusaur, we're hovering Lucario, we're moving around, and we're deciding it's actually going to be Crustal Venusaur. Final pick over to Nouns Esports.
Okay. So Galaxy, the one locking that in, they're going to take that top, and Delphox is the last selection again. This is really the position we've seen Delphox chosen a bunch because of it's what it has, like its kit. Okay, Fire Spin can do a lot of work here.
Yeah, it absolutely. I mean, Fire Spin is just such a frustrating move to deal with. I'm not sure what kind of Venusaur we are going to see from Connoisseurs, but with Mew, we could see that sort of double beam composition from Connoisseurs. And then on the other side, Nouns Esports, they're not going to be able to play at that range. They're going to need to get near them, but they don't have a ton of dive on their side.
That's a great call out. And actually, this is a similar composition that Connoisseurs used to beat Yala Bingo. Those double beams, anytime that they would get into any sort of tight corridor, you just saw both beams hammering in and just shelling a ton of damage before the Yala Bingo crew could close that gap. And I think, to your point, Nouns Esports is going to have a lot of problems too. This might have to be like a surf stoys, or get really creative and trying to facilitate like a rapid spin engagement in the back line. I don't know how they're going to do it, but I think it's time to start thinking outside of the box.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, right? They're going to have extreme range on the side of Connoisseurs if they go with that beam. So they already have extreme range from you, and they're going to have to do something about it. They just don't have a way to jump in and stop them. Outside of course, Sylveon just kind of moving in. You're right. We could see Rapid Spin on Blastoise for this reason. We're going to find out very soon. Game 2 of our bracket reset here in our grand finals. Connoisseurs, your purple team. Nouns Esports, your orange team.
I wonder if Nouns is going to send the Blissey on the invade. Yes, Adesu's working the way through. Gossifleur is already there to help support the little Bulbasaur. But Adesu sees this blue buff, a.k.a. purple buff, if you're only Ender, and they're looking to take it.
Yeah, I mean, that color is definitely blue, but I understand why some people would think it's purple. The reason being they're absolutely insane. Adesu stealing it like a madman, running away like a thief in the night, coming on back like a thief in the day, and Sorey was with them.
Didn't know Pound Heal Pulse was so powerful, but Adesu says it's just enough. Giving a KO here would be a bit of a bummer if we're auto-attacking eject button and getting a KO. Gossifleur still the one to get credit.
But even still, they give up that KO. They had to send a ton of resources to deal with it. It's the toughest thing about a Pokemon that is making that play. It's making the invade, right? Is you have to waste so much time on it, and it's running EXP share, so it's really not losing much, even if it doesn't go that well.
Nice little wall, and then the confused shot by Bruv to get a good crop of damage and some of that experience here. Breaks again, Mr. Mime online here between Toon and Bruv. They're ready to go to work.
I like that we're seeing that sludge option from the Venusaur there, right? I mean, they don't have to worry too much about someone jumping in and diving on them, so they can play at better range. It can also get rid of some special defense on the side of Nouns. We can see that they've got Scald hitting them as well. So if they're able to take that Sludge Bomb and the Scald, that's a lot of slow, a lot of damage, a lot of ticks of special attack just eating through the side of Nouns.
Yeah, great call by Connoisseurs, just identifying what Nouns can actually contest them with. And yeah, you're right, Sludge is the right call, especially if you're putting in Mew Beams as well.
Yeah, now of course they have some dive on the side of Nouns. It's the Sylveon, and we'll have to see what the Blastoise wants to do here. We could have a rapid spin Hydro Pump that we've seen some of the, the Eastern teams popularize, but at the same time, this could just be a Surf Hydro Pump. It's an incredible build.
Meanwhile, Galaxy is Battle Bro with the Scald, playing up top, taking a ton of damage with the Hyper Voice, and has to eject through the wall. However, Galaxy is low on HP, still leashing them around. Egg Bomb sorts it out.
Slowbro lasts so incredibly. It's like always there way longer than you expect, I've found. It's just, it's so hard to take this thing down. And look at this here. We've got the Sludge Bomb. We've got the Solar Beam on the side of Connoisseurs. That Venusaur's almost 8 already.
Yeah, and as you say, that ticks over 2-8, another clean rotation, and they're going to be having level 9 in short order and be able to make a real impact with Basement Reggie.
You got to love Adesu right here, just continuing to be super annoying and throw their egg bombs. Just looking for the possibility of a Secure here, because if they got it, how frustrating would that be? The only one in the bottom path here for Nouns is going to be Bruv. Here comes the Delphox right now, not yet level 9. However, we do have 9 on our Venusaur, ready to throw that Unite move.
Galaxy going down in the top. Registeel getting worked on by the Connoisseurs. We're just seeing fire spins and walls and just shots. Registeel's low. Solar Beam comes through. It is secured, but really Nouns is just more trying to be a menace than anything else. The house is built around these two teams. Gek on low on HP and actually gets Confused Blast into the environment.
Yeah, and here we go. We've got Regieleki in the top path secured from Nouns. So Nouns not able to take a fight in that bottom path. It was completely sewn up by Connoisseurs. However, breaking the top goal zone, letting Reggie walk, and now they're going to make a siege at this bottom goal zone, fighting into Gek on this Crustle, throwing their Unite move, and it's time for them to put some more points on the board.
Nice surf in the backline. Hydro Typhoon kicks up a couple. Klaus, yes, it doesn't need much space, but Gatlu finds their way there. Sorayu actually allowed to back as Toonslim holds down in the face of 4. Nice fire spin catching all of them, and Bruv and Adesu just hanging out in the pocket.
Yeah, beautiful fire spin right there, putting everyone on Connoisseurs in the dryer, seeing if they could shrink their HP bars, and now we have this central area here just being ripped apart. They have to be on top of it, Doobsex, because there's a Blissey that just seems to be skulking around in the shadows looking to take it.
Yeah, doing its best Sableye impression, just living across the map, trying to disrupt any sort of central clear. Surprising adjustment by Nouns Esports, and this is part of that sub-game. Toon rarely sticks in the bottom path with Bruv. They usually just let Bruv handle it by themselves. Understanding that Connoisseurs has been able to work through this bottom path successfully as it caused this adjustment, and it's been doing well for them.
Look at that double beam that we talked about a little earlier, right? The 2 solar beams finding their marks right here. Each one as devastating as the last. Mew and Venusaur. They're going to have to find some way to get close enough to them to disrupt that, because they can just continue to chip damage at them from afar.
Yeah, just you can see the fire spin, what it does to ruin positioning, and the way it forces Connoisseurs to just kind of work around. Fire spin right on top of the player this time, not even making them get tracked.
Blastoise scoring in the top path, so Nouns just going for a strategy of taking these scores here. Venusaur Unite move gets a huge amount of damage. Eldegoss is in the air as they're continuing this push towards Nouns.
I'm actually surprised more people from Nouns didn't get taken out, because that Showtime came through just no way Bruv took that for the squad. Okay. Sword up by Snow. But did you see Connoisseurs set up the Rock Tomb with the Burton Anger double beam, and only one player for Nouns went down? Bruv immediately Showtimes back the other way, gets 2 for their effort, and keeps any push from happening.
Gotlu is here in the bottom path, but he might have just been better to just hang out top, continue to score up there. Even though Connoisseurs are taking great fights, they're way down on the scoreboard. They have scored 0 points so far, but it does look like they're taking the best of these engagements. If they continue to do that, by the time Rayquaza rolls around, all they have to do is win another fight and they can win this thing. Right now, you see Nouns deciding how they want to play this moment. They can try to put damage on Regieleki, they can hold it for a little while, or they can fight at this bottom goal zone.
I want to point out something you pointed out in draft, which was those buddy barriers, which was huge when Bruv popped the Showtime, and that's the reason only one player on Nouns got knocked out in that huge exchange. We got fans from Fireworks on pad, and we're trying to run up the score. Eldegoss is already down. Bruv gets the points, and that goal zone's gone 224-0. Gek shows up, kind of gets tracked behind the psychic wall of the Mr. Mime. The fire spin is running them down.
Yeah, of course, they're back in the central area of Connoisseurs. They've been here all game. Nice big Crustle Unite move, looking to make some plays. Delphox goes down. Mime's in some trouble right now as it eats a solar beam. The Assault Vest completely ripped apart. Bruv having to run for this engagement, losing his focus band right into a Unite move of his own. And then, I mean, we're throwing Unites here.
Chasing him right down, too. Like putting Gek on the wall, realizing that Gek is not a prime target, and he checking around so they can try and get into this back line, because it is difficult. But what I said is they need to start thinking out of the box. They need to get creative, and that's a heck of a way to do it.
Yeah, that is a heck of a way to do it right here. We've got a Blissey Unite. We're not going to have Mimes. We're not going to have Crustle here for Ray unless they give it a ton of wild Pokemon. It is possible. Great setup for Nouns at this objective here as we see Lukita goes down before Ray. It will be back with its timer, but this is a great Regirock for Nouns. They're going to have the Regirock buff. They're going to have a huge score lead, and they're going to have positioning here at Rayquaza. The only thing they're not going to have is a Mr. Mime Unite move.
Yeah, and you know, Gotlu's been living up top and really keeping an eye. They're working across the map here as both these teams are getting position.
We have Slowbro in this top path, found here by Gotlu. The Scald just to slow him down a little bit, and now they're going to use these beams to just kind of poke at members of Nouns Esports. The Fire Spin can kind of do the same thing. It's annoying in a different way. It goes as far as a Solar Beam just chasing everybody across this map. The nice thing for Nouns is Connoisseurs have to make a play. They don't have to fight into these Solar Beams. They have to let the Solar Beams come to them.
Yeah. Fire Spin covers one, Wall covers another, Surf covers top. They are keeping Connoisseurs out of the middle.
Yeah, they're just going to see how long they can keep them away from this, because the longer, the better for them. Eject button being used to just get away from a fire spin right there. That's huge, because they're not going to have it maybe for the Unite move they want. Slowbro goes down.
So Sylveon straight in with their Unite move. Verdant Anger popped Hydro Typhoon right in the guts of the Connoisseurs, and there's 3 players down in a heartbeat. Bliss Assist is on Gatlu. They're looking for Snow. The fire spin is there. The eject through, and they're getting chased. 2 players there on the backside. Kurtan is getting attacked as well. They get put down. Eldegoss is hanging out. Slowbro is back. I said Kurtan, Lukita. What am I talking about? Eldegoss sitting on pad, but the pressure was there.
I honestly was wondering what the curtain was. I didn't know if you were doing it. It's curtains for Connoisseurs as more points rain in for Nouns Esports. And it does look like it's pretty much over for them here in game number 2. The slow beam, but you're hanging out inside of a Delphox Unite move. The Hyper Voice continuing to put some damage out there. 30 seconds left. Nothing that Connoisseurs can do in this moment. Nouns takes game number 2.
Yeah, the spacing was incredibly important for Connoisseurs and for Nouns to navigate that. But what did they do? They set up a bunch of traps that have made it incredibly difficult for Connoisseurs to get inside, because Connoisseurs needed to. And the moment that they finally had to commit to getting into range of Nouns, they were there to jump all over.
Yeah, you know, the nice thing about the setup there for Connoisseurs was they could play at extreme range. But when they're so far behind, they don't really get that luxury of just taking shots at Nouns, right? They continue to do that through the rest of the game, and nothing happens. They lose it. They have to make a play. Nouns knows this, and Nouns is just able to capitalize on the fact that Connoisseurs need to give up their huge range advantage.
Yeah, I loved how Nouns Esports positioned it there. It was literally on cooldown. Toon was just sending a fire spin through that alley from the bottom left corner. You had Bruv watching the bottom to wall off the other angle, and then Gatlu covered the whole top.
Yeah, great stuff from Nouns. I mean, they absolutely shut that composition from Connoisseurs down completely. Beautiful stuff. 1 game away from becoming your EU champions. They could have done this last bracket, but they weren't able to make it happen because Connoisseurs were that good. We're going to take a look at some of the big moments right here from game number 2.
One of the things you pointed out in game number 2 was how Connoisseurs seemed to be taking really positive team fights, positive engagements, but somehow Nouns was finding value. We've seen other teams do it to Nouns, is find value on other parts of the map when you're not able to team fight as successfully. And once they did get up on the scoreboard, they understood what their end game was going to be.
Yeah, they just continued to put points on the board, take smart fights, but of course they are going to lose some objectives because of that, right? And it put Connoisseurs in a position where, as you can see, they're more than 5 minutes, 6 minutes into this match. They hadn't scored a single point.
Yeah, Nouns Esports has actually done this to Connoisseurs already, right? Just keep them completely off the scoreboard. Ironically enough, the last time it happened, Connoisseurs wins that game. But I think there was a much stronger composed strategy between Nouns' approach at the end of this game versus obviously the one they lost.
You know, you talked a little bit, Dude Snacks, about traps, like kind of what they were able to set up on the side of Nouns. And it's true that Connoisseurs could play at extreme range, but every time they did need to get close, there's a mime wall, there's a hyper voice, there's a fire spin, there's a surf to push them around and put them exactly where they want them to be. Sylveon takes to the sky in this moment right here around Ray, and this fight just goes so well for Nouns.
Yeah, a great engagement again by Bruv, right? Once the Sylveon Unite pops and it's go time, it was the show time, and then immediately Hydro Typhoon to kick everybody up right when they tried to make a scramble to get out, and everybody gets put in that blender.
That Mew is just so impressive, man. I mean, it's such a difficult Pokemon to deal with, but here was one that was an absolute menace. Call him Dennis. Toon Slim on the Delphox, 76,000 damage. But the real star of what Toon Slim was doing was the amount of disruption Delphox provides for their team. It's just constant fire. They're so difficult to deal with, repositioning their team, spinning them around, not letting Connoisseurs set up the way they want to.
Exactly. Right? Connoisseurs really wanted to play front to back with a reasonably tight score lead that forced Nouns Esports to play in a unique way where they might have to get Ray, or at least cover a goal zone for like a cheeky back cap, right? That makes it easy. That puts them more on Connoisseurs' terms. But Nouns Esports played it great. They understood that head to head, early game, they can't really do it with a double beam, especially with the sludge going into their face too. So what do? They bait out, they go score somewhere else. They bait out, they go score somewhere else. Now they have a massive score lead, and it completely nullifies everything Connoisseurs was trying to bring to the table.
Yeah, it was really impressive because when you looked at the two comps, I was wondering, how does Nouns want to play this, right? It's going to be hard to fight them, and they decided they're not looking to fight them. They're going to continue to put pressure on them. They're going to continue to invade their central area, and they're going to continue to score.
And they got it done. Guess what? Debate time, baby.
Oh, a debate. Here we go.
Put it on the screen. Is a hot dog a sandwich? I've actually never thought about this. No, because it's a single piece of bread. That's what I'm going to say. Since it's a hot dog bun is a single piece of bread, I will say, in my mind, a sandwich is 2 pieces of bread with the contents in the middle. So that is the basis in which I will say, no, it is not a sandwich.
Very interesting. So for you, the only thing that makes a sandwich is 2 separate pieces of bread. What about an open-faced sandwich?
How many pieces of bread are on that?
I think 1.
Open-faced sandwiches also typically have 2 pieces of bread.
I would guess 1. Okay, how about French toast? Is that a sandwich?
Well, no, because it's not like content.
2 pieces of French toast? Is that a sandwich?
So you're saying a hot dog
When you look at a loaf of bread, do you go, well, it's a whole bunch of sandwiches?
Well, obviously there's contents on it.
I just think you look at a loaf of bread and you go, hey, we got a whole bunch of sandwiches right there. And I'm like, no, we don't. We have individual pieces of bread.
I am so happy this is the last opportunity for me to have to do this debate stuff. This is insane.
That being said, I don't think a hot dog is a sandwich. I actually got to agree with Dupe Snacks right here. But I had to beat him in a debate.
Which is easy, apparently.
And I did.
Everybody just absolutely smurfs on me in these ridiculous arbitrary debates that I just love so much. Thanks, production. We're in a draft, and it's an important one because we're in the grand finals, and knocking on the doorstep of being your regional champions is who else but Nouns Esports.
Oh, we got another debate here. Oh, no, I'm just kidding. Here we go. Nouns Esports. They're banning out the Leafeon. They're banning out the Umbreon. On the other side, they don't want to deal with the Sylveon Blastoise. They did steal away the Hoopa, which has been a huge pick for Connoisseurs. First picking that Mew, I'm really not surprised. That Mew is so good.
Yeah, but this is the first time the tree has kind of been injected into the conversation in a minute, and Nouns Esports not going to sleep on that one. They locked it up quickly.
Yeah, let's see. We've got Lukita hovering this Eldegoss. Feels like if they don't get Hoopa, that's where they're going. Next 2 picks on over to Nouns. Sorayu, if they could take away that Blaziken, that would be huge. I mean, Klaus has been a monster on it. Gotlu looking for this pick right here.
I like the Sorayu grabbing Blaziken out from under Connoisseurs. This seems like a match. It seems like a draft that is more targeted, has some thought into it, and also providing themselves with great tools here as Snorlax is locked in and Mime snapped locked in immediately.
Yeah, they want to take this Mime. Now, obviously, we're going to see Trevenant in this top path here, right? We're going to send that over to Gotlu. Bruv is going to be on the Snorlax, which has looked fantastic today. Final pick could be this Dragonite here. I feel like Connoisseurs have been making a lot of choices that are setting up big secures. And actually, I'm surprised that they maybe didn't go for something like that, because that feels like when their gameplay is at their best. They get a small positional advantage around an objective, and they're ready to take it down. That's not what we're seeing there in a Delphox pick. However, Delphox is quite frustrating, and now we have Greedon. 3 defenders on the side of Nouns Esports. Their range damage, I mean, I guess it's Bullet Seed.
Yeah, there's not a lot of damage, though, on the side of Connoisseurs, right? So this is going to be tough for Nouns Esports specifically, or excuse me, tough for Connoisseurs to fight through. Nouns Esports has a lot of big bodies there, and Gotlu on this Greedon is going to be something to watch.
I can't wait. I can't wait for another Greedon game. And even though Greedon feels like a troll pick because it's a troll pick, and it also feels like a troll pick because you're kind of trolling your own team, they won with it earlier. It looked good, and they have been putting so much pressure on the central area of Connoisseurs. Feels like every game, Connoisseurs is having to deal with multiple things that Nouns are throwing at them. And when Nouns is in that spot, they're looking great.
You know, there's something to be said about off-meta pocket picks, and before kind of Bruv led what I like to feel like the Mr. Mime resurgence, they were the only one playing it. Right? And when it was like when Bruv picks it, it makes sense. Well, don't forget that Gotlu, alongside Artriu in Season 1, they were like the 2 best Greedon players on the planet, and they're going back into that well. So, you know, it could be one of those situations where in their mind, like, well, Greedon is whatever, but Gatlu's Greedon is built different.
Yes, and I think a lot of players do have that. I mean, we kind of see that with Mime, right, for Bruv, even though we're seeing it on the side of Connoisseurs here. There are some picks like that, and boy, they are exciting to see. Nouns won with Greedon earlier. They could become your champions with Greedon right now. Connoisseurs, your purple team. Nouns, Esports, your orange team. We are here in your grand finals bracket reset. Nouns, Esports, 1 game away from winning this whole thing. Connoisseurs is going to need to win 3 in a row if they want their chance at that $20,000 and they want their Worlds invite.
Who else but Adesu on an absolute mission? However, Lukita this time has it sussed out, putting the pressure back on the other way, allowing Klaus a window to keep working through. They do get a clean knockout. Good experience to Klaus as the berry is put down by the Hoopa, and Gossifleur takes it for themselves.
Yeah, really nice stuff right there. Got very, very close to taking that berry right. But again, the amazing thing about a good invasion is you don't lose that much from it. Gatlu actually deciding to play in the bottom path here as this Greedon, putting some points on the board, stacking up a little bit, going down for their trouble. But, you know, that's bound to happen to a mean Greedon.
Yeah, it's just, and according to stats, yes, a hot dog is a sandwich. Sure.
Yeah, but I don't know about that. They said Regirock only KO'd 2 people, and I'm not going to lie, I don't think they looked into it.
Yeah, there's no research that went into either the 2 answer or that answer right there, without a doubt. Quick reset here because Hoopa allows you to do that. Toon Slim just burning all the daylight in the world and finally puts them in the side of the wall of this galaxy.
Yeah, really nice stuff here. We're playing, you know, Mime in this top path almost as a carry here. We have no EXP share on it, so they're looking for big secures. Playing this differently, I feel like everyone is kind of flexing right now. They're showing what they can bring to this. Toon in the top path here, looking to become the Trevenant, and they do.
It is online. Adesu and Toon Slim going to be working in tandem in the top path. Not typically who Adesu's partnered up with is Toon, right? Normally it's Gatlu up there with them, with that support player, but we're switching it up because pulling out all the stops.
And here we go, Sorayu pulling some of this experience back. We do have a Mystical Fire Flame Charge Delphox, it looks like. Yes, we do. We saw this a little bit yesterday out of NA, and it's really not as popular just because of how amazing Fire Spin is, but there are some situations that you can play really well into some of these enemy teams.
Without a doubt, charging up the overheat is Sorayu, able to just lay in some good damage, but no KOs.
No KOs, as we have some experience in the top and bottom path, getting ready to populate here. Gatlu in this bottom path, looking to continue scoring. We're once again going to have a Bullet Seed Greedon.
We're just waiting for these birds to hit the map as Sorayu poaches them all, goes right through them. Toon Slim is there for the assist. A nice little confusion shot by Galaxy, a good portal for the reset.
Yeah, really nice stuff here. As they can send themselves to the bottom path real easily here. They are not playing that trick Hoopa. They are using the more macro-heavy build where they have control over what's happening on the map. We see Galaxy staying in this top path, stopping Toon from heading to the bottom path. However, we've got a good secure lined up here with Overheat. They do take it, even though we have the Delphox Unite move coming in.
Fanciful Fireworks is there. I'm pretty sure Gatlu wasn't even pressing buttons anymore. They're like, yeah, this is done. I'm not going to work harder than I have to. They get put down. Rock Tomb is there. Bruv is caught. Immediately on top of Gek is Nouns as soon as they step up. Sorayu finds their way into the back line, and they're looking for Snow, and they get that knockout quickly. Overheat is charged. Gek steps right into the crosshairs as they take a mean kick to the grill. Gek trying to get back while Nouns Esports is absolutely dusting them, putting them to sleep, and then knocking them out.
A really interesting move from Gek to just face check the overheat that you see charging towards you. I don't know if he goes down, if he doesn't eat the overheat. He could just wait 1 second. I mean, it is what it is. You ate the overheat, you went down, you're a sandwich.
2 pieces of bread.
Just 2 pieces of bread, baby. That's a sandwich.
I'm a doofus. All right, here we go. Nice early pressure by Nouns Esports. However, Connoisseurs keeping pace. 84 points is 84 more than they had at this point in the game last time.
That's true. I mean, last game they had a real tough time scoring here. We have Gatlu online with their Unite move. Same thing from Toon. 2 Unite moves on the other side. We've got the Mew, and we have Delphox. Delphox just has a Unite move up basically all the time. Every fight. And if you can position it well, it's going to be really tough for Nouns. They want to be near objectives, and that Unite move is going to make it a little hard for them.
You're seeing exactly the value that Gatlu's bringing. Oh, Showtime right on the portal, but it can't get the knockout as the team is rolling back through. Gatlu takes a big amount of damage. Galaxy trying to keep Gatlu from being able to come in here, and that's a nice power nap right in the middle. They're going to roll over and catch a reset here. No, they went right out of the portal. As Gatlu's sitting in the back, we're using some Unite moves and putting a ton of damage on Gatlu, but they are sustaining well.
Yeah, I mean, Gatlu is actually making their way through this fight better than I expected. One of the interesting things about Bullet Seed is it can get stunned, and if it gets stunned, you stop firing for a moment here. Mr. Mime is a great Pokemon to do that, so it might actually make this Bullet Seed not as useful as we saw before.
It also keeps, you know, leverages the great maneuverability that Gatlu has on the Greedent, and it cuts off a lot of paths. So the Mr. Mime pick is making more and more sense as we're seeing it in action.
After all that, Regieleki does go down to the side of Nouns. They have a level 12 Blaziken. We saw this Blaziken all day, basically, on Connoisseurs, and it's so tough for any team to stop a team that has any positioning when they have Blaziken. Bullet Seed, great rip. Blaziken, beautiful secure. Another objective goes over to Nouns. 4 minutes left in this match. 4 minutes where Connoisseurs need to do something. They need to turn this around or they are not going to Worlds. Nouns is not only securing the championship spot, but also letting Talla Bobo in third place in EU.
Now, we just watched Galaxy dispatch of the Regieleki that was walking to the Tier 2. But while that was going on, Nouns was able to get a ton of wild farm and keep this level advantage that they have.
You know, Klaus has a strong level here, level 12. This Delphox is really powerful. 2 eat the overheat right here, but obviously this Blaziken is in trouble as everything in the kitchen sink is thrown at it, and it does go down.
Yeah, that was a nice trap set by the Blaziken, but now the Trevenant pops immediately. Toonsland's using to make that happen. Can they get through the portal? They do. Great little reset. Well played by Adesu and Toon. They elect to not come back through this Toon because they want to take the long way around, make a play somewhere else. Gatlu, however, is just really leading them around the map, distracting them from what they should be going to, and another great reset.
Another great reset, but man, these are close. These are scary, and if some of these go the other way during Rayquaza, they're in a lot of trouble. We've seen Bruv on the Snorlax here, a different look. This is Heavy Slam Yawn, so they're looking to see if they can jump in, hit the Heavy Slam, and put the Delphox to sleep, hopefully, and pick up a big KO. Still, we have Gatlu on the green, just spending their time in the enemy central area. That's what a mean Greedent does. Our team's getting ready to fight in this top path. 2 minutes, 35 seconds on the clock. Regieleki is here. Soreyu is there to start ripping it, as it actually looks like they're going to pull back here.
Yeah, Rub, gets knocked out by the Mr. Mime, keeps that portal reset from happening for them, so they have to walk back and just sit on pad, do it the hard way here as they naturally recall. We're about to have a basement Reggie hit the map as well, and we've got 15 seconds to maybe our last Rayquaza of the regional finals.
That's right. Nouns Esports could take the whole thing right now. Connoisseurs are going to need to make some plays. They're down by a lot here, 84-35. No one takes either Reggie. This is the moment for Connoisseurs. Can they find an opening? Can they catch someone from Nouns? And can they make a big play in what could be their last game here of the grand finals? We have Gatlu positioning in the top path, a little damage being put out, and now we see Toon getting caught in a big way, trying to go home, and he can't.
Snow gets the KO on Toon. The portal is too late, and tons of damage is in. However, Nouns just has to settle it. Desu pops the Unite move because they're low on HP, and they do get Galaxy back the other way. Now, can Soreyu find a new target? Snow is there, but really, Connoisseurs, we're going to need this Ray, or they're needing to play to go score. We're settling back out for just a moment. Take a breath.
Yeah, everyone's taking a breath right now. They're deciding this was not their moment to move in and fight. They caught Trevenant, but they caught Trevenant before it used the Unite move. They know the moment it comes back, it has that. Now the question is, how do they want to play the rest of this? Starting to tap Rayquaza now. Bruv moving in, using the Unite move. Here comes Toon, trying to chase down this Delphox. Eldegoss is in the air. We have the Unite move out from Gek.
Rebel Rouser is there, but we are moving through. Bruv's the one sitting in the middle. Soreyu, nice little focus blast, gets 2 targets. Fanciful Fireworks are up. The only one standing in it is the Connoisseurs. We're getting a big-time flank by Soreyu. Gatlu is completely split. Lukita from the rest of the pack. They're rotating back into the middle. KO Shiga 2 for Soreyu. There's 3 players down. Nouns Esports is knocking on the doorstep. They're looking for more. Popping up Snow. Snow's got to go. Snow is gone. And now it's just Lukita that left standing. They're dusted. Absolutely dusted. No frowns on the side of Nouns, baby. Regional finals is in sight.
That's right, Nouns Esports with only 20 seconds left on the clock continue to put points on the board, win a massive fight, wipe through this entire bracket reset. There's no Cinderace here. There's no $10,000 being handed to the Connoisseurs. There's just Nouns Esports taking the crown, the noun of the day, as your EU champions.
Time is up, time is out, time has expired for Connoisseurs. The Cinderella story is not completed. The evil stepmother, in this case, wins. Nouns Esports, not only the boogeyman of the Connoisseurs story, the crown wearers, sitting on the throne, getting it done, and proving themselves to be what everybody said they were back in February, the best team in EU.
That's right, they looked incredible doing it. This reset here feels like they shifted into another gear. They were having fun in their first bracket, and they decided, like you've always said, to stop having fun and start winning games. Well, they did that. They became your EU champions, and now they're going to have to get ready to face the world.
Yes, and they've got just a few months to get that done.
Yeah. We're going to send it on over to Zoinks and Wonder Chef to break down this insane series. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you so much, Spraggles and Doob Snacks, and a gigantic congratulations to your European champions, Nouns Esports, with the win. And Wonder Chef, that win was with Credent, is that correct?
Yes, the most
okay.
extended 3-0 of all time is what I'm going to call that set. But 2 Credent wins in a reset and a pre-reset. And I wish we could reset the board right now because I also want to give big congratulations to Talla Bobo, who just win in that set, and they didn't even realize it. They didn't realize it. They weren't there for it, is what I should say. And that means that we do have
All right, unbelievable stuff from Nouns Esports. The Gredent looking absolutely phenomenal game after game. A pick that is just honestly slept on so much. And no one player in particular that is not doing that is Gatlu. Doob Snacks and Spraggles talked about it quite a bit there at the end of the match. The question will be, what can Nouns Esports do on the world stage? Of course, that is going to be the conversation topics we have for the next few months, but at least for tonight, Nouns Esports can relax and be excited about the championship place they have put themselves in today. An absolutely wild grand finals, a great run through the bracket as well, taking out Vamos in an incredibly quick fashion, taking down Connoisseurs twice. And this bracket looked amazing. Taking the Blaziken into their own hands, that was a big one. And of course, having Bro play every defender under the sun.
Yeah, I mean, what a series. We had some amazing games in that first series, and of course some scary ones. You pick a Cinderace, it doesn't work out. All of a sudden, Connoisseurs start coming back, and I think it lit a fire under Nouns. They realized they had to turn this thing on. They started counter-picking extremely well, bringing out some wild compositions once again, and somehow Gredent with a flawless record here in our grand finals.
I mean, again, you can't speak to how amazing this run was. Obviously, there were some games that felt a little bit more, air quotes, troll, but what is not troll was Sorayu's Blaziken, because when they were on this Pokemon, they won games.
Yeah, you know, Blaziken was a difference maker on both teams. Klaus's Blaziken was unbelievable. I'm kind of surprised they weren't giving it more priority, but the amazing thing is there's just so many Pokemon you want to give priority to. The Mew, the Sylveon, there are just so many big choices, and then wondering if you're going to have to sort of pick that slow bro because a Comfey Zoroark is coming at you. So many mind games, and I mean, the ultimate mind game, of course, is bringing out the Gredent. What do you do against the Pokemon that you would never pick in a million years?
Lose?
Yeah, apparently.
Good strategy.
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable stuff. And we got to hear the inside intel from the player, the mastermind behind this absolutely wacky squirrel. We got an interview with Gatlu, our EU champion. Congratulations, Gatlu, on an incredible tournament.
Hello, guys. Thank you so much.
I mean, The first thing I have to ask, of course, is about Greedon. I'm shocked that you brought it out. I'm also shocked that it's Bullet Seed and not Covet Belt.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it got a buff, but I didn't know it would have that much priority. Walk me through when you started figuring out that this was actually going to be a legitimate composition for your team.
So like the moment Greedon got buffed, I played it. I thought it was really good. And when I was hosting my own tournament, MOS was actually playing Greedon, and I saw how well they did the Greedon Bullet Seed against Mages. And we get it in scrims, we won the scrims, and it was just really fun. And it's a unique playstyle, and people sometimes don't know how to play against it. So it's just like a surprise effect. And I think that's one of the reasons why it can be so successful if you play it well.
Yeah.
You had another kind of group of fun picks, fun compositions, of course. I gotta pull everybody's attention back to the Cinderace. What's going on? Well, it's going to be a lot of what was going on type questions, I feel.
What are you guys doing over there?
So what's the story with the Cinderace?
So, we were burning the kitchen, but he was level 9 at 7 minutes. It just, we didn't practice it. So we just pointed out.
What?
Okay, all right. That's fair enough, fair enough. Gatlu, like I was talking about just before we got you on the interview, you had an incredible run, took down so many strong teams, and it felt like every member of your squad was playing at maybe the best we've seen all season. So, pressure point now for you, Gatlu. Who are you going to award the MVP of the regional finals to? You can choose yourself, but who on Nouns Esports gets the MVP award?
I mean, it's actually not a bad question because I think the MVP is Toon. I think he's putting a lot of work in the game, and he's like the mind controller of the draft, etc. And I think without him, we wouldn't be as strong because he's just really good at drafting. He knows what he wants to do, and he was the one bringing up the Hoopa attacker composition, which actually worked in scrims. So we practiced the Hoopa in scrims.
Sick mustache too.
Yeah,
you gotta talk about it.
Incredible facial hair, you know.
I'm telling you, it's a game changer.
All right, so I gotta ask you, how much does Talla Bobo owe you now as a team that you have qualified them into the World Finals?
Honestly, like nothing. Like I'm just really happy that I played with them like for free before. So I was really happy that they teach me how to play the game differently, and I just implemented what they teach me to the new roster of Nouns. And the new roster of Nouns obviously had different playstyle and just connected.
Yeah. Well, now you made me feel bad because that was a really nice answer, and I was supposed to be a
instigator over there.
Amazing stuff, Gatlu. Congratulations. You're heading to Worlds once again. You are no stranger there. I can't wait to see what EU does on the world stage. Gatlu, everybody, from Nouns Esports. What a day we have had, gentlemen. What a day.
Thank you so much.
Ironically enough, still, even with the best of 5 bracket reset, I still think it was the shortest broadcast day we've had this year because every other team was just playing efficiently, quickly, and a lot of 2-0s.
All right, we're going to take a look at our bracket right here in EU, just kind of see how this all shook out. Zoinks, why don't you break it down for us?
Sure, we had some amazing teams kind of prove that they are the consistent dynamos of this region. However, we saw some new faces make incredible runs too. We haven't talked about it too much, but this is a heartbreaker run for Connoisseurs. To form a team and make it this far and be second place, there's silver linings. $10,000 prize is a silver lining for sure, but to be within striking distance of the World Championship spot, definitely a heartbreaker.
Also, what a strong team.
Yeah.
I know you found it so late, but what an unbelievably powerful team. Had it been there at the start of the season, I think we could have seen something different. Why don't you break down our CP here, Wonder Chef?
All right, well, Nouns on top, but like you said, you're taking away all of the championship points for the win. You said at the start of the day, and it's going to hold true. No, they just do not need it. They are the regional champions. They are the championship point champions. Yala Bingo, though, in second, and Talla Bobo defended by Nouns Esports in third. Almost not quite able to make it, but they did a really good job of staying close.
Yeah, let's take a look at our final prizing right here. Nouns Esports with the lion's share of that $50,000. Connoisseurs may not be heading to Worlds, but they're heading home with 10 grand. Yala Bingo also doing pretty well with 8,000, all the way down to 2,500 there for 5th and 6th place. So a huge event. People going to Worlds, people making a lot of money. Let's take a look at our qualified teams here for Worlds. We've got Fusion from the AOS Cup, and Zoinks, take it away.
Yeah, not many open spots left on this chart, honestly. Only 3 more spots for North America to be decided. Of course, in just a few weeks in New Orleans, that's going to be a wild event, but so many teams on this list that I'm so excited to see when they perform against international competition. We already got to see Fusion popping off, but we're going to get to see even deeper amounts of the Latin America North and South teams, and now EU feeling like having a big boom right at the end of the season. Going to be cool to see them square up against these other international squads.
Absolutely. And before we're going to sign off on this thing, we have to check in with Inder one more time.
Of course.
We have another interview with the man who has been here with us all weekend long, breaking down some of the big plays, helping decide whether a hot dog is a sandwich, which color is better, purple or orange. Inder, welcome back to the broadcast.
Thank you. I'm on the big TV now. I've upgraded.
Yeah, you're on the big TV, and that means all the pressure is on. I'd love to hear some final thoughts from you here for our amazing day in EU.
I think we had a great day, a lot of different meta developments, and we also now are going to have a pretty big break between the rest of the meta developing and Worlds. I know there's NAIC coming up, so the NA teams are probably taking some notes. But interesting to see if any of these developments that made it to the grand finals will see the global stage. Trick Hoopa, I think, being the biggest one that we saw. Yeah. Connoisseurs not able to make it all the way through, but they added something to the game for everyone else to use.
Yeah, it was proof of concept for sure. I mean, that build specifically made that team look unbelievable. Whether it was the defender and the Hoopa working together, I loved it. So, Inder, I'm right there with you. Very, very fun to see.
Yeah, I mean, I have to wonder how the meta is going to continue to evolve. We have more Pokemon being added, but I'd love to open it up to you gentlemen if you had any other questions here for Inder.
I'll ask Inder. Can we get the official licensed Inder MVP of the EU tournament?
It's a tough one. Yeah. I know with all the players watching as well. I think every single player on Nouns, credit to them for stepping up. A lot of these players struggled throughout the year, whether it's the original members that started on the roster or the new additions. They all kind of had troubles fitting into their own roles. And I want to give a shout out to all of them. I think Adesu especially stepping up into that support role for his first time this season was great. My MVP is going to go to my former teammate Toonslim. I know, like Galu mentioned, he's really been honing in on the draft. I know he does pretty much the entire drafting at times for his whole team, telling Galu, you're going to be playing this. He has different lines in his head that he goes through. He works with a lot of the different players. He's constantly learning at the game, so kudos to him.
And the facial hair.
And the facial hair,
great mustache.
Huge. Inder, thank you so much for being here all weekend. It's been amazing. I can't wait to see you again soon, hopefully on broadcast. Thank you, Inder. We'll be talking to you again, I am sure. What a day we have had, everybody. I mean, it's just been incredible. We're going to take a look at where we are going because the season of Pokemon Unite is coming to an end, but we're going out with a bang. We got a couple of big ones here. The final stretch and the NA Regional Finals at NAIC next month. As we've said many times, if you've never been to a live Unite event, you simply must go. It is electric.
Especially when you have players with the same attitude as Inder, who really had big pop-off moments on stage. The energy that the crowd brings to kind of feed to the players while they're playing, and it all kind of builds upon each other. It gasses us up. The crowd get into it. It's all becoming this big circle of energy. It's an awesome place to be.
Yeah, it is amazing. I want to get some final thoughts from everyone here at the desk before we say goodbye. Chef, some final thoughts about this incredible weekend.
I think this weekend is the most wild meta that we have ever had, including every single region that we watched. I really, truly have no idea what to expect for the future, and I feel like if we had a tournament tomorrow, people would learn from it, and we'd see an even different meta. So just really cool to see maybe the highest variety of Pokemon we've ever seen.
Yeah, it really has been. Zoinks, final thoughts.
I think Wonderchef hit the nail on the head. Seeing the variety of Pokemon selections, one of the coolest things. How rare is that at the end of a season that we're starting to see creativity just abound? So cool. And obviously, it's been a global, worldwide event this last weekend. So many different regions closing out. I mean, what a way to finish a region, but what a way to get excited about Worlds upcoming.
Of course. Doob Snacks.
We have truly hit different gear in UCS Season 3, leading into NAIC. Obviously, I'm gassed to the gills. I know everybody here is excited just by the way we're speaking. I'm sure I'm going to force all of them to start gaming tonight because I had so much fun watching their stuff I want to try out. And the last thing, of course, I'll say Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. Hannah, Mom, Sister Kim, love you all.
Yeah, it's been such an incredible weekend. We actually are going to break down some championship points here in a sec. I just want to give some quick final thoughts. I love the variety. I can't wait to see what happens with the meta. We've got Failings, we've got Ceruledge, we have exciting things on the horizon. Multiple live events for Unite, and you all at home make this possible. So thank you so much for watching. Thank you for listening. Doob Snacks, before we go, we're going to break down all of the championship points. We've got a graphic here for everybody, so why don't you break it down for us?
Let's do it. Once it goes up, I will do that.
Yeah, just try to break. Just from memory here, we had Nouns, #1 in EU.
Yeah, we're doing it. Yep, okay. A lot of numbers.
Do you remember how many thousands at least?
Thousands upon thousands.
Hey!
Oh, what is this?
It's Doomsack's birthday, everybody!
And we got him a very special gift as well. I don't know if the camera can see this. Can we tilt it up?
Do not drop the cake.
Is it an ice cream cake?
Who knows? Hold it very still. Happy birthday!
Happy birthday, Jack!
Hey, appreciate everybody. Thank you. The cake is great. The real prize, the marker. All right.
Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being here. We'll see you live very, very soon. I love you. Goodbye. We did it. This is actually...
Target. Oscar in the backline. Great Unite move, bringing a Desu down extremely low. With that solar beam from Toon is such good coverage. A Desu able to escape. Oscar tries to get the chase down. Grassy glide across the wall. That's 1 KO. Stomp does work out for them, but finally they are felled by Toon Slim's Venu. These skin super important members. Triple stun by Service. Great coverage by Chelvin. The double yawn, and they're going to try to escape back towards the goal zone. Chelvin and Service cheating the knockout there as they were able to escape.
What? Did you see in the little picture-in-picture that beam missed by, I don't even know how tiny that was, a millimeter. I mean, burn down this Rayquaza with 15 seconds left. They do have some points in pocket, but this is going to come down to a flip. Yala Bingo, if they can take this in time, will do well, but it looks like it might not even be there. They do have Russell down on the bottom path, but they're not going to be the ones to take it. They will get the points in. I don't know if that's enough.
If someone in your house is not watching this match, tell them to get in here because we've got a bullet seed green in the grand finals. Dad, we got a bullet seed green in the grand finals.
Starting the rip. Bro can't contest. Galu takes a ton of damage off the Electro Ball. Surfing straight at them is Galaxy. Popping Unite move is Lokita. Rayquaza's getting chipped and worked on now. Snow's looking for a next target. Light screen goes down to keep Toon Slim from collapsing on them. Rayquaza's on the Razor's edge. Ruv HD is looking for a play in the middle. Here comes Galu, taken by Galaxy. Connoisseurs looking to reset.
Nouns is behind. They're running out of time. Connoisseurs is doing what EU does best, resetting a bracket in the grand finals.
I'm flanked by Sorayu. Gatlu is completely split. Lukita from the rest of the pack. They're rotating back into the middle. KO Shiga 2 for Sorayu. There's 3 players down. Nouns Esports is knocking on the doorstep. They're looking for more. Popping up Snow. Snow's got to go. Snow is gone. And now it's just Lukita that left standing. They're dusted. Absolutely dusted. No frowns on the side of Nouns, baby.
Does this feel like the Nouns that can win worlds? And please don't say no. That would be odd.
I believe in my team. I think we still have to work on some things, but I think this team has potential to win worse. I really believe in this team at the moment.
Pretty thick mustache there. Is that part of the success rate of this Nouns squad? It has to be, right?
Artellus, you're coming with me? Come on over, buddy. To our telestrator.
No, we're not going.
We're not going?
We're going, okay.
Oh, we can go. I had to watch them back. Oh no, we're not allowed to go back. We're not. Oh, we are. We actually are allowed to go back.
Let's talk to Chef and Zoinks about what we just watched.
Take it away, boys!
Gladly, we will. Thank you so much, you two. Incredible cast, and congratulations to Yala Bingo.
Sableye needs a cowboy hat.
He would be a sweet little cowboy, but I am going to debate you here, and it's Phalanx, okay? You can
That is so many hats.
Phalanx, well, with one cowboy hat, and all the little guys are going to look like little bandits that he's capturing, okay?
Because it's not like content.
2 pieces of French toast? Is that a sandwich?
So you're saying a
When
hot
you
dog
look
is a
at a loaf of bread, do you go, well, it's a whole bunch of sandwiches?
Well,
we have
obviously
right
there's
there?"
contents on it.
Purple may be the color of royalty, but orange is the color of oranges.
We're changing the color of stuff to just like side with Spraggles per usual, and another successful debate by me and Spraggles without a doubt. Yeah, there's a question you're probably asking at home, and it's why are we like this?
I don't know if they are.
I think people ask that of us quite a bit.
They want to know, why are we like this? They want to see if you can maybe break that down for us.
Yeah, sorry, I actually just got off the phone with Fusion's coach, and he says he doesn't know either of you.
Oh, wow, that's so weird, because I was just talking to him. So, did you say Jake or Spraggles? Because we're on kind of like a Jake basis.